The cold wind howled, and the night was dark as ink. Inside the house, the charcoal fire burned brightly. Outside, heavy snow fell from the sky, making one shiver. The midwife shouted, "It's here, it's here." A pale-faced woman on the bed opened her eyes for a moment and then fainted. Jiang Miao Miao felt herself being lifted and then patted on the back. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and cried, "Wah, wah." Then she fell into a warm embrace. Struggling to open her eyes, she vaguely saw a round, chubby face. The round-faced woman whispered to someone nearby, "Old lady, the one who looked at the baby fainted." The approaching old woman glanced at the baby with disgust and said, "Don't mind her. Hurry and take this child away, throw it far away, and don't let anyone find it." Jiang Miao Miao was shocked. Throw it away? The little baby was startled and stopped crying. The curtain was lifted and a cold wind rushed in, accompanied by a loud cry of another baby. It brushed past her. At that moment, Jiang Miao Miao realized she had transcended. She had been reborn as a newborn baby. In disbelief, she saw her mother still unconscious, and someone wanted to abandon her. Could it be that she would meet her end less than 2 hours after being born? "Mother, please wake up. Mother." Jiang Miao Miao kicked her little legs, trying to wake her mother. "Mother, there are bad people. Bad people want to take you away. Wake up." All the words she wanted to say came out as weak cries. "Wah, wah." She cried heartbrokenly, but her mother still did not respond. Was she really at the mercy of fate? Suddenly, a big, chubby hand covered her mouth and nose. Gasp. She couldn't breathe. This was meant to suffocate her. Jiang Miao Miao had to stop crying, looking up with teary eyes at the chubby-faced woman. "Hey, this little one is quite clever. Keep crying, and I'll make sure you don't breathe." The chubby-faced woman glared at her and gradually lifted her hand. She tossed Jiang Miao Miao into a basket and quickly walked out of the room. Jiang Miao Miao shivered. A piece of cloth was placed over her, and everything went dark. She dared not make a sound, fearing she would be harmed. She even held back her bodily needs, listening to the outside grow quieter, with only the sound of the woman's footsteps. A deep sense of helplessness washed over her. The basket swayed, making her feel dizzy and sleepy. She didn't know how long it had been before hunger woke her up. The basket moved less, and the footsteps were gone, but everything around her was still dark. She could hear a buzzing sound, like the wind. Suddenly, a bright light shone in. The cloth over the basket was blown away, revealing a beautifully crafted little girl. "Ashu." Jiang Miao Miao felt a chilling wind rush at her, and all the hair on her body stood up. When she opened her eyes again, she saw green, with white snow on it. Oh no! That plump woman had hung her in a tree. She was afraid of heights. Instinctively, she screamed and cried loudly, and she was so scared that she lost control of her bladder. She cried and cried until her voice became hoarse. It was snowing. Snowflakes fell on the blanket, on the baby's soft skin, and on her cherry-like little mouth. The baby instinctively opened her mouth to suck. Yuck! It's cold. My tongue is frozen. Gradually, her face felt numb, and her hands went numb too. Her consciousness began to fade. She thought of several ways to die: freezing to death, falling, or being buried under the snow. "Mom, look, what's that up there?" A boy in fine clothes lifted the curtain and pointed at the trees by the road. Lu Qingyao stared blankly ahead, tears still on her cheeks, holding a baby that had already lost its warmth. Hearing her son call out, she snapped back to reality. Through the car window, she looked in the direction her son was pointing. In the wind and snow, a basket hung from a tree, swaying precariously. She forced a bitter smile. Someone else had the same idea as her, giving a stillborn child a tree burial. "Let's bury her here. At least she'll have a companion." "Uncle Lu, stop the carriage." Lu Qingyao got out, holding the baby as she walked toward the woods, with her 2 sons carrying a small wooden box behind her. "Mom, why do we have to leave my sister here?" Jiang Zifeng looked at her, tears in his eyes. Your sister is gone. Lu Qingyao reluctantly accepted that her daughter had already lost her life. She had cried for 2 days, shedding all her tears. The person was gone, but the living remained. She still had her 2 sons and her parents and siblings in exile. She had to live on. She placed her daughter in the small wooden box, along with her favorite rattle and doll, set it on a tree branch, and tied it securely to the tree. Mom, the teacher said that after a person dies, they should be buried to find peace, and the deceased will find their place. Jiang Ziyan was confused. Lu Qingyao bit her lip. The ground is dark and has bugs. My sister would be scared. Her son learned Confucianism, but she didn't want to be limited by tradition. She only wanted to follow her beliefs. Things in this world cannot be generalized. Being buried is a Han custom, but not everywhere is like this. There are tree burials, sky burials, and stupa burials, all filled with the sincerest blessings from loved ones. She grew up on the frontier with her parents. She had heard from the elders there that infants who die young are pure and innocent. Tree burials allow them to enter reincarnation quickly, so in the next life, they can grow strong like trees. They can also protect the children at home. If that's true, she wanted her daughter not to linger in this world and to enter reincarnation quickly. After burning the paper money, the 3 of them stood in the cold wind, silently watching the wooden box in the tree. Mom, I hear my sister crying. It wasn't her sister, it was a baby crying. Jiang Ziyan nervously grabbed her mother's hand. It seems to be coming from over there. Jiang Ziyan pointed to a nearby tree where a basket hung. There was a bright red sparrow perched on top of the basket. Against the white snow, it was very striking. Lu Qingyao felt a chill run down her spine. How could there be a sparrow in such cold weather? Especially a bright red one. Although she didn't believe in superstitions, the sound was truly chilling. There was also the weak cry of a child.
Mom, I'm scared.
Jiang Ziyan shrank behind her mother. Mom, I heard it too. Before Lu Qingyao could reach out to stop him, Jiang Zifeng quickly ran over. He circled around under the basket. Come quick. There's a baby crying. Jiang Zifeng waved to his mother and brother.
Ouch.
It hurt. Jiang Miao felt a sharp pain in her hand, as if something was poking her. She thought she heard someone talking. A person? Someone was there. She was saved. She used all her strength to cry, making her voice louder. But she hadn't eaten since she was born. Now she was so hungry. She had no strength. After a while, she felt herself being lifted down from a height. Through her tears, she saw a thin, oval face looking at her. Their eyes met. Lu Qingyao looked at the little baby in the basket, tears in her eyes, waving her tiny hands and feet, crying so hard that her lips turned purple. The half-open swaddle was damp. The originally delicate little girl had a small face and small hands, but her whole body was red from the cold. It was truly a miracle that she survived. At that moment, Lu Qingyao's heart melted. Jiang Miao was soon placed in a warm embrace, wrapped in a big cloak. It felt so warm and cozy.
She was saved.
Little one must be very hungry. Lu Qingyao lifted her onto the carriage and skillfully opened her clothing. Jiang Miao instinctively opened her mouth and began to suck eagerly. It smelled so good. Finally, she got a sip of milk.
She was so hungry and tired.
A baby born less than half a day ago, who hadn't had a drop of milk, had already been near the edge of death several times. Who wouldn't be exhausted? She held the big bowl tightly and sucked hard. Lu Qingyao lovingly stroked the baby in her arms, her joy filling her heart. She had lost her daughter, but found this little one at her burial site. Was it a gift from heaven? Miao, is that you coming back to me? Jiang Miao waved her tiny fists, still not full. Little one, your name is Jiang Miao, which means vast and endless waters, and from now on, you will be my daughter. Lu Qingyao gently patted her back. She looked at her 2 sons, Feng and Yena. She will be your sister from now on, so take good care of her. Okay. Jiang Zifeng replied without looking up, holding a little bird he had just found. "No, she's not my sister. My sister is already gone." Jiang Zian turned his head away. He was already 7 years old and would be 8 after the new year. He understood things well. The little baby smiled sweetly. Jiang Miao Miao. She had a name now. She had a mother. And 2 brothers. Happiness came a bit suddenly. In the days that followed, Jiang Miao Miao ate, slept, and did what a little baby should do. After some time, she became more energetic. When she was awake, she would roll her eyes, blow bubbles, and look around. From her observations, her mother seemed to be a kind and wealthy lady. The jade pendant on her ear was made of high-quality jade, and the bracelet on her hand was a beautiful green jade. Her 2 brothers were also dressed in fine silk. Jiang Miao Miao felt lucky. Being a rich second generation wasn't so bad. But soon, reality hit her. Suddenly, I wondered why my mother didn't have any servants to attend to her. Don't noble women in ancient times always have people around them when they go out? Uncle Lu, how many days until we reach Jiangzhou? Jiang Miao Miao listened intently as her mother asked the coachman. Jiangzhou? Is my mother's family from Jiangzhou? Madam, just a little longer. We will arrive in 7 days. Uncle Lu replied thoughtfully. Madam, Jiangzhou is in a remote area with many bandits. You and the young master should hide your valuables. You're right, Lu Qingyao nodded repeatedly. When we reach the town, please take the 2 children to buy some clothes, even if they are a bit worn. A remote area. Bandits. Jiang Miao Miao's heart sank again. Her mood was swinging wildly, and she was getting very hungry. Her mother's milk was not enough. After trying to suckle for a while, she still felt unsatisfied. She cried a few times and then fell asleep again. The carriage continued to jolt, and she felt like she was on a bumpy ride in her mother's arms. She could hear birds chirping and people talking, but she was too deep in sleep to understand. Suddenly, the carriage stopped with a jolt. Jiang Miao Miao woke up startled and instinctively opened her mouth to cry, but a sudden finger blocked her.
Oh.
It was her own finger. She immediately started sucking on it. Her brother was blocking her mouth with his finger. This road is mine. If you want to pass, you must pay a toll. A rough voice came from outside the carriage. Jiang Miao Miao paused sucking and looked at the curtain with wide eyes. Oh no! Have they encountered bandits? Would they survive? Bandits on TV are very scary. Feng or Yenner, don't come out. Protect your sister, her mother said as she placed her in her brother Jiang Zifeng's arms. She bent down, pulled out a red spear from under the carriage, opened the curtain, and jumped down. The little baby's heart was racing fast. Wow, what a pretty lady. We are lucky, brothers, the rough voice said again, followed by loud laughter.
Take this.
It was her mother's voice. Before the men could react, Lu Qingyao's spear pierced the chest of the laughing man, blood oozing from the tip. Lu Qingyao swiftly pulled out the spear and aimed it at the others nearby. This was not a safe place to stay. She needed to act quickly. The man's smile froze on his face as he looked down at his chest, shock, fear, and despair spreading through him. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as something fell to the ground. Go lang, bang, bang. It was the sound of metal clashing and kicking. After a brief fight, there was silence outside the carriage, only the sound of the wind howling. The 2 brothers held their sister tightly, their eyes fixed on the curtain. Not a sound was made. Jiang Miao Miao opened her mouth wide, saliva dripping, her eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly, a delicate white hand lifted the curtain, revealing a round face.
Mom.
The 2 called out in unison. It's okay, it's okay. Their mother opened her arms and embraced them. Lu Qingyao had eaten some bread and then fed Jiang Miao Miao. There was a smell of blood. Jiang Miao Miao noticed the smell of blood on her mother, and the milk tasted strange. She looked up at her mother, whose gaze was gentle, but there were still traces of blood on her face. Her mother seemed different, not like an ordinary noblewoman. Seeing Jiang Miao Miao not drinking, Lu Qingyao was momentarily unsure, as her daughter stared at her with wide eyes. She was surprised to see such an expression from a little baby. It must be her imagination. Rubbing her eyes. It was indeed her imagination. She wrapped Meow Meow snugly and placed her in the brother's arms, stuffing some pillows around them. Gently stroking her son's head, she said, "Fong, Yenner, Uncle Lu is gone. We need to leave here quickly. I will drive the carriage and you two take care of your sister, okay?" "Mom, we will take good care of her," Jiang Zifeng promised, patting his chest. Uncle Lu was gone. The kind Uncle Lu, who had just warned them, was gone. Jiang Meow Meow felt a sharp pain in her little heart. Unable to hold back, she cried out, gasping for breath. The brothers began to sob as well. "Hold on tight." Lu Qingyao glanced at her children, wiped her tears, and resolutely turned to leave. She struck the horse hard with the whip. "Go." The carriage sped forward. Amidst the sound of the wind, the cries of children, and the weeping of a woman, Jiang Meow Meow cried until she was tired, lying in her brother's small embrace, falling asleep and waking up, eating and then sleeping again. She dreamed she was on a roller coaster, soaring through the clouds. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in her mother's arms. Her brother's face came close, holding her little hand. "Sister, we are home." Home? It wasn't bumpy anymore, and they weren't in the carriage. "Are you hungry, little one?" Lu Qingyao lifted her shirt, and Jiang Meow Meow naturally leaned in, sucking on a white patch while her eyes wandered around. Outside, there were sounds of insects and birds. Inside, the house was bare, with broken windows and a roof with holes. Looking through one of the holes, she saw the blue sky. In that moment, the milk in Jiang Meow Meow's mouth lost its sweetness. Is this their new home? If it rains, where will they stay? Her heart sank. "Meow Meow, don't you like it here?" Lu Qingyao asked, noticing her daughter, who seemed hungry but wasn't eager to drink. Jiang Meow Meow sighed softly. Liking it was out of the question. Jiang Meow Meow's luck in being born was quite unusual. Fortunately, her mother and brother were nice, so she decided to make the best of it. Lu Qingyao looked up at the hole in the roof and casually said, "If it doesn't rain, we can see the stars." Jiang Meow Meow thought, wow, her mother is really optimistic. She stared at the hole, blowing bubbles. So cute. Lu Qingyao couldn't help but kiss her daughter's rosy little face, marveling at how beautiful she was. "Meow Meow is really pretty. I wonder which heartless person left you behind?" She had seen Meow Meow's swaddling cloth made of fine silk, suggesting she came from a wealthy family. Such a beautiful baby must have beautiful parents too. Although a baby's face doesn't turn red, Jiang Meow Meow felt shy under her mother's gaze. She realized she was a pretty little baby, and a very cute one at that. As for her mother, she was attractive but not stunning. She had a certain charm, especially when she smiled. She was a bit thin and looked fierce when not smiling. There were two older brothers. The eldest, Jiang Zifeng, was just over 10 years old, a chubby little boy with a kind face, somewhat resembling their mother. The second brother, Jiang Zian, was quite handsome but delicate like a girl, likely taking after their father, whom she had never met. Jiang Meow Meow smiled at her mother, showing her pink gums.
"Ah."
Meow Meow smiled. Her two brothers came over, playfully poking her little hands and patting her face. Oh, those mischievous kids. Had they washed their hands? Didn't they say babies are fragile and can easily get sick from germs? In ancient times, with poor medical conditions, even a small cold could be life-threatening. Yenner Fong, your sister is still small and has delicate skin. Remember to wash your hands before touching her, okay?
"Got it."
"Mom," the two brothers replied in unison. They were usually clean, but they had forgotten since they used to have servants.
"Mom."
"Did you bring my books?" Jiang Zian began to search through his bag, but only found a few. He sat down on a wooden stool, looking disappointed. Jiang Zifeng rested his chin on his hand. "Mom, will we never see our grandfather and grandmother again? I miss them a bit." Lu Qingyao bit her lip. Although her two sons were young, they were very smart and did not mention their father. "Yenner, I only brought a few books. We can go to the bookstore another day, okay?" "Okay." Jiang Zian nodded. Lu Qingyao looked at her eldest son, tears welling in her eyes. You will see them again. One day, you will be reunited with your grandfather and grandmother. Jiang Miao felt her face was wet and wanted to wipe it, but the little baby's hands wouldn't cooperate. Throughout the journey, she had never heard her mother mention her husband, nor had her two brothers talked about their father. She wondered if this father she had never met was alive or dead, good or bad. Lu Qingyao composed herself and placed Jiang Miao on the bed, instructing the two boys, "You stay here and watch your sister while I go fix the roof. If it rains, we won't have anywhere to stay." "Mom, I'll help you," Jiang Zifeng said, following her outside. That left Jiang Zian and Jiang Miao, a boy and a little baby. The little boy quickly climbed onto the bed, staring at the baby in a daze. They looked at each other, wide-eyed. Seeing no one around, Jiang Zian reached out his dusty little hand to rub the baby's face, tugging at her little hands and poking her, making her giggle. Jiang Miao laughed out loud. It wasn't that she wanted to laugh, it was just instinctive. Her second brother was a bit mischievous. After laughing, Jiang Miao watched her mother fix the roof through a small opening. They say babies can't see far, but she could even see the birds in the sky. Before she knew it, she drifted back to sleep. When she woke up again, it was to a loud scream.
Fire! Fire!
She heard her brother's voice outside, followed by the sound of pots and pans clattering to the ground. Jiang Miao felt a warm sensation beneath her. She was so scared that she had an accident. Just as I was about to call for my mother, I heard a strange voice nearby. "It's on fire. It's on fire." Jiang Miao suddenly opened her eyes and found herself staring into a pair of small, dark eyes. The owner of those eyes was the red sparrow circling above her head. The girl and the bird locked eyes. "It's on fire. Your mother burned the kitchen." The voice seemed to come from the bird's beak. Jiang Miao rolled her eyes around. There was no one else in the room. Her hair stood on end. The bird could talk. Had it become magical? A chill ran down her spine. She was scared. She began to cry loudly. Hearing her daughter cry, Lu Qingyao rushed into the room without washing her hands and picked her up, soothingly saying, "Meow meow, don't cry. I won't leave you alone again." She quickly lifted her shirt to feed her, and the little one stopped crying with a whimper. Jiang Miao held her breath, ready to drink milk. Today's milk had a strange taste, mixed with the smell of smoke. She looked up at her mother. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Miao choked on the milk. Oh no, that was scary. Her pretty oval face was covered in something dark. Had her mother gone into the pot? Her mother quickly patted her back. That felt better. Your mother accidentally set the kitchen on fire, so we probably won't have dinner tonight. Poor thing. Jiang Miao shivered slightly, her eyes wide as she looked at the red sparrow on the windowsill. It wasn't an illusion. The bird was really talking. Her mother didn't seem to react. Could it be that only she could hear it? Carried out by her mother, Jiang Miao saw the kitchen in disarray, with black smoke rising from the pot. Her two brothers looked like they had rolled around in the dirt, covered in grime. Her mother really had set the kitchen on fire. It seemed her mother didn't know how to cook, so what would they do in the future? Jiang Miao felt worried. Even though she couldn't eat solid food yet, and could only drink milk if her mother had no food, then she would have no milk. Foam or Yenner, the kitchen is gone, so tonight let's just have some bread to fill our stomachs, okay? Lu Qingyao looked at her two sons with guilt. Once used to a life of luxury, she had never cooked before and didn't understand how the fire had come from the pot. It seemed she needed to find someone to teach her. Whatever you make, mother, we will eat. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian nodded obediently. Then Jiang Miao saw her two silly brothers stretch out their dark hands, smearing each other's faces with laughter. After they finished, they both chuckled at each other. She could clearly hear her mother let out a deep sigh. This was probably the first time in her life. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Zifeng ran over to open the door. Outside stood a middle-aged couple and an old man, all wearing patched clothes. Who are you looking for? Jiang Zifeng curiously looked at the man who resembled his father. Lu Qingyao stepped forward to take a closer look. He seemed somewhat familiar. She remembered that the Jiang family had a relative in Jiangzhou who was her husband's cousin. She had only met him once after marrying into the Jiang family. Her mother-in-law said that this cousin had poor character and often bullied them when they were alone, but after her husband became successful, he would often come to ask for help. Her mother-in-law had to assist them several times, but after a falling out, they had no more contact. The middle-aged man had some features like her husband, but he was far from handsome, looking like an ordinary farmer. He had a slight limp. His eyes were bright and clear, unlike the lowly character her mother-in-law described. "Brother, please come in." Lu Qingyao tried to greet him. "I didn't expect you to remember me, but I can't accept being called brother," Zhang Yunhu said coldly, entering with the old man, followed closely by the woman. He glanced at Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Ziyan, and when he saw the mess in the yard, he frowned slightly. After all these years, he finally decided to come back. But where was their successful father? Was he too afraid to return? "Brother and sister-in-law, please come inside." Lu Qingyao felt a bit awkward after pointing out the kitchen right away. After Jiang Yunhu sat down, he looked around the room. Everything was just as it was before his cousin left, still only a set of old tables and chairs, with a few paintings. The only difference was that the room was clean and tidy. However, once they sat down, the two kids had nowhere to sit and stood awkwardly to the side. Jiang Zifeng thoughtfully stepped forward to pour water for the guests. "This is your uncle and aunt." Lu Qingyao introduced her two sons. She had never met this cousin's wife, Lu Yunyang, only heard a little about her. All matters concerning her husband's family were managed by her mother-in-law, and she had never interfered. The husband and mother-in-law say what they want, and she never questions it. In her eyes, no matter how much conflict there is between the two families, the bond of blood cannot be erased. Moreover, no matter what the mother-in-law says about the Jiang family, it always raises doubts. The two brothers stepped forward to greet, saying, "Uncle and Aunt, how are you?" "No need for such formality. We cannot accept your family's greetings." Jiang Yunhu waved his hand to dismiss the children's gesture. The tea on the table remained untouched. He got straight to the point. "This is Uncle Fu, the village head of Taoxi village. I asked him to come today to witness this matter." Witness? Lu Qingyao thought to herself that she had never had any interaction with them. She watched as Jiang Yunhu took out a stack of slightly worn yellowed paper from his pocket and laid it out on the table. He sighed, saying, "Since Jiang Yunze and his mother do not wish to acknowledge us as their poor relatives, we will not force ourselves upon them. However, debts must be repaid. It is only right. No matter how high a position he holds, debts must be settled." Debts to be repaid? Lu Qingyao was shocked. She had never heard Jiang Yunze mention this matter. Who owed whom? It needed to be investigated, but since they were new arrivals, they had to keep a low profile and observe. Seeing her confusion, Jiang Yunhu assumed she wanted to avoid repayment and looked somewhat displeased. "I never expected Jiang Yunze and his mother to be so ungrateful. Otherwise, I would never have lent them money in the first place." At this point, he didn't want to say much more. He just wanted his money back. As for climbing the social ladder, he had long given up on that dream. To those wealthy families, the amount was insignificant, but to his family, it was a lifesaver. Even a small portion of it would be enough for them to eat for a year. He continued, "I have tried to visit your family several times in the past, but I was turned away by your doorman. I had no way to seek justice and had to endure it. Now that you are here, please have your husband repay the money he owes, and from now on, let our families go our separate ways." Lu Qingyao was confused and asked her son to bring her the IOU to look at. It really was Jiang Yunze's handwriting. The amount borrowed, along with the date, was clearly written. It didn't seem fake. "Mom, it totals 110 taels of silver." Everyone looked in surprise at Jiang Ziyan, who had just spoken. The young boy had quickly scanned the document and calculated the total. Lu Qingyao pressed her lips together. Her son had a remarkable talent. He could remember everything he read and had already memorized the 4 books at a young age. He was also good at math. He was her pride and the hope for the Liu family's future. However, 100 taels. To her past self, that was nothing. A single piece of jewelry was worth more than that. But now, she had very little silver left. Elder brother, is Yenner's calculation correct? Yes, it is, Jong Yun-hoo said, wide-eyed as he looked at the little child, who was only 7 or 8 years old, but already so impressive. Uncle Fu nodded in approval. Even the village teacher couldn't calculate that quickly. Jiang Miao Miao lay in her mother's arms, sucking her finger while listening to the conversation, her eyes darting around at the others. She understood now that her mother had an ungrateful in-law. Her father had borrowed her cousin's savings to take an exam, and after succeeding, he turned his back and kicked him away. What an ungrateful person. No wonder her mother and brothers had come to this poor place. Seeing Lu Qingyao's dazed expression, Jong Yun-hoo grew impatient. Do you not believe me, madam? I believe you, Lu Qingyao snapped back to reality. Elder brother, I will repay this money. If it were in the past, 100 taels really wouldn't be much. But now, she needed to sell jewelry to repay it. Even so, she had to repay it, not just for her already disappointing in-laws, but also to plan for their future. It was important to settle down here first. As for making money, she would think of a way later. That's good. I will witness this today. Once you repay the money, there will be no further ties between our families. The village head was pleased. After all, she was a well-educated young lady from a prominent family, understanding and reasonable. Unlike her husband and mother-in-law, who forgot their roots after becoming successful, Jiang Yunza was the only one in the clan who held an official position, benefiting future generations. Lu Qingyao looked troubled and asked her son to bring out the silver. Elder brother, I only have 50 taels on me right now. Can I repay the remaining 60 taels tomorrow after I sell some jewelry? She had left the capital in a hurry with little silver, and after spending some on the way, she was left with only 50 taels. The remaining jewelry was a keepsake from her parents, and she was reluctant to part with it. Jiang Yun-hoo exchanged glances with his wife, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. All right, we'll come back tomorrow to collect the rest. I had heard that his cousin married a noble lady, but now this lady appears in this poor place. It's hard to believe. Although I'm worried we won't find anyone tomorrow, seeing the three of them looking so pitiful, with a little one in their arms and no servant, having to sell jewelry to pay off debts, makes me wonder if they are in some trouble. I wonder how Jiang Yunzo is doing? Never mind, I should find someone to ask about it later. Jiang Yunhoo took the silver and stood up to leave, but saw his wife still sitting there and pulled her gently. Lu Yunyang hesitated for a moment and said, Sister-in-law, are you planning to stay here, or just for a few days? Is she worried that she might run away? Lu Qingyao looked at the seemingly clever woman and replied, Sister-in-law, we plan to stay here long-term. Sister-in-law, I didn't want to say this, but since you seem educated and polite, I'll speak my mind. Yunyang, stop talking, the child is still waiting at home. Jiang Yunhoo interrupted her. Big brother, let sister-in-law speak. Lu Qingyao was also curious about what she wanted to say. Lu Yunyang pouted, Sister-in-law, do you know how my husband ended up with a lame leg? Lu Qingyao didn't respond. It was your husband and his mother who had someone hurt him. As Lu Yunyang spoke, she began to choke up. You saw it too. My husband is a good man. At that time, he saw them struggling, and Jiang Yunza, being somewhat talented, thought he shouldn't let talent go to waste just because of poverty, so your brother wanted to help them. Who would have thought that boy was deceitful, tricking my husband into thinking it was wrong to take his money for free, saying it was all a loan to be repaid later when he succeeded. Since he said it was a loan, my husband felt embarrassed to keep it to himself. Thinking he needed to go to the capital for exams, he gave him all his savings. And some of it was even saved by my father-in-law when he was a teacher. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that once he became successful, he would turn his back and not even show his face, having someone break my husband's leg? Can there really be such heartless people in this world? After Lu Yunyang finished speaking, she covered her face and cried. Jiang Miao Miao's eyes widened in shock, her mouth open, unable to control her drool. Her bad father really is a terrible person, a big villain. Lu Qingyao also felt a mix of emotions. If it were in the past, she would have thought they were slandering her husband. But after going through those events, she believed it. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to say that this matter had nothing to do with her. Sister-in-law, have you consulted a doctor? Can it still be treated? Mrs. Jiang, this matter does not concern you, so you don't need to worry, Jiang Yunhu said as he tried to pull his wife away. I'm not leaving. I haven't finished speaking. Lu Yunyang broke free from his grip and turned back, dragging a stool to sit in front of Lu Qingyao. Sister-in-law, logically speaking, besides the 110 taels of silver, we should also consider the money for medicine, as my husband is the pillar of our family. Look at him like this. How will our family manage in the future? Lu Qingyao smiled faintly, realizing it was about money. How much do you think is appropriate? If they didn't settle this today, it might lead to endless disputes in the future. 100 taels, Lu Yunyang blurted out. She felt she might be asking for too much. But then she noticed the shiny pearls in the noblewoman's hairpin, which must be worth several dozen taels. The medical fees for her husband, the travel expenses, and the money for her mother's medicine were all significant costs. Thinking this way made her feel justified. This was what Jiang Er owed their family. Jiang Miao Miao glared at Lu Yunyang, feeling frustrated. This woman was practically spitting in her face. And she wanted 100 taels? It was obvious she was trying to cheat her mother. Bad person. Bad person. Jiang Miao Miao felt a pang in her heart and suddenly burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. Startled by the baby's cries, Lu Yunyang stood up abruptly. My mother has no money.
Go.
All of you leave. You scared my sister. Jiang Zifeng shouted at her, clenching his fists. Lu Qingyao said, Elder brother and sister-in-law, please leave. I will personally deliver the money tomorrow, so there's no need for you to stay. Seeing this, Lu Yunyang stepped back behind her husband. Jiang Yunhu wanted to say something, but seeing the crying child and his sister-in-law and nephew ignoring them, he swallowed his words. Lu Qingyao held the baby and bowed to Uncle Fu, saying, Tomorrow, I will trouble the village chief to make another trip to witness this. Of course, no problem, madam, the village chief said, offering support. The two little ones were quite fierce. One was crying as if the sky was falling, and the other had wide eyes, looking like they could eat someone. Not easy to deal with. Jiang Yunhu's face darkened as he pulled Lu Yunyang out of the house. Why are you saying these things to her? My leg wasn't hurt by her, so how can I ask her for that money? Look at what we've become. What should have been a reasonable matter now seemed like they were bullying someone. Lu Yunyang felt wronged. Her husband, who had never scolded her before, was now angry with her over an outsider. She glared at Jiang Yunhu.
I'm just worried about you.
Why are you taking it out on me? Are you feeling sorry for her? Stop talking nonsense. You're getting more ridiculous. Isn't it true? Lu Yunyang shot him a glare, tossed her sleeves, and left pouting. Only then did Jiang Yunhu remember the village head watching them, feeling embarrassed. Uncle Fu, I'm sorry you had to see that. Tomorrow, if you don't mind, could you come by again? I have some good wine prepared for you to take home. Sure, it's no trouble at all. He was happy to drink wine without spending money. However, he realized today the difference between the daughters of wealthy families and the village girls. One person managing 3 children in such a house, facing challenges with calmness, truly showed grace. He spoke seriously to Jiang Yunhu, brother Hu, regardless of how Zij treats you, your sister-in-law is a good person, and those 3 kids are family. It's better to resolve conflicts than to hold grudges. I understand what you're saying. I'll make sure to help them out a bit. He wouldn't just ignore the money he had lent to his sister-in-law, especially after 10 years of trying to get it back. Jiang Miao Miao cried loudly and couldn't stop. Don't cry, little sister. The bad person has been chased away by your brother, Jiang Zifeng said, gently rocking the baby and patting her back to soothe her. Is Miao Miao hungry? Jiang Zian placed his sister's hand back in her mouth. She continued to cry. Jiang Miao Miao was indeed hungry. She hadn't eaten enough since she arrived. Hearing that her food was running out made her cry even harder. Lu Qingyao felt a headache coming on. This little girl was just hungry, and she herself hadn't eaten for almost a day. Where would she get milk to feed her? The bread they brought was almost gone. She had hoped the jewelry would last longer. Now, with the kitchen gone and money running out, things were getting worse. The sun was setting, and with the birds returning to their nests, hunting was no longer an option. What could they do? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from outside the door. "I'll go open it." Jiang Zifeng handed his sister to their mother and quickly ran outside, then brought in a little girl. The girl looked about 12 or 13 and was wearing a gray coat. "Andy, Dad sent me to bring you some food." As she spoke, the girl placed a bowl of noodle soup on the table. "Are you Jiang Qiaoer?" Lu Qingyao looked at the girl and immediately recognized her as her brother's daughter. The father and daughter looked very much alike. Jiang Qiaoer nodded obediently, walked over to her, and took out a small gourd from her pocket, handing it to her. "Auntie, this is goat milk. Dad told me to sneak it to my sister, but please don't let my mom find out." This was secretly taken from her father's food supply. If their mother found out, it would be a big problem. The next morning, the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking began to rise. Before dawn, Lu Qingyao handed Jiang Miaomiao to her two brothers and went out. When Jiang Miaomiao opened her eyes, she saw a blue sky with a few fluffy, white clouds floating by. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air. "Miao Miao is awake?" Jiang Zifeng poured warm goat milk from a small silver pot and fed it to his sister. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Miao Miao lay happily in the wooden basin, sucking on her fingers. It was the first time she felt so full and satisfied. After finishing, she watched her older brother practicing martial arts in the yard, moving gracefully, he. Her second brother, Jiang Zian, sat beside her reading, his young voice reciting, "Is it not a joy to learn and practice what you have learned?" Wasn't that from the Analects? Jiang Miaomiao alternated between watching her brother practice and her second brother read. She kicked her little legs and blew bubbles. Even though she didn't understand martial arts, she could tell her brother was very talented. He must be the legendary martial arts prodigy. Her second brother was even more impressive. He put down his book and began to recite. Reciting the great learning, the doctrine of the mean, the Analects, and Mencius all in one go. He sounded like a little monk chanting. His recitation lulled her to sleep. Reciting was even more soothing than telling stories. "Someone is coming. That fierce woman from yesterday is here." Jiang Miaomiao woke up from her dream. She was now very sensitive to the sound of that little bird. It sounded like a parrot, but even clearer and more pleasant. In any case, it was different from a human voice. Footsteps approached, and the door was knocked on again. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Miaomiao strained to look at her older brother, Jiang Zifeng, as he went to open the door. Unfortunately, as a baby just a couple of months old, her body was not under her control. Her second brother, Jiang Zian, picked her up and supported her little head. Lu Yunyang pulled Jiang Qiaoer and pushed the door open, then turned to scan the yard. "Where's your mother? She didn't run away, did she?" Seeing no one answer her, she walked over to the wooden basin and immediately spotted the silver pot inside. Her eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. She held it close, unable to let it go. Realizing something was off, she picked it up and sniffed it. She grabbed Jiang Qiaoer's ear. "You little rascal, how dare you trick me? I told you I knew you stole my goat's milk, and you still deny it. Now tell me, did your father send you to take it?" "I didn't steal it." Jiang Qiaoyan wiped her tears.
"Don't you dare lie to me."
Lu Yunyang suddenly grabbed a vine and was about to hit her leg. Jiang Zian quickly moved to shield his sister, afraid she would get hurt. "Aunt, please don't be rough." The vine Lu Yunyang had raised was tightly held by Jiang Zifeng. No matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't get it back. It was a bit embarrassing. The boy was surprisingly strong. "You little rascal, how I discipline my daughter is none of your business. Do you want to get hit too?" A woman and a little boy stood there, like two roosters ready to fight. They remained in a standoff for a while, neither willing to back down. Ahem, ahem. As Lu Qingyao returned, she saw this scene and cleared her throat a few times. "Zifeng, let go. You can't be rude to your elders." It was obvious to everyone that Lu Yunyang wanted to hit Jiang Zifeng, but she was being held back by his strong presence. Seeing her awkwardness, Lu Yunyang threw down the vine, adjusted her sleeves, and confidently said, "It's good that you're back. I just wanted to confirm if my chower took her brother's goat's milk. I don't know which little brat ate it. It wasn't stolen. I bought it from Chower." Lu Qingyao's expression turned serious as she handed Jiang Qiao 10 coins. Though she usually spoke gently, she could be quite stern when needed. "Sister-in-law, if you have nothing else, please invite the village head to your home. I'll feed the child and then return the money." "All right. I'll wait at home for you, sister-in-law." Lu Yunyang's previously gloomy face brightened, and she took her daughter home, glancing back at the silver pot as they left. Jiang Miao snuggled closer to her second brother. She wanted to find her mother. She needed her mother. The woman scolded her, calling her a little brat. "Is Miao Miao scared?" Lu Qingyao took the baby and saw her pouting, looking like she was about to cry. She looked so pitiful. She unbuttoned her clothes to feed her. Indeed, milk was the best comfort for the baby. After spending a month together, she felt that the little girl was very lively. Her big, sparkling eyes seemed to speak. Watching the cute little baby finish eating and look drowsy, she couldn't help but give her a kiss. Suddenly, all her tiredness vanished. "Yenner, put away the silver pot. Don't take it out when there are guests around." In the capital, this item was common among wealthy families, and it was not unusual to have a few. Some used it to hold milk or goat's milk, while others used it for brewing tea. It helped keep food fresh for longer. But to the villagers, it was a rare treasure, a shiny piece of silver. "Mom, let's bury it under the tree," Zhang Ziyan said as he went to find a hoe. "Okay, Feng or Yenner, you might have to endure some tough times with me for a while." Lu Qingyao called her 2 sons over. They dug a hole under the peach tree in the yard. They placed the jade pendants from their necks, the gold pig bracelets from their hands, and the green bracelet into a money jar and buried it under the peach tree. At that moment, Jiang Miao looked at the peach tree and felt it shining brightly. This way, there would be nothing valuable left at home, not even their clothes, which were now made of coarse cotton. Their mother looked quite like a village woman, a fair and pretty one. The 2 brothers seemed indifferent to gold and silver, caring only about one thing. "Mom, we're hungry." Lu Qingyao patted her sons' heads. "I'll return the money to your uncle and come back to cook. You 2 keep an eye on your sister." Then she took out a wooden box from her basket, along with 2 chickens, a bag of rice flour, a box of snacks, and some incense paper money. She handed the snacks to the brothers and took the wooden box outside. Jiang Miao guessed there must be silver inside. About an hour later, their mother returned, holding a jug of goat's milk and a few eggs. But Jiang Miao noticed that the silver hairpin in her mother's hair was gone. That night, the whole family had a hearty meal with fine rice, chicken soup, and egg custard. Jiang Miao also enjoyed a good meal of milk, lazily snuggling in her mother's arms, dozing off. Watching her mother divide a chicken leg in half, she placed one piece in her older brother's bowl and another in her second brother's bowl. In the end, the last 2 pieces returned to her own bowl, and she had to split the chicken leg into 3 parts. She had to admit, her mother raised her 2 brothers well. She wondered if her mother's cooking skills had improved. Anyway, her brothers seemed to enjoy the meal. Late at night, while Jiang Miao was dreaming about chicken legs, she was suddenly awakened by an annoying voice. "Jiang Miao, the weasel is here. It's going to steal your family's chicken." That bird was speaking again. Something always happened when it talked. Jiang Miao quickly opened her eyes and looked around. If she heard correctly, that bird said a weasel was coming to steal their chicken.
How could that be?
That chicken was meant for her mother to lay eggs for them to eat. She tried to poke her mother, but her little hand just tickled. Her mother patted her bottom and went back to sleep. Oh no! Jiang Miao forgot. She was just a baby. She started to cry loudly, finally waking her mother from her dreams. "Mommy is here. Mommy is here." Lu Qingyao, still sleepy, reached out to check if her little baby was wet. It was dry, no diaper change needed. "Is Miao Miao hungry?" she said, starting to unbutton her shirt to feed her. Jiang Miao Miao stopped crying and kept her mouth tightly closed. She wasn't hungry. She had just eaten an hour ago and was very full, even unusually spitting up a little. When babies go too long without food, they can easily overeat. And she was no exception. Is Miao Miao feeling unwell? Does your tummy hurt? Lu Qingyao became worried and checked her from head to toe, rubbing her little belly. Jiang Miao Miao was anxious too, waving her tiny fists. Mom, if you don't hurry, that chicken will be eaten by the weasel. Mom, I think I hear something outside, Jiang Ziyan said, his hearing very sharp. Lu Qingyao paused and listened closely. It sounded like a chicken clucking. They still had one hen left from the morning's purchase, saved for laying eggs for the children. Could there be a chicken thief? Stay here and watch your sister. I'll go check the chicken coop. After instructing her two sons, Lu Qingyao put on a coat and quietly stepped outside with her red spear. The three siblings watched with wide eyes. Their mother seemed ready for action. It doesn't feel like catching a thief. It feels more like getting into a fight. Although it's just a chicken, our family situation is quite worrying right now. We fixed the kitchen, bought charcoal, and got some blankets, clothes, and cooking utensils. The money my mother got from selling jewelry has mostly been spent on paying off debts. The items under the peach tree are probably gifts from my grandparents or my mother's dowry. We can't touch any of them. So, it seems our family really doesn't have much money left. Looking at my mother's delicate hands, they don't seem like hands that have done heavy work. This will be a big problem for burning charcoal and firewood in the future. Even though winter in the south is warmer than in the north, the humidity is high. Without charcoal, it can get so cold that it could freeze someone. Half an hour later, my mother came back. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on her. Mom, is the chicken still here? Through the dim candlelight, Jiang Miao Miao saw a strange expression on her mother's face, hard to read. It was unclear if she was happy or sad. Lu Qingyao pressed her lips together. Talking about strange things might scare the children. Having lived half her life, she had only heard of weasels stealing chickens, never of them bringing chickens. Mom, what happened? Jiang Ziyan, being observant, noticed the odd look on her face. I just went out and saw 2 big weasels. They didn't eat our chicken, but what? The brothers asked curiously. Jiang Miao Miao blinked her big, round eyes, eagerly looking at her mother, drooling. Her mother wiped her mouth with a cloth. The weasel didn't steal our chicken. Instead, it brought us 2 lively hens. Isn't that strange? Mom, are you joking with us? Jiang Zifeng didn't believe it. His mother's playful words couldn't fool him. The stories say weasels steal chickens, but they never mention bringing them. I want to go see. She started to get out of bed to put on her shoes. Lu Qingyao laughed and stopped him. All right, your mother is just teasing you. Go back to sleep, and don't mention this to anyone. Lu Qingyao gave a few reminders and tucked her sons in. Her 2 children grew up in the capital and had never seen a weasel. They had only gone hunting with their brothers a few times. Now that they were in the countryside, everything felt fresh and exciting. This is good. It makes life feel less difficult. But it's no wonder Feng Guo didn't believe it. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe such a thing. Although the yellow weasel is called the yellow god in folklore and is said to have magical powers, she absolutely does not believe it. It's all just a coincidence. Maybe the weasel stole some chickens from others and tried to steal from her too, but was caught in the act. It must be like that. Let's get you to sleep, meow meow. Lu Qingyao said as she picked up Jiang Miao Miao and gently patted her back. However, Jiang Miao Miao started to believe it a little. Ever since she was the only one who could understand the birds, she knew she had special abilities. But this ability was quite nice, as it mysteriously provided her family with extra food. The next morning, before the rooster crowed, Jiang Miao Miao was picked up by her mother for a feeding. Still half asleep, she noticed her mother was already dressed. After feeding her, her mother secured her to her chest and walked toward the kitchen. In the wooden basin, there were 2 large, plump chickens with big, white legs. Their feathers had been removed, and the strong smell of hot water filled the air. Jiang Miao Miao hated that smell and quickly buried her head in her mother's embrace. Lu Qingyao felt her little one's discomfort and gently patted her back. Meow meow, don't worry. We're going to put the chicken in the cellar, and then we'll have fresh chicken to eat every day. Jiang Miao Miao made some sounds and snuggled closer, finding a comfortable position to watch. She saw her mother rub salt on the chickens, chop off their heads and feet, and place them in a red clay jar, adding water to the jar's edge. Then, she went to the back kitchen, moved aside some straw to reveal a wooden board, and lifted it to uncover a small cellar surrounded by ice. After placing the jar inside and sealing it, Jiang Miao Miao couldn't remember when her mother had dug this cellar and stored ice. It must have been while she was asleep. There was a tall mountain near Qingstone town where it snowed when it didn't in other places, so that was probably where the ice came from. It was like an ancient refrigerator. No wonder her mother said they would have fresh meat every day. She had to admit, her mother was amazing at everything except cooking. Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit of admiration for her mother. After Lu Qingyao finished everything, she adjusted her clothes. It was still dark, and she planned to take her daughter back to sleep for a while longer. Looking down, she saw her little one gazing up at her intently. For a moment, it felt like her daughter knew exactly what she was doing. Jiang Miao Miao raised her tiny finger and gave her a sweet smile, saying, "Meow meow, this is our little secret. We can't tell anyone." Jiang Miao Miao blinked and responded with a playful sound. "Don't say it. Don't say it." The rooster crowed. The sky gradually brightened. Jiang Miao Miao had a good sleep and a hearty meal. Drowsily, she was taken outside by her mother. The carriage hadn't gone far when they met her aunt. Lu Qingyao greeted her first sister-in-law. "Are you also going to Qingshe town?" In the morning, the sunlight poured down. Light mist hung in the air, creating a dreamy scene. On the country road, a woman in a floral coat walked quickly with her head down. The patterns on her coat were faded by time. Lu Yunyang hung her head, lost in thought. She was startled by a shout from behind. Turning around, she saw Lu Qingyao driving the carriage towards her. The woman in the carriage looked so bright and lively. Even in a coarse cotton coat, her charm shone through. It was hard to imagine how graceful she must have been in the past. Lu Qingyao stopped the carriage and called out to the dazed Lu Yunyang, sister-in-law. Lu Yunyang snapped back to reality, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you going to Qingshe town?" "Yes, I'm going to buy some books for the children. And some fabric for clothes. Would you like to come along?" "Sure. I'd love to." Lu Yunyang was eager. Although it only took about an hour to walk from Taoxi village to Qingshe town, she wanted to experience riding in a carriage. Only the Lu family in the village had a carriage. Others either rode donkeys or used ox carts. How could she compare to her sister-in-law, who had saved 200 taels of silver and still had money to buy things? And books, too. The price of a book could feed their whole family for several days. Who said a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken? No matter how down on her luck her sister-in-law was, she was still living better than Lu Yunyang. The jealousy and envy in her heart were almost overflowing from her eyes. Lu Qingyao noticed and quietly made space for her. "Sister-in-law, come on up." Lu Yunyang sat down eagerly, wrapping her arm around Lu Qingyao's. Her face lit up with a genuine smile. "Are you comfortable, sister-in-law?" Yes, let's go." Lu Yunyang excitedly grabbed Lu Qingyao's arm. This was such a nice carriage. As a country woman, she had hardly ever ridden in one. Lu Qingyao let her hold on, feeling a bit differently about her sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, she is not someone who holds grudges. If it weren't for her greedy and stingy nature, she would be easy to get along with. At least she is straightforward, with her emotions clearly shown on her face. Interacting with her is much simpler compared to those noble ladies in the capital. Suddenly, I felt the atmosphere become quiet, so I found a topic to discuss. "Sister-in-law, are you going to Qingstone town to buy something or to do business?" Lu Yunyang's previously cheerful expression immediately dropped.
Oh,
"That pesky weasel stole 2 of my chickens last night. Now I have to buy 2 more, or my 2 kids won't have any eggs to eat." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao's smile froze on her face. She bit her lip and sighed. My chickens almost got stolen by a weasel too. There are so many weasels in Taoshi village.
Exactly.
Sister-in-law, you need to take good care of your chickens and not let that wicked weasel steal them again. Lu Qingyao's brows twitched, and she awkwardly nodded. Yes, yes. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Ziyan exchanged glances and began whispering in the carriage. Although they spoke softly, Jiang Miao could hear them clearly. Jiang Zifeng said, "Brother, do you think what mother said last night was true?" Jiang Ziyan rested his chin on his hand and nodded. Of course it's true. I saw chicken feathers this morning. Really? Jiang Zifeng sounded skeptical. He left with his brother. So how did he not see anything? Brother, would I lie to you? But we can't tell anyone about this, okay? Of course. Jiang Zifeng nodded, looking confused. Although he didn't understand why, he trusted his brother. Jiang Miao blinked. She actually wanted to roll her eyes at Jiang Ziyan. But as a little baby, besides crying, she could only smile. She seemed to lack that skill. She had seen her mother bury the chicken feathers in the ground last night. Where did her brother see them? If Aunt knew that their mother had killed her chickens, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Jiang Miao's little heart raced, feeling a bit guilty. What's wrong, sister? Are you hungry? Jiang Zifeng asked with concern. I need to go. Jiang Ziyan touched her little bottom. It was wet, and he had a hand full of it. He quickly handed the baby to Jiang Zifeng. Lu Yunyang heard the commotion, lifted the curtain, and saw Jiang Miao looking at her with a pout. She sighed, "Sister-in-law, your daughter is really beautiful, so lively and charming, even more so than you." Jiang Miao. Although she wasn't very good at giving compliments, it sounded nice to Lu Qingyao. Her impression of this sister-in-law improved a bit. After entering the city, Lu Yunyang separated from them, saying she was going to buy chickens and would wait at the city gate. Lu Qingyao then took her children straight to the largest bookstore in Qingshi town. Although it was called the largest bookstore, it was still smaller than the smallest one in the capital. She thought that in this rural area, there wouldn't be many good books. To her surprise, besides the 4 books and 5 classics, there were also historical texts like records of the Grand Historian and strategies of the warring states. There were also various stories and strange tales, but most were handwritten copies. Are you choosing books for the 2 young masters? The shopkeeper quickly approached, offering a copy of 1,000-character classic and Analects. Shopkeeper's son was good at reading people, especially scholars. Even though this family wore simple clothes and the woman had no makeup or jewelry, their demeanor didn't resemble that of country folk at all. Looking at the baby in her arms, with delicate features and bright, sparkling eyes, it was clear he was a clever child, very endearing. It seemed they might be from a fallen noble family. Jiang Miao smiled at him, which made the old man chuckle, and his gaze softened considerably. With his mood lifted, perhaps it would be easier for their mother to bargain later. What is your surname, shopkeeper? Lu Qingyao glanced around. Though small, the bookstore had everything. She felt something was unusual about this place. The old man humbly goes by Sunday. How do you price your books, shopkeeper's son? Lu Qingyao asked, taking the 2 books from his hands. Shopkeeper's son thought for a moment and offered a discount of 10 coins for both. It will be 180 coins for you, madam. Thank you, shopkeeper Sunday. I'll take a look around, Lu Qingyao said, carrying Jiang Miao as she walked around. She chose 3 books, Book of Rites, Spring and Autumn Annals and Records of the Grand Historian, and handed them to shopkeeper's son. I'll take these 3. After a moment, she added, and 1 copy of the 3-character classic. Shopkeeper's son's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Ziyan. At such a young age, they were already reading these books? Children in the town usually started school at 7 or 8 years old. Only after starting school did they begin to study the 4 books and practice writing. He heard the last person with such talent was a boy from a Jiang family in Taoshi village. Now I have been officially appointed as the Deputy Minister of Rights. Manager's son thought for a moment and felt it was unlikely. How could Lord Zhang's family be in such a remote place? Even if they returned, they should be coming back in glory. How could it be like this? May I ask, what is your surname, madam, and where do you live? Lu Qingyao was taken aback. Could she be recognized? Could it be that her husband owed money to someone else? Never mind. If it's meant to be, it will happen. My husband's surname is Jiang, and we live in Taoxia village. Manager Sun's eyes lit up. Do you know Jiang Yunza from Taoxia village? Lord Jiang? Lu Qingyao frowned slightly. Do you know this Lord Jiang, Manager Sun? No, I'm just an ordinary person. How could I know Lord Jiang? I have only heard of his name. I thought since you come from the same place and your husband shares the same surname, you might know him. Lu Qingyao tightened her hold on Jiang Miao and smiled. Our family came to Taoxia village to visit relatives. I have heard a little about this Lord Jiang. He is probably a distant relative, but we have never met. I see. Manager Sun seemed a bit disappointed and changed the subject. Looking at your two young boys, they can't be of age yet. Are they already studying these books? Lu Qingyao smiled. Please don't laugh, Manager Sunday. My son started learning early and has already finished the 4 books. He has begun studying the classics and the 3-character classic. Manager Sun glanced at the baby in her arms and shook his head. He must be overthinking. Then Lu Qingyao said, my little girl loves to listen to her brothers read, so I thought I could read the 3-character classic to her as a story. Jiang Miao. She loves to listen to her brothers read? Where did her mother see that? It's clearly very boring. She had only heard of starting education from a young age, not from infancy. Manager Sun raised his eyebrows. Such a small child, not even a year old. Are all the Jiang families so gifted? If he married a Jiang girl, would their children be smarter? Lu Qingyao looked at the pouting Jiang Miao and quickly comforted her. Miao, be good. When we get home, let your brother read to you, okay? Jiang Miao.
No.
I don't want to listen to stories. Jiang Miao waved her little fists in protest. Lu Qingyao then remembered the main topic. Manager Sun, how much are these books? 4 books for a total of 350 coins. Compared to the capital, that is much cheaper. Lu Qingyao confidently took out some coins for him. Shopkeeper Sun accepted them and thought for a moment. May I ask which famous teacher you have hired for the young master? As a bookstore owner, he always enjoyed making connections with distinguished scholars. Please don't laugh, but my son hasn't found a good teacher yet. For now, he can only read at home. Are there any renowned scholars in Qingshi town? Shopkeeper Sun smiled, his expression unclear. If you are looking for Mr. Cui, you might want to reconsider. What do you mean? Shopkeeper Sun guessed correctly. Lu Qingyao was indeed seeking Mr. Cui. Mr. Cui is quite old now and rarely sees visitors, let alone takes on students. You might not even be able to meet him. Thank you for the warning, Shopkeeper Sun. Lu Qingyao said, bowing slightly while holding her child. She actually could meet Mr. Cui. Years ago, her father had saved Mr. Cui from bandits when he returned to the capital. However, seeking a teacher through such a favor was not appropriate. Lu Qingyao thought for a moment. Are all the books in your store handwritten? There were also handwritten books in the capital, but many exam-related books were mostly printed with movable type. Shopkeeper Sun realized her background was impressive and chatted a bit more. Madam, you may not know that while movable type printing is convenient, it is quite costly. It requires a lot of rosin and wax, and skilled craftsmen are hard to find. And in our area, there are some scholars, but not many, so printed books don't sell well. That makes sense. Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Jiang Miao listened intently, feeling wide awake. It turned out that the era she had entered already had movable type printing. She could somewhat understand Shopkeeper Sun's perspective. In ancient times, printing was expensive, just like in modern times, where printing a book also incurs costs. If you print fewer copies, the cost naturally increases, making it unprofitable. Lu Qingyao looked at Jiang Zian thoughtfully. How much would it cost to have a book handwritten? Are you thinking of copying it yourself, or? Shopkeeper Sun felt he had asked too much. This child, no matter how talented, wasn't at the level of copying books. Being good at studying is one thing. Writing well is another. Do you have paper and ink here? Yes, of course, shopkeeper's son understood and brought her paper and ink. But Jiang Zian took them and began to write elegantly. He copied a passage from the Analects. Is it not a joy to learn and practice what you have learned? Is it not a pleasure to have friends come from afar? Sir, do you think my handwriting is good? Jiang Zian presented the written paper with both hands to Manager Sunday. Manager's son widened his eyes and exclaimed, Young master, although your grip is a bit weak, your strokes are lively and your writing is fresh and elegant. At your age, this is already quite impressive. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Jiang Zian bowed respectfully. Madam, for the young master's writing, I will offer 60 coins per book. What do you think? Manager Sun's eyes were filled with admiration. If only his own child could be as clever as him, he would surely wake up smiling from his dreams. For others, he could only offer 50 coins because he also had to provide ink and brushes. Paper is quite expensive. That sounds good. Thank you. Lu Qingyao noticed that Manager Sun truly appreciated talent. Before leaving, he casually mentioned, Mr. Cui will come to the bookstore on the 5th of every month to play chess and drink tea with me. The 5th of every month was almost a month away. Thank you for the information, sir. Jiang Zian understood and gave him a deep bow. This child is teachable. Jiang Miao heard Manager Sun's words and thought her brother might have a chance to be a student. We bought the books. Now let's get Foma a bow and arrow. Lu Qingyao smiled at the three siblings. Mom, can you buy me a piggy bank too?
Me too. Why do you want that?
Lu Qingyao got into the carriage, preparing to feed Jiang Miao. To save money, to buy good food for you and my sister. All right, we'll buy it all, and let's get some osmanthus cakes too. She couldn't believe her son could earn money on his own. It seemed she needed to catch up. Looking at her little girl in her arms, she felt even happier. The baby didn't cry or fuss during the journey, which saved her a lot of worry. As they drove away, they passed a fabric shop. Mom, is that Auntie? Why is she picking up scraps of fabric? Jiang Zifeng pointed at a person squatting on the ground inside the shop. They saw Lu Yunyang picking up the scraps and putting them into her bag. After finishing, she helped the shopkeeper clean the floor. Let's go to another fabric shop. Lu Qingyao bit her lip and, noticing Lu Yunyang wasn't paying attention, hurriedly drove the carriage away. Jiang Zian knew his sister was curious, so he lifted her high. Jiang Miao also saw the scene. For some reason, her little nose felt a bit sour. Didn't their mother just pay back Annie's money? Why is my aunt here picking up discarded scraps? Don't say anything when we go back. The two brothers nodded in agreement. And don't mention this to anyone, Lu Qingyao reminded her sons.
We understand, Mom.
We promise we won't tell anyone, not even Xiao Jia, they assured her, patting their chests. Lu Qingyao felt uneasy inside. Upon returning to Taoshi village, her dislike for her hypocritical husband grew stronger. They were all connected by blood. How could he be so heartless? He bought a piggy bank, bows and arrows, fabric, and osmanthus cake. By the time they reached the city gate, Lu Yunyang was already waiting there. She had 2 medium-sized chickens in her basket and was holding a cloth bag. Lu Qingyao didn't ask and Lu Yunyang didn't say anything. They traveled in silence. Jiang Miao was considerate and didn't cry or make a fuss. After eating and drinking, and with a fresh diaper, she was now sound asleep in her older brother's arms, as if riding in a rocking car. When they arrived at Taoshi village, the cart stopped, and she groggily woke up. She heard her mother and aunt chatting. Sister-in-law, I think this hen needs to be raised for a while before it lays eggs. Why not buy 2 bigger ones? The bigger ones are expensive, the smaller ones will grow up with care. I know what you want to ask. Are you wondering why, even after returning our money, the family is still struggling? Lu Qingyao remained silent, but was indeed curious about where the returned money had gone. Their current home had been neglected for many years, so it was understandable that it was a bit run down. However, her brother's house, where they lived every day, was not in any better condition. Everything was old and worn out. The only valuable thing was probably the milking sheep. Xiao Jie and Xian Go wore clothes that looked like patched rags. mended over and over. The floral cotton jacket her sister-in-law wore today was probably her best one, likely saved for special occasions. Lu Yunyang lowered her gaze. Your brother took that money to pay off debts. Lu Qingyao and her daughter were taken aback. Could it be gambling debts? Lu Yunyang sighed with a bitter smile. Over the past 10 years, we've spent a lot on your brother and your aunt's medical expenses, but there hasn't been much income. So, borrowing and owing has piled up over the years, and it's not a small amount. Is it paid off now? Not yet. There are still 20 taels owed to the landlord Lu. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard all these years. Lu Qingyao felt a bit emotional and gently patted her hand. 100 taels of silver is a significant amount for a farming family, but the high interest over the years is alarming. If it were necessary, they might hesitate to borrow that much.
What's so hard about it?
Country women live like this. During years of disaster, every family ends up in debt, but thankfully, we are almost done paying it off. Lu Yunyang said, turning her face away. The evening sun cast a golden glow, but the air was quiet. Only the occasional chirp of a bird and the sound of wheels turning could be heard. Sister-in-law, I would like to ask you for a favor, Lu Qingyao said. As you saw, I set the kitchen on fire on my first day back. I want you to teach me how to cook. That's not difficult at all. Lu Yunyang exclaimed confidently, slapping her thigh. I'm the go-to person in the village for cooking when someone gets married. No one has ever said my cooking is bad. I promise I can teach you in 3 days, she assured, patting her chest. Sister-in-law, I also don't know much about sewing, but I can draw flowers and birds. That's no problem. I'm one of the best seamstresses around here, Lu Yunyang said proudly. You probably don't know, but I spent a year or 2 in an embroidery room when I was younger. Sister-in-law, since that's the case, let me give you some payment. I can't let you teach me for free, Lu Qingyao suggested.
What are you talking about?
We're family, so there's no need for money. Teaching you to cook and sew a flower shouldn't cost anything, Lu Yunyang replied, a bit taken aback. Suddenly, she thought her sister-in-law was quite nice, even considering giving her payment. It was a shame she had poor judgment in marrying that ungrateful Jiang Yunza. All right, no need to mention it. Lu Qingyao smiled. Sister-in-law, I bought some fabric today as a gift. I plan to make 2 outfits for Qiao Jia and Xiange, but my skills aren't good enough, so I'd rather give it to you. Lu Yunyang hesitated for a moment. Although she wanted both the money and the fabric, taking money would surely get her scolded by her husband. Taking the fabric might be safer. Sister-in-law, I won't take the money, but you must accept the fabric, Lu Qingyao insisted, pulling out several pieces of fabric from the cart. Without giving Lu Yunyang a chance to refuse, she picked up a box of osmanthus cake and headed straight to her house. Lu Yunyang hurried after her. Little brother, does a mother know how to sew? Jiang Zifeng had a big question mark on his face. He had seen mother embroider a handkerchief for father. Although it wasn't very pretty, it was acceptable. Which noble girl in the capital couldn't sew? Even if mother didn't like it, her grandmother had hired someone to teach her before she got married. Brother, don't tell anyone. Mother said that to make aunt feel better about accepting those fabrics, Jiang Zian said as he lifted the curtain and looked outside. Jiang Zifeng nodded, somewhat understanding. Jiang Miaomiao watched this strange brotherly duo, as if Jiang Zian was the older brother. At such a young age, he was surprisingly perceptive. What are you looking at, Miaomiao? The second brother pinched her little face and stuffed a small piece of osmanthus cake into her mouth. It was sweet and flaky, but a bit dry. Cough, cough, cough.
She almost choked.
Don't give Miao Miao that. She doesn't have teeth yet, the eldest brother said, putting his finger in her mouth to take out the osmanthus cake. It almost made her feel sick. Jiang Miao Miao protested, waving her tiny fists and making little noises. It would be nice to have an older sister at home. These brothers were good, but they weren't very good at taking care of children. They were a bit clumsy. Before long, mother returned with a smile, holding a small jar of goat's milk. It quickly disappeared into Jiang Miao Miao's tummy. The little one had visibly gained weight over the past few days and was even trying to lift her head. In the next 3 days, Mother either learned to cook with Aunt or practice sewing. I must say, even though Aunt had rough hands, her embroidery was excellent. Mother drew patterns for her. Besides making them clothes, she also embroidered many handkerchiefs and sachets. Mother drew many designs, including plum blossoms, chrysanthemums, and double lotus flowers for adults, as well as tigers and rabbits for children. Almost all of them were currently popular in the capital. Sister-in-law, your embroidery is so good. Why not take advantage of the winter break to make more embroidered items to sell in Qingshi town? It could help with household expenses, Lu Qingyao said, handing her the drawn patterns. Sister-in-law, your skills are amazing. Your drawings are even prettier than those in the embroidery shop. With these patterns, my embroidered items will surely sell well, and I'll share half of the profits with you. Lu Yunyang gently stroked the patterns, unable to put them down, praising them repeatedly. She used to sell some handkerchiefs too, but they were all old-fashioned designs. The same patterns wouldn't sell a second time once someone had bought them. Not much money to be made. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Lu Qingyao and Jiang Zifeng stepped out under the moonlight. Before leaving, Lu Qingyao fed Jiang Miao Miao until she was full. The little baby, satisfied, was blowing bubbles and soon fell asleep. As they headed to the back mountain, she didn't dare to go too far, fearing that Miao Miao would be hungry if they returned late. Both mother and son were quite agile and moved quickly. In less than an hour, they passed through a dense forest and reached a mountain stream. The sky was gradually brightening. In the jungle, the stream flowed gently, and birds chirped happily overhead. At that moment, Lu Qingyao noticed that her daughter's little bird had followed them outside. She had seen a strange scene last night. A small baby. A bird. They looked at each other. The baby babbled at the bird. The bird chirped back at her. That moment gave Lu Qingyao the illusion that Miao Miao was talking to the bird. Now, the bird was chirping at her, and then flew ahead. Without hesitation, Lu Qingyao followed her son. The bird flew for a while, then perched on a tree branch ahead, looking back at them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing they had caught up, it flew a bit further. Then it stopped again, chirp, chirp, chirp. This repeated several times. Finally, they reached a water channel, where the bird stopped flying and stopped chirping. Next to the water channel was a patch of lush green plants. Lu Qingyao excitedly approached. Zifeng, come quick. These are all edible. This little bird was indeed quite special. Mom, can we eat this grass? Jiang Zifeng asked, pulling up a plant and examining it closely. He watched as his mother pulled up handfuls of the grass and placed them in her basket. The basket was almost full. Smell this, Lu Qingyao said, taking a plant from the basket and holding it up to his nose. It smells nice. Jiang Zifeng really liked the scent. It had a unique freshness. That's right, this is water celery. It grows in wet areas and can be used as medicine or in cooking. It helps clear heat, detoxify, and relieve dampness. But there's also a plant called poison hemlock that looks very similar, but it's toxic, has a foul smell, and its stem has fine hairs with broad leaves. Lu Qingyao added, placing the water celery back in the basket. Zifeng, don't get them mixed up.
Got it, Mom.
Jiang Zifeng nodded repeatedly. Great. We'll have green vegetables to eat today. A smile spread across the chubby face of the young boy. Although he loves eating meat, it doesn't taste good without vegetables. There is a book of herbs at home, which my grandfather said was given to my mother by Mr. Hu, the army doctor in his camp. Mr. Hu also mentioned that my mother has a talent for it and wanted to take her as a student. However, my mother was not interested and admitted that she had disguised herself as a man to enter the army camp. Mr. Hu then gave up on the idea. So, my mother doesn't know wild vegetables, but she does know about herbs. Lu Qingyao couldn't help but pinch her son's chubby cheeks. Mom, I'm not a little kid anymore. Can you please stop pinching my face? Jiang Zifeng pouted. His brother said his face was already round, and if she kept pinching it, it would become flat and look like a pancake. He might not be able to find a wife in the future. Oh, are you upset? All right, I won't pinch it anymore. Lu Qingyao laughed heartily with her hands on her hips. Her little boy was growing up.
Ouch.
Just a few steps outside, Jiang Zifeng tripped and fell hard. The fall startled the birds in the forest, making them fly away. Besides the little birds, there were also big ones. A large bird with a long tail and a beautiful blue neck appeared. The big bird made a clucking sound, cluck, cluck, cluck. From the bushes, one after another, they flew up. It seemed they had been frozen at night and were now struggling to fly slowly. Look, wild chickens. So many wild chickens. Jiang Zifeng was so excited, he almost jumped up, quickly preparing his bow and arrow. We're going to have meat. Wait. Lu Qingyao placed her hand on his bow to stop him. Zifeng, what do you see there? In the grass, several twisted feather tails were visible. It looked like there were more than just a couple. Counting them, there seemed to be 10 or more. The mother and son exchanged smiles and signaled each other to surround the area. They quietly approached the bushes. Aiming at the wild chicken's tail, they each grabbed one. After tying them up with string, they placed them in a basket, one after another. They managed to catch several. One of them was completely still, and Jiang Zifeng thought it was frozen. He tugged on its tail. Suddenly, the wild chicken struggled and broke free from the feathers.
And ran away.
He quickly dashed forward, tackled the chicken, and grabbed its feet, lifting it up. Grinning at his mother, he said, "Mom, I caught it." It was thrilling to catch a chicken by hand for the first time. The male had a long tail, while the female's tail was short. To catch some hens, she put in quite a bit of effort. After counting, she found 3 hens and 6 roosters. It was a lucky number. "Fonger, let's go home," Lu Qingyao said, carrying 2 hens and putting the rest in her basket, covering them with some branches and water celery. Once everything was packed, she started to head back. She could have caught a few more, but the basket was full. She was also worried about her 2 children at home. Whenever she left them, she felt anxious. Jiang Miao was hungry. When she opened her eyes, she saw a handsome little face. It was her older brother, Jiang Zian, staring at her with his chin resting on his hand. He looked nice. Seeing her awake, the young boy showed a bit of nervousness. Jiang Miao lifted her head and looked around. There was no one else in the room. It seemed their mother was not home. She didn't feel like complaining. Complaining wouldn't get her any milk. "Miao, be good. Brother will take you outside to get some sunshine," Jiang Zian said as he carried her to a cradle outside. The cradle was brought by their aunt and had been used by Qiaoer and Xiangur. It was a bit old, but it was still usable. It had some shells and little bells tied to it. When the wind blew, it made a pleasant sound. Jiang Miao nestled in her brother's arms, holding onto his clothes tightly. Her brother was a bit younger and thinner. She was afraid that he might drop her if he wasn't careful. Only when she was safely lying in the cradle did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Miao, brother will read to you. You have to be good." He kissed her cheek and took out a book. No, she didn't want to listen. She wanted milk. Jiang Miao pouted and cried. At that moment, all she wanted was milk. She didn't want to hear her brother read. Jiang Zian quickly picked her up and walked to the door. Usually when she woke up, she wanted milk right away. So crying now was already a big deal. They went to the door to wait for their mother. If that didn't work, he would have to go to their uncle's house to ask for goat's milk. After walking around for a while, they saw their mother coming towards them, holding a chicken and carrying a bow over her shoulder with a basket full of greens. Their older brother was jogging behind her, grinning widely. Jiang Miao cried loudly. It was said that crying children get milk. Seeing their mother quicken her pace and jog over, Jiang Miao reached out her little hand to greet her. But their mother surprisingly walked right past her. Without picking her up. She felt so sad. She cried out loudly, her voice strong. Lu Qingyao washed her hands, changed her clothes, and hurried over to hug her daughter. Seeing her little girl's flushed face and teary eyes broke her heart. She felt guilty for getting distracted by the wild chickens and almost forgetting the time, leaving her daughter hungry. Jiang Miao was eating seriously, closing her eyes and sucking away. Suddenly, she was startled by a noise from the basket. The basket tipped over, and several chickens rolled out. So many. Brother, let me tell you, I fell and landed in the chicken coop, and that's how I caught these wild chickens. Jiang Zifeng proudly recounted his fall. Jiang Zian looked at his brother with suspicion. In the evening, the mountain village was filled with smoke rising from every rooftop. The cold wind carried the delicious smell of meat far away, causing dogs to bark and children to cry. Inside her house, Jiang Miao Miao could hear the neighbor's child crying for meat. In her kitchen, a pot of wild chicken was simmering, bubbling away. The aroma of chicken wafted into the air. In her cradle, Jiang Miao Miao waved her hands and sucked on her fingers. It smelled so good. The wild chicken was tastier than the ones they raised at home, a true delicacy. She wanted a taste, but sadly, she didn't have any teeth yet. Her mother approached her with a bowl. Jiang Miao Miao felt excited. That bowl must be filled with chicken soup, right? She stopped sucking her fingers, swallowed her saliva, and reached out her tiny, wet hands, babbling for her mother to hold her. Lu Qingyao sat beside her daughter, took her finger that had been sucked on, and frowned. Miao Miao's fingers are so thin. Then she stirred the bowl and rubbed some of the contents on the baby's tiny thumb, making sure to cover each finger. Jiang Miao Miao felt her fingers cool and noticed they were green. As soon as her mother walked away, she started sucking her fingers again. Yuck. It was bitter. What did her mother put on her hands? Jiang Zian walked over with a smile. Mom, the chicken bile is really effective. Miao Miao won't suck her fingers anymore. Jiang Miao Miao. Just for sucking her fingers, they put chicken bile on her. Yes, if we keep applying it for 7 days, she won't suck her fingers anymore, her mother's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Miao Miao. 7 more days of this. She was worried. In ancient times, there were no pacifiers to help her get through the long and boring baby phase. Pouting her lips, she looked like she wanted to cry, but had no tears. A delicious smell of meat wafted into her nose. So tasty. Mom brought over some chicken and placed it in the center of the table. She sprinkled some wild onion into the pot. Each person got a bowl, with more meat than soup. Jiang Miao Miao also received a bowl, a plain white one. Mom held her in her arms and fed her with a spoon. So tasty. So fragrant.
Oh.
Is this rice soup? Maybe it was the lovely smell that made her think even the water was delicious. Jiang Zifeng finished his bowl, looked at Mom, then at his brother. Finally, he gazed longingly at the pot. There are 2 bowls left. You brothers can each have one, Lu Qingyao said, serving him another bowl, leaving one more in the pot. Mom, I like celery. You can have the chicken. Jiang Zian scooped out the last bowl and placed it in front of their mother. Brother, I'm full. You eat it. Jiang Zifeng pushed his bowl toward his brother. The wild chicken was tasty, but there wasn't much meat. They had sent 2 wild chickens to their older brother's family and gave a bowl to the neighbor, while still keeping a few. Life ahead would need careful planning. The 2 children used to have everything they wanted, with plenty of delicacies at every meal, never knowing hunger or cold. But now, even a small bowl of wild chicken had to be shared. Lu Qingyao felt a bit uneasy about it. While the charcoal fire was still burning, she went to fry 2 egg pancakes. It wasn't dawn yet. The whole family, except for Jiang Miao Miao, was up. Mom, Lu Qingyao, took an axe and went up the mountain. Older brother Jiang Zifeng was practicing martial arts, laughing. Second brother Jiang Zian was studying, reading, and writing. Isn't it a joy to learn and practice regularly? Jiang Miao Miao had her milk, made a mess, and went back to sleep. Whether before or after the time travel, she had a habit of sleeping in. Other babies woke at night and slept during the day. Her routine was fairly regular, which made things easier for Mom. After waking up, she was taken outside by older brother Jiang Zifeng to bask in the sun. Mom said babies should get some sun every day, especially their bottoms. So here she was bare-bottomed. How embarrassing. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knocking at the door. It didn't sound like uncle or aunt. The knocking was quite rough. The brothers exchanged glances. The second brother wrapped her up and held her close, while the older brother went to get their mother's red tassel spear.
Creak.
The door opened. A middle-aged man with a round face and big ears entered, looking arrogant. "Where is your mother?" The man was dressed lavishly in printed silk and wore a fur hat. A few young men followed behind. Seeing that Jiang Zifeng didn't answer him, one of them sneered, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Where's your mother?" "She's not home."
Who are you?
Jiang Zifeng stood protectively in front of his siblings, watching him cautiously. "When will she be back?" "I don't know." "Then I'll wait for her." The young man dragged a stool over to him. Jiang Zifeng and his siblings didn't dare to act recklessly and pulled 2 stools to sit far away. Jiang Miao Miao was too scared to make a sound, afraid of causing trouble for her brothers. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, their uncle and aunt hurried over. As soon as they entered, they greeted the man warmly. "Lord Lu, what brings you here?" Lord Lu glanced at him. "Jiang, what are you doing here?" "My siblings aren't home. If you have something to say, please don't make it hard for the kids." Jiang Yunhu looked at the 3 siblings, signaling them to go inside. "Blind man, are you deaf? Which eye of yours saw me making it hard for the kids?" Lord Lu stepped forward and pushed him. "Get out of the way, and mind your own business." Jiang Yunhu was much smaller than Lord Lu. When pushed, he stumbled and almost fell. Lu Yunyang quickly supported him. Lord Lu walked around the yard, and his eyes lit up when he saw the chicken coop. He ordered his men, "Go, bring me those wild chickens." As soon as he finished speaking, someone carried out the cage with the wild chickens. Jiang Zifeng dashed in front of Lord Lu, pointing his red tassel spear at him. "Get out! You can't take my family's chickens." "Oh, this little brat has quite the temper." Lord Lu stepped back a few paces, smirking, his face shaking with laughter. "Someone take this kid away." "That spear isn't bad either." 2 young men stepped forward to grab the spear, trying to take it from Jiang Zifeng. One of them pulled him back. Jiang Zifeng gritted his teeth, holding onto the spear tightly, not giving an inch. They were at a stalemate. Who would have thought the child was so strong? The entrance was filled with villagers, but no one dared to step forward. Jiang Yunhu stepped up to help, but Lord Lu pushed him aside. Jiang Miao Miao felt anxious for her brother. She shouted, "Mother! Mother, come back quickly." Suddenly, the people holding on to her brother knelt down. Jiang Miao Miao clearly saw that their legs were hit by sharp stones. Following the voice, they looked over. The villagers at the door parted, revealing a strong woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful and exuded confidence. On her left shoulder, she carried an axe, and perched on it was a rare bright red bird, watching the crowd with sharp eyes, just like its owner. The axe had some bloodstains on it. From the basket on her back, a pig's head was visible. A rather large and somewhat frightening pig's head. "Mom, you're back." Jiang Zian and Jiang Zifeng were overjoyed to see Lu Qingyao return. Jiang Miao Miao waved her small fists and made excited noises. Lu Qingyao slowly set down the basket and axe. She strode over to her son, took the red tassel spear from his hands, and aimed it at the landlord Lu. With just one more step forward, the sharp blade could pierce his throat.
Who are you?
"Why are you in my house?" Lu Yunyang, worried for her, reminded her sister-in-law, "He is Mr. Lu, the landlord from Taoshi village." Lu Qingyao dismissed it. "I don't care who he is." You. Please put down the spear, and let's talk calmly," landlord Lu stammered, stepping back a few paces. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. The letter from the old lady Jiang didn't mention that this lady from the capital was so fierce. Her fierceness was different from that of country women. She had an aura of someone who was skilled in combat. His instinct told him that this woman had blood on her hands. "Mr. Lu, speak your mind, or get out of my house," Lu Qingyao said sternly, her expression cold. Landlord Lu felt he had provoked someone formidable and gasped. He gently pushed the spear aside and said softly, "Mrs. Jiang, let's talk calmly. Please lower the spear." Lu Qingyao put away the red tassel spear and shot a glare at the person holding the chicken cage. The two hurriedly dropped the chicken cage and stepped back to stand beside landlord Lu. "Go ahead, say what you need to say and leave quickly. Don't delay my child's meal." Jiang Miao Miao looked at her mother, who was smiling at her. She felt as if her mother had transformed, radiating a powerful presence without being angry. But today, her mother was so impressive. Her mother was powerful. Landlord Lu bit his lip and gathered his courage. Mrs. Jiang, I'm here to collect a debt. Your husband owes me 300 taels of silver. Don't you think it's time to repay it? 300 taels. Jiang Miao Miao frowned deeply. If they had to pay that money, they would be left with nothing to eat. Cursed deadbeat father. Jiang Zian and Jiang Zifeng hung their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. Their father had once seemed like a great man to them. He had risen from humble beginnings to his current position, and his talent was undeniable. After experiencing all this, the kind father's image shattered completely. Their father really isn't a good person. He ran away after accumulating a huge debt and made their mother take the blame. What a failure as a husband, as a father, and as a person. When did he get into debt? Do you have proof? Lu Qingyao asked, somewhat skeptical. After all, she had borrowed money from her older brother first, so she couldn't help but believe it a little. 12 years ago. Lu, the landlord, took out a letter from his pocket, his hands trembling slightly. If this woman were an ordinary lady, she would have been worn down by now after spending time in Tox Creek Village. He thought that if he showed her the IOU, she would have no choice but to comply. But he and that person had both underestimated her. When Lu Qingyao opened the letter, she burst out laughing. It was indeed in Jiang Yun's handwriting, and the paper was quite old. Lu, the landlord, felt uneasy as she laughed. Do you know how to read, Mr. Lu? Lu Qingyao asked seriously, putting away her smile. I know a few words. Lu, the landlord, was confused by her question. What did knowing how to read have to do with collecting debts? Not knowing many words wouldn't stop him from counting money. Have you heard of Chengsenteng paper? Lu nodded. I've heard a little. He remembered hearing about it when he bought writing supplies for his son during his studies. It was said to be as smooth as an egg membrane and as pure as jade, expensive and only owned by nobles and famous scholars. Lu Qingyao looked at him with interest. Do you know that this IOU is written on Chengsenteng paper? Lu was taken aback. He could only blame his lack of knowledge. He thought the paper was nice, but didn't realize how special it really was. He wondered if that old woman was doing this on purpose, or if she was just as ignorant as he was about the paper. Lu Qingyao sighed with a wry smile. Mr. Lu, who instructed you to do this? What is your purpose? Lu looked at her with shame. Madam Jiang, you must have guessed it already, so why ask me? I was just forced into this. Today, I apologize for the trouble. I won't disturb you again. Before Lu Qingyao could say anything, he bowed and hurriedly left the courtyard, fearing that if he stayed any longer, she might get angry and cause him trouble. This was not something a man like him should interfere with. It was too embarrassing. The villagers, seeing there was no more entertainment, began to leave their yard. Sister-in-law, are you really just going to let him go? Lu Yunyang had never seen the landlord run away with his tail between his legs like that. Lu Qingyao asked, what kind of person is this Mr. Lu? Greedy and lustful, lending money. Lu Yunyang thought for a moment. Is there any news about forcibly taking women or anything like that? I haven't heard of such things. Lu Qingyao took Jiang Miao Miao from her son's arms and saw her looking at her with wide eyes. Her bad mood instantly vanished. She called her two sons over. Why aren't you thanking your uncle and aunt for their protection? The brothers immediately bowed deeply to Jiang Yunhu and his wife. Lu Yunyang felt a bit embarrassed and quickly helped them up. No need, no need. Jiang Yunhu smiled warmly. There's no need for that. We are all family. Hearing this, Lu Qingyao knew that the couple had already set aside their grievances. She said, Elder brother, I would like to invite the villagers of Taoshi village to a meal in the name of the Jiang family in the next few days. I would appreciate your and sister-in-law's help with the arrangements. During her time here, she had observed that there weren't many people in Taoshi village, only about 30 to 50 households. To survive in one place, it was important to understand the locals. Sister-in-law, you aren't planning to treat them with that wild boar meat, are you? Lu Yunyang exclaimed.
How could I?
Those people often mocked your elder brother, mocked our family's poverty. Some of those so-called villagers had even laughed at her husband for having a limp. Thinking about that basket of wild boar meat going to those people made her heart ache. If she didn't give it to them, her sister-in-law would at least share a portion with them. Sister-in-law, don't mind your brother's wife. She's just a bit short-sighted. I will definitely handle this matter well, Jong Yun-hoo said, glancing at his wife. He understood that his sister-in-law was supporting them. Their two nephews were not to be underestimated. Their family would eventually leave. Whether out of gratitude or intimidation, it would ultimately fall on them. Lu Yunyang was reluctant, but nodded in agreement. All right, I will help you with the meat. Before the winter snow season, it was the best time to cure meat. The little baby, well-fed, lay in her cradle playing with her small bell. Jingle, jingle. She looked up at the clouds drifting in the sky and the birds flying overhead. The birds landed in her yard, perched on the smooth peach tree. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jiang Miao Miao was amazed. Now she could not only understand the chirping but also the language of other birds, insects, and animals. Chirp was the name she had given to the little sparrow. At that moment, the bird was leisurely chatting with its companions, and the branches of the peach tree were full of birds. The birds chirped back and forth. Landlord Lu received a letter from an old lady named Jiang. Chirp. What does the letter say? Landlord Lu's silly son read the letter to him. The old lady asked him to collect a debt from Madame Jiang and wanted her to become a concubine. What else does the letter say? Chirp asked as it flew up and down from the branch. It said that Landlord Lu would ruin her reputation and that Madame Jiang couldn't return to the capital. Old Lady Jiang? Could she be the grandmother she had never met? Her mother's mother-in-law? That mean old lady was actually plotting against her mother. Jiang Miao Miao broke out in a cold sweat. She shivered, feeling warmth on her back. She had an accident. She didn't like sitting in wet clothes. It was smelly. She started to cry, looking for her brother. To change her, Jiang Ziyan and Jiang Zifeng ran over. Brother, have you noticed that Miao Miao is cleaner than other kids? She cries before she poops, and she cries when she wets her pants. Exactly. Xian is already 3 years old and still has a smell, but our sister is so sweet. Like milk. Jiang Zifeng picked up the wet Miao Miao. He even gave her a big kiss on her little face. Jiang Miao Miao stopped crying,
taking a deep breath. Ugh.
The smell. She could smell herself, yet her brothers said she smelled sweet. It seemed her brothers really liked her. With their mother away, the brothers skillfully changed her diaper, looking like two little experts at caring for a baby. After the villagers left, her mother took Auntie into the mountains, claiming they were gathering firewood. A few hours later, they returned. Auntie was all smiles, her eyes nearly sparkling. They put down their baskets, removed the firewood on top, and brought out a pig's head and several large pieces of meat. Greasy meat. Such fat pig legs. Her mother had been hiding food. Lu Qingyao didn't know how to cure meat, so it naturally fell to Lu Yunyang. She hadn't seen so much meat in a long time. She was as happy as a child. After rubbing salt and spices on it, she hung it in the attic to dry. Looking at the beams, with strings of cured meat hanging down, everyone wore happy smiles. Jiang Zifeng's eyes squinted with joy. Jiang Miao Miao clapped her little hands happily, babbling away without making much sense. Lu Qingyao prepared some fresh meat to treat the villagers. The rest was put into a pot to render fat. During the break, while rendering, the two sisters-in-law started chatting. Jiang Miao Miao lay in her mother's arms, listening intently. This was one of her few interests now. Trapped in a motionless baby body, her modern soul felt quite uncomfortable. Every day, she either listened to the birds or gathered information about the outside world from her mother and brothers. The information was really limited. Sister-in-law, what's the deal with that IOU? Why did the landlord Lu run away after hearing about that Qingxin paper? Lu Yunyang was curious and finally had the chance to ask. Jiang Miao Miao was curious too. Lu Qingyao smiled. Qingxin paper is now worth almost 100 taels of silver per sheet. Zifeng's father has some, but is reluctant to use it. Using this paper for a loan note from 10 years ago would be ridiculous. She didn't tell Lu Yunyang that this matter was related to her mother-in-law. It was too embarrassing. But Jiang Miao quickly understood, combining what she had heard from the birds earlier. It was probably that ignorant old Madame Jiang who saw her useless father's collection of old Qingxin paper and thought it was discarded. She must have found someone to imitate her son's handwriting, leading to such a spectacle. What a foolish woman. No wonder everyone says to gain more knowledge. It's true. It was like a major setback for her. Clatter. The spatula in Lu Yunyang's hand fell to the ground, her mouth wide open. 100 taels of silver for a piece of paper? Is it made of gold? Can it be eaten or drunk? She found it unbelievable. Lu Qingyao smiled silently. She had learned how to get along with this sister-in-law. This reaction was quite cute. Lu Yunyang asked, "Sister-in-law, that IOU is forged, right?" Yes, Lu Qingyao nodded. Not even Zhang Yunze, let alone the landlord Lu from 10 years ago, could buy this paper with money. Lu Yunyang sighed. The person who bought the paper must have had their brain kicked by a donkey.
Exactly.
They must have been kicked by a donkey. Lu Qingyao chuckled softly. Jiang Miao grinned as well. Sister-in-law, we only have wild boar and chicken at home. It might not be enough. Let's take the kids to pick some wild vegetables and catch some fish from the river. Lu Qingyao looked at the basin of water celery, worried. It still seemed insufficient. Sister-in-law, let's do the meat, prepare some bean rice, and catch some fish. As for the rest, your brother said. He has a plan. Lu Yun promised confidently. Seeing her assured expression, Lu Qingyao believed her. The two of them dried the wild boar meat, placed it in jars, and covered it with oil before sealing it. They pickled 2 jars. When Lu Yun left, she took 1 jar and a large pig trotter with her. On that day, a delicious meat aroma filled the small mountain village. The smell of fried meat wafted through the air, rich and strong. It made the village dogs bark wildly, and the children cry. Jiang Yunhu, limping, went from house to house to invite everyone. Aunt Zhang, my sister-in-law, is back with the kids. Tomorrow, we'd like to invite everyone for a feast. We have meat and rice, and if you have pickled vegetables or special dishes, please bring a plate. Sure, I just picked some sunflower greens. I'll stir-fry them and bring them tomorrow. The old lady smiled happily and gave her little grandson a big kiss, saying, Child, we'll have meat to eat tomorrow. Exchanging wild vegetables for meat is the best thing ever. Uncle Chun, my sister-in-law, is back with the kids. Tomorrow, we'd like to invite everyone for a feast. We have meat and rice, and if you have any drinks, please bring some. Uncle Chun, my sister-in-law, is back with the kids. Tomorrow, we'd like to invite everyone for a feast. We have meat and rice, and if you have any drinks, please bring some. Sure, I've brewed some mountain pear wine. I'll bring some tomorrow. In those times, in the countryside, when the harvest was poor, people often struggled to have enough to eat. Naturally, they wouldn't waste food to make alcohol. But they lived off the land and water, making wine from wild fruits. Even Jiang Mu, who usually stayed in bed, was carried by her son to Jiang Miao's house. At that moment, she was resting on a lounge chair in the sun. Jiang Miao lay in her cradle, watching her. The old lady had a kind expression. She reached out her rough hand, like tree bark, and held the baby's soft little hand. She smiled at the infant, revealing her toothless gums. Jiang Miao smiled back, showing her tiny pink gums. The two of them laughed together, creating a warm scene. The Jiang brothers thought of their grandparents. If they were here now, they would also be teasing and loving their little sister. Jiang Miao remembered her grandmother. In her memory, the old lady walked toward her, slightly hunched and unsteady. It seems that everyone has such a grandmother in their childhood memories. Some are kind, some are strict. Everyone was busy, including Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian. Cleaning, chopping wood, feeding the horse. Feeding Jiang Miao. She quickly drinks milk, and her mother makes rice porridge for her, feeding her every few hours. With her round little belly, she burps burp, burp. Uncle set up a temporary stove in the yard. The fire is burning brightly underneath. A large pot sits on top, simmering wild boar meat, bubbling away. Even with the lid on, the aroma fills the entire Peach Creek village. The sun is slowly setting. Villagers come, drawn by the smell. A long table is set up in the yard. One table for men, another for women. Lu Qingyao was worried there wouldn't be enough food, but she saw that each villager came in with a plate of dishes or a bottle of wine. She smiled happily. The table is filled with various wild vegetables, some boiled, some stir-fried, some cold dishes. There's mulberry wine, mountain pear wine, and plum wine. Also, small fish caught by Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian, now crispy and fragrant from being fried by Lu Yunyang. Before long, the long table is covered with dishes piled high. Lu Qingyao and her sons are amazed. They had never seen such a lively village feast. The hosts only prepared meat and staple foods. Everything else was brought by the guests. A way to save money. The children drooled with excitement, sneaking their hands out to grab food, only to be swatted away with chopsticks. With a shout of, "Let's eat," the little ones cheered. Jiang Miao Miao lay in her mother's arms, her eyes darting around, looking everywhere. So many people, so many heads. Everyone who entered took a moment to glance at her and compliment her. Some even brought her gifts. A doll that their child had played with, a small wooden horse, a necklace made of snails, and little bamboo animals. I must say, these villagers are quite kind. Her mother didn't have time to wipe her hands, so she started sucking on her fingers again. Lu Qingyao asked, "Why didn't the Lu family come?" "Jiang, madam, have you heard? The landlord's silly son is getting married. He originally wanted to marry the third daughter of Zhang Yuanwei in town, but she absolutely refuses." Lu Yunyang whispered to Lu Qingyao. The one speaking is Aunt Wang, the village gossip, who also plays matchmaker. Lu Qingyao nodded in understanding. The villagers were buzzing with conversation. "I heard that although Miss Zhang Sand is a concubine's daughter, she is beautiful and skilled in needlework. Many families in town want to marry her, so why would she be interested in Lu the Fool?" "Exactly, every family wants a daughter. She's just a concubine's daughter. Why is she so picky? Is she some kind of fairy?" Someone from the men's table remarked. Laughter erupted in the courtyard. "Could it be that Miss Zhang San wants to be a government official's wife?" Aunt Wang said, "You're right. She has her eyes on the youngest son of manager's son from the bookstore. He just passed the scholar exam and has a bright future." Lu Qingyao's family, who had been focused on their meal, suddenly perked up at the mention of manager's Sunday. Manager's son looked like a scholar and had a close relationship with Mr. Cui, so he must have some background. Lu Qingyao turned to her sister-in-law, Lu Yuliang, and asked, "Sister-in-law, who exactly is manager's son? Do you know his background?" "I heard he was originally a guest of the Cui family. When Mr. Cui retired, he returned home and opened a bookstore in town," Lu Yuliang replied, having heard it from her husband. Her life revolved around daily chores, and she didn't pay much attention to such matters. But her husband liked to read and taught Xiao Jia how to write, so she picked up some information. The crowd asked again, "Aunt Wang, did the Zhang family send you to propose a marriage?" "Not really, but manager's son isn't interested in their family. He said his daughter-in-law doesn't need to come from a noble family, but she must be educated and well-mannered." "That's true. The Sun family is well-educated, so they wouldn't want a concubine's daughter who lacks knowledge." "Aunt Wang, which family did the landlord Lu finally send you to propose to?" I can't say. Aunt Wang glanced at Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao felt confused by this. She looked down at the baby in her arms, who was smiling at her with her gums showing. Shaking her head, she thought she must be overthinking it. The baby was still so young. That night, Jiang Miao Miao had a red face, curled up, and cried loudly. Her stomach hurt. It was gas. It must have been caused by overeating. She was too full. Oh no! There were no emergency services in ancient times, and she felt awful. Fortunately, her mother was experienced. After her mother gently rubbed her little belly, it seemed to hurt less. Her two brothers heard the commotion and got up to help. Following their mother's instructions, they pulled some fragrant herbs from behind the house, lit a stove, boiled some water, and fed it to Jiang Miao Miao.
Puff, puff.
Jiang Miao Miao felt much better in her stomach. She was more comfortable now. After a long night of fussing, the whole family slept until dawn without waking up. Knock, knock, knock. The door was being knocked on. Lu Qingyao held Jiang Miao Miao and went to open the door. When she opened it, she saw Lu Yunyang and her daughter standing at the door with red eyes. Lu Qingyao was surprised. Come in, let's talk inside. Once inside, Lu Yunyang grabbed Lu Qingyao's hand. Sister-in-law, you have to help me talk to Xiao Jia. Lu Qingyao asked, what happened? Mr. Lu sent Aunt Wang to propose, wanting Xiao Jia to marry his son. I think this marriage is good, but Xiao Jia refuses to agree. As Lu Yunyang spoke, she tried to pinch her daughter's ear, but Lu Qingyao stopped her. Jiang Miao Miao looked up at her cousin Xiao Jia, who was only about 12 or 13 years old, and was already being talked about for marriage. To her surprise, that old man had his sights set on Xiao Jia. Thinking of the scheme between Mr. Lu and Grandma Jiang made Jiang Miao Miao feel sick. He was so old and had so many young wives. His son was a bit slow. How could someone from such a complicated family be suitable for Xiao Jia? If she went into that situation, she would probably be left with nothing, and was also so confused. Why would she push her daughter into such a dangerous situation? Was it greed or ignorance? What did your brother say? My husband disagrees. Lu Yunyang tugged at her handkerchief. Lu Qingyao sighed. Sister-in-law, how can you think this is a good match? Isn't it? The Lu family's son is the only child, and the family will eventually pass to him. If Xiao Jia marries him, she will become the head of the household. Lu Yunyang had truly been afraid of poverty for years. If her family could be a bit better off, she wouldn't want to marry Xiao Jia to a slow-witted man. But Xiao Jia is only 12. She has many years before she is of age. Lu Qingyao couldn't understand. They said that in the countryside, girls got engaged early. There were even child brides. But this seemed too early. They were still just kids. Lu Yunyang patted her daughter's head. She's not small. In Qingshi town, many girls of 12 or 13 are already engaged. Even Miss Zhang is only a year older than Xiao Jia, and she's already being courted. Lu Qingyao felt a bit helpless. This was the local custom. She couldn't change it. But the Lu family didn't seem like a good place to go. The landlord Lu has such high standards that he can consider Qiao'er. Perhaps it's because Qiao'er can read, and he wants to annoy Zhang San's daughter from their family. Also, his son is not easy to match with a good marriage. And lastly, he might be interested in the connection with Jiang Yunze. Even if they don't have much interaction, he can use that connection to act powerful outside. Sister-in-law, everyone says Lu's son is foolish. Are you really willing to entrust Xiao Jia's future to him? At this, Jiang Qiao'er cried even harder. Looking at her mother with determination, she said, Mother, Aunt, I won't marry. I would rather die than marry him. If you keep pushing me, I will go to the temple and become a nun. If you won't marry, do you expect your father and me to support you for life? Lu Yunyang was shocked that her usually obedient daughter would say such things. Angrily, she reached out to pinch Jiang Qiao'er's ear. You little rascal, have you grown wings? Sister-in-law, let's talk calmly and not resort to violence. The girl's strong spirit surprised Lu Qingyao. She pulled Xiao'er aside and positioned herself between them. She asked Jiang Zifeng to bring her some tea. Elder sister-in-law, the girl is grown up and has her pride. Only then did Lu Yunyang calm down. Jiang Miao Miao lay in her mother's arms, babbling. She had praised her aunt a few days ago, but it turns out she is a bit confused. Hopefully, her mother can wake her up. Lu Qingyao said, Sister-in-law, may I ask how much betrothal gift Lu's family offered you? 100 taels of silver. Lu Yunyang thought that was a lot. Very few families in the area could offer such a gift. Most families could only give 20 or 30 taels at most. When Jiang Yunhu married her, he only gave 5 guan as a betrothal gift. The main reason for Xiao Jia marrying into Lu's family was that it was close, allowing her to support her family in the future and see her daughter often. Of course, she couldn't share this with her sister-in-law. Lu Qingyao, unfamiliar with rural customs, thought that if the elder sister-in-law was marrying her daughter just for that 100 taels, she could not agree. Sister-in-law, how much do you really know about the Lu family situation? Have you considered why he is willing to offer such a betrothal gift? I know. He has 10 concubines and 15 daughters. Jiang Miao Miao babbled.
It was something Jiao said.
Jiao has a strong network of birds here. In every household, there are always a few birds flying around, hopping up and down. Do you think they are just playing?
No.
They are all spies, watching from the shadows. Lu Yunyang thought her sister-in-law wanted to help her, so she began counting on her fingers. More than half of the farmland in Taoshi village and the water channel behind the Lu family's house all belong to them. They also have a cloth shop and a grain store in town. Of course, there were many things she didn't know. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so moved. I'm not talking about that. I'm referring to the situation in the Lu family's inner quarters, Lu Qingyao said, speaking from experience. She understood better than anyone that for a woman, the real struggle begins after marriage. She and her son had survived until now because of hard lessons learned. Lu Yunyang was speechless. She knew there were many concubines and daughters in the Lu family, but she hadn't investigated how many exactly. Sister-in-law, you might want to inquire further. I know. A weak voice came from Jiang Qiaoer. There was a sister in the village who was very close to her, and she was the 10th concubine of the Lu family. She had been sold by her parents for 20 taels of silver and often complained to Jiang Qiaoer. Aunt, Mr. Lu has 10 concubines and 15 daughters. 5 of the daughters are already married, and among the 10 remaining, the oldest is 10 years old, and the youngest is just 1. Miss Lucy's husband is a poor scholar and is almost entirely supported by the Lu family. Lu Qingyao felt a chill run down her spine. With 3 women involved, how many dramas would unfold? Her mother-in-law must have been weak. Otherwise, how could she allow a married concubine and her husband to live in their home? Sister-in-law, you heard how complicated the Lu family's inner quarters are. In a place with so many women, how could there be no conflicts? Moreover, with 10 unmarried daughters, they will need to prepare 10 dowries. If the Lu couple were to pass away early. Of course, she didn't wish ill on anyone. But it's always good to be prepared. These matters will eventually fall on the new bride of the Lu family, and she might even have to help arrange marriages for her younger sisters-in-law. At this point, Lu Yunyang's eyes had lost all hope, and her expression was very grim. Or would the wife they spent so much money on end up working like a servant for the whole family? Lu Qingyao continued, Sister-in-law, have you thought about how a young girl like Qiaoer can manage those concubines? Without any support, how can she hold her position as the main wife? Lu Yunyang's face turned pale. I really hadn't thought that far. No wonder her husband didn't agree. Now it seems that no matter how wealthy the Lu family is, it feels like a pit of fire for Qiao Jia. I'm not going to push her anymore. Lu Yunyang murmured. But Aunt Zhang said that if she doesn't marry, her husband must repay the borrowed money within 3 days. In the past, Lu Qingyao could have managed this easily. But recently, she bought too much fabric and rice. Now, she really can't come up with the money. Sister-in-law, how are the embroidered pouches selling? I embroidered a dozen pouches and made 1 guan of money. Adding the hairpin you gave me and the leftover silver, it totals only about 10 taels, which is far from enough. Lu Yunyang counted on her fingers for a while. Jiang Miao Miao didn't expect that money in ancient times was so hard to earn. She rolled her eyes and scanned the room. Her gaze landed on the wall. A piece of green bamboo caught her eye. Hee hee. Jiang Miao Miao looked at the painting and exclaimed. Her father's calligraphy and paintings. From her observations, calligraphy and paintings from this era are very expensive. A copy of the 3-character classic costs 50 to 61. That's enough to buy a chicken. Moreover, this painting was done by her father, who is an official. It should sell for at least 10 or 20 taels. Jiang Miao Miao stretched out her small hand, calling out excitedly. Her eyes were fixed on the wall. Lu Qingyao followed her gaze and saw a painting of green bamboo. She felt a surge of joy. How did she not think of this? This little one is truly her lucky star. She kissed her on the cheek. Turning to Lu Yunyang, she said, "Sister-in-law, we have a way. If we sell these paintings, we can repay the money." Lu Yunyang was skeptical. Really?
Don't trick me, sister-in-law.
These paintings looked old and even a bit faded. Can they really sell for money? Of course it's true. You go find Aunt Zhang to refuse the marriage and come back tonight to get the money, Lu Qingyao advised her, stressing that this matter should be done quickly. The paintings Jiang Yunzhe created in the past were not as good as his later works in terms of technique. The ink and paper used were also very ordinary. But none of that matters. What's important is that they were all done by Jiang Yunzhe. But she wondered if his paintings were worth anything in this rural area. "Mom, I copied 20 books. I should be able to exchange them for 1 tael of silver. You can take that to trade for money for Aunt." Jiang Ziyan and his brother brought out the books. Lu Qingyao didn't say that the amount was too little or not enough to repay the debt. The children had good intentions. They would trade first and discuss later. Open the calendar. There are 2 days left until the 5th day of the 12th month. It's a good time to travel and make money. First, I will deliver the book and hope for good luck. Perhaps I will meet Mr. Cui. After sending off Lu Yunyang and her daughter, Lu Qingyao's family prepared to go out, as they were hosting a banquet for the villagers and their rice and flour were almost finished. They even had to butcher the old hen that laid eggs. They needed to buy a few more. Jiang Miao Miao didn't sleep well at night. Now, she was lying in her brother's arms, fast asleep. Her little mouth was slightly open, and drool was coming out. She was hungry again. Babies get hungry quickly. When she opened her eyes, she saw that old man smiling at her again. Jiang Miao Miao smiled back. "Madam, your daughter is very clever," praised Manager Sunday. "You're too kind, Manager Sunday. She's only 2 months old. What can she understand?" Lu Qingyao smiled modestly, thinking about how to bring up selling the paintings. After all, she had just told him that she didn't know Jiang Yunze. Now she was coming to sell his calligraphy and paintings. Wouldn't that be hard to explain? Manager Sun received the book copied by Jiang Ziyan and settled the payment. "Madam, here are 1,200 coins.
Please take it." "Thank you."
Lu Qingyao took the copper coins and handed some to her little son. "Yenzai, keep your own money." Manager Sun was not surprised. After all, the child could earn money, so it was reasonable for him to save it. Seeing that Lu Qingyao seemed to have something to say, he thought she wanted to ask about Mr. Cui. "Madam, I previously mentioned that Mr. Cui would come on the 5th, but now it seems he won't be able to make it."
"Why?"
Lu Qingyao and Jiang Ziyan asked at the same time. Unfortunately, as the new year approaches, young Master Cui has sent someone to bring the Cui elders back to the capital for the holiday. They will leave tomorrow, so he probably won't be able to take on a disciple. Manager Sun also felt regretful. This young master has such talent. If he could become Mr. Cui's disciple, he would surely have a bright future. I wonder if Mr. Cui will return after the new year? Lu Qingyao was most concerned about this. The main reason she traveled all the way to Qingshe town was to see Mr. Cui. It's hard to say. Mr. Cui's son is in the capital, and I heard that his second daughter-in-law just had a baby, so he is eager to go back and see them. Seeing the mother and son looking disappointed, Manager Sun quickly comforted them. "Madam, don't lose hope. Even if Mr. Cui doesn't return to Qingshe town, you can go to the capital to find him. I once mentioned this to the old gentleman. He also wants to meet the young master." "Thank you, Manager Sun." Jiang Ziyan glanced at her mother. Returning to the capital was impossible. The capital could no longer accommodate them. Lu Qingyao hesitated for a moment, then took out Jiang Yunze's paintings and calligraphy. "Manager Sun, could you please help me see how much these are worth?" She searched the entire house and found only 2 calligraphy pieces and 1 painting of bamboo. Manager Sun frowned slightly as he opened the artworks. "Madam, are you really going to sell these?" "Yes." Lu Qingyao didn't care how much they would sell for. As long as it could help her urgent situation, that was enough. She was just curious why Manager Sun didn't ask about the origin of the artworks. However, Manager Sun had his suspicions. He had inquired with servants from the Chui family in the capital and learned that General Liu Huayan's family had been punished and exiled. Now, only one daughter, who married out, remained. The Liu family's legitimate daughter married the Vice Minister of Rights, Jiang Yunze. It seemed that this lady before him was the unfortunate Mrs. Jiang. Madam, to be straightforward, although Master Jiang's calligraphy is popular among young scholars, these pieces have suffered some dampness due to improper storage, so the price will be lower. Manager Sun, please give me a price. Lu Qingyao didn't really know how much Jiang Yunze's works were worth. She didn't expect much. Even 20 or 30 taels would be fine. 100 taels. Manager Sun rolled up the scrolls. Madam, I can only offer 100 taels. Do you want to sell? Yes, of course. This surprised Lu Qingyao. She didn't expect Jiang Yunze's paintings to be worth so much in this remote place. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have thought much of it. But in Qingshi town, where ordinary families earned less than 100 won a day, this comparison made 100 taels seem like a fortune. Manager, can I have it all in small silver? Of course. Manager Sun noticed the joy on the family's faces and felt puzzled. How did the dignified wife of a vice minister end up in such a situation? Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian realized for the first time how valuable their father's artworks were. They regretted not secretly taking some out. But they were happier that Xiao wouldn't have to marry Lu the Fool. Jiang Miao Miao played with her little cloth doll, her eyes rolling around. She was unimpressed. When she calculated, her useless father's paintings were only worth about 30 taels each. If they were new works in the capital, they would probably be worth around 100 taels each. Not expensive. Not expensive at all. She had seen research that indicated in ancient times, ordinary paintings and calligraphy could range from dozens to hundreds of taels. As for famous people and paintings, they should cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. Father's skills should be above average. He received the silver. It seems that mother and my brothers have forgotten the regret of not being able to find a mentor. They bought a lot. Eldest brother and second brother each received 2 taels of silver. Eldest brother went to the blacksmith to get a sword made. Second brother bought new books. Mother spent 3 taels of silver to buy 1 stone of coarse grain and 2 stones of fine grain. She plans to fill the newly dug cellar at home. She also spent 300 coins to buy 6 hens. Before leaving, she went to the pastry shop to buy yam cakes. Jiang Miao Miao looked at her mother with bright eyes. Mother, what about mine? What about mine? Just because I don't have teeth doesn't mean I shouldn't get anything. Lu Qingyao pinched her little face and smiled gently. Miao Miao is still young. Mother will save it for you. Jiang Miao Miao pouted, unhappy. Mother, please buy a sheep for Miao Miao, then I can drink sheep's milk every day. Jiang Zian saw someone selling sheep outside the city gate. That's right, when Miao Miao no longer drinks milk, we can eat lamb. Jiang Zifeng looked at a few plump sheep, as if he saw roasted lamb. He was about to drool. Jiang Miao Miao. Jiang Zian stood on tiptoe, hugging his brother's shoulder. Brother, if you keep eating, you'll turn into a ball. Not at all. Jiang Zifeng rolled his eyes at him. Lu Qingyao spotted a fat ewe, with a few younger sheep nearby. Excuse me, how much for this ewe? The old man noticed her accent was not local and looked at her. The big ones are 6 taels each, the smaller ones are 3 taels each. Lu Qingyao casually asked, can it be cheaper? Forget it, it's getting dark, I need to hurry home. I'll let you have it for 5 taels. This sheep is really good, if you miss it, it will be gone. Cheater, cheater. He sells others for 3 taels. The little bird chirped on the sheep's back. Lu Qingyao thought it had chosen this one. So she happily agreed and took out the silver. Then I'll take this one. Jiang Miao Miao snuggled in her brother's arms, making little sounds. Mother, cheater. This person is a cheater. Scammer. Jiang Zifeng patted her back and said loudly, Mother, Miao Miao is hungry. Let's buy it and go home quickly. Okay, let's go. Jiang Miao Miao. The old man brought the sheep out of the pen and handed the rope to Mother. 1 hand for money, 1 hand for the sheep. Jiang Miao Miao's cries grew louder, and her mother quickly handed over the money. The little baby was anxious, waving her arms and legs.
Oh,
I'm too tired. Forget it, I won't cry anymore. I just lost 2 taels of silver for nothing. It hurts a bit. That amount could buy 30 or 40 chickens. Indeed, throughout history, there are always people who take advantage of others. Those greedy merchants. As dusk fell, the sound of the cart wheels echoed. Occasionally, a few crows cawed. Goo goo goo. Jiang Miao Miao was tightly held by her older brother and didn't feel scared. Mom, why do we have to wait until it's dark to go home? Jiang Zifeng asked. Jiang Miao Miao was also curious. In ancient times, there were no streetlights, and traveling at night relied on moonlight or lanterns. What if a wild animal appeared? That would be terrifying. Brother, do you want to be the center of attention? Jiang Ziyan looked at his silly older brother. His young voice spoke with surprising maturity. Look at those villagers at the entrance. After dinner, they always gather there. If they see all the things we have in the cart, they might spread the word about how much grain and chickens we bought and how many yam cakes we have. By then, people wanting to borrow money or food might trample our doorstep. Jiang Zifeng looked at his younger brother, who was 3 years younger, and used to hide behind him, calling him brother. He looked like a little adult, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Miao Miao was quite surprised, her toothless mouth wide open as she looked at her second brother. Isn't a 7 or 8-year-old boy supposed to be mischievous? How does he know so much? For a moment, Jiang Miao Miao even wondered if her second brother was just like her. The cart rolled to a stop at their doorstep. Lu Yuliang and her daughter had been waiting there. Seeing them return with a cart full of goods and a sheep tied to the back, they knew they had sold well. They hurried forward. Sister-in-law, how did it go? How much silver did you get? Sister-in-law, let's talk inside, Lu Qingyao said as she carried her daughter into the house. The brothers parked the cart in the yard. We got 50 taels of silver, bought some rice and flour, stocked up on New Year goods, and still have 30 taels left. So much. Lu Yuliang and her daughter widened their eyes in disbelief. If they had known there were 2 valuable paintings in this shabby house, they might have been stolen long ago. Luckily, the house was in poor condition, so no one had thought to take anything. Lu Qingyao took out 15 taels from her bundle and gave them to Lu Yunyang. Sister-in-law, please use this to pay back the landlord Lu. Don't borrow from him again in the future. Jiang Miao Miao looked at her mother. Wasn't it 100 taels? How did it become 50? She must be worried about scaring Auntie.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Lu Yunyang held Jiang Qiaoe and expressed her gratitude. We will pay you back as soon as possible. Sister-in-law, we are family, so there's no need to be polite. Take your time to pay it back. It's not a big deal. We need to pay back the landlord Lu first. Without thinking, Lu Yunyang probably only borrowed 10 taels at first. With interest, it had grown to this amount. Sister-in-law, we will head back now to pay Lu's family. Lu Yunyang didn't linger and pulled Jiang Qiaoe to leave. As they walked into the yard, they saw the 2 brothers milking a sheep. Lu Yunyang casually asked, Sister-in-law, how much did this cost? 5 taels of silver. What? Lu Yunyang walked over to the sheep, looking it over and touching it. Who would dare to cheat you? Cheated? Lu Qingyao was confused. Jiang Miao Miao lay in her mother's arms, listening closely. Lu Yunyang was furious. This sheep is worth at most 3 taels of silver. Trust me. Go get your money back tomorrow. That person might still be there. 2 taels of silver was not a small amount. She would have to spend a month stitching to earn that much. How could she let someone take it so easily? Sister-in-law, I will go with you to get it back tomorrow. How dare they cheat you? If I catch that person, I will break their legs. Don't be upset. I will go get the money back tomorrow. Lu Qingyao, who was initially annoyed, saw that Lu Yunyang was even angrier. It felt as if she was the one who had been cheated. Her frustration quickly faded away. Before leaving, the 2 mothers caught a chicken for them and brought some yam cake. That night, Lu Qingyao put the 3 children to bed early, planning to go to town at dawn. Maybe they could really get the money back. However, just as she fell asleep, she heard a strange sound at the door. Thud, thud. It didn't sound like someone knocking.
Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba.
Mom, it sounds like our sheep is calling. Could it be that the weasel has come again? Jiang Zifeng said, as he tried to get up. Lu Qingyao felt a tightness in her chest. They had just bought so many chickens. It couldn't really be a weasel, could it? He quickly got up and carried Jiang Miao Miao to the brothers' bed. Mom is going to check on something. You two take care of your sister. He put on a coat and left with the red spear. Jiang Miao Miao wanted to go too. She tugged at her second brother's sleeve, making little sounds. Jiang Zifeng held her close and gently patted her, saying, Miao Miao, don't be afraid. Your brother will protect you. Jiang Zian looked helpless. Miao Miao, it's cold outside. You can't go out. Jiang Miao Miao. Eldest brother cared for her, but it seemed like second brother understood her better.
Ba ba ba.
Ba ba ba. It sounded like many sheep were bleeding. Fomer, do you want to come out and take a look? Mom's lively figure appeared at the door. We want to see. Jiang Miao Miao made little sounds of excitement. Mom picked her up. Through the candlelight, Jiang Miao Miao saw her mother's smiling face. It seemed like a happy event. Could it be that the yellow weasel brought chickens to their home again? They arrived in the yard.
Sheep. So many sheep.
Ba ba ba. A large group of sheep surrounded a mother sheep. Jiang Miao Miao opened her mouth wide, counting in her mind, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 sheep. Her family had suddenly gained 8 sheep. It was unbelievable. Wasn't this just like the story of the old man losing his horse? When Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian came out to see, they stood there in shock.
Mom.
Where did these sheep come from? Jiang Zifeng ran into the yard, touching them. Soft fur. Warm to the touch. They were definitely sheep. It wasn't a dream. He picked up a little sheep and happily spun around. Jiang Miao Miao watched her brother and felt a bit dizzy. Jiang Zian looked at the sheep and thought they looked familiar. It wasn't that the sheep looked so special, but the number and size matched those he saw yesterday. Mom, are these the sheep from yesterday? I think so. The little ones probably followed the scent of the mother sheep. This was the most reasonable explanation Lu Qingyao could come up with. If she was right, it was likely that when the person took the sheep home yesterday, these little ones had sneaked away and followed the scent to find their way here. Mom, do you think that person will come looking for them? Jiang Zian asked, looking at his brother. He was worried that his brother might be too hopeful. It's hard to say. Lu Qingyao held Jiang Miao Miao and returned to the house. Let's all go to sleep. If the shepherds find out, they might come after us. But this is also good. If no one comes, the sheep belong to her family. If they do come, then the money lost can be recovered. In any case, they won't suffer a loss. For now, it's just a matter of waiting. Auntie. The rooster crowed. Morning had arrived. Lu Yunyang and her husband woke up early. They called on Aunt Wang and took some money to the Lu family. Aunt Wang walked along, trying to persuade them. Xiao's parents, why can't you see the truth? The Lu family is the richest in Taoshi village. If Xiao marries into their family, she will become the main wife and the future head of the household. She can also help support her family, right? Your house needs repairs too. Otherwise, how will Xian get a wife in the future? Lu Yunyang remained silent, her face serious. If she had heard these words a few days ago, she would have been very moved. But after listening to Lu Qingyao's words yesterday, she now found Aunt Wang's chatter very annoying and couldn't absorb a single word. She urged her husband to walk faster. Aunt Wang hurried to catch up, saying, I don't think Zhang Lar is reliable either. Look, so many years have passed, and the child is already so big. If he wanted to help, he would have done it by now. Lowering her voice, Aunt Wang continued, Xiao's mother, that woman living in the Jiang family's courtyard, is she Zhang Lar's wife or concubine? Why did she come back alone with the child? She doesn't seem to be living any better than us country folks. Was she sent away by Zhang Lar? Lu Yunyang, who had been silent and just wanted to return the money and leave, became displeased upon hearing this. She stopped and glared at her fiercely. Don't make up stories about people. My sister-in-law is the legitimate wife. She came back to see us and is bringing the child back to study. She learned about the studying part from Jiang Zifeng. She was curious, but her husband didn't allow questions, and her sister-in-law didn't say anything. There must be some hidden difficulties. Regardless of Jiang Lar, they recognized the sister-in-law as family. Lu Yunyang didn't want to fall out with Aunt Wang, so she said, "Aunt Wang, I am protective of my family. If I hear you speaking ill of my sister-in-law again, don't blame me for getting angry." All right. I won't say anything." Aunt Wang smiled ingratiatingly and tried to reach for Lu Yunyang's arm. She avoided her. "You should think more about Xiao Jie's situation. It really is a good match." As they were nearing the Lu family, Lu Yunyang didn't want her to keep talking. She stopped and looked at her seriously. "Aunt Wang, how much silver did you take from the Lu family? You know they have many wives. Do you really think Xiao Jie will have a good life there? Don't say such things again." Aunt Wang clicked her tongue. It was as if she didn't recognize Lu Yunyang. Just a day ago, she was all smiles. When she came to propose the match, her eyes were shining with excitement. When Lu Yunyang and her husband were repaying the money, the landlord's face was as dark as charcoal. He tightly gripped the silver in his hand, leaving marks on the ingots. He didn't expect to be refused. If it weren't for Jiang Xiao Jie knowing a few characters, he wouldn't have looked at that skinny girl at all. The landlord raised an eyebrow. "Jiang Xiao, you've borrowed this money for so many years. How can you be so naive to think it's still the original 15 taels?" Lu Yunyang was unhappy to hear this. "Mr. Lu, you said a few days ago that you would return 15 taels without interest. How can you go back on your word? What a joke. If we were family, I wouldn't charge interest, but now it's just business." Jiang Yunhu wasn't surprised. They always wanted to make things difficult before letting it go. So the 5 taels of interest that hadn't been mentioned before were now brought up. "Mr. Lu, is this settled now?" "Not at all. Several months have passed. It's no longer the same price. It needs to be increased." The landlord looked at him with a hint of mockery. Jiang Yunhu frowned. How much more? It had only been 2 months. He couldn't believe the man would ask for so much. 2 taels more. The landlord glanced at them. "Let's see how you handle this." Lu Yunyang suddenly stood up, glaring at him. "Mr. Lu, aren't you just bullying us? I will report you to the authorities." "And what if you do? You willingly borrowed this money. I didn't force you." The landlord laughed heartily. His cheeks shook with laughter. 1 tael of interest per month. How is that different from usury? Jiang Yunhu hadn't expected him to be so arrogant. "Mr. Lu, this is strictly forbidden by the court." "Then go ahead and report me." The landlord mocked without restraint. His daughter was the concubine of a county magistrate. A few taels of silver wouldn't make the magistrate lose face. Jiang Yunhu gritted his teeth. "All right, with this extra 2 taels of interest, all debts will be cleared. Master Lu, you must keep your word." "I will keep my word. Money is fine, but it has to be in front of the whole village." "Are you threatening me?" Master Lu's expression changed. Jiang Yunhu looked innocent. "I just want everyone to witness this." "Is that wrong?" Master Lu glared at him, teeth clenched. This matter needed to be made public. He couldn't let the village gossip about it. 1 tael of interest could easily be turned into several taels by their talk. Would he still be able to do business after that? Bah. Jiang Miao's family didn't go anywhere today. They were waiting for an opportunity. Lu Qingyao was in the front yard picking vegetables. Jiang Miao was held by her brother in the backyard watching the sheep. Children love the sound of sheep. Even though Jiang Miao wasn't a child inside, she was no exception. She held a piece of grass, swaying it back and forth. She babbled, "Come, eat grass." She wanted to feed the sheep. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was coming. The siblings ran to the front yard. Fortunately, it was their aunt, not the person buying the sheep. Lu Yunyang had promised last night to accompany Lu Qingyao to the town to collect money. She also wanted to share her troubles with her sister-in-law. Having to give away an extra tael of silver was making her feel quite distressed. Lu Qingyao listened quietly, but she wasn't surprised. This was also why she lent Lu Yunyang 15 taels instead of 10, fearing that Master Lu wouldn't let it go easily. Having more silver on hand was a precaution. As long as she could refuse the marriage and break free from the Lu family's entanglement, it would be fine. But with Lu Yunyang's greedy nature, she would probably have to save money for a while. Sister-in-law, don't be upset. Once it's paid off, we can live well and never owe anyone again. Lu Qingyao comforted her. The reason Peach Creek Village was so poor was likely because most of the villagers' earnings went into Master Lu's pockets. Hearing her words, Lu Yunyang felt a bit better. But she was still worried, sister-in-law, but I still owe you. No matter how greedy she wasn't the type to forget kindness or take advantage of others. Even if her sister-in-law didn't rush her, they still needed to repay it quickly. Seeing her like this, Lu Qingyao patted her hand. Sister-in-law, no rush. Take your time to pay me back. I won't charge you interest. You can borrow as long as you need. She didn't plan to ask her brother and sister-in-law to return it. But she was worried that getting money too easily might make them lazy. That would be a loss. Lu Yunyang suddenly stood up. Let's go. Sister-in-law, I'll accompany you to the town to find that shepherd. Today, she had spent money, and now her mind was set on getting back those 2 taels of silver. She was determined not to give up until she did. Sister-in-law, there's no need to go. I want to show you something, Lu Qingyao said, leading her to the backyard. Jiang Miaomiao followed along, being carried by her brother. She loved to see her aunt's surprised expression. It was always so amusing, as if her eyes might pop out.
This.
Where did all these sheep come from? Lu Yunyang exclaimed, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Jiang Miaomiao watched her aunt's mouth. In places where livestock were kept, there were always many bugs. Even in winter, it was no exception. A little bug flew around in front of her. It flew and flew, almost getting too close. Lu Yunyang snapped back to reality and glanced at Lu Qingyao with a puzzled look. She had seen her sister-in-law skillfully butcher wild boars before. Even if she didn't understand much, she knew her sister-in-law had some skills. A seemingly delicate woman had taken down 2 wild boars. One could imagine how strong she was. Wild boars often traveled in groups and were known for their aggressive nature, not weaker than bears. Seeing Lu Yunyang's expression, Lu Qingyao realized she was misunderstanding. It was a bit amusing. She explained, sister-in-law, these sheep came because they followed the scent of the ewes. The shepherd is probably looking for them right now. Lu Yunyang sighed in relief upon hearing this. She counted 8 sheep. They were small, but still worth 8 or 9 taels of silver. She took Lu Qingyao's hand and said seriously, sister-in-law, you shouldn't go to town for the next few days. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll go buy it for you.
Sister-in-law.
Isn't that a bit too cautious? Trust me, these sheep came on their own. It's the merchant's punishment, and we absolutely cannot let him take them back. Lu Yunyang said, her eyes sizing up each sheep, calculating how much they would be worth when they grew into fat sheep. Lu Qingyao smiled without saying a word, squeezing some sheep milk for her to take home. Now, not only the children could drink sheep milk, but the adults could too. There would be even more in the future. They could make cheese from it. And even better, they could create a special delicacy from the milk. After seeing the sheep, Lu Yunyang completely forgot her earlier unhappiness. However, one person was filled with anger. For many years, no one dared to cause trouble in his territory. The Jiang family was the first to do so. Landlord Lu took a silver ingot from his money and handed it to Aunt Wang. Master Lu, I can't accept this since I didn't accomplish anything. Aunt Wang said nervously, afraid to take it. His money was not easy to earn. Take it. I have other tasks for you, Landlord Lu said with a sly smile. Aunt Wang felt uneasy, but stepped forward to accept the silver. Please, master, tell me. Aunt Wang, do you know where Jiang Qiangzi got the silver? I heard from Lu that it was borrowed from her sister-in-law. The one from the capital. All right, I understand. Since the Jiang girl doesn't want to be a proper wife, let her be a concubine instead. Without her dignity, let's see how arrogant Jiang Qiangzi can be. Seeing Aunt Wang hesitate, he frowned. What are you waiting for? Do you think the silver isn't enough? He tossed another ingot to her. Aunt Wang quickly caught it, stammering, Master Lu, I'm just worried about Jiang Er's wife. After all, her husband is a high official in the capital. She realized that Jiang Er's wife was strong and protective of Jiang Qiangzi's family. If she found out, Aunt Wang feared she would face serious consequences. Why worry about her? Landlord Lu scoffed. She's a discarded woman, cast out by Jiang Er. She has no support now. I want to see how she can manage. Since that day he was humiliated, he had looked into it. The so-called lady minister was thrown out of the Jiang family and came to Taoshi village. She had no backing now. The minister's household had taken in a new concubine as a primary wife. It would be difficult for her to return. Aunt Wang perked up at this news. Does Master Lu know something? Landlord Lu stroked his beard with a mischievous grin. Just know that this Lu woman was abandoned by Jiang Er. The Jiang family has a new mistress now, and her family has been punished and exiled to Lingnan. Don't worry, she can't protect herself, so she won't dare to harm you. Once this is done, there will be a generous reward. He tossed her another ingot. Aunt Wang was thrilled. On the 7th day of the 12th month, the sky was gloomy with no sun. Lu Qingyao woke up early and started a charcoal fire. Jiang Miao had a hearty meal of milk. Of course, she now eats well every day. After returning to Taoshi village, her mother seemed much brighter. Although they mostly had plain porridge and simple dishes, there was occasionally some meat. Her mother had gained some weight and darkened a bit, but her complexion was better. Naturally, she also had more milk. Jiang Miao didn't even need to drink goat's milk. The leftover goat's milk was made into a sweet steamed dessert. This was a rare treat. Lu Qingyao made a bowl for herself, which was as white as snow with a light milky fragrance. Only Jiang Miao and her 3-year-old brother, Jiang Wenshuan, did not have any. They were babbling, wanting to eat. Lu Qingyao had no choice but to cook some goat's milk for the 2 little ones. Lu Yuliang finished it in a few big bites, still wanting more. Sister-in-law, how do you make this sweet steamed dessert? I want to make it for my kids when I go home. Boil goat's milk or cow's milk. Add sugar, filter it, let it cool in a shady place, then steam it with rice wine, and finally, it will set into a jelly-like dessert. Lu Qingyao glanced at Xian Guo and smiled. Sister-in-law, although there isn't much rice wine, it's still best not to feed it to children under 5. Lu Yuliang's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Earlier, while Lu Qingyao wasn't paying attention, she had given Xian Guo a few spoonfuls. No wonder sister-in-law didn't want the kids to eat it. It turned out there was rice wine in it. Seeing her son was fine, she finally relaxed. Lu Qingyao didn't expose her. Since there wasn't much rice wine, having a bite or 2 wouldn't be a problem. What a sister-in-law. She keeps trying to feed the kids everything without worrying about their stomachs. Sister-in-law, you can learn to make this. In the future, when our mother goats grow up and produce more milk, we can sell this sweet steamed dessert. In the capital, it can sell for 300 coins a bowl, and even in Qingshi town, it's still worth something. Maybe even more. This is a precious treat that ordinary people can't easily get. What? 300 coins? Lu Yuliang looked at her empty bowl in disbelief, wishing she could lick it clean. She felt like she hadn't just eaten dessert but a pile of big coins. So painful. Jiang Miao was startled by her exclamation and choked on her milk. Cough, cough, cough. She wet herself. Lu Qingyao quickly patted the little one's back. Lu Yunyang felt a bit shy and asked Jiang Qiaoer to help change the diaper. After changing it, Jiang Miao lay in her cradle, playing with her doll that Jiang Qiaoer had sewn for her. Ever since she rejected a marriage proposal, she often visited Jiang Miao's home to have Jiang Zian teach her how to read. Lu Qingyao was warming the diaper over the charcoal fire. It was a cloudy day without sunlight, so the little one's diaper had to be dried by the fire. Otherwise, it would be ruined. She couldn't bear to let that happen. Lu Yunyang was embroidering a handkerchief while Jiang Qiaoer was stitching a fragrant pouch. The 2 brothers, Jiang Zifeng and his younger brother, were studying. One was reading, and the other was practicing writing. Although Jiang Zifeng wasn't as talented as his brother, their mother insisted he learn too. Jiang Miao perked up her ears to listen to the chirping birds under the eaves. A group of birds gathered, chattering away. Lu Yunyang was also drawn in by their sounds. Sister-in-law, why are there so many birds at your house? Why not catch a few for the little one to play with? No, don't. Jiang Miao Miao shook her little head, making soft sounds. Don't catch them. Lu Qingyao smiled and said, Sister-in-law, Miao Miao already has one. She treasures the bird very much. Lu Yunyang looked at the chirping bird under the eaves and clicked her tongue. This sister-in-law was just too indulgent with her daughter. What could a 2-month-old baby play with? She meant to catch some for the older children to enjoy. Jiang Miao Miao thought her aunt was a bit noisy and waved her small hand toward the bird. She tugged at her older brother's sleeve and blinked her eyes. Jiang Zian glanced at the birds and then at Jiang Miao Miao, seeming to understand. He took her outside to see the birds. The little one quietly watched the birds. The birds were chirping and gossiping, their conversation broken and unclear. Jiang Miao Miao tried to piece together their words. They were talking about the Jiang family girl, referring to Qiao. They mentioned making her a concubine, and the Puji temple. What did it mean? Jiang Miao Miao still didn't quite understand but felt a bad premonition. She wondered what Lu the landlord and Aunt Wang were plotting this time. After holding his sister for a while, Jiang Zian found it hard to keep holding her and placed her back in the cradle. The once frail little sister seemed to have gained some weight. Her small hands and legs had little rolls of fat now. Sister-in-law, tomorrow is the 8th day of the 12th month, which is the day for the winter festival. The village custom is to hunt some wild animals for the ceremony to honor the gods and bring good fortune. But since we have raised some wild chickens at home, we don't need to go. We don't have to go? Lu Qingyao was worried the shepherd would come looking for them. They hadn't gone out much these past few days. She had planned to follow the local customs and hunt some game for the festival. It would also be a good way to prepare some cured meat for the new year. We don't need to go. Many people will be hunting in the mountains these days, and we don't need to join the crowd. Lu Yunyang had been reluctant to kill the 2 wild chickens she raised, wanting to keep them for the new year. But Jiang Miao Miao's family only had one left. No wonder people in the village talked about how Jiang's family always had meat to eat. Their children were all healthy and chubby. Naturally, some people envied them, while others felt jealous. Lu Yunyang would always say that her sister-in-law needed to nurse and couldn't eat meat, so how could she produce milk? Sister-in-law, the Puji temple in town holds a ceremony every year on the 8th day of the 12th month, offering 5-flavor porridge to the disciples and good-hearted people. We should go to the temple tomorrow to chant prayers and get some porridge. They say drinking this porridge can bring blessings from the Buddha, so we should go early. In the past, every year on this day, Lu Yunyang would wake up early and take her children to have a few big bowls of 5-flavor porridge. This way, they could save a day's worth of food. Although life was a bit better now, there was no reason not to take advantage of free food. Lu Qingyao looked at Jiang Miao Miao, who was trying to suck her fingers again, feeling a bit hesitant. It didn't seem right to bring a small child to a peaceful place like the temple, where they might cry or have accidents. Plus, she had heard that young children could see things that others couldn't, making it tricky to take them along. Sister-in-law, I think I'll stay home with the baby. Yenner and Fomer can go with you. That's fine. I won't take Xiangu either. I'll let his father watch him. The old abbot at Puji Temple knew Lu Yunyang's situation and always let her take some food home each year. Jiang Miao Miao felt a sudden familiarity with the mention of Puji Temple. Remembering what the bird had just said, she was startled. Sister Qiao can't go to Puji Temple. She can't go. That shameless landlord Lu wanted to take revenge on Qiao and ruin her reputation. Jiang Miao Miao became anxious, tears streaming down her face as she cried out loudly. What should I do? I can't think straight. How can I stop Sister Qiao from going to Puji Temple? It had been a long time since Jiang Miao Miao had cried like this. Lu Qingyao quickly picked her up, trying to comfort her with milk, but she wouldn't eat. She checked her diaper and rubbed her little belly. What's wrong with Miao Miao? Is she in pain? Jiang Miao Miao continued to cry. Lu Yunyang frowned and said, Sister-in-law, does Miao Miao want to come with us? The little girl suddenly stopped crying. December 8th, lunar December, the day of the Laba festival. The sky was still dark. When Jiang Miao Miao opened her eyes, she was already in her mother's arms. Her mother took a piece of cloth and tied her in front. She prepared cured meat, game, and drinks, placing them on a plate. Following Lu Yunyang, they honored their ancestors and made offerings. They honored the door god, the household god, the well god, the kitchen god, and the god of the center. After the ceremony, it was bright outside. The family got into a carriage to go to Pajizi Temple. The little girl behaved well on the way, but once they arrived at the temple, she acted strangely. She babbled and reached out to be held by Jiang Qiaoer. She cried if anyone else tried to hold her. Jiang Miao Miao felt quite tired but could only protect her sister in this way. She thought that as long as she stayed close to her sister, either her older brother or second brother would have to stay behind. That way, her sister wouldn't be alone. And just as she wished, both her older brother and second brother stayed to accompany them. Lu Qingyao also joined them. She came to the temple mainly to pray for her parents far away in Lingnan. Jiang Miao Miao and her siblings did not go inside, but wandered around the market outside the temple. Their mother gave them some coins, and they each bought a skewer of candied hawthorn. She even let Jiang Miao Miao have a taste first.
Yuck. So sweet.
Not tasty. The little one wasn't interested in the candied hawthorn. After a lick, she closed her mouth. Her eyes rolled around, looking everywhere. Only Jiang Ziyan noticed her unusual behavior and followed her gaze. 2 carriages were parked side by the road. The landlord Lu, whom they had seen before, got off with a young woman. The woman looked only a few years older than Jiang Qiaoer, but she had her hair styled like a married woman. She wore a satin coat and was adorned with gold and silver, looking quite wealthy. A boy around 15 or 16 got out of the back carriage. He was round and dazed, resembling the landlord Lu to some extent. He must be the rumored Lu fool. Seeing the candied hawthorn, his eyes lit up, but he was pulled away by the landlord Lu toward the temple. Halfway there, the woman spoke a few words to Mr. Lu and then walked toward them. Jiang Ziyan suddenly remembered who she was. She was the friend mentioned by Qiaoer, the landlord Lu's 10th concubine. Looking back at Jiang Miao Miao, the little girl's face was scrunched up. She nervously sucked on her fingers, watching the woman closely. Jiang Ziyan became alert. The older brother quietly followed Lu's father and son. A woman approached Jiang Qiaoer with a smile. "Qiaoer, are you here to drink the herbal porridge too?"
Saudi.
"You're here too?" Jiang Qiaoer replied with surprise. She was a bit taken aback. Old Master Lu never allowed the concubines to visit crowded places. Why was she here today? Did he want her to act as a mediator? Chen Zhaodi linked her arm with Jiang Qiaoer, glanced at the baby in her arms, and then at the Jiang brothers behind her. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. "Qiaoer, why do you have more younger siblings now?" Jiang Miao Miao felt something was off about this woman. "They're from my aunt's family." Although Jiang Qiaoer was happy to see her old friend, she was also afraid she would bring up the past. Chen Zhaodi chatted with her for a while. Jiang Miao Miao stared at her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. "Qiaoer, let's find a place to sit and talk privately, okay? I have good news to share." Chen Zhaodi lowered her voice and whispered in Qiaoer's ear, "I'm going to be a mother." Jiang Qiaoer widened her eyes in surprise. Chen Zhaodi was only 3 years older than her. She was going to be a mother already. Though her voice was low, Jiang Miao Miao heard her clearly. She marveled at how early women in ancient times got married and had children. They probably weren't even fully grown yet. "Qiaoer, aren't you happy for me?" "Of course, I'm happy. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations." Jiang Qiaoer replied awkwardly. Looking at Jiang Miao Miao in her arms, she felt a twinge of sadness. Perhaps she felt sorry for her friend. After all, Lu was older than her father. "Come on, let me hold the baby for a moment," Chen Zhaodi said, reaching to take the baby from Jiang Qiaoer. Jiang Miao Miao suddenly reacted. She tightly grabbed Jiang Qiaoer and wouldn't let go. Chen Zhaodi grew anxious and pulled a bit harder. Jiang Miao Miao burst into tears, wailing and looking at Chen Zhaodi with a pitiful expression. "Let go, you're scaring my sister." Jiang Ziyan stepped forward and pushed her away. Jiang Qiaoer also moved aside, comforting Jiang Miao 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 Miao. Be good, don't cry. Sister isn't going anywhere. Chen Zhaodi's face darkened, her brows furrowed as she glared at Jiang Miao Miao. She tightly gripped her handkerchief. Jiang Miao Miao cried out loud, but inside, she was overjoyed. Let's see how you cause trouble now. Zhaodi, you should go. My sister can't be without me, and I can't help it. Jiang Qiaoer remembered her mother's advice. Her mother told her not to associate with the Lu family, referring specifically to Chen Zhaodi. Since the last time Chen Zhaodi suggested she marry Lu Shotzi, she realized her good friend had changed. Chen Zhaodi, feeling helpless, stood for a moment. She noticed the little baby had stopped crying and wanted to say a few words to Jiang Qiaoer. However, as soon as she got close to Jiang Miao Miao, the little one started crying and shouting as if she were in danger. Chen Zhaodi felt embarrassed and quickly stepped back. Zhaodi, my sister is a bit scared of you. Just stay there and don't come closer, Jiang Qiaoer said, her expression falling. Her sister's hand was red from Chen Zhaodi's grip. She held Jiang Miao Miao's small hand, feeling heartbroken. She didn't expect someone who was about to become a mother to be so careless. Chen Zhaodi left silently with a gloomy face. Jiang Miao Miao finally relaxed. After crying so much, she wanted to sleep for a while. Just as she closed her eyes, she heard a familiar voice. Qiaoer, your mother fell down the stairs. Hurry and check on her. Jiang Qiaoer panicked, holding Jiang Miao Miao and pulling Jiang Ziyan to go inside. Here, I'll take care of the baby and your brother. You go. Aunt Wang reached out to take Jiang Miao Miao. The baby suddenly woke up, staring wide-eyed at her. She clung tightly to Jiang Qiaoer and burst into tears, crying sadly.
It was exhausting.
Just as one person left, another appeared. She cried until her voice was hoarse. What a hassle. Aunt Wang brought over a plump woman who reached out to take Jiang Miao Miao. Oh, the baby just needs some milk. Hand her over to me. Jiang Ziyan stood in front of Jiang Qiaoer and his sister, unable to push them away. He watched the two women warily. My sister doesn't take milk from strangers. Don't bother. If you come closer, I'll shout. Jiang Qiaoer then noticed something was off. Aunt Wang was acting strangely today. Her first instinct was that these two women were up to no good. She shouted to the crowd, help. Help. They've taken a child. They've taken a child. All the onlookers' attention immediately turned to them. They saw a young boy standing protectively in front of the little girl who was holding a baby. In front of the boy stood two elegantly dressed women. Little girl, where are your parents? Several kind-hearted people quickly gathered around. Jiang Qiaoer said, please help me call them in the temple. My mother is Lu Yunyang. Aunt Wang, seeing the situation, forced a smile and said, it's a misunderstanding. We are all from the same village. Suddenly, she felt something cold on her head. She wiped it away. Bird droppings.
Ah.
Stupid bird. Aunt Wang tried to run away, but was surrounded by people. Inside Pajizi Temple, it was solemn and peaceful, with wisps of incense smoke rising. Lu Qingyao and Lu Yunyang were in line to receive 5-flavor porridge. Suddenly, a young boy rushed in, calling for Lu Yunyang. He looked about 15 or 16, with a handsome face and dressed in blue. He was followed by a few other boys dressed similarly, all giving off a scholarly vibe. Lu Yunyang looked at the boy and said gently, I am Lu Yunyang. May I ask what you need? Madam, I am Sun Yenshu, a student from Donglin Academy. Your daughter asked me to find you. She's holding a baby and seems to be in trouble. She said someone is trying to abduct the child, and it's happening at the market outside Pajizi Temple.
You should hurry and check.
Before the boy could finish, Lu Qingyao dashed out. By the time Lu Yunyang realized what was happening, Lu Qingyao had already disappeared. She hurriedly thanked Sun Yenshu and followed after her. At the entrance of Pajizi Temple, a crowd had gathered. Lu Qingyao squeezed through and saw her son protecting the little chick, and then she looked at Aunt Wang. She understood everything. She reassured the children, it's okay, I'm here. When Jiang Miao Miao saw her mother, she stopped crying and reached out for a hug. Aunt Wang and the onlookers were stunned. This little girl must be clever. She was crying just moments ago, but when her mother arrived, she stopped. Lu Qingyao held her daughter, noticing her flushed face and tearful eyes, trembling in fear, which broke her heart. After comforting her for a while, Zhang Miao was still a bit scared, tightly gripping her mother's clothes. Aunt Wang and the other woman were quite strong. If they got aggressive, the two older children wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, her brother and Xiaoer were smart enough. When Lu Yunyang arrived, she heard Jiang Xiaoer recounting what had just happened and stepped forward, grabbing Aunt Wang by the collar. She angrily scolded, "You old hag, what do you want? Are you trying to deceive my daughter?"
No, no.
Aunt Wang, though sturdy, was no match for Lu Yunyang's strength. Like a little chick, completely defenseless. Xiaoer's mother, "You must have misunderstood. Don't listen to a few kids talking nonsense. I would never dare to deceive them." Jiang Zian stepped forward. "Annie, she even told Xiaoer that you fell down the stairs and got seriously hurt." Lu Yunyang, upon hearing this, slapped her hard. "You old witch! How dare you curse me? What are your intentions?" Aunt Wang, though in the wrong, refused to back down, and the two started fighting. But Aunt Wang was no match for Lu Yunyang. Her face was scratched with several bloody marks, resembling cat claws. Her hair was a mess, and all her gold and silver ornaments were scattered on the ground. Sitting on the floor, she cried and cursed, "Just wait. I will not let this go easily." She had wanted to mention the landlord Lu, but swallowed her words when she saw the warning look from the carriage in the distance. Lu Yunyang, surprisingly brave, had always endured for the sake of Qiaoer's marriage, never daring to offend Aunt Wang. But now, she had let it all out. After the fight, she felt very relieved. She asked Jiang Qiaoer to help her fix her hair. Jiang Miao watched the two women fighting, her little face scrunched up in worry. Her mother covered her eyes, not wanting her to see, but she insisted on watching. She saw her aunt, small in stature, on top of the strong Aunt Wang, tearing, biting, and scratching. Jiang Miao felt sorry for Aunt Wang. Women fighting is so scary. Jiang Miao shivered. Suddenly, she noticed a few people crawling out of the crowd, slowly approaching Aunt Wang. Taking advantage of the moment, they picked up the scattered gold and silver ornaments from the ground. Quietly retreating, a nearby plump woman kept her distance, afraid of being caught in the chaos. She repeatedly explained, pointing at Aunt Wang, "It's all her fault. I don't even know her. I just met her at the temple.
She
gave me 100 coins to feed that child." As she met Lu Qingyao's gaze, her voice grew quieter. Dropping the coins, she turned and ran away. Lu Qingyao didn't stop her. Seeing her eldest son, Jiang Zifeng, return, she shot a cold glance at Aunt Wang and turned to Lu Yunyang, saying, "Sister-in-law, let's go home." Her dear child had been crying for a while and must be hungry. The group left, and the crowd dispersed. Aunt Wang finally came to her senses and prepared to fix her hair and clothes. But when she touched her head, she panicked. "Where are my silver hairpins? Where are my gold earrings? My jeweled flowers?" She got up and searched everywhere. "Oh heavens! Who took my jewelry? Darn Lu Yunyang, I will report this to the authorities." Jiang Miao's carriage passed by, and they heard cries of despair. "Fenger, where did you go just now?" Lu Qingyao asked the person in the carriage. Jiang Zifeng thought for a moment and didn't notice anything unusual, but there was one thing that puzzled him. "Mother, it's strange. There is a storage room in the back of the temple. It looks ordinary from the outside, but inside, there is a separate area with a large bed. The inside is tidy, and the bedding looks new. I wonder who stays there?" Lu Qingyao's expression darkened upon hearing this. "How did you find that room?" "After you all left for a while, landlord Lu came. That pretty sister was chatting with Xiaoer, so I quietly followed Mr. Lu and Lu Shotzi inside. They didn't go to pray or drink the herbal porridge. Instead, they went to the back. I followed them and saw them go into that room. After a while, the girl came too. I don't know what she said to landlord Lu, but he slapped her. After they left, I dared to go in and found that separate area." Jiang Miao Miao blinked at her innocent brother. They were still young boys and probably couldn't understand the complexities of the situation. But their mother and Aunt surely understood. They heard Aunt cursing the Lu father and son, those wicked people, trying to tarnish our Chiao's reputation. I'll deal with that Chen Zhaodi the next time I see her. Lu Yunyang suddenly lifted the curtain and looked back at her daughter, warning, Jiang Chiao, if you dare to associate with Chen Zhaodi again, I will break your legs. Jiang Chiao bit her lip, clutching her handkerchief. With red eyes and a face full of grievance, she said, Mother, I understand. I will avoid her from now on. She felt scared just thinking about it. If she hadn't been holding a child at that time, she would have followed Chen Zhaodi. If she had gone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She looked at the little baby with gratitude. Suddenly remembering how her mother had acted earlier, she quickly reminded her, Mother, when you see Chen Zhaodi, just scold her a bit. Don't hit her. She's pregnant, and if something happens, Landlord Lu will cause trouble for our family. Lu Yunyang was still thinking about giving Chen Zhaodi a few slaps next time. But now she couldn't do that. She felt a surge of frustration. Jiang Miao Miao had no worries anymore. She cried until she was tired and ate until she was full. Now, she was sleeping soundly and dreaming sweet dreams. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian, despite not being very understanding, realized everything after hearing the conversation between Jiang Chiao and her daughter. They were now tightly clenching their fists, whispering and discussing something. Lu Qingyao said nothing and quietly drove the horse cart. That night, in Jiang Miao Miao's yard, there were 10 more chickens. Their feathers were scattered, but all the chickens were alive and well. Lu Qingyao didn't care whose chickens they were and decided to slaughter them all that night. She dug a hole in the back mountain and buried the feathers. Jiang Miao Miao found it unbelievable. She had only chatted a little in her baby language, and she didn't expect such an outcome. She liked her special ability more and more. Lu Qingyao and her family were busy all night and woke up late the next day. When they finally woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Of course, Jiang Miao Miao was the exception. She was trying to lift her head and roll over, but unfortunately, she didn't have enough strength and her body couldn't keep up with her mind. Lu Qingyao touched her little face and gave her a kiss. She was now very sure that this little girl was extraordinary. She had found a little lucky star. After feeding Jiang Miao Miao, she personally supervised her 2 sons in their studies and martial arts training. Jiang Miao Miao was surprised to find that her brothers had switched their studies for the day. The eldest brother was studying, while the second brother was practicing martial arts. Mom, can I not study? Jiang Zifeng asked with a sad face while holding a book. No, Lu Qingyao poked his book with a long stick. I don't expect you to achieve fame, but you must know how to read and be polite, and you should be familiar with military books. Mom, what about me? I want to achieve fame. Can I skip martial arts? Jiang Zian, who was in a horse stance, looked at her eagerly, sweat beading on his forehead. No, look at your small frame. Practicing martial arts is to strengthen your body. Otherwise, how will you protect your sister? Jiang Zian. He pouted and looked at his mother. For a moment, he even wondered if he was picked up like his sister. Jiang Miao Miao was completely awake. Would her mother also make her study and practice martial arts? Studying was fine. After all, girls didn't need to achieve fame, and she had a foundation, so learning a bit would still make her talented. But practicing martial arts was another story. They say you have to start young. It's tough. Just look at her eldest brother. He woke up earlier than the chickens and slept later than the dogs. Footsteps were heard outside. Before the person entered, they heard Aunt's voice. Sister-in-law, are you home? Why is the door not closed? Lu Yunyang pushed the door open with excitement. Sister-in-law, I have to tell you. The Lu family got their comeuppance. I heard that last night, a fox stole all their chickens, leaving only feathers behind.
Oh.
I can't believe that happened. That's amazing. Lu Qingyao smiled slightly. Isn't it? That fox really is something special. I think I should go pay my respects soon. After enjoying the misfortune, Lu Yunyang began to worry. But the landlord Lu is not someone to mess with. Both Chioer's father and I are worried that if his plan fails, he might resort to some underhanded tricks. Why do people like that even exist? Lu Qingyao patted her shoulder. Sister-in-law, let's keep Chioer from going out for now. She shouldn't go anywhere alone. Yes, we think the same. She can stay home to take care of her brother and help her grandmother. Suddenly, Lu Yunyang remembered something. She pulled Lu Qingyao aside and said, Sister-in-law, you should stop hunting for a while.
Why?
Lu Qingyao had been thinking about going up the mountain to catch some wild chickens and rabbits. It would be great to catch a bear or a white fox. Winter prey is plump and healthy, with shiny fur, and could be exchanged for some money. Once spring comes, animals shed their fur, and the pelts lose their value. Moreover, in spring, animals breed and rest, so hunting is not customary. If they don't store some meat now, the children might go hungry next year. They can't always rely on the fox to bring chickens. She felt fine about taking the Lu family's chickens, but not those from other families. Taking them would mean finding a way to return them. Lu Yunyang continued, the game on Lu's mountain has been mostly hunted out, and now they are eyeing other places. Recently, a villager caught a goose to use for his son's wedding. And guess what happened? Lu Qingyao eagerly asked, what happened? Before the villager could come down the mountain, the landlord Lu intercepted him halfway and claimed that the goose had flown from his mountain. The villager obviously disagreed and ended up getting beaten. Lu Qingyao slammed the table and exclaimed, how is that any different from being a robber? Lu Yunyang was startled. When her sister-in-law got angry, it was quite intimidating.
Little sister-in-law,
you are all alone without a man at home. You should avoid going up the mountain these days. You might run into that landlord Lu and get into trouble. If you want to pick wild vegetables, take me with you. Don't go alone, okay? Got it. Thank you for the reminder, sister-in-law. Lu Qingyao thought for a moment, then brought down 3 live chickens from upstairs, placed them in a basket, and covered them with some grass. She handed it to her, saying, hide these well so no one finds out. We can eat them in a few days. Lu Yunyang was overjoyed and picked up the basket to leave. Then she seemed to remember something and stopped, looking at her in disbelief. Little sister-in-law. Could it be that? She actually wanted to ask if her sister-in-law had done something sneaky. But she hesitated to ask. It felt a bit inappropriate. Lu Qingyao pretended to be angry. What are you thinking, sister-in-law? I just happened to see a group of foxes carrying chickens to the back mountain when I went to the bathroom last night, so I just took them. Oh, I see. Lu Yunyang smiled awkwardly, looking envious. You must have some divine protection, little sister-in-law. Chickens come to you, and you even find them while going to the bathroom. Even I get to enjoy the benefits. But have you seen my 2 chickens? Lu Qingyao was taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Yunyang to remember. She smiled sheepishly. It was just a coincidence. How could I find chickens every day? I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Lu Yunyang also thought her question was a bit silly. Little sister-in-law, I'll head back now. Remember, don't go up the mountain these days. Got it. Lu Qingyao saw her out the door. She regretted being soft-hearted and giving this sister-in-law some chicken. She almost gave herself away. Jiang Miao Miao waved her little fists, wanting a hug. Her mother was quite impressive. When telling a lie, her eyebrows didn't even move. She was happy that her mother didn't have to go out early and return late, finally able to stay home with her for a few days. She loved to sleep in her mother's arms. It was so comforting. But the next morning, when she opened her eyes, her mother was gone again. She didn't see her all day, and it was only when it got dark that she came home. This happened for 2 days in a row. She could only drink goat milk every day. When her mother returned, her basket was filled with wild herbs and vegetables. It was either wild rabbits or wild chickens. And she was all muddy. Her mother really didn't listen to advice. It was quite worrisome. Today's sunset is beautiful. The sky is colorful. Under the old locust tree at the entrance of Peach Creek Village, there were many stone stools. The stools were filled with people. The winter chill couldn't dampen their enthusiasm for gossip. Regardless of the season, villagers would always come out for a stroll after dinner. This spot became one of the quickest ways for villagers to get news from outside and relieve their fatigue. Originally, this was the season for winter hunting in the mountains. However, since landlord Lu had taken over the villagers' hunting grounds and game, even if they went up the mountain, they could only dig up some wild vegetables that Lu looked down upon. So, everyone simply stayed home. They finished dinner early and came out to chat at the village entrance. When they saw Aunt Wang carrying her little grandson, everyone looked at her with curiosity. Aunt Wang, what happened to you? We haven't seen you for days. What happened to your face? Aunt Wang found a crowded spot to sit and smiled at everyone. Oh, I just caught a cold and stayed home for a few days. The scratch on my face? That was from my cat.
Oh.
Your cat must be quite something. Everyone burst into laughter, knowing full well about her fight with Lu Yunyang that some villagers had witnessed. Aunt Wang didn't bother to explain further and raised her voice. You won't believe why Zhang Lair's wife is here, bringing her child to our little village. You know? Everyone looked at her suspiciously. You've been cooped up at home, yet you seem to know more than us? Curiosity was natural for everyone. They often said that those who succeed return home in glory. But Zhang Lair hadn't returned since his rise. Instead, he brought his wife and child back to suffer. It was truly puzzling. Even more astonishing was that Zhang Lair's wife dressed like a countrywoman, in simple homespun clothes, going up the mountain to dig wild vegetables and hunt. If nothing had happened, they wouldn't believe it at all. The only thing that set them apart from the villagers was that the whole family could read. In this area, those who could read and write were respected. So, the reason why the Lu family came to Peach Creek Village became the biggest mystery in the village. Aunt Wang raised her eyebrows. I heard it from Lu's cousin. He was in the capital recently, and the news has been spreading like wildfire. They say Zhang Lair's father-in-law embezzled military funds, and the whole family was punished and exiled. Although the Lu family wasn't directly involved, Zhang Lair sent them here to Peach Creek Village. After all, they are descendants of a criminal. We should keep our distance from them. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, all day long, they only heard the gossip of the villagers. After hearing this, their interest was piqued a bit more.
Was Lucy abandoned by Zhang Er?
Aunt Wang neither shook her head nor nodded. It's hard to say. I also heard that Zhang Er has a new mistress, a noble lady. They say she is the daughter of a high-ranking official, maybe even the daughter of a minister. It seems unlikely that this woman will return. Everyone exchanged glances. Most of them had attended Lu Qingyao's banquet, so they understood the saying about not biting the hand that feeds you. They didn't join in the gossip, but instead felt sympathy for her, especially her neighbors. I've seen wives being divorced, but I've never seen a child being sent away too. That little girl, Miao Miao, is so young. How could Zhang Er be so heartless? Who can say otherwise? Some didn't believe it. Aunt Wang, don't spread rumors. No one gets divorced and takes the child away. There's no such precedent in our Daqing country. Aunt Wang lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. You all might not believe it, but when Lu Shi first arrived, Master Lu wanted to support her and even thought about taking her as a concubine.
Look outside.
Everyone knew Lu Fugue, the landlord, had questionable intentions. Which widow in the village hadn't been involved with him? The sun was setting. Zhang Miao Miao still hadn't seen her mother return. She called out, wanting her brother to take her to look for her. The two brothers carried her to the village entrance, where they saw a crowd gathered, listening intently, unaware of their presence. Zhang Miao Miao didn't cry or fuss. She listened quietly. It was the first time she heard about her mother's past from others, and she was a bit shocked. Jiang Zifeng handed his sister to his brother. Fuming, he pushed his way to Aunt Wang. Taking her by surprise, he bit her arm hard.
Ouch!
A piercing scream echoed, startling the birds in the old locust tree to fly away. Aunt Wang winced in pain. The 5-year-old child in her arms nearly slipped from her grasp. She gasped, covering her arm and cursing, You little brat, why did you bite me? Are you a dog? Humph, old lady, who told you to spread rumors about my mother? Jiang Zifeng stood defiantly, glaring at her. Though he was small, he had a strong presence. Seeing it was a child from the Jiang family, the crowd quickly fell silent. Gossiping behind someone's back was indeed shameful. You little brat, your mother is a discarded woman. Why shouldn't people talk? Suddenly, Jiang Zifeng ran up, hugged her arm, and bit her before quickly running away. I'll make you pay for that. Aunt Wang's face twisted in pain. She put down the child and raised her hand to hit Jiang Zifeng. Despite being chubby, her older brother was very agile. Jiang Miao Miao wasn't worried at all about her brother getting hurt. When she saw Aunt Wang lunging at him, Jiang Zifeng sidestepped and tripped her.
Ouch.
She fell hard to the ground. The impact made the ground shake. Jiang Miao Miao waved her little fists, cheering him on. Go, brother, go. Everyone couldn't understand what she was saying, but they could tell she was excited. A few women came over to help the fallen woman and tried to calm her down. Aunt Wang, you're older now, why argue with a child? Kids can't stand to hear anyone speak ill of their parents. Zifeng just bit you. There's no need to get so angry. Bit me? Look at the damage. Aunt Wang said, trying to roll up her sleeve. She could clearly feel a chunk of flesh missing from her arm. It hurt deeply. But her thick clothing made it hard to roll up her sleeve. She would have to take off her shirt to see. In front of so many people, even if she had no shame, she couldn't do that. That little rascal had quite a bit of strength. But everyone thought she was just making a fuss. After all, wearing such thick clothes, being bitten by a child felt more like a tickle. How much could it really hurt? Jiang Zifeng's chubby face was glowing red in the evening light. Pouting, he looked somewhat cute. Someone couldn't help but pinch his cheek, saying, Zifeng knows how to protect his mom. He's a good son. Aunt Wang was so angry she gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and angrily left while holding her little grandson. The crowd at the village entrance gradually dispersed. When Lu Qingyao returned, she didn't notice anything unusual. The next morning, she didn't go up the mountain. For some reason, she felt a bit better. Holding Jiang Miao Miao, she decided to stroll around the village, reaching the big locust tree at the village entrance. Early in the morning, instead of cooking, the villagers had gathered to chat. When they saw her coming, the lively chatter suddenly stopped. In situations like this, it usually meant they were discussing something related to her. They didn't want her to hear. Lu Qingyao wisely turned around and went back. It was not yet time to reach home when Lu Yunyang caught up with her, linking arms with her and showing a face full of sympathy. Dear sister-in-law, don't be sad. Zhang Yunze is ungrateful. Look at Feng Ge and Yan Ge, they are both dutiful. Without Zhang Yunze, we can still live well. In the future, our children will succeed, and they may do even better than them. It's just that we can't return to the luxurious life we had before for now. You need to be more open-minded. Lu Qingyao felt confused. She vaguely guessed it was related to the gossip at the village entrance. Did sister-in-law hear something? Lu Yunyang was a bit surprised. News in the village spread quickly. What happened last night was known by almost everyone this morning. Didn't Feng Ge and Yan Ge tell you? Lu Qingyao shook her head. Jiang Miao Miao, sitting nearby, perked up her ears, listening intently. She had been with her mother for some time, but had never heard her complete story. She was very curious. Lu Yunyang glanced at Lu Qingyao to ensure she was not upset before continuing. Aunt Wang was spreading rumors yesterday, saying you were sent back to Taoshi village by Zhang Yunze, and that Lu Dezuyu wanted to take you as a concubine. Lu Qingyao's expression darkened. She had considered that coming to Taoshi village might attract gossip, but she couldn't worry about that now. She didn't expect someone would deliberately spread false rumors and twist the truth. No wonder her two sons had been as quiet as little rabbits last night, not daring to make a sound. But faced with such a situation, she couldn't just confront everyone to defend herself. The world was already unfair to women, especially to those who had been abandoned. If she carried such a reputation, life would likely become even harder, which would also negatively affect her children's future. Lu Qingyao said calmly, sister-in-law, don't listen to their nonsense. Zhang Yunze did not divorce me, nor did we separate. It is true that he raised a concubine. She had considered separation, but as a daughter of a criminal, Without her husband's family, she might be sent into exile or reduced to a servant. How would her children survive? How could she clear her father's name? Right now, she only cared about her children and parents. As for Jiang Yunze, he could love whoever he wanted and take whoever as a concubine. As long as he didn't obstruct her, that was enough. Seeing that Lu Yunyang was half-believing, Lu Qingyao said, "Sister-in-law, the Deqing kingdom has not been abandoned, nor has anyone sent back their children after a divorce." Lu Yunyang suddenly understood, "Sister-in-law, is it that Jiang Yunze forgot his gratitude when he saw your family in trouble? He sent you and the children back to make room for his new love?" Such people are countless, both in life and in stories. They marry wealthy women for their careers, and once they climb the social ladder, they abandon them for someone else. Her brother-in-law is probably one of those people. After living for so many years, she realized that talented people do not always have good character. In contrast, someone ordinary like her husband is a rare good person. A good husband, a good father, a good son. Seeing Lu Qingyao looking down in silence, she knew she was right. Indeed, that ungrateful person could even take his brother's hard-earned money. What else could he do? He was clearly a heartless man who abandoned his wife and children. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will make sure everyone understands. I won't let you carry the shame of being abandoned. It's all Jiang Er's fault for being ungrateful and abandoning his family." Lu Yunyang said angrily. Releasing Lu Qingyao's hand, she quickly walked toward the village entrance. Lu Qingyao looked down at the little baby in her arms and sighed, "Meow meow. Do you also think it's wrong for mother to use auntie? But what she says is much more convincing than what I, the person involved, can say. Mother is right. Mother is not wrong." Jiang Meow Meow shook her little hand, reaching out to touch her mother's cheek. She didn't think her mother was using auntie. Most of what mother said about auntie was probably true. No matter the reason, the bad father is indeed a heartless man who abandoned his wife and children. There is no doubt about that. As for auntie, mother has helped her family in many ways, both openly and secretly. But mother seems to be a bit too pitiful. More pitiful than me, an abandoned child. When I was born, I didn't even know what my birth mother looked like. There was nothing to miss. I could just die again and be reborn. But mother and her family are thousands of miles apart with no chance to meet. The only person she could rely on, her husband, has also left her. Jiang Meow Meow's little heart ached. The whole day passed. Lu Qingyao, as usual, cut grass to feed the sheep and chickens. She cooked and took care of the children, supervising her two sons as they studied and practiced martial arts. Jiang Zifeng took the initiative to study, fearing he might upset his mother. After finishing dinner, Jiang Zian went to practice his horse stance in the yard. Jiang Meow Meow was the only one who didn't have to do anything. Her mother said she loved to see Meow Meow smile because her smile could heal her. So, whenever her mother looked at her, she would grin widely, showing her little white gums. But no one knew if the smiling baby looked silly. At night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Today was the 15th, and the moon looked perfectly round. Jiang Meow Meow couldn't see anything wrong with it. After worrying and smiling all day, the little baby drank milk, used the bathroom, and fell into a deep sleep. Such a tiny baby already had her own thoughts. Auntie, auntie. At 4 in the morning, the rooster began to crow. Jiang Meow Meow woke up hungry. She opened her mouth and cried out. Babies get hungry quickly, needing to be fed every 2 to 3 hours. After crying a few times, her mother didn't respond. Jujio told her that her mother had gone out. She continued to cry loudly. She had to wake up her 2 older brothers. She couldn't bear being hungry. Little boys sleep so soundly. No wonder they couldn't be woken up by the alarm at school. She blew her horn loudly. Jiang Zian suddenly sat up and woke up his snoring older brother. Brother, Meow Meow is hungry, wake up. Jiang Zifeng was a bit annoyed. He had slept so deeply that he hadn't heard anything. The brothers quickly took out goat's milk from the silver jug. They lit the stove, warmed the milk, and finally fed it to their sister. After Jiang Meow Meow was full, she burped and looked around. Where was her mother? Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit uneasy and wouldn't go to sleep. Finally, like a normal little baby, she kept her two brothers awake.
She didn't know how long it had been. Creak.
The door opened, and her mother came back. "Mom, the little sister won't go to sleep," Jiang Zifeng immediately complained. He looked at his mother with sleepy eyes. Jiang Ziyan could no longer hold on and fell asleep on the bed. "Miao Miao, be good. Mom is back. Let's go to sleep." Lu Qingyao took off her outer clothes and smiled as she took the baby from her son's hands. Holding the swaddled baby in one arm, she covered her son with a blanket with the other. Jiang Miao Miao smelled the earthy scent on her mother. She really wanted to know what her mother had been doing out late at night. In the morning, the sun was high in the sky. Jiang Miao Miao hadn't even opened her eyes and was already being fed. After finishing her meal, she had a little accident, which made her wake up. After all, it was winter and being bare was quite chilly. Her mother tied her to her chest and started sweeping the floor. It was rare to see her mother at home during the day. Aunt Chui from next door saw Lu Qingyao open the gate and came over out of curiosity. "Miao Miao's mother, what happened to your daughter last night?" She cried for most of the night. It sounded so sad. Lu Qingyao was taken aback but quickly responded, "Miao Miao had a little stomachache last night from overeating, so I had to rub her belly for a long time, which is why we got up late." Aunt Chui leaned in and gently pulled on Jiang Miao Miao's little hand. "Poor child. You should take her to see a doctor." Jiang Miao Miao felt her kindness and smiled. Lu Qingyao had noticed early on that her little girl seemed to be quite observant. Her expressions were rich. She would smile at people she liked and frown at those she didn't. After chatting for a bit, Lu Qingyao went back to cook. Jiang Miao Miao was placed in her cradle to practice lifting her head. Her older brother, Jiang Zifeng, continued practicing his punches and swordplay, laughing and joking. Her second brother, Jiang Ziyan, was still studying, reciting, "The way of the university is to manifest virtue and to bring peace to the people." Jiang Miao Miao was curious all morning about where her mother had gone last night, but her brothers and mother wouldn't say a word. She practiced lifting her head for a while, then her second brother turned her over. After a bit, she was flipped back again to practice. Jiang Miao Miao felt like a fish basking in the sun, being turned over to soak up the rays. She watched the birds flying under the drifting clouds and hoped for them. But it seemed they were cursing Lu Fugui for driving away all the creatures from the mountains and for his foolish son, who, at his age, spent all day shooting birds with a slingshot, making it hard for them to find peace. Jiang Miao Miao realized for the first time that these birds could be quite rude. They could curse someone's ancestors without hesitation. Luckily, her two brothers didn't have the habit of teasing animals or shooting birds. Otherwise, those birds wouldn't come to her house, and she would miss out on their entertaining remarks. In between his studies, Jiang Ziyan glanced over and saw the little girl staring intently at the peach tree, or rather, at the group of birds on it. The birds were chirping loudly, as if they were arguing. Today, their calls were especially loud, making it hard for him to concentrate on his reading. Unfortunately, the younger sister likes him, and he can't bear to send her away. After dinner, Jiang Miao Miao saw her mother washing clothes. Strangely, there was a lot of muddy water coming out. After washing the clothes, her mother took her for a stroll around the village and sat under the old locust tree for a while. The people who talked about her mother yesterday suddenly changed their tune and began to sympathize with the mother and daughter. "Miao Miao's mother, you need to be more open-minded. Even without a man, life must go on. Take good care of the child." As she spoke, she pinched Jiang Miao Miao's little face. She sighed, "This girl is well-raised, chubby and pretty. She will still be able to marry into a good family in the future. Look at my son here. He would be a good match." Jiang Miao Miao opened her mouth in disbelief, staring at the lady. She was so young, and they were already planning her future. She glanced at the little boy playing in the mud. The boy was sniffling loudly, and just as the snot was about to reach his mouth, he sniffed it back in. Jiang Miao Miao shivered. At this moment, she seemed to understand that her irresponsible father had never returned home after becoming successful. He probably feared that the villagers would embarrass him. Lu Qingyao smiled without saying a word. The lady in the flower coat, seeing her silent, pointed to a girl in the distance, carrying her younger brother. If you don't like Huer, my daughter Lingjia is also good. She's only 3 years older than your Funga. As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older brings wealth. My Lingjia is capable and strong. She can definitely have children. If she marries, she can help take care of the little one. The bride price is only 50 taels. You would be gaining a lot. Jiang Miao Miao's eyes widened in shock, and her mouth hung open. If her older brother found out, she wondered what his reaction would be. Lu Qingyao's smile froze on her face, and her throat felt tight. The lady in the flower coat took her mother's hand, looking silly and cute. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think the bride price is too high? Then let's lower it to 45 taels. It can't go any lower. Lu Qingyao awkwardly coughed twice, smiling as she withdrew her hand, looking regretful. Unfortunately, all my children are already promised to someone. When they come of age, they will still have to go and marry. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, there is still a marriage agreement, and we must keep our word. The aunt in the floral coat heard this and didn't press the issue further, saying, "What a pity. What a pity." Seeing her lost in thought, Lu Qingyao quickly left with the baby. She probably never imagined that her first attempt to chat with a villager would lead to such a topic. After returning home, her mother didn't go out again and didn't tell her older brother, Jiang Zifeng. He almost ended up with a bargain bride. It wasn't until dinner that her mother took the whole family out again. They didn't go to the village entrance but took a walk around the village. Jiang Miao Miao saw the entire view of Taoxic village for the first time. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the village had many bamboo groves on the hills, a vast area of green. It truly was a nice place to live. Otherwise, why would her mother come all the way here? "Hey, Andy, are you also going to the village entrance? Let's go together," a chubby woman puffed as she caught up with them. Jiang Miao Miao remembered that her mother wasn't familiar with this person and hadn't even spoken to her before. This must be what they call being overly friendly. The village was full of people like that. "Auntie, what happened at the village entrance?" Lu Qingyao asked, puzzled. "You don't know?" Lu the landlord, Lu Fugue, went hunting in the mountains this morning with his men. They spotted a lot of game on a hill, supposedly wolves, deer, and even a bear. And there were many poisonous mists in the dense forest, but he insisted on going. Guess what happened? What happened? Lu Qingyao asked curiously. Did they catch the bear? The chubby woman shook her head. He doesn't have that skill. I heard he fell into a hunter's trap. It was so deep that it took a long time to get him out.
Ah.
How badly was he hurt? Lu Qingyao feigned surprise. The chubby woman shook her head, saying she didn't know more than that. Jiang Miao Miao watched her mother, not missing a single expression on her face.
It seemed she understood something.
Jiang Zifeng exchanged glances with his brother, as if they also understood. It was their mother, it had to be. Many people were heading to the village entrance to watch the show, so many. Carrying children, holding on to kids. Elders, children, young adults. It seemed like the whole village had come. Jiang Miao Miao felt an illusion, as if she could see smiles on the villagers' faces. Because she was watching from a lying position. From her angle, she could clearly see the smile muscles on their cheeks moving. Her mother was the same. Many people gathered at the village entrance, with her mother holding her and her brother protecting her.
They squeezed their way in.
A group of elegantly dressed women was seen looking around at the intersection. Among them was Chun Zhaodi, who was already showing signs of pregnancy and was crying uncontrollably. Lu Yunyang and Jiang Qiao squeezed in beside Lu Qingyao, looking curious. "Sister-in-law, you usually don't like to join in the crowd. Why are you here so early today?" Lu Qingyao smiled and said, "I passed by while taking a stroll after dinner and thought I would come and take a look." Before she could finish her sentence, a group of people appeared, pulling a bullock cart slowly toward the crowd. On the cart lay Lu Fugue, groaning in pain. As they got closer, they saw he was covered in injuries, with his lower body tightly wrapped in white cloth. How did he get hurt like this? Someone in the crowd asked. I heard there were several traps set in the pit, and he got hurt badly. When they rescued him, He was covered in wounds.
He might have to stay in bed for a long time.
The voices grew quieter, and Jiang Miao Miao could barely hear. Then someone nearby cursed. He deserves it. It's karma. He cheated us out of a lot of food and land and took over our hunting grounds, leaving us with nothing to eat.
Keep your voice down.
If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. Don't forget, his daughter is the county magistrate's concubine. A little whisper from her could ruin us. What are you worried about? Don't you know? Lu Gunyang is jealous of the other concubines and almost scratched someone's face. She has already fallen out of favor, the speaker said gleefully, their tone rising. Really? Everyone looked at the old man in disbelief. Don't tell me you're just bitter because Lu Dezhu took your son's betrothal? The old man with the white beard twitched his eyebrows. Of course it's true. My son works at the county magistrate's house, and he saw it with his own eyes. There's no lie. That's true. The county magistrate's new concubine is much prettier than Lu Gunyang. This is definitely karma for Lu Fugue. Exactly, it's karma. He's done too many bad things, and even heaven can't overlook it. It's just the right time for him to be hurt. Tomorrow we can go hunting. What are you thinking? The mountain chickens and wild rabbits have all been hunted by Lu Fugue. There's nothing left for us.
Ah.
Dozens of Lu family concubines surrounded Lu Fugue, crying bitterly. It was hard to tell if they were crying out of sadness or joy. In any case, Chen Zhaodi was crying the hardest, squatting on the ground in deep sorrow. Her child hasn't even been born yet, and the father is already in such a state. How can she not be heartbroken? Lu Yunyang was very straightforward. Jiang Qiaoer wanted to comfort her, but was pulled back by Lu Yunyang. Pointing at her forehead, she scolded, Jiang Qiaoer, why don't you ever learn? I told you not to associate with her and to pretend you don't know her if you see her. Why did you go over there? Mother, I just wanted to say a few comforting words. She doesn't need your comfort. I bet Lu Fugue and his wife are more anxious to find a wife for their foolish son. Don't act like a fool and get involved now, understand? Understood, Mother. I won't go out for the next few days. Jiang Qiaoer was still young and couldn't see the connections clearly. But she knew her mother was right. Her parents truly cared for her, unlike Chen Zhaodi's parents, who sold her for a few silver coins. Jiang Miao Miao thought her aunt was clever but a bit too harsh, quick to resort to violence over small disagreements. Fortunately, her mother was very gentle with them. Her older brothers rarely faced punishment, and even Xiao envied them. But her mother was truly impressive, unlike her aunt, who only seemed strong. Her mother was a refined woman raised in a wealthy family, always calm and graceful in front of others, but she had sharp skills behind the scenes. Unlike other young ladies, she had many talents but rarely showed them. Jiang Miao Miao thought that if her maternal grandfather's family hadn't fallen from grace, her mother wouldn't have had to rely on the Jiang family for support. Thinking this way, her admiration for her mother grew. She must have done many good deeds in her past life to have such a wonderful mother. Lu the landlord was disabled and bedridden. Finally, the Lu family was under the control of Lu Fugue's wife, Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang sent away all the concubines who hadn't had children. As for those who had, if she didn't want to keep them, she gave them some silver and let them go. Of course, she was ruthless with the arrogant concubines, directly selling them off. In the end, only a few elderly servants remained to take care of Lu Fugue. Only Chen Zhaodi was left, unable to leave or stay. Having a daughter was fine, but if she had a son, it would mean competing for inheritance with Lu's foolish son. Madame Lu would never allow that. After one last dose of medicine, the child was lost, and she returned to her family with her belongings. Lu Fugue was so angry he lay in bed shouting. Her family planned to sell her again, so she had to sneak away with her silver. Lu Yunyang and her daughter came back to Jiang Miao Miao's house with their sewing supplies, excitedly sharing gossip about the Lu family with Lu Qiniao. Dear sister-in-law, have you heard? Lu Fugue is really finished this time. He had a stroke and now needs help with everything, even eating and drinking. Mrs. Lu has endured for so many years, and now she finally has her chance to turn things around. But ever since Lu the landlord became incapacitated, the Lu family has been in chaos. One moment a chicken is missing, the next a cow is gone. It seems Mrs. Lu is not good at managing the household, Lu Qingyao sighed. If she were capable, she wouldn't have put up with it for so long. The door creaked open slightly. Jiang Miaomiao's front door was not fully closed. Lu Qingyao turned and saw a thin woman standing at the entrance. Lu Yunyang looked awkward and stammered, "Lu. Mrs. Lu, what brings you here?" The woman looked at Lu Qingyao with a gentle expression. "Jiang madam, may I come in?" "Of course, please come in," Lu Qingyao smiled. She had never met Mrs. Lu but guessed her identity right away. Although she didn't know why the woman was looking for her, she had no reason to turn her away. Still, she felt a bit uneasy. "Does Mrs. Lu have something to discuss with me?" Zhang Shi bit her lip and had her maid bring out 2 pieces of fabric, handing them to Lu Qingyao and Lu Yunyang. They were exquisite pieces of shu silk. "One should not accept gifts without merit. What is the meaning of this, madam?" Lu Qingyao did not take them. Lu Yunyang looked at the delicate, shimmering fabric, feeling tempted. She had never seen such fine material in her life. Seeing that Lu Qingyao did not take it, she also refrained. "Yes, we should not accept gifts without merit." On the table, a porcelain vase held a striking wintersweet flower. Next to it were stacks of books and handwritten manuscripts with still wet ink. In the corner, a pot of bamboo remained vibrant even in the cold winter months. A red spear leaned against the wall, making a bold statement. Though the house was simple, it was elegant and tidy. Zhang Shi was invited into the room by Lu Qingyao. After glancing around, she found a seat across from her. She underestimated Lu Qingyao. This woman was different from any other she had encountered. Even dressed in coarse linen and looking like a country woman, her presence was still impressive. Her 2 sons were also strikingly handsome. The little ones moved with the poise of small adults. The little girl in Lu Qingyao's arms was particularly beautiful, with bright, expressive eyes that seemed to speak. She rolled her eyes curiously at Zhang Shi. The whole family was sharp-witted. Jiang Miaomiao noticed someone was looking at her, so she stopped playing with the doll and stared directly at Mrs. Zhang. She had seen Lu Fugui's concubines before, all dressed up beautifully and looking well-fed. Compared to them, Mrs. Lu seemed like their mother. Mrs. Zhang was thin, with deep lines on her face. Today, she appeared to have dressed up intentionally, but the heavy makeup on her dry skin felt out of place, giving off a flashy impression. It seemed she had not lived comfortably in the past. Lu Qingyao noticed Mrs. Zhang was lost in thought while looking at the doll in her arms and broke the silence, saying, "Mrs. Lu, did you come here today for something specific?" As the saying goes, people don't visit without a reason, especially with the Jiang and Lu families in such a tense situation. Mrs. Zhang sat up straight, looking very much like the head of the household. "Ladies, I came today to apologize on behalf of my husband. I recently learned about the wrongs he did to the Jiang family. Please accept this small gesture of goodwill." After she spoke, a maid stepped forward to present 2 pieces of fine fabric. This was the first time Lu Yunyang had been called madam, and she felt a bit flattered. Looking at the 2 pieces of fabric, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She then looked at Lu Qingyao, waiting for her to decide. Lu Qingyao didn't like beating around the bush and said directly, "We accept Mrs. Lu's apology, but these fabrics are too valuable for us to accept. If you have something to say, please go ahead." Lu Qingyao was very clear in her mind. As Lu Fugui's partner, Mrs. Zhang surely knew about his actions. The Lu family owed more to the villagers of Taoxi village. Instead of apologizing to them, she had come to their home. This likely meant she had a request. Mrs. Zhang looked surprised as she gazed at the calm woman across from her, unable to read her emotions. She had expected to have to dance around the topic more. Biting her lip, she thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I came today to ask Madame Jiang for advice on something." Seeing both women looking at her, she paused for a moment before continuing. "May I ask you a question, Madame Jiang?" "Please go ahead." "Madame Jiang, how is it that you, as a woman, can stand strong in this world while raising a child on your own?" Lu Qingyao and Lu Yunyang were both taken aback. Lu Qingyao had heard a bit about the Lu family's household matters, and Mrs. Zhang's approach seemed reasonable. Perhaps the recent thefts in the Lu family had troubled her, prompting her to seek advice. After all, her family has many women, so stealing some money is one thing, but there are other concerns. Lu Qingyao smiled. Others see her living easily, but who knows that they are all people who have faced life and death. If you ask me, madam, I believe in treating others kindly. If someone doesn't harm me, I won't harm them. If someone does harm me, I will give them a chance. If they harm me again, I will repay them in kind. I will cut off the roots of the problem. Her tone carried a hint of fierceness. She gently rocked the baby in her arms and took a few steps, afraid that her earlier tone might scare the child. In a very gentle voice, she said, "Meow meow, dear, I'm not talking about you, but about bad people." Jiang Meow Meow responded with a few coos. This woman is so roundabout. It's quite annoying. The little baby's head was spinning from her words. Lu Qingyao looked up at Mrs. Zhang. "Is there anything else you would like to know, Mrs. Lu?" Mrs. Zhang seemed to be choked up, her face darkened, and she couldn't speak for a while. After some time, she finally managed to say, "Then what should I do if I want to protect the Lu family?" Lu Qingyao sat back down with the child. It's not easy for a woman to manage a household, especially with so much wealth and beautiful daughters. There are bound to be more troubles. It's not just about fearing thieves. It's about worrying that they are watching. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhang's already troubled expression deepened. What Lu Qingyao said was exactly what worried her. It truly struck a chord with her. Without hesitation, she moved her chair closer to Lu Qingyao. "What you said is true. Please don't laugh at me. Everyone knows my situation. My husband has passed, my son is not fully capable, and the household is full of women. With such issues, I am very worried." As Mrs. Zhang spoke, it was as if she had opened a floodgate, no longer holding back like before. "I've heard that Mrs. Zhang comes from a prestigious family, is well-read, skilled in both literature and martial arts, and raises 3 children on her own. It's truly admirable, which is why I came to seek your advice." Mrs. Zhang took Lu Qingyao's hand, looking at her with hope. "Madam, we are both women, you will help me, right?" Lu Qingyao smiled, pulled her hand back, and patted the back of her hand. She really wasn't used to this way of interacting with other women. Compared to this, it was much easier to get along with Lu Yunyang. "Madam Lu, your family's troubles ultimately depend on you. Others can only help so much. I can only offer you a few words. Spend money to avoid disaster."
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Zhang asked, looking confused. She had already been spending money to avoid disaster. Lu Qingyao, unafraid of offending her, spoke frankly. "Madam Lu, you might want to consider how many people your husband has offended over the years and how much unjust wealth he has taken from the villagers of Peach Creek." Mrs. Zhang lowered her gaze, feeling guilty. Mr. Lu never discussed anything with her. He treated her like she didn't exist. But she knew everything. Most of the Lu family's good farmland was obtained through deceit from the villagers. They lent money to the villagers and charged high interest. The result was that the villagers could never repay it. In the end, they had to give up their land to settle the debt. She understood very well that those who came to steal were mostly people who had been bullied by Mr. Lu and held grudges against the Lu family for a long time. Mrs. Zhang smiled bitterly. "It's ironic that my husband's mistakes have to be paid for by us women and children. Madam Lu, aren't you all accomplices? Your clothing, food, and living expenses, all of it comes from his ill-gotten gains."
Can you really stay out of it?
Lu Qingyao shook her head helplessly. "Can you really remain uninvolved?" Mrs. Zhang was speechless. She had no strength to argue. "What should I do to spend money to avoid disaster?" Mrs. Zhang understood spending money to avoid disaster as simply giving more silver to the county magistrate to help catch thieves, or making friends with local landlords and gentry, since Mr. Lu had so many daughters who would eventually marry and might need connections. If one approach didn't work, she could always try another. "Can Madam Jiang offer some guidance?" "Madam Lu, your husband's debts will eventually need to be repaid, whether sooner or later. You can't have both wealth and security. If you can't hold on to your wealth tightly, it might turn into a curse. Now that the trouble has started, it will only get worse from here. Lu Qingyao had said all she could. She didn't believe. Mrs. Zhang hadn't understood. Mrs. Zhang lowered her gaze in thought. She had thought that if Mr. Lu fell, the family fortune would belong to her and her son. She never expected that one day, this easily accessible wealth would become a hot potato. She had once wished for Mr. Lu's downfall, but now he had become a burden. And she was the one left to clean up the mess. Is it a good fabric? She can't bear to part with it. After enduring for so many years, it was all for her silly son and daughter to have a better life, to ensure they would have enough to eat and wear in the future. She bit her lip and said no more. She nodded slightly to Lu Qingyao. Thank you, Mrs. Jiang, for your advice. I know what to do now. After a moment of hesitation, she took the 2 pieces of silk from the maid and personally brought them to Lu Qingyao and Lu Yunyang. Please accept these 2 pieces of fabric as a token of gratitude for Mrs. Zhang's guidance today. Lu Yunyang looked at the fabric and then at Lu Qingyao. Her sister-in-law always had her own ideas. She would only accept it if she did. Lu Qingyao looked down at the baby in her arms and smiled helplessly. Without lifting her head, she softly said, "Just put it there." Zhang didn't understand why her attitude changed so quickly and didn't think much of it, leading the maid away. Jiang Miaomiao looked at her mother with curiosity. It wasn't like her usual self. It was clear that her mother didn't like the fabric. Nor did she like Mrs. Lu. But why accept her gift? Could it be to sell it for money? Never mind, if it's free, take it. Lu Yunyang was all smiles, wiping her hands before gently touching the delicate silk. She was afraid of getting it dirty or damaged. Mrs. Lu had deceived her family out of a lot of good land and almost ruined Xiao Jie's reputation. She felt justified in accepting the silk. Sister-in-law, what kind of dress do you plan to make with this silk? I want to make one for everyone in the family. Lu Qingyao looked at Lu Yunyang with a half-smile. Sister-in-law, this is Shu silk, produced in Shu, and it's highly valued by the wealthy. 1 piece of Shu silk is worth 20 to 30 taels of silver.
What?
Lu Yunyang jumped up, quickly pulling her hand back, her face full of disbelief. 1 piece of fabric is worth 30 taels of silver? As a former embroiderer, she had heard of Shu silk but had never seen it. She never imagined it would be so expensive. Jiang Miaomiao was so startled she almost cried.
Did her aunt really have to be so dramatic?
She could scare away the birds outside every time. If it truly is Shu silk, then it is indeed precious. But if her aunt wore a dress made from it, their home might be robbed soon after. Lu Yunyang lowered her voice as if she were doing something wrong. Sister-in-law, do you think Mrs. Lu might be like me and not recognize the value, giving us the wrong fabric, and then come back for it? She couldn't understand how Mrs. Lu could part with such valuable material. She still had some doubts. There is a possibility. Lu Qingyao smiled at her, and Jiang Miaomiao thought her aunt was a bit silly, but cute. Looking at Mrs. Lu, who was wearing the Shu silk, and knowing that the Lu family owned the largest fabric store in Qingshi town, she wondered how expensive it must be. The store had several pieces of Shu silk. How could she possibly be mistaken? But why would the Zhang family give such expensive Shu silk? She didn't seem like the generous type. Jiang Miaomiao found it hard to understand. Lu Yunyang stood up and paced around the room, muttering, "What should we do? Sister-in-law, why don't we hide the Shu silk so she can't find it?" "Yes, that's a good idea." Lu Qingyao agreed while changing Jiang Miaomiao's diaper. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yunyang changed her mind. "Sister-in-law, how about we sell it instead? That's 30 taels of silver." Jiang Miaomiao, in her mother's arms, fell asleep while listening to her aunt's chatter, still sucking on her pacifier. Today, the birds were particularly quiet. When little Miao Miao woke up again, it was already dark. She was lying in her brother's arms. She turned her little head to look around. Her mother should not be home. Where could she be at this late hour? Noticing the grease on her brother's chin, she realized they had eaten. But she was still hungry. She pouted at her brother, wanting to eat. Wanting to eat. Meow meow, be good. Mother will be back soon. Have some goat's milk first. Seeing her second brother warming the goat's milk for her, the little one kicked her legs happily. As she ate, she felt sleepy again. She heard something whispering in her ear. Opening her eyes, she saw a bird circling above them before finally landing on a bamboo tree. The bird chirped. Many people have come to Lu Fugue's house. Many soldiers. Hiding quietly. Jiang Miao Miao was confused. The Lu family was hiding soldiers. Were they trying to catch a thief? It seemed Mrs. Lu had invited the soldiers from the government. Jiang Miao Miao thought it had nothing to do with her and fell back asleep. At dawn, Jiang Miao Miao opened her eyes to find herself back in her mother's arms. Her mother said that little children could catch a cold if they slept alone, so she kept her close. When she woke up, she would be placed in the cradle to bask in the sun. As long as there was sunlight, she needed to soak it up. Today, there were many birds on the peach tree, and their chatter was quite lively. Fortunately, Jiang Zian wasn't studying, or it would have disturbed him. Jiang Miao Miao perked up her ears to listen. At around dawn, 2 thieves entered the Lu family home. It seems they were caught stealing cloth. That cloth was so beautiful. Suddenly, a few birds flew away. Quick, the landlord Lu's wife is leading the soldiers this way. Jiang Miao Miao was startled as she watched the flock of birds suddenly take off from the peach tree. Thinking back to what the birds had just said, she wondered why the soldiers would come to her house. Her little head felt a bit overwhelmed. The shoe brocade. It must be the trouble caused by those 2 pieces of shoe brocade from yesterday. Jiang Miao Miao called out, reaching her little hands to be held by her older brother. Jiang Zian picked her up and walked around the house and yard, and only then did Jiang Miao Miao settle down. She obediently lay back in her cradle. She hadn't seen that piece of shoe brocade. She didn't know if her mother had hidden it or sold it for money. Jiang Miao Miao's little face scrunched up with worry. The door was slightly ajar, and she could already hear footsteps not far away. They were getting closer. So many people. Knock, knock, knock. Before Lu Qingyao could speak, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a goatee and dressed in plain clothes entered. Behind him followed a group of soldiers. Jiang Miao Miao had never seen anything like this before and reached out for a hug.
Mom, I'm scared.
Lu Qingyao picked up the baby from the cradle and walked over casually. May I ask why Lord Su has come to our humble home? Just moments ago, Jiang Miao Miao had been very anxious, but now, lying in her mother's arms, she felt completely at ease. Her mother was as steady as a mountain, so she had nothing to worry about. Su Heng raised an eyebrow, examining the woman dressed as a farmer in front of him and the baby in her arms.
Oh.
Madam Jiang, you actually know me. Lu Qingyao smiled slightly. In Qingshi town, who doesn't know Lord Su? They say you are a good official who cares for the people, and even in the capital, it is well known. Jiang Miao Miao thought her mother was very clever with her flattering words. With that, this county magistrate probably wouldn't be able to act unfairly. Su Heng felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Madam Jiang, you flatter me. He had indeed received a lot of silver from the Zhang family. I have come this time because someone accused you of stealing their belongings. May I ask if you could allow us to search? Who accused me? What was stolen? Lu Qingyao searched the crowd behind Su Heng and quickly spotted Zhang. Since Lord Su wants to search, you should clarify things in front of everyone. Su Heng thought for a moment and agreed, saying, we need to make sure they are convinced. He turned to the guards and said, bring them in. 2 young boys were brought in, looking bruised and battered. They trembled as they knelt on the ground and immediately pointed at Lu Qingyao, saying, it's her. She told us to steal from the Lu family. Lu Qingyao scanned their faces and found them somewhat familiar. Just then, Lu Yunyang pushed through the guards, looking shocked. Aren't these the 2 sons of Old Manly? How could they do something like this? Lu Qingyao recognized them from the village, but couldn't remember their names clearly. Their father went up the mountain to hunt, and ended up being stopped by Lu Fugue. Upon hearing Lu Yunyang's words, Lu Qingyao quickly understood. The two boys must have held a grudge against the Lu family and decided to steal from them, only to be caught by Zhang.
They must have been bribed.
Sister-in-law, please go find their parents, Lu Qingyao requested. Lu Yunyang nodded and left. She couldn't understand why old man Li's family, who hated Lu Fugui so much, would help them harm others. Zhang Miao Miao waved her little hands, babbling as if scolding someone. Bad people.
Bad people.
Repaying kindness with harm. Lu Qingyao looked down at the Li brothers and asked, "Why don't you tell me what I asked you to steal? When did I ask you to do it?" The brothers panicked at the mention of their parents being called, but they insisted that Lu Qingyao was the one who instructed them. "It was you. You gave us 2 silver ingots the other day and told us to steal some shoe brocade from the Lu family at night. We brought back 2 pieces for you." They knew that Madame Lu had said if Lu Qingyao was found guilty, they would be spared. Lu Qingyao sneered, "If you were stealing shoe brocade, then you must have seen what those 2 pieces looked like, right?" The brothers exchanged glances. It was impossible to say they hadn't seen them. Otherwise, how could they steal? They replied in unison, "We saw them." "That's good." Lu Qingyao nodded in satisfaction. "Now tell me, what colors were the 2 pieces of shoe brocade?" At this, Zhang in the crowd felt a wave of panic. She didn't show it on her face, but her palms were sweaty in her wide sleeves. The 2 boys were confused. They didn't realize that Lu Qingyao was setting a trap for them. They regretted not having explained things clearly. The 2 brothers hesitated for a long time before they could answer. One of them said, "It's too dark. I couldn't see clearly." Lu Qingyao smiled lightly. "If you couldn't see clearly, how can you be sure that what you stole is shoe brocade?" Her gaze fell on Su Heng's face. "If you don't know what the stolen item looks like, may I ask how you plan to search for it?" Su Heng scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It wasn't that he was taking money without doing his job, it was just that the Zhang family and this thief were too foolish. "Sir Su, these 2 boys are contradicting themselves. If they claim they were instructed to steal shoe brocade, they must have seen it to recognize it. If they know what shoe brocade is, how could they not know it is valuable? Knowing it is valuable, how could they not hide it?" "We didn't hide anything, sir. Please see clearly." The brothers quickly defended themselves upon hearing this. They glared at the woman in front of them, feeling that she was trying to implicate their whole family. Su Heng watched the scene with amusement, having his subordinate bring him a stool as he leaned back comfortably. Lu Qingyao sighed and looked at Su Heng. "Sir Su, these 2 don't even know what they stole. Isn't the accusation of theft just nonsense?" "Yes, what Madame Jiang said is correct. It's all a misunderstanding," Su Heng said with a smile as he stood up. "We'll leave now. Sorry for the disturbance." Su Heng had been in the officialdom for over a decade, becoming quite skilled at navigating it. No one wanted to offend him, regardless of outside rumors. This woman in front of him was, after all, the legitimate wife of the Deputy Minister Jiang, a 4th-rank noblewoman granted by the emperor. Even if the Lu family fell from grace, her title was not revoked. Jiang Yunze had not divorced her either. Moreover, General Lu had served in the court for decades and had made countless connections. People in the military valued loyalty. Although the Lu family had declined, one could not be sure that if something happened to this Lu lady, someone would not come to her aid. As for the influential figures in the capital, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't personally come to this remote area. When 2 ladies were at odds, the rest of them could only stay as far away as possible. Yet, the foolish Zhang woman insisted on getting involved with the powerful. Having done his part, Su Heng did not want to take on any more responsibility. He turned to leave but was stopped by Lu Qingyao. "Sir Su, please wait. This case is not yet resolved. How can you leave?" Su Heng was taken aback. "Madame Jiang has already cleared her name. Why can't I leave?" Lu Qingyao bowed slightly. "There are some matters I would like the county magistrate to witness." "Very well, I don't mind staying a little longer." Su Heng sat back in his chair, holding his stomach and watching the play. Lu Qingyao squatted in front of the Lu brothers and sighed. "Do you know how many years in prison you could face for falsely accusing the wives of officials? Did you think about your parents at home before doing this? Even the less educated brothers had heard that some high-ranking officials' wives held special titles. The county magistrate was very respectful in front of her. They were already very anxious and glanced back at the crowd. One of them changed his statement. "It was Madame Lu who made us identify you. We should be held responsible for our own actions. Please spare my parents. They have nothing to do with this." Lu Qingyao followed their gaze and saw Zhang, who was hiding her head in the crowd. Just as she was about to sneak away, Lu Qingyao called out to her. "Oh, Madame Lu finally shows her face. The thief may not know what they have stolen, but as the owner, you should know, right?" Zhang had a dark expression as she was helped in by her maid. "Madame Jiang, don't listen to these two troublemakers. They stole from my family and want to frame you, slandering me." She turned to Su Heng. "Sir, they should be severely punished." Su Heng stroked his stubble and said softly, "Yes, those who are guilty should be punished." Lu Qingyao looked at her coldly. "They indeed deserve punishment. But there's another important matter. Madame Lu mentioned it to me yesterday. It concerns the people of Taoxi village. Since everyone is here today, including Sir Su, let's address this matter now." More and more villagers gathered at the door, looking intently at the two. Lu Qingyao invited them in. "What is it?" the villagers asked eagerly. "Tell us, what about Miao Miao's mother?" Zhang looked confused, feeling uneasy. "What does this woman want?" "Uncle Fu, you're here." Following Lu Qingyao's gaze, the village chief entered, holding 2 pieces of fabric. He approached Zhang and bowed. "Madame Lu, I thank you on behalf of the children of Taoxi village." Zhang looked at Lu Qingyao in confusion. Lu Qingyao pulled her in front of the village chief and unwrapped the fabric. "Madame Lu, don't you remember? This is what you asked me to give to the village chief yesterday." One piece was a red brocade with a floral pattern. The other was a light blue brocade with a bird and flower design. Under the sunlight, they shimmered beautifully, with delicate and smooth fabric showcasing exquisite weaving skills. It made people want to touch it, yet they feared damaging it. Someone exclaimed, "Could these 2 pieces be the lost shoe brocade?" "No, they are indeed shoe brocade, but they are not the lost pieces." Jiang Miao Miao shook her little hand to applaud her mother. Her mother was about to make a big move. Zhang was foolish. Her mother had already given her a chance yesterday, but she insisted on bringing trouble upon herself. Lu Qingyao explained to the villagers, "Madame Lu is kind-hearted, but she is not very influential. Yesterday, she asked me to deliver 2 pieces of shoe brocade to the village chief, saying they would be sold to repair the school. I estimated it could be worth around 50 to 60 taels of silver." Upon hearing this good news, the villagers erupted in excitement. "Is this a blessing from heaven? The school leaks in summer and is drafty in winter. The children have fallen ill. Finally, there is money to repair the school. Thank you, Madame Lu. You are a great benefactor." The villagers bowed in gratitude to Zhang. Zhang nodded slightly, her face pale, forcing a smile for the villagers. Her heart ached. She could afford 50 to 60 taels, but that was shoe brocade. She had planned to use it to make clothes for her son and daughter. Even with money, it wasn't easy to buy shoe brocade. She originally intended to use it as bait, thinking it would eventually return to her. She watched eagerly as the village chief collected the 2 pieces of fabric. Su Heng also began to understand. Was it that Madame Jiang was clever, or was Zhang just foolish? He couldn't tell at the moment. Just when Zhang thought this matter was over, Lu Qingyao continued. "Madame Lu also mentioned that Mr. Lu had done many wrongs to the villagers in the past and now wishes to make amends." With the precedent of donating to the school, the villagers' eyes lit up at these words. Dozens of hopeful gazes turned to Lu Qingyao. Jiang Miao Miao leaned in her brother's arms, straining to listen. Zhang bit her lip, gripping her maid's hand tightly, resisting the urge to cover Lu Qingyao's mouth. She could only hope for mercy. "Villagers, Madame Lu wants to return all the land that everyone had mortgaged to Mr. Lu as a gesture of her kindness." Lu Qingyao raised her voice. The villagers inside and outside the door heard her. Instantly there was a stir. "We wronged Madame Lu before. What a good person. Truly compassionate. A great benefactor. The villagers did not hold back their praises.
They led their children to bow to Zhang.
They didn't care whether Mrs. Zhang was willing or not. There were so many people present, including the county magistrate. As long as she didn't say no, this matter was settled. Mrs. Zhang felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She clutched her chest, nearly fainting from anger, leaning on her maid. Her nails dug into her skin, almost drawing blood. There was blood on her lips and in her palms, and her heart felt like it was bleeding too. She had an urge to strangle Lu Qingyao. Mrs. Lu, I'm sorry, I've already said everything. Do you have anything to add? Lu Qingyao smiled at her. This smile only made Mrs. Zhang angrier. She realized that Lu Qingyao had been setting a trap for her since yesterday. She had seen through her from the very beginning. If she hadn't insisted on giving those 2 pieces of shoe brocade, none of this would have happened today. At least she would have had some choices and wouldn't be so passive. Lu Qingyao was sure that as long as the Lu family wanted to stay in Taoshi village, they couldn't say no. It was truly a case of losing both the husband and the soldiers. Mrs. Zhang felt like crying and laughing at the same time, wondering why she had been so foolish. After a long while, she steadied herself and said hoarsely, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first. She forced a smile, but it looked worse than crying. Everyone, come tomorrow to get the land deed from the steward. After saying this, she stumbled out of the Jiang family home. As soon as she got outside, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Madam. Several maids were in a panic. One strong maid picked her up and ran toward the Lu family. The villagers got what they wanted and began to disperse. Su Heng walked over to Lu Qingyao and gave her a thumbs up. Madam Jiang is impressive. He suddenly understood how Jiang Yunze, a scholar from a humble background, could thrive in the capital. It was likely due to this lady's influence. What a pity he had been blind to it. You're too kind, Sir Su. It's just like Jiang Taigong fishing. Those who are willing will take the bait, Lu Qingyao said with a smile as she took the little baby in her arms. Her daughter was very attached to her. In just a moment, she was reaching out to her. Su Heng, feeling an impulse, playfully pinched her cheek. Jiang Miao Miao pouted. Even if you are the county magistrate, you can't just pinch people's faces. Seeing her like this, Su Heng's tough heart nearly melted. He felt around in his pocket, pulled out a piece of Hetian jade, and placed it in Jiang Miao Miao's hand. Here's a gift for the little one. It was just a little cotton-padded jacket. He also wants to have a child. After saying that, he strode out the door. The officials followed closely behind. Only her family and the Li brothers were left in the yard. The 2 brothers stared wide-eyed as the officials passed by them one by one. They were surprised that these people did not take them away. Lu Qingyao wanted to call Su Heng back, but before she could speak, he had already turned the corner. She picked up the jade pendant, thinking about returning it to him next time she went to town. It felt wrong to take something from someone she didn't know for no reason. When Old Man Li and his wife, Lu Yunyang, arrived, the brothers were still kneeling. Lu Qingyao did not let them get up. As soon as Old Man Li saw his 2 sons, he slapped each of them hard and kicked them twice. You little rascals, have you learned to steal? How dare you frame someone? I'll teach you a lesson. He kicked them again and made them apologize to Lu Qingyao. Lu Yunyang was not happy. What good is an apology? You almost got my sister-in-law thrown in jail. Aunt, what would it take for you to forgive them? Lu Yunyang noticed the firewood in the yard and had an idea. Her sister-in-law's family needed strong workers. Have them work for my sister-in-law's family for 3 months. Old Man Li didn't give the brothers a chance to argue. 3 months isn't enough. Make it 6 months. It was all his fault for being too busy to keep an eye on the kids, which allowed them to be taken advantage of.
Bang, bang, bang.
Early in the morning, someone was chopping wood in the yard. Jiang Miao Miao was startled awake by the noise and found herself in her mother's arms. The first thing a baby does when they wake up is want to eat. They eat several times a day, and once they are full, they go to the bathroom. With a full stomach, she felt more awake. The chopping sound continued. Jiang Miao Miao wondered if there was enough firewood at home for her older brother to chop. When she went outside, She realized she was mistaken. Her older brother, Jiang Zifeng, was practicing martial arts, while her second brother, Jiang Zian, was studying, reciting, "The way of the university is to manifest virtue." The two people chopping wood were the brothers who had framed their mother yesterday. They were almost finished with the little firewood they had left. At that moment, they were still chopping, stopping occasionally to watch their older brother practice. Jiang Miao felt nervous, hoping they wouldn't accidentally hurt themselves. Lu Qingyao was also sweating with worry. She just wanted someone to help with the work. She can't afford to hurt anyone. She didn't dare to call the two brothers, fearing it would startle them. She shouted to her eldest son, "Fenger, take a break. Stop practicing." "I'm coming, Mom." Jiang Zifeng stopped what he was doing and put on the clothes his mother handed him. The Li brothers slowly looked away and continued to focus on chopping wood. Sanling, come over and take a break. Have some water," Lu Qingyao called to the two who were chopping. "Coming, Aunt." The brothers finished chopping the last piece of wood, stacked it neatly, and ran over. The older brother, Li Erling, looked about 14 or 15, appearing honest and simple. The younger brother, Li Sanling, seemed to be around 12 or 13 but was about the same height as Jiang Zifeng. His eyes showed a hint of innocent foolishness. If it were her own child, Lu Qingyao would definitely have disciplined him. But since they were just two kids, and their parents seemed reasonable, she realized that fighting wouldn't solve problems in this rural area. Li Sanling sat in front of Jiang Zifeng, looking enviously. "Brother Feng, can you teach us how to practice boxing?" Jiang Zifeng: "Sure, I can teach you, but I don't take disciples." The boy thought, "I should give you a good lesson." Li Sanling was delighted to hear this. It suited him perfectly. He wanted to learn but never thought of asking a kid to be his teacher. "What should I prepare?" Jiang Zifeng scratched his head and thought for a moment. "No need to prepare anything. Just get up at the rooster's crow and practice standing for now. Stand like that for half a year before starting to learn." Li Sanling pouted. "If you don't want to teach, just say so. No need for excuses." Jiang Zifeng looked at him in confusion. "No, I practice at the rooster's crow every day. By the time you come, I've already practiced for 2 hours, and I do this every day." "Every day at the rooster's crow?" The brothers' mouths dropped open in disbelief. If their father hadn't been there to discipline them, they might still be in bed. In winter, there wasn't much farm work, and they had little to do. Li Sanling shook his head vigorously. "I don't want to learn anymore." Getting up earlier than the rooster was too hard for him. Li Erling seemed more interested in studying and leaned closer to Jiang Zifeng, quietly listening to the sound of reading. "You guys take a break for a bit. I'll take you up the mountain to chop wood later." Lu Qingyao felt the need to find them something to do, or else all their energy would go into causing trouble. They needed to be kept busy, and the firewood for winter still hadn't been gathered. Jiang Miao was sucking on her fingers, watching her older brother read intently when her mother placed her in the cradle. Before Jiang Miao could protest, her mother went to the kitchen. The little baby could only look at the blue sky and white clouds. The Li brothers, being the youngest at home, were very fond of such a cute little girl. Li Sanling pinched Jiang Miao's little face and said, "Little one, I'll go catch a bird for you later, okay?" Jiang Miao shook her head vigorously.
"No."
She already had enough birds at home. Li Erling said, "Brother will make you a little wooden horse. You can play with it when you get a bit older." Jiang Miao blinked and smiled at Li Erling. That was more like it. Such a cute little girl. Li Erling happily sat back down next to Jiang Zian. Li Sanling made funny faces at Jiang Miao, but he couldn't get her to smile. "Hey, why isn't this little one laughing?" Jiang Miao stuck out her tongue. Silly boy. Dealing with such a mischievous child left Jiang Miao speechless. She just wanted to enjoy the sunshine. However, this guy blocked half of her sun, so how could she smile? The little baby watched as Li Sanling reached out with both hands to pinch her cheeks, pulling them to the sides with a sneaky grin. "Hee hee. Let's see if you laugh." No matter how Jiang Miao tried to dodge, she couldn't escape. "Help! Help! Just wait, you little rascal." So, she suddenly cried out loudly, her voice ringing through the air. Li Sanling was startled, and quickly pulled his hands back. He hadn't even pinched hard. Why was she crying so loudly? Jiang Zifeng rushed over and picked up Jiang Miao, saying, "Don't cry, little sister. Big brother is here." Jiang Zian glared at Li Sanlang, noticing the marks on her face, and asked angrily, "What did you do to my sister?" Li Erlang came over, kicked his brother's bottom twice, and said, "You deserve it. I'll tell Dad you bullied Miao." Lu Qingyao, holding wild onions, ran out upon hearing the noise. She saw Jiang Miao crying in her eldest son's arms. Li Sanlang, with his head down, was being scolded by the three boys, with some white spots on his head. "Stop the noise, go eat noodles quickly, and then we'll head to the mountains," Lu Qingyao said, taking a look at her daughter. On the little one's fair face were several red finger marks. The little girl looked at her with teary eyes, making her heart ache. It's all her fault for being careless. She shouldn't have left the child alone there. Other boys are not like hers. They don't know how to be gentle. They're already in their teens, yet they're still so mischievous. They need some proper discipline. Stop crying, Mommy is here." Lu Qingyao gently patted the trembling little one. She lifted her clothing, knowing that only feeding could soothe the baby's hurt feelings. Jiang Miao immediately stopped crying. While feeding, she glared at Li Sanlang outside. Such a troublesome child should be made to do some hard work. They really need to be corrected. It's amazing that such a little baby can hold a grudge. She watched the Li brothers lick their bowls after finishing their noodles. Jiang Miao stuck out her tongue.
Ah,
that's so disgusting. Lu Qingyao frowned, quietly putting the bowls aside to wash later. After the morning's experience, Lu Qingyao didn't dare leave Jiang Miao and Jiang Ziyuan alone at home. Instead, she took them to Jiang Qiaoer's house and invited Lu Yunyang to join them up the mountain. Lu Yunyang glanced at Jiang Miao. "Oh, poor thing, that little rascal really needs some discipline." Li Sanlang looked pitiful, keeping his distance and not daring to approach Jiang Miao again. He didn't understand why a gentle pinch left a mark. He would definitely get in trouble with his father when he got home. What was even more frustrating was that those birds chose to poop on his head, and only on his head. Lu Yunyang leaned closer to Lu Qingyao, sister-in-law. "Those two boys from the Li family really need some discipline. Li Laohan is always working away from home, and their mother spoils them too much. They spend their days either fishing in the river or climbing roofs. Since Li Laohan entrusted them to you, you should really take care of them." Lu Qingyao nodded. They indeed needed some proper discipline. She thought about cleaning up the sheep dung in the backyard and starting a vegetable garden, and maybe catching some fish from the river to dry. When she calculated it all, there was still a lot of work to do. In the mountains, the stream flowed gently, and birds chirped happily. Lu Qingyao led a few people along the path, but they didn't see a trace of wild chickens or rabbits. It seemed Lu Fuqi was too greedy and had really hunted all the game in the nearby mountains. What a shame. Fortunately, she had hidden some meat earlier, otherwise, everything would have to be bought with money. But where would she get so much money? After walking for a while, Lu Yunyang called out to her sister-in-law, "Let's find firewood here. It's too far to carry it back." Lu Qingyao nodded. Seeing the Li brothers out of breath, she sat down on the ground. She frowned. Lu Yunyang sighed and shook her head, pointing at the two brothers. "Look at you both, raised in the mountains, and you can't even keep up with Renfeng, who is younger than you." Li Erlang felt a bit ashamed. They usually went up the mountain to gather firewood and pick wild vegetables. How could they not compare to a chubby boy from the city?
It was hard to understand.
Li Sanlang, however, was not satisfied and insisted on challenging Jiang Zifeng to a match the next day. Lu Qingyao and her mother exchanged a glance but said nothing. Both were trained in martial arts, so this distance was nothing to them. They probably just walked too fast earlier, and the two brothers were spoiled, which made them out of breath. Lu Qingyao watched them gather firewood and decided to explore further. "Sister-in-law, after you finish gathering firewood, take the kids back. I want to check the forest." Lu Yunyang looked toward the deep woods, where tall trees blocked the sunlight, and it seemed endless. She had seen Lu Qingyao's skills, but being a woman, it was still too dangerous. "Sister-in-law, Don't forget that Lu Fugue got lost in there. Plus, there might be wild animals. It's too risky. Lu Qingyao smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, they can't hurt me. She knew better than anyone how Lu Fugue got hurt. If she dared to come at night, there was nothing to fear during the day. Lu Yunyang couldn't argue with her and decided to go along. She now took her sister-in-law's words very seriously, even more than what her husband said. Especially after Madame Lu tried to scheme against them and ended up being outsmarted by her sister-in-law, who helped everyone reclaim their farmland. This made her admire Lu Qingyao even more. After gathering firewood, she took the kids down the mountain. Lu Qingyao watched them go far away before picking up an axe and carrying a bamboo basket into the deep forest. She wasn't alone. Danke followed her. Danke had been calling out to her, and Lu Qingyao worried that someone might notice. Was there something unusual in this forest? Danke led the way, while she followed behind. Gradually, they ventured deeper. The grass grew taller, reaching past her knees, but she could still faintly see a fluffy white mass in the bushes ahead. Danke perched on a tree branch, watching below. Lu Qingyao threw a small stone, but there was no movement. She quietly approached, careful not to make a sound. For a moment, she was stunned. A wolf. It was a white wolf. According to legend, white wolves only appear when a wise and kind ruler is present. It is a sign of good fortune. Lu Qingyao poked at it with her axe. It was dead. A dead sign of good fortune. Was this a blessing or a curse? She turned the white wolf over, finding its belly and legs covered in blood. It had been caught in a hunter's trap and bled to death. Lu Qingyao frowned. Legends can't be trusted. A sign of good fortune could die at the hands of humans. How fragile. She touched it. It was still warm, so it must have died recently. The white wolf's fur was smooth and white. It should sell for a good price. She opened the wolf's belly. To her surprise, it was a female wolf. It had just given birth. The umbilical cord hadn't even been cut yet. A small wolf was wriggling in her embrace. Lu Qingyao was slightly shaken. The mother wolf had held on until the pup was born before she passed away. She took out her dagger to cut the umbilical cord and placed the pup in her backpack, lining it with soft grass. Looking at the mother wolf, she no longer felt like skinning it. Wolves have spirits. She was raising the pup but would be taking the mother's skin. What kind of thing was that? But if she left it here, nearby villagers would surely skin it. After thinking it over, Lu Qingyao dug a hole and buried the mother wolf. The sun was still high. She picked up her backpack and walked a bit further. A red bird circled above. Lu Qingyao's heart raced. The bird always brought her surprises. Previously, it led her to water celery, a wild chicken nest, and 2 fighting wild boars. Now it was a white wolf. She wondered what other good things awaited her. She quickened her pace. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. It was a cliff. Not a very high cliff. Was this the surprise the bird had for her? Or was the real surprise hidden in the bamboo forest below? A vast bamboo forest stretched endlessly. Lu Qingyao hesitated for a moment, grabbed a vine, and climbed down. After searching around, she found only birds in the sky and feathers at her feet. There was no sign of anything else, but the red bird still circled above her.
So she found a spot and sat down. Ouch!
Something poked her from below. She pushed aside the bamboo leaves. Bamboo shoots. A winter shoot just breaking through the ground. Lu Qingyao tapped her head and smiled foolishly for a while. Golden clothes and white jade, a unique vegetable. Isn't that just describing winter bamboo shoots? Winter bamboo shoots are very tender because they are harvested before they break the soil. Compared to spring shoots, harvesting winter shoots requires more skill and is a bit more challenging. Therefore, winter bamboo shoots are relatively expensive. Lu Qingyao remembered that her mother-in-law and husband loved to eat these winter shoots, especially in a dish called pickled fresh bamboo shoots. In the past, in the capital, the Jiang family would buy many winter bamboo shoots every winter. She recalled that these shoots were quite pricey, and the household spent a large sum of money on them each year. However, What troubled her was that winter bamboo shoots were hidden underground, and not many broke through the surface. Although she could find the area, she had no way to dig them out. After much effort, Lu Qingyao managed to use an axe to dig out a few to take home. Let the children have a taste of something fresh. As the sun set, tired birds returned to their nests. Jiang Miao Miao was carried home by her brothers. After being held all the way, she lay back in her cradle, still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. She was snoring softly, with bubbles forming at her mouth. Jiang Zifeng went to start a fire. Jiang Ziyan rested his chin on his hand, watching over his sister. The fingerprints on his sister's face had faded, revealing a beautiful little face. With her rosy little mouth and long, curled eyelashes, she grew more lovely each day. He thought of his deceased younger sister. She had been so frail at birth that their father never really looked at her before she passed away. Now, he realized he had even forgotten what she looked like. Perhaps she looked just like Miao Miao, just as beautiful. Jiang Ziyan felt a pang of sadness in his heart, a bittersweet ache. Rustle, rustle. Jiang Miao Miao opened her eyes. She saw her second brother, Jiang Ziyan, holding a pen and paper, drawing something nearby. When he noticed she was awake, he put down the pen and showed her the drawing. "Does this look like you, sister?" Jiang Miao Miao. Her brother's question was quite amusing. She had never looked in a mirror, so how could she know what she looked like? Her gaze was drawn to the little baby in the drawing. Even though it was a black and white ink painting, the baby looked really cute. With a chubby little face, round eyes with curled eyelashes, a tiny nose, and a little mouth with a touch of red, it was so rosy. Is this really her? To say that my second brother's painting skills are really good is an understatement. At such a young age, he can bring his subjects to life on the canvas. So beautiful. So beautiful. Jiang Miao Miao waved her little hands, babbling happily. Do you like it? I will paint one for you every year.
Sure.
Of course I do. In ancient times, there were no cameras, so painting was a great way to keep memories. When we grow old, we can look back at them. Jiang Ziyan took out a wooden box, carefully rolled up the painting, and stored it safely. The room gradually warmed up. Eldest brother came over with warm goat's milk. At that moment, Jiang Miao Miao remembered she was hungry and couldn't wait any longer. I want to eat. I want to eat. Pouting her little lips, she made soft sounds. Waving her hands and feet, she expressed her impatience. If the milk wasn't in her mouth in the next moment, she would start crying. Drinking goat's milk when hungry is really not as satisfying as mother's milk. Each spoonful just wasn't enough. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside, quick and steady. It's mother, she's back. Jiang Miao Miao felt that her senses were becoming sharper with time. When she returned, eldest brother had left the door open, and now mother pushed it open. Seeing her daughter smiling at her with milk on her lips made her happy. Lu Qingyao set down her basket before entering to change her clothes and freshen up. Only then did she come out to hold her daughter. Jiang Miao Miao stared at the small basket on the floor, which was covered with some herbs and had a few bamboo shoots sticking out. From beneath the herbs, there was a faint sound of whimpering. The sound was weak and barely noticeable. Usually, mother would bring back wild chickens or rabbits, hiding them under the herbs too. Jiang Miao Miao didn't think much of it and shifted her gaze to the bamboo shoots.
Wow.
Plump and large winter bamboo shoots. It seems like the brothers will have a better meal tonight. Although Jiang Miao Miao could only drink milk, she could see from her brothers' expressions that they were enjoying their meals more and more. Mother's cooking skills had greatly improved. She was looking forward to growing her teeth. Fomer Yenner, I brought back a little wolf cub. You two take it out and feed it some goat's milk. Lu Qingyao kissed the baby and reminded her sons. She had rushed back, worried that the little wolf cub might starve on the way. A wolf cub? The brothers quickly gathered around the basket. They removed the herbs on top and saw a small white creature wriggling underneath. A little wolf cub that hadn't opened its eyes yet. It was all white and soft. At first glance, it looked like a newborn puppy, showing no signs of being a wolf. Jiang Zifeng excitedly picked it up, saying, "Mom, The little wolf cub is so cute, just like my sister. Jiang Meow Meow. Her big brother is actually quite smart, but often what he says, along with his build, makes him seem a bit silly. Lu Qingmiao glanced at him. Who praises like that? Luckily your sister can't understand, or she would be upset with you. Little Meow Meow waved her fist and rolled her eyes at her big brother. I'm upset with you right now. Mom, I'm sorry. Jiang Zifeng stuck out his tongue. He didn't really know what he did wrong. Jiang Zian happily brought over a bowl of goat milk, and the two started to take care of the little wolf. Jiang Meow Meow felt a bit unhappy. She sensed her position at home was shaky. That wolf even took her food. After her second brother fed the wolf, he placed it back in the small wooden basin where he had been sleeping, then washed his hands and came over. Mom went to cook. Big brother was chopping the firewood he brought back. Jiang Meow Meow ended up in her second brother's arms again and took another nap. When she opened her eyes again, she was woken by a loud talking noise. Auntie came again. She had 2 pieces of paper in her hands. Sister-in-law, here is your land deed. I brought it back for you. There's a land deed? Lu Qingyao came out holding a spatula. She thought Jiang Yunze had nothing left in the old house except for that broken building. Surprisingly, there was a land deed. Not much. Before your father went to take the exam, he mortgaged it to the Lu family. I brought it back today, Lu Yunyang said with a smile as she handed the deed to her. She casually pulled up a stool to sit down and then noticed the fluffy little thing in the wooden basin. With a look of disdain, she reached in to check it out. Where did this little dog come from? Its eyes aren't even open. Can it survive? It's not a dog. It's a wolf, Jiang Zifeng said, watching his aunt warily. He was afraid she would hurt the little wolf cub. Wolf. Lu Yunyang was startled and dropped the little wolf. Jiang Meow Meow watched as the little wolf cub fell. She closed her eyes. So small, if it fell, it would hurt a lot, even if it didn't get hurt badly. She remembered that when she was born, she almost fell from a tree. Having left her mother right after birth, she felt a similarity with the little wolf. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the little wolf cub in her big brother's hands. Jiang Meow Meow finally relaxed her worried heart. Aunt, be careful. You could get hurt falling like that. Jiang Zifeng pouted, clearly unhappy. Lu Yuru awkwardly pulled back her hand. She didn't mean to. All the women and children in the village were afraid of wolves, especially after the famine. The wolves from the mountains, looking for food, would sneak into the village and take children or steal chickens when the adults weren't watching. During that time, no one dared to go out after dark, let alone raise wolves. Sister-in-law, how can you raise such a creature, especially a white one? I've never heard of white wolves, Lu Yuliang said from a distance, too scared to come closer. Even a little wolf cub that hadn't opened its eyes made her uneasy. Some things just instinctively frighten people. There's no helping it. Lu Qingyao smiled. Sister-in-law, wolves have a spirit, just like dogs. If they grow up around people, they won't harm them. She was also startled. She had worked hard to save it and didn't want it to get hurt. Lu Yuliang clicked her tongue. Sister-in-law, you need to think this through. Wolf cubs eat meat. Not to mention what will happen when it grows teeth, but even now, it will take away a lot of food. Without a doubt, she knew her sister-in-law was feeding it goat's milk. Goat's milk was rare in the village, and she was willing to give it to a wolf. People were struggling to eat, and she was feeding a wolf. Clearly, she came from a wealthy family and hadn't experienced hardship. Everyone was taken aback by her words. Yes, wolves eat meat. Lu Qingyao had enough milk for now, so feeding it goat's milk for a few days wasn't a problem. But meat. Jiang Meow Meow's mouth watered at the thought. She felt sorry for the little wolf, thinking about letting it starve.
Somehow,
it didn't sit right with her. Let's keep it for a few days and see. Lu Qingyao served a bowl of freshly cooked bamboo shoots and meat to Lu Yuliang. Each of her 2 sons received a small bowl. The steam rose, and the aroma filled the entire yard. In the bowl was a rich, fragrant soup with tender bamboo shoots, marinated wild boar meat, and juicy chicken. Jiang Meow Meow felt a bit hungry looking at it. Was this the famous marinated dish? In just 2 months, her mother had transformed from a wealthy lady who couldn't even boil water without causing a fire into a strong woman who could hunt and cook. Jiang Miao felt both relieved and a bit sad. She was glad her brothers could finally have a proper meal. Not burnt, bland, or undercooked food anymore. But she also felt sorry for her mother. She is clearly the head of the household surrounded by servants, yet she has to endure these hardships. Her little heart aches a bit. She wants her mother to hold her. Her mother says that seeing her makes all worries disappear. She is her mother's joy, her mother's little treasure. She wants to make her mother happy. As she opens her mouth, saliva uncontrollably drips out. Little sister is also tempted. Her older brother placed a piece of bamboo shoot near her mouth for her to taste. This counts as her first taste of winter bamboo shoots. Her aunt's eyes sparkled as she eagerly reached for the bowl from her mother's hands. "Sister-in-law, is this for me?" Lu Qingyao nodded. "Sister-in-law, I picked these winter bamboo shoots in the woods today and cooked them with meat. Please take some home for the children to try." Jiang Qiaoer and Jiang Wenshuan are as thin as monkeys, and their grandmother is bedridden. Even if they are poor, they should have something nourishing. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is truly impressive." Lu Yuliang sniffed. The aroma of bamboo shoots and meat was enticing, and the color looked good. Her cooking skills are decent, but in the countryside, just having something to eat is already good, and having meat is even better. Usually, she only dares to use small pieces of salted meat for flavor, adding some wild vegetables, radishes, and bamboo shoots for a big stew. Most of the time, they just eat whatever is available. There's no way to make something so refined. A pot of bamboo shoots and meat, with a large portion being meat. It was stewed with wild boar and chicken. That was quite luxurious. Seeing Lu Yuliang nearly drooling, Lu Qingyao directly placed a piece of bamboo shoot in her mouth. "Delicious, right? Sister-in-law, these winter bamboo shoots are wonderful. They could make anyone's mouth water. I was thinking of digging some to sell. They would definitely fetch a good price. Do you know how much they sell for per pound in Qingshu town?" Lu Yuliang was caught off guard. She instinctively chewed and swallowed. After finishing, she licked her lips. So tasty. Although it could have been cooked a bit longer, the meat made up for it. The flavor of the meat blended with the bamboo shoots. Even the slight bitterness was covered up. With one bite, the deliciousness of the wild boar and chicken mixed with the tender winter bamboo shoots was simply amazing. "Delicious, delicious." Lu Yuliang praised, licking her lips. This was the highest compliment she could give. If it were her husband, he would surely write a poem about it. But selling bamboo shoots might disappoint Lu Qingyao. "Sister-in-law, don't be disappointed." Lu Qingyao looked at her. "Winter bamboo shoots are nice, but they aren't worth much in our Qingshu town. A skilled digger can only collect about 30 to 40 pounds in a day, and they sell for less than 2 coins per pound. Sometimes, they can't even sell them at all. Working in town pays better than selling bamboo shoots."
How can that be?
In Lu Qingyao's memory, these were a mountain delicacy, and they were quite expensive in the restaurants of the capital. After all, they are only available in spring and winter. Spring shoots are easier to find, so they flood the market. Rare things are valuable, making winter shoots more special. Especially for scholars and poets, they are highly sought after. Every spring and winter, they must visit the Zui Xianlu to taste them. She once took her 2 children there, and a plate of stir-fried winter bamboo shoots cost 200 coins. If she hadn't come to Taoshi village, she would never have imagined that these winter shoots, selling for just 2 coins a pound here, could fetch over 100 coins in the capital. Lu Yunyang advised her to forget about selling bamboo shoots. In Qingshu town, we have plenty of winter bamboo shoots. Almost every household has them in their yards. Unless you're wealthy, who would spend money on them? If not cooked well, they can taste quite bitter.
I see.
Lu Qingyao emptied her basket of bamboo shoots. They were all large and plump. Unfortunately, she hadn't dug up many. She needed to show Lu Yunyang the value of these shoots to persuade her to join in. "Sister-in-law, do you know how much a bowl of pickled winter bamboo shoots is worth in the capital?" "How much?" Lu Yunyang asked, curious. She had no desire to visit such a place as the capital. Her husband had gone there once to collect a debt, but He returned empty-handed and spent 20 or 30 taels of silver on travel expenses. He came home thin and worn out from eating only steamed buns. Even so, her curiosity remained. Lu Qingyao spoke mysteriously. A bowl of winter bamboo shoots stewed with cured meat at the best Zui Xianlu in the capital can sell for 400 coins.
What?
Lu Yunyang exclaimed. 400 coins for a bowl? That's highway robbery. The money for one bowl of winter bamboo shoots could feed her family for half a month. She was so shocked that her hands started to tremble. Lu Qingyao quickly took the bowl from her before she dropped it and placed it on a wooden stump nearby. Sister-in-law, these are worth a lot outside. Hasn't anyone thought about selling them elsewhere? Lu Yunyang looked confused and said, I really don't know. In Qingshi town, there aren't many people who can read and write. Maybe no one thought that far. Jiang Miao Miao, who was secretly drinking soup, was startled by her aunt's loud voice and choked cough, cough, cough. Jiang Zian, why are you secretly giving Miao Miao meat soup again? She's still small and can't have too much, just a little taste. Lu Qingyao took Jiang Miao Miao and gently patted her back. Last time, when her daughter had a stomach ache, she suspected it was because she had given her chicken soup. Mom, I won't do it again. It's because my sister was so greedy that she almost drooled into my bowl, so I fed her, Jiang Zian said, sticking out his tongue, looking guilty. He couldn't help but want to feed his sister when he saw her drooling. Jiang Miao Miao thought, this naughty brother is making me take the blame. Lu Qingyao shot him a glare and turned back to Lu Yunyang to continue speaking. Sister-in-law, this winter bamboo shoot is called golden clothing and white jade. In the capital, a rare vegetable that scholars and literati cherish. Imagine if we dig some and sell them in Jiangzhou, we might get a good price. At least several dozen coins per pound, right? Several dozen coins. Really? Lu Yunyang asked, half in disbelief. She found it hard to believe that a plate of winter bamboo shoots could sell for hundreds of coins in a restaurant. If they could really sell them, then the bamboo shoots all over Taoshi village would be like piles of silver. Sister-in-law, would I lie to you? Go back and discuss it with your husband. Let's start digging tomorrow, but keep this a secret for now. We'll dig and see if we can sell them. Jiangzhou is quite a distance from Qingshi town. There aren't many bamboo shoots there. At least she hadn't seen any on her way. Maybe they could sell them for a good price. Jiang Miao Miao thought her mother was being a bit too generous today, cooking so much meat. She was also overly warm to her aunt. In a small village at dusk, smoke curled up from the chimneys. The aroma of meat and cooked dishes wafted from each home, causing dogs to bark excitedly. Jiang Yunhu had prepared the meal and set the table, but had not seen his wife return yet. He was happy today. The land contract had been returned, and it was time to celebrate. He cut a small piece of cured meat and stewed the wild vegetables his wife had dug from the mountains. He scooped a big bowl and handed it to his daughter. Shower, go call your mother back for dinner and take a bowl of meat to your aunt's house. Jiang Shower looked at the pieces of meat floating in the wild vegetable soup and licked her lips.
All right.
Dad, I'm going now. She then placed her brother on a stool, adjusted her sleeves, and went out. Where else could her mother be but at her aunt's house? It was strange how her mother used to dislike her aunt when she first arrived in Toxic Village because of Uncle Air. Sometimes she complained that her aunt was clumsy and couldn't cook or do needlework. Other times, she thought her aunt was too delicate. Now, however, she seemed to admire her. Her mother often visited her aunt, and thankfully, her aunt didn't mind. The aroma of meat from the wild vegetables wafted into her nose as she walked. It made her mouth water. But the closer she got to her aunt's house, the stronger the smell became. Jiang Shower quickened her pace and soon reached the door. The delicious smell was coming from her aunt's house. She peeked inside and saw her mother holding a bamboo shoot, deep in thought. Mom, it's time to eat. Dad has made dinner and is waiting, she called out. Lu Yuliang turned and saw her daughter bringing a bowl of wild vegetable soup. Spotting the bits of cured meat floating in it, she immediately understood why her daughter was there and felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Qingyao also noticed and smiled as she took the bowl. Shower, you came at just the right time. We were just worried about not having any greens to eat today, and here you are." Hearing this, Lu Yuliang felt much better. Her sister-in-law was considerate. Although they had cured wild boar meat at home, they were used to being poor and only brought it out during festivals. Eating like her sister-in-law's family felt too extravagant. Jiang Chaoer also noticed the large bowl covered with a lid beside her mother. The rich aroma must be coming from there. She licked her lips. She was lucky. Every time she visited her aunt's house, she got to enjoy delicious food. She really liked her aunt's family. Ever since they came to Toxic Village, life at home had improved. They occasionally had meat to eat and new clothes to wear. Very few people laughed at her family's poverty or at her patched clothes anymore, and no one dared to offer 10 taels of silver to her parents to sell her as a servant or concubine. Lu Yuliang happily returned with the cured meat and bamboo shoots. Jiang Yunhu saw Jiang Chaoer exchange a bowl of wild vegetables for a large bowl of cured meat and bamboo shoots, and his eyes widened. "Did your sister-in-law make this?" "Of course. It's so extravagant." Lu Yunyang washed her hands and helped her mother-in-law sit down. Then she sat next to Jiang Yunhu. Imitating her sister-in-law's tone, she said mysteriously, "Husband, do you know how much a bowl of pickled bamboo shoots costs in the capital?" "About 81, I guess." Jiang Yunhu had only indulged once during his trip to the capital, eating a bowl of wontons for 21. This bamboo shoot stew with cured meat could go for 81 at most. Restaurants wouldn't be as generous as a sister-in-law, putting in that much cured meat. Before Lu Yunyang could respond, Jiang Chaoer, still chewing, exclaimed, 81. Why is it so expensive? After getting a design from her aunt, she could only sell a handkerchief she embroidered for about 100 won after 2 days of work. Dad, why are bamboo shoots so expensive in the capital? Lu Yunyang leaned closer to the two men, lowering her voice to avoid being overheard. I'll tell you, it's not just 81. My sister-in-law mentioned that at the best restaurant in the capital, Zui Xianlu, a bowl of winter bamboo shoots with cured meat costs 400 won. The air suddenly became tense. Jiang Yunhu and his daughter exchanged a shocked glance, gasping. They repeated, "Wife, is it really? 400 won?" Lu Yunyang clicked her tongue. "Yes, it's 400 won a bowl." My sister-in-law also said the rarest part is the winter bamboo shoots, which are favored by the wealthy and scholars in the capital. She also mentioned that winter bamboo shoots are called something like golden clothing, a rare vegetable. Is it golden clothing and white jade, a unique vegetable? Lu Yunyang nodded repeatedly. Exactly, that's what she said. Jiang Yunhu had not read much, but he knew that it was fashionable for scholars to eat bamboo shoots. He just never expected them to be so expensive in the capital. The money he lent Jiang Yunza was saved from selling bamboo shoots in the county, but he could only sell them for 5 won a pound at most. Since injuring his leg, he had become nearly useless. He couldn't climb the mountains or go far. No one wanted to hire him for work outside. All the family's burdens fell on Yunyang, and they hadn't had a good day in a long time. Jiang Yunhu picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in his wife's bowl, saying, "Wife, you've worked hard. Eat more meat." Lu Yunyang also served him a piece. "You've worked hard too, husband. You eat." Jiang Yunhu took a piece of meat and chewed it, but he couldn't taste much. He asked Lu Yunyang, "What else did your sister-in-law say?" His voice was a bit hoarse. "My sister-in-law said that I should go with her to dig bamboo shoots tomorrow and then sell them in Jiangzhou," Lu Yunyang said while eating, with food still in her mouth. Maybe we can sell them for 10 coins a pound. If the bamboo shoots are really that rare, she would be willing to dig them every day. Her husband used to sell them in the county and could get 5 coins a pound. Going to Jiangzhou, it should at least double the price. If she digs all day, she could sell for several hundred coins. Thinking about this made her appetite grow. "I'll go with you to dig," Jiang Yunhu said in a deep voice. Lu Yunyang paused with her chopsticks in midair, hesitant to speak. Although the mountain in Taoshi village isn't very steep, her husband struggles even on flat ground. Climbing the mountain might not be possible. She opened her mouth, unsure how to persuade him. Then she heard her husband say, "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I have a plan. Isn't there a horse at my sister-in-law's house? I'll ride the horse. With me there, we can bring along 2 of old man Lee's boys, and we can dig 4 or 500 pounds in a day. That's right. You're so clever. With a horse, you won't have to climb the mountain.
How did I not think of that?
Lu Yunyang patted her head. Digging for winter bamboo shoots is a skilled job. You have to observe the color and shape of the bamboo leaves, find the ground cracks, and know how to locate the bamboo roots. Without experience, you might not even see a bamboo shoot, let alone dig one. And if you accidentally damage it, not only will you not make any money, but a whole day's work will be wasted. In Taoshi village, no one has more experience in digging bamboo shoots than her husband. At this moment, Lu Yunyang's mind was filled with thoughts of bamboo shoots. No, they weren't just bamboo shoots. They were shining silver coins.
Morning.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jiang Miao Miao was awakened by the sound of birds under the eaves. The way of the university is to illuminate virtue. Her second brother's voice reading. Opening her eyes, she noticed her mother was not beside her. Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit dazed, her head all squished from sleeping. Her bottom was wet and cold. Oh no, she wet the bed. When her mother was home, she rarely wet the bed because her mother would pick her up to go to the bathroom while she was still asleep. She remembered that her mother and older brother went to dig bamboo shoots. They probably wouldn't be back for a while. Her stomach was hungry. She wanted to nurse. She decided to cry first. Wah, wah, wah. No response. Her second brother was too focused on his reading. Jiang Miao Miao lifted her little head and looked around.
Oh.
It's hard work. She used all her strength to turn over.
Wow.
She can roll over now, but she can't roll back.
Wah.
She couldn't catch her breath. If she cried a little louder, maybe her brother could hear her. She finally understood how it felt for those who have thoughts but whose bodies are not able. There are so many things she wants to do and places she wants to go. But her body feels like it's not her own, not under her control. It's so uncomfortable. Jiang Zian walked in quickly, saying, "Don't cry, little sister. I'm here." He had just gone to the restroom and returned to hear her crying. When he came in, he saw her little face turned red, lying on the bed, tightly wrapped in her blanket.
She can
roll over by herself. Jiang Miao Miao fell into her brother's arms, gasping for air. From now on, when no one is around, she won't try to roll over again. It almost made her unable to breathe. Seeing that she had stopped crying, Jiang Zian changed her diaper and placed her in the cradle outside to enjoy the sunshine. The sunlight warmed the cradle and her little blanket. It felt cozy. The yard was quiet. No one around. Only the birds were chirping above her. "Be good, little sister. I'll get you some warm milk." He brought out a big bowl of goat's milk, poured it into a pot, and set it on the stove to heat. Bubble, bubble. Jiang Miao Miao tried not to cry or fuss, wanting to be as easy as possible for her brother. It wasn't easy for him to take care of her alone. The milk was hot and steaming. He poured it out to cool for a moment, tested it on his wrist, and then began to feed her spoonful by spoonful. He was very skilled at it. After finishing a big bowl, there was still some left. She felt full and let out a little burp. It felt like she was the only one eating at home, almost like she was getting a free meal. She felt a bit shy about it. Her brother took the leftover milk and poured it into a small bowl for the puppy. The puppy's eyes seemed to open a little, wriggling in the wooden basin. It really looked like a little puppy, soft and fluffy. It must feel nice to touch. When it grows up, it could be her pillow. But their mother wouldn't let her touch it, saying she liked to suck her fingers and might get fur in her mouth. "You're such a good sister. How about we go out to play?" Jiang Zian gave her a kiss on the cheek, grabbed a cloth bag for her bottle and diaper, and tied her to his chest. The little girl showed her lovely little face, kicking her legs, peeking around with a little head. It turns out that the second brother also sneaks out of school when their mother is not home. He took her to the door of Jiang Qiaoer's house and saw a shocking scene. Jiang Wenshuan was squatting in the yard. The yard had a strong smell. "Yan Ge, what are you doing standing at the door?"
"Guomin."
Jiang Qiaoer called out while wiping her brother. "No, sister, I'm taking my sister for a walk at the village entrance," Jiang Zian quickly replied and closed the door. Under the old locust tree in the morning, there were only a few grandmothers with children. As the second brother got closer, Jiang Miao Miao saw several big faces coming over, one of which looked familiar. Oh no, what a coincidence.
It was Aunt Wang.
Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit scared and held onto her brother tightly. The second brother shivered and held her close.
Oh.
Aren't these the two little ones from the Jiang family? Look at that pretty little face. I wonder how many people will be in trouble when they grow up. Aunt Wang, you should watch your words. You shouldn't say such things about a child. An old lady with a wrinkled face and a little girl on her back glanced at her. Aunt Wang clicked her tongue. Jiang Miao Miao saw a big, chubby hand reaching for her face. She shrank back into her brother's arms. Jiang Zian instinctively took a few steps back and avoided it. He looked at her warily. You're the troublemaker. Don't say that about my sister.
How can you talk like that?
You little brat, Aunt Wang said, grabbing his arm. Before she could pull hard, he let out a cry.
Ouch.
That hurts. Jiang Zian shouted. Aunt Wang is hitting kids. Aunt Wang is hitting kids. Aunt Wang quickly pulled back her hand, looking embarrassed. You little rascal, stop making things up. Who hit you? Jiang Miao Miao opened her mouth wide and started yelling at her, kicking her arms and legs. She looked fierce, trying to bully her brother. Not a chance. People around teased, Aunt Wang, those little kids together don't even match your age. Why are you arguing with them? Aren't you ashamed? Aunt Wang glared at them fiercely. Feeling defeated, she ran away. She felt that every time she met the Jiang family, it was never good. The last time she was bitten by Jiang Zifeng, it still hurt a little. The only wealthy family in the village, the Lu landlord house, had also been troubled by Lu Qingyao. Now, when they asked her for help, they were very stingy. Jiang Miao Miao kicked her little legs. Yay yay. Second brother, let's go back. What if we run into bad people again? Two little kids can't fight them. Jiang Zian carried his sister and walked around the village before heading home. In his arms, Jiang Miao Miao felt like she was on a rocking ride, sleepy and drowsy, faintly hearing people greet her brother along the way. As expected, she woke up again in the afternoon. She was awakened by hunger. Maybe they had spent too much energy arguing in the morning, so she slept a bit longer. So hungry. She opened her mouth to cry, wah wah wah. Miao Miao is awake. Don't cry, don't cry. Brother is here. Jiang Zian gently shook his sister. He looked at her several times, guessing she would want to eat now. So he had already warmed up some goat milk on the stove. She could eat as soon as she woke up. Today, she would drink goat milk all day, and there wasn't much left. If she wanted to eat, the little wolf wanted to eat too. It felt like raising two babies. Wasting milk. Just as Jiang Miao Miao was focused on drinking, she heard footsteps at the door. They weren't the footsteps of her mother or brother. Theirs were light and steady. And they weren't her aunt's either. Her aunt walked with an uneven rhythm. There were two people outside. The footsteps paused and moved back and forth at the door.
Who could it be?
Jiu also noticed and flew out, circling around before coming back. Aunt Wang is here, and the other one is unfamiliar. The door was pushed but didn't open. Since their mother wasn't home, her second brother had locked the door from the inside. Jiang Zian put down his book and quickly ran over, peeking through the door crack. Who is outside? There was silence outside. Just a false alarm. The sun was setting. Jiang Miao Miao was very happy. Their mother and older brother were about to come back. Jiang Zian carried his sister at the door, waiting for the returning family. In the distance, he saw a group of people driving an ox cart with someone riding a tall horse. As they got closer, he recognized the person on the horse was his uncle. The car was filled with baskets of bamboo shoots, a whole load. Everyone was following behind. Mom, where did the ox cart come from? Jiang Zian remembered they didn't have an ox cart when they left, and his uncle's family didn't raise oxen. I borrowed it from your uncle Li, Lu Qingyao said, setting down her backpack and rubbing her waist. Not used to farm work, she found it quite tiring. Old Man Li heard they were going to the mountains to dig for shoots and immediately lent them the ox without a second thought. Today was the first day of digging and we didn't go far, just to the mountain behind the village. We found quite a lot, probably around 400 or 500 pounds. Lu Qingyao pulled a big fat rabbit out of the basket. It seemed to have hurt its foot and was bleeding. Big brother and sister-in-law, Er Lang and San Lang don't need to cook dinner today. We're having rabbit meat. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, you're lucky. While digging for bamboo shoots, you spotted this rabbit. We're in for a treat today, Lu Yunyang said with a smile, patting her flat belly and licking her lips. Jiang Yunhu helped his wife down from the horse. Sister-in-law, you rest for a bit. We'll change our clothes and come back. I'll take care of dinner tonight. Okay. Thank you, big brother, Lu Qingyao replied gratefully. She knew how much she had, and if he cooked, the rabbit meat wouldn't go to waste. Jiang Miao Miao was calling out, wanting her mother to hold her, missing her after a day apart. Of course, she was also hungry. Since she had to share goat milk with the little wolf, there wasn't enough for her to eat all day. She was full in the morning, but only half full in the afternoon. Lu Qingyao changed her clothes and freshened up before picking up her daughter. Was Miao Miao good today? She was good. She didn't cry all day, Jiang Ziyan said proudly, but he didn't mention meeting Aunt Wang because their mother had told him to stay home and not go anywhere. He didn't want her to know he had disobeyed. Changing the subject, he said, Mom, Miao Miao can roll over now. You and Fenger could only roll over at almost 4 months, and Miao Miao is doing it so early. Lu Qingyao looked at the little baby in her arms in surprise. Not even 3 months old. After thinking for a moment, she felt it wasn't too surprising. Many things had happened since Miao Miao came home that couldn't be explained by common sense. She reminded her 2 sons, Miao Miao can roll over now, so watch her closely when she's on the bed. Don't let her roll off. Got it, Mom, the 2 brothers nodded in agreement. Jiang Miao Miao focused on her food, leaving the remaining goat milk for her little pet. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the dishes, Lu Yunyang lingered, wanting to chat and not wanting to leave. Sister-in-law, do you have something to say? Lu Qingyao asked directly, noticing her hesitation. Sister-in-law, are you going to Jiangzhou to sell bamboo shoots tomorrow? Yes, do you want to come along?
Sure.
Lu Yun agreed happily, saying, I actually wanted your older brother to go with us. If we can sell the bamboo shoots tomorrow and make some money, we can find a better doctor to check his leg. You know, in this countryside, there are only barefoot doctors who don't seem to help much. I was thinking of going to the city to see. Lu Qingyao readily agreed. Of course. Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about money. As long as we can heal your brother's leg, I will find a way to manage the expenses. She had actually thought of this earlier, but since they didn't mention it, she felt it wasn't right to bring it up. After all, it was all caused by Jiang Yunze. Every action has consequences, and she feared the repercussions would fall on the child. The next morning, Jiang Miao Miao was still asleep when her mother shook her awake. The little baby hadn't had enough sleep and was a bit cranky. She was very upset. Wah wah wah, she cried out, but not for long. Woo woo woo. After being fed, a sweet taste filled her mouth. She started sucking eagerly. The little baby calmed down immediately. With her eyes closed, she held onto a big bowl and continued to suck. After finishing her milk, her mother picked her up to change her diaper, and only after that did they return to bed to continue sleeping. She dreamed of running in the sunny grass and rolling on the ground. Rolling and rolling, she tumbled down a hill. What a steep hill. It was scary. She fell hard onto the ground.
Ouch.
That hurt. Her body felt cold, and her feet were chilly. Her head was throbbing. When Jiang Miao Miao opened her eyes, she saw the cold floor. Oh no! She hadn't rolled on the grass. She had rolled off the bed. Sigh. She might as well cry. The little baby couldn't get up by herself. Today seemed to be the day her brother was home to take care of her.
Ah.
Jiang Zifeng rushed in. Fortunately, it was daytime. Otherwise, Jiang Miao Miao would worry that her brother might accidentally step on her. Jiang Zifeng quickly stopped in his tracks, looking at his sister on the floor with a shocked expression. Oh my goodness, sister. How did you fall down? Once he realized what happened, he hurriedly picked up the little baby. Holding her close, he gently patted her back and rocked her. He felt so sorry for her. Meow meow. Don't cry, don't cry. Were you scared? It's all Big Brother's fault. He had only stepped out for a little while, and somehow the little one had rolled off. Jiang Miao Miao was still a bit frightened. After crying for a while, she finally calmed down. Crying made her hungry quickly. Big Brother placed her back on the bed and checked her from head to toe. Little hands, arms, little feet. He examined her head carefully.
Ah.
Sister, you have a bump on your forehead. Jiang Zifeng exclaimed. Jiang Miao Miao felt a slight sting when her brother touched her forehead. Maybe she hit her head when she fell. She hoped it wasn't a concussion. Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit worried. Jiang Zifeng was anxious, holding her and pacing around the room, mumbling, "What should I do?" Their mother was not home, and their uncle and aunt were also away. Sister Qiao was busy taking care of her brother and their aunt. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Zifeng, are you home? It was Li Sanling's voice. Yes, yes. Jiang Zifeng carried his sister to open the door. My father sent me to help. What do you need me to do? Li Sanling looked around the yard. It seemed there wasn't much to do. My sister fell off the bed and bumped her head. I need to take her to see a doctor. Do you want to come? Jiang Zifeng was very worried and started gathering things in the house while holding his sister. He grabbed a handful of coins and a few pieces of silver to put in his pocket. Then he secured his sister in front of him. Jiang Miao Miao lay comfortably in her brother's arms, feeling safe and warm. She was also afraid of being hurt, so seeing a doctor was a good idea. Zifeng, wait for me. Li Sanling hurried to catch up with them. Brother carried her to the village entrance and sat under the old locust tree for a moment until Uncle Wang Quan arrived with an ox cart. Uncle Wang was a neighbor of their uncle and drove the ox cart to take people to Qingshi town every day. Zifeng, where are you taking your sister? Wang Quan asked curiously. Uncle Wang, my sister fell off the bed and bumped her head. I need to take her to see a doctor. Zhang Ziyuan replied, looking up at him. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan quickly helped them onto the ox cart. Let's go. You can ride with me both ways, but don't run around after seeing the doctor. He then glanced at the little girl in Jiang Zifeng's arms. Your sister is really well behaved. She's not crying or fussing. Jiang Miao Miao smiled at him. Uncle Wang, how much is it? Jiang Zifeng asked as he reached for his money. 1 coin for each child, so 2 coins total. The little one rides for free. Jiang Miao Miao thought Uncle Wang was a sincere person. Hurry up, we're leaving. Wang Quan cracked the whip on the ox's back.
Okay.
Jiang Ziyuan held his sister with one arm and grabbed the cart's handle with the other. Jiang Miao Miao happily waved her little hands, looking around. It was her first time riding in an ox cart, and it was quite fun. After a while, they picked up another person. Jiang Miao Miao felt that she and her brother were having a bit of bad luck today. They ran into Aunt Wang again.
Mu mu jing jing jang jang.
The ox was running down the country road, filled with people. Wang Quan had picked up many passengers along the way. Counting. 8 people. That's over the limit. Jiang Miao Miao tightly held onto her brother's clothes, afraid they might tip over. Don't be afraid, sister. I'm here, and bad people will stay far away. Jiang Zifeng gently patted her back, glancing at Aunt Wang.
Jiang Miao Miao.
With her brother around, she wasn't scared of Aunt Wang. In a fight, Aunt Wang was no match for her brother. Aunt Wang was sitting with her back to them, unusually quiet today. When they got off the cart, Aunt Wang glanced at them, her lips curling in a strange smile. Her gaze was hard to read, a mix of disdain and a hint of pity, but it quickly passed. It sent a chill down Jiang Miao Miao's spine. Wang Quan jumped off the cart first, and then helped Jiang Zifeng down. Fonger, Sanling, I'll be heading back at dusk. Don't miss it. Okay, thank you, Uncle Quan. Jiang Zifeng thanked Wang Quan and hurriedly took his sister to the clinic. The only pharmacy in Qingshi town was by Kaotang, where a barefoot doctor was available. Doctor, my sister fell off the bed and has a bump on her head. Could you please take a look? Don't worry, young man. Let me check. Dr. Go examined Jiang Miao Miao's head for a while. He felt around her head and then took her small hand to check her pulse. After a long moment, he said, The child is fine, young man. No need to worry. Just boil an egg for her to put on her forehead. This was the first time Dr. Go had seen a child brought in just for falling off a bed. Kids in the countryside weren't so delicate. Bumps and bruises were common. But looking at the boy and the little girl in his arms, they seemed like children from a wealthy family. One was chubby and fair, the other delicate and lovely, clearly well cared for. Jiang Zifeng confirmed again, "Doctor, my sister is really okay?" Dr. Ge smiled, stroking his beard. "She's fine, don't worry. No injury to the head, just a surface bruise." Seeing the little girl's bright, curious eyes, she didn't seem hurt at all. Jiang Zifeng sighed in relief and asked, "Thank you, doctor.
How much is the fee?"
Jiang Miao Miao's anxious heart also settled down. After all, medical conditions in ancient times were not advanced, and even a small illness could be deadly. As long as there are no serious side effects, that's good. The little girl doesn't need medicine, and she can't take any, so I won't charge you for the consultation. Dr. Go waved his hand. The medicine shop is owned by the Chui family, and the shopkeeper pays him a monthly salary. As long as he collects medicine at the Baichao Hall, the consultation fees are always free. "Thank you, doctor." Jiang Zifeng thanked Dr. Go and then carried his sister out of the Baichao Hall. This doctor is quite nice. As Jiang Miao Miao learned more about Qingshi town, her impression of the place grew better. The scenery is beautiful, and the people are simple and kind. Of course, there are a few exceptions. Jiang Zifeng, carrying his sister, didn't know where to go for a moment and felt a bit like going back. But Uncle Quan's ox cart should have already returned by now. "Brother Phone, let's go shopping." Li Sanling, who rarely went out alone, didn't want to go back so soon. Jiang Miao Miao also didn't want to go back and peeked out her little head to look around. Sweet candied hawthorn. Big candied hawthorn, sweet and delicious. A plump woman selling candied hawthorn approached, calling out as she walked. When she reached them, she said, "Hey there, come get some candied hawthorn, sweet and big ones." Jiang Miao Miao shook her little hand. Bye. "Auntie, I'll take 2 sticks. I want the biggest ones," Jiang Zifeng said as he reached into his pocket for money. "How much?" 2 sticks for 4 coins. The plump woman took down 2 sticks from the top and smiled at them. She glanced at Jiang Miao Miao for a moment. Jiang Zifeng took the candied hawthorn, one for Li Sanlang and one for himself. He let his sister have a lick first before putting it in his mouth. Seeing this, Li Sanlang also followed Jiang Zifeng's lead and let the little girl have a lick before he started eating. One bite after another, their mouths were full. Jiang Miao Miao wanted more, making little sounds of excitement. "I want to eat. I want to eat." "Be good, little sister. You can only eat when your teeth come in," Jiang Zifeng finished as quickly. After eating, his sister stopped fussing. They walked to a wonton stall and it was almost mealtime. "Samling, let's go. I'll treat you to wontons." "Wontons?" Li Samling pretended to decline. "No, thanks. Wontons are expensive. They cost 8 coins a bowl." "That's all right. I'm treating you," Jiang Zifeng said as he ordered 2 bowls of wontons from the stall owner. He took out 16 coins. Li Sanling felt a bit envious of Jiang Zifeng, wondering how Aunt Lu could give him so much pocket money. Bang 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 boom boom, the sound of drums and gongs came from the street, and there was a crowd ahead. "Old man, what's happening up there?" "So many people," Li Sanling asked a passerby after finishing his wontons. "A circus troupe has come by, and they say they brought some bears that can write poetry." Before the passerby could finish, a nearby woman pulled him away, saying, "Hurry up, or there won't be any spots left." "Fonga, let's go take a look," Li Sanlang said excitedly, pulling Jiang Zifeng into the crowd. Jiang Zifeng protected his sister with his hands. "Do you want to see, little sister?" Jiang Miao Miao waved her little hand. She wanted to see. "Let's go watch the fun." She had seen an elephant paint but had never seen a bear write poetry. It seemed unbelievable. Curious, they pushed their way in. The crowd surrounded 2 large iron cages from a distance, where 2 big bears were kept. Humans have a natural fear of wild animals, especially bears that can be dangerous. So everyone dared not get too close, only watching from afar. "Hey, didn't you say the bears can write poetry? Let them show us," a voice called from the crowd.
"What do you want them to write?"
asked the middle-aged man with a bushy beard. You're putting me in a tough spot. I can't read or write. Just let them write something.
All right.
The bearded man struck a gong a few times and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, I have some bears that can write poetry. Today, they will perform by writing Qing Shizhen for everyone. If you have money, please support them. If not, just cheer them on. Sounds good. If they write well, I'll give you a coin, another voice chimed in. Jiang Miao Miao stared intently at the bears. They were larger than ordinary bears but looked tired and dull. Their fur lacked luster. It was too far away to see clearly. The bearded man held up some white paper, showing it to everyone before placing it in front of the bears. The two bears picked up brushes, dipped them in ink, and began to write on the paper. It was strange how skilled their movements were, contrasting with their bare appearance. After a moment, the bearded man brought the finished writing to show everyone. Wow, that's really good. Jiang Zifeng was stunned. He felt a bit discouraged. The bear's writing was almost as good as his. Jiang Miao Miao's gaze followed those pieces of paper. The writing wasn't perfect, but it was decent. Something felt off. She sensed something was wrong from the very beginning. The bear was known to be the most ferocious animal in the forest. How could it be so obedient? Not to mention writing. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never seen a bear write. Moreover, the way it wrote
looked somewhat human-like. What exactly are they?
There were no doll clothes in ancient times. Jiang Miao Miao regretted not bringing Jujui along. It would have known. Her older brother, seeing others giving rewards, tossed in a couple of coins too. What a waste. The second round of the performance increased the difficulty, writing the 3-character classic. The bearded man read aloud while 3 bears wrote. At the beginning, human nature is good. People are similar, but habits differ. Jiang Miao Miao felt something was still off. Just as she wanted to watch more, her brother carried her away. Let's go. Time to head back, Jiang Zifeng said, leaving the crowd with his head down. He felt a bit downcast. It was one thing for his younger brother to write well, but even the bear's writing was better than his. He was determined to practice his writing hard when he got back. He didn't want to embarrass his mother or brother. Li Sanlang wanted to watch more, but he had no money and had to walk back alone after parting ways with Feng Ge. He didn't want to walk. He kept turning back every couple of steps to follow. Jiang Miao Miao called out, not wanting to leave either. She still hadn't figured out what those 3 really were. Don't be afraid, little sister. The bears are locked up and won't come out to harm anyone. Jiang Zifeng gently shook her as he held her. Jiang Miao Miao thought. Her brother surely didn't know that sometimes people could be much scarier than bears. Her brother continued to carry her around until they reached a place selling small animals. There were wild rabbits, mountain chickens, and deer, along with many birds. Jiang Miao Miao noticed that the small animals would make some sounds. She could hear them all, but the bears had been completely silent. Having seen the harshness of the world at such a young age, her little heart struggled to handle it. The sun gradually set. Fewer people were on the street, and the bear performance was wrapping up. Sugar-coated haws are sweet. Sugar-coated haws are big. Sugar-coated haws are sweet and sticky. A plump woman selling candied haws walked ahead, walking and calling out. One hand held a stick with only 2 candied hawthorns left on it. The other hand carried a full basket of oranges. As they walked, a child ran into them. Oranges spilled all over the ground. Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanlang quickly stepped forward to pick them up. Ma'am, we can help you. Thank you. Thank you. The plump woman said repeatedly. Young man, my home is just ahead. Can you help me carry it there? Jiang Zifeng looked at the sun. It wasn't yet evening. Sure, ma'am, lead the way. Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanlang picked up the basket and followed the plump woman. Jiang Miao Miao thought her brother was quite helpful. As they walked, they turned into an alley with a horse-drawn carriage parked at the entrance, the horse grazing, looking like it had been there for a while. They walked further and turned into another alley. Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit anxious. The alley was empty. She had heard that many bad things happen in deserted alleys. The plump woman stopped in front of a door. We're here. Thank you for bringing me back. Would you like to come in for some tea?
No, no.
Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanling shook their heads in unison. All right, I still have 2 leftover strings of candied hawthorns.
Take them with you.
The plump woman took down the 2 strings of candied hawthorns and handed them to the 2 boys. Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanling exchanged glances. After wandering all afternoon, they were hungry. They had eaten wontons and bought goat milk for their sister, leaving only enough money for the way home. No money for anything else. Jiang Zifeng licked his lips and took the candied hawthorns. Thank you, ma'am. Jiang Miao Miao opened her mouth, wanting to eat. Her brother held the candied hawthorn to her mouth. She took a lick. The taste was off, too sweet. It was different from what she had eaten before. Jiang Miao Miao tightly closed her mouth and stopped eating. She started to whine. Her brother didn't want to eat either. Jiang Zifeng thought his sister was just being fussy, so he popped one into his mouth and finished it in a few big bites. Just as they were about to leave the alley, Jiang Miao Miao watched as her brother and Li Sanling suddenly fell over. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth. She was so scared her brother would crush her. Fortunately, he used his remaining strength to protect her in his arms. Had they run into trouble? People can be so cruel. How careless. Should she pretend to be dead or asleep? A man with a scar on his face got out of the carriage and dragged her brother and Li Sanling onto it. The plump woman who sold candied hawthorns picked her up from the ground, frowning. Boss, what should we do with this little one? It's too small to take care of. Let's just throw it away. Jiang Miao Miao's heart raced. She couldn't be thrown away. She couldn't be separated from her brother. What should she do? How can a tiny baby save herself? The scarred man leaned over to take a look at the little baby, who had pretty eyes and was quietly staring at him. Not crying or making a fuss. What a beautiful baby. It would be a shame to throw her away. Let's keep her. Who knows? She might grow up to be our moneymaker.
Sure.
We can raise her and then send her to work. She might charm a lot of people. The plump woman pinched Jiang Miao Miao's cheek. Boss, do you think this baby is a bit slow? She's not crying or making noise. Jiang Miao Miao cursed in her heart. That awful woman wanted to sell her to such a place. Who cares? She's pretty. That's all that matters. Stop wasting time. We need to leave before someone sees us. The scarred man shouted. Jiang Miao Miao was picked up by the plump woman and placed in a cart. She saw 2 other children huddled in a corner. It was dark, and she couldn't see their faces clearly. The sound of sobbing seemed to come from a little boy. The scarred man lifted the curtain and shouted at the boy, "If you cry again, I'll throw you to the wolves." The 2 children immediately stopped making noise. As they left the city gate, Jiang Miao Miao heard Uncle Quan's voice calling out. Heading back to Taoshi village, heading back to Taoshi village. Wah wah wah. Jiang Miao Miao opened her mouth and cried loudly, putting all her strength into it. But it seemed to have no effect. The scarred man drove the cart quickly past Uncle Quan. Uncle Quan's voice was carried away by the wind. The plump woman was startled and quickly covered Jiang Miao Miao's mouth, glaring at her. You little brat, if you cry again, I'll throw you out to the wolves. Her plea for help had failed. Jiang Miao Miao obediently closed her mouth. If she kept crying, she believed that the woman would really throw her out to the wolves. Why must women make things difficult for each other? Forget it. As long as there's life, there's hope. Wang Quan rubbed his ears and glanced at the cart that had just passed by him. He thought he heard a baby crying. Quan, why aren't you leaving yet? If you don't hurry, it will be dark soon, Aunt Wang urged impatiently. What's the rush? Just wait a bit longer. Wang Quan stood on his tiptoes, looking into the city. Where are Feng and Li Sanling? Has anyone seen them? He had run back and forth several times. He couldn't have missed them. Aunt Wang clicked her tongue. They probably took a ride back with someone else. Don't wait for them. We need to hurry home for dinner. Zhangzhou. It was past noon. At the city gate, there was a horse-drawn cart and an ox cart. Lu Qingyao sold the original cart used for carrying people and bought a cargo cart instead. It was filled with 2 carts full of bamboo shoots. Jiang Zian ran out of the city, panting, and said to Lu Qingyao, Mother, I found out that in the market, large winter bamboo shoots cost 40 yuan per pound, while smaller ones are 20 won per pound. So expensive, Lu Yunyang exclaimed, her jaw dropping in surprise. It seemed that ever since she met Lu Qingyao, there were daily surprises. Winter bamboo shoots are more expensive when they first come out around the beginning of winter, Jiang Yunhu said, trying to contain his excitement. He calculated in his mind. With this price, they could sell the 2 carts for at least several taels. Lu Qingyao was not surprised at all. Yenner, did you find out which restaurants in Jiangzhou are the busiest? I asked the merchants, and the best ones are Tianqiang Tower and Yupinju, but the highest end is still Tianqiang Tower. I heard it's famous throughout Jiangzhou. Mother, should we go to Tianqiang Tower? Lu Qingyao thought for a moment. Let's go to Yupinju.
Why?
Jiang Zian asked, confused. Tianqiang Tower might already have fixed suppliers. Jiang Yunhu guessed that the reason his sister-in-law didn't want to go to Tianqiang Tower was because the customers there were either high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants. It was difficult for common folks to get in. But Lu Qingyao thought differently. Although Tianqiang Tower was large, negotiating with them as a small supplier might not be advantageous. Yupinju was different. While it wasn't the biggest restaurant in Jiangzhou, it was relatively affordable. However, it had the largest customer flow. Most importantly, Yupinju had branches not only in Jiangzhou but also in the capital and other regions. Properly stored, unpeeled winter bamboo shoots could stay fresh for 15 to 30 days. That was enough time to transport them elsewhere. The horse-drawn cart and ox cart stopped in front of Yupinju. The waiter rushed out, glanced at the group, and warmly greeted them welcome. What would you like to eat? Lu Qingyao was very pleased with the service at Yupinju. Compared to Zui Xianlu, she preferred Yupinju when she was in the capital. But Jiang Yunze found it lacking in prestige. Lu Qingyao did not go inside. Young man, could you please ask your manager to come out? I would like to discuss a business deal with him. The waiter glanced at the bamboo shoots on the cart and immediately understood. Please wait a moment. Before long, a composed middle-aged man came out. He was taken aback when he saw Lu Qingyao. It was quite rare to see a woman alone in business. Although she was dressed like a farmer, her demeanor was different from those around her. What is your surname, madam? My surname is Liu, and my name is Qingyao. Manager Jean glanced at the 2 carts of winter bamboo shoots behind Lu Qingyao, and his eyes lit up. They weighed about 400 pounds, were large and plump, and of excellent quality. He approached and peeled one, revealing tender, white bamboo shoot flesh with a delicate texture. How many of these winter bamboo shoots do you have, Madam Lu? Seeing Manager Jin's expression, Lu Qingyao knew her bamboo shoots were of high quality. I can supply 2 carts like this every day, and if needed, I can provide more. Manager Jean raised an eyebrow. May I ask, Madam Lu, have you been to Tianqiang Tower? No, we came directly to Yupinju as soon as we entered the city. Manager Jean looked puzzled. Tianqiang Tower can offer a better price than us. Lu Qingyao smiled, but Tianqiang Tower cannot consume all our bamboo shoots. Although Manager Jean didn't know how many bamboo shoots Lu Qingyao had, her bold claim piqued his curiosity. Please come in, Madam Lu. Let's have some tea and discuss. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly. Lu Yunyang looked at the luxurious restaurant and felt a bit intimidated, pulling her back. Sister-in-law, you and Yan Gu can go. We will wait for you here. Lu Qingyao thought for a moment. The delivery and payment tasks would likely fall on her older brother in the future, so it was better for him to learn more. How about this? Sister-in-law, you and Yan stay here to watch the carts, and my brother will accompany me.
All right.
Jiang Yunhu nodded. He also wanted to learn more from Lu Qingyao. After sitting down and having a cup of tea, Manager Jean got straight to the point. How much does Madame Lu want to sell these winter bamboo shoots for per pound? 35 won per pound for the large ones, and 20 won per pound for the smaller ones. How does that sound? This was indeed cheaper than the market price, but anyone in business wants to buy quality goods at a good price. Manager Jean pondered for a moment and said, Madam Lu, if you have more than these 2 carts, feel free to bring them. I can offer you 30 won per pound for the large ones and 15 won per pound for the smaller ones. How does that sound? Jiang Yunhu felt a pang. The manager's price was too low and not worth it, and he wanted to refuse. But he heard Lu Qingyao say, "All right, but I have a condition." Manager Jean was pleased. "Please, Madam Lu, go ahead. If this price can be secured, then we can buy winter bamboo shoots from her for both the nearby county stores and the capital store." The demand for winter bamboo shoots at the capital's Ipinju is especially high. This price can be agreed upon, but can Manager Jean ensure that all winter and spring bamboo shoots this year can only be purchased from me? If Madame Lu can guarantee the quality and supply of the bamboo shoots, then that is certainly not a problem. But the price cannot be set in stone. These seasonal delicacies come onto the market gradually after winter begins, and as the supply increases, the price of bamboo shoots fluctuates daily. Manager Jean is a bit worried. Lu Qingyao understands his concerns. For her, this price is still profitable.
What she wants is a stable supply.
Manager Jean, how about this? Let's set a price guarantee for 15 days. We agree on this price, and it will remain unchanged for 15 days. After that, we can adjust it based on market prices. What do you think? Manager Jean thinks for a moment. This is indeed a good idea that benefits both sides. He happily agrees. Deal. With 15 days of stability, the price won't change much. Jiang Yunhu is overjoyed, relieved that he didn't interrupt earlier. From now on, as long as they dig up bamboo shoots, they just need to deliver them here. Lu Qingyao nods slightly. Can we write a receipt? Of course. Manager Jean smiles and asks a servant to bring paper and pen. The two of them press their fingerprints on the document. With this price and quality of winter bamboo shoots, whether sold in Jiangzhou or taken to the capital, it will be very profitable. With these winter bamboo shoots, they might even attract customers from Taiyangxiangju. Lu Qingyao thinks for a moment and asks, "How many pounds does Manager Jean need for the next batch?" Manager Jean raises an eyebrow. "Can I dig up as much as I want?" Lu Qingyao glances at Jiang Yunhu beside her. Jiang Yunhu understands and nods at Manager Jean. Yes. As long as he wants it and the money is in place, they can gather the whole village's strength to dig it up. Manager Jean flips through the accounts. The current 400 pounds is only enough for Jiangzhou's Ipinju, and the capital's demand will at least double. "I need 800 pounds in 2 days. Can you dig that much?" "Yes," Jiang Yunhu replies without hesitation. Manager Jean, I have one more request. Please, Madam Lu. Could we pay a portion of the deposit? Lu Qingyao thinks that they will need to gather the villagers to dig up this batch of bamboo shoots. Naturally, they need to pay up front. With a deposit in hand, they won't be in a tight spot. Manager Jean smiled and said, "Of course, let's pay 5 taels of silver first, and you can pay the rest after the goods are inspected. How does that sound?" Although Mrs. Lu seemed clever, she was quite straightforward. Lu Qingyao readily agreed and nodded. She didn't expect the negotiation to go so smoothly. The entire process took less than an hour. After the delivery, Lu Qingyao treated Jiang Yunhu and his wife to a nice meal at Yupinju. Roasted pigskin, crispy crystalfish, grilled lamb. Lu Qingyao introduced each dish to them. Lu Yunyang was so excited by the feast that she couldn't find the words to express herself. In her lifetime, she had never eaten such a lavish meal. Even the food during the New Year wasn't half as good. She hesitated to start eating, mainly because she felt sorry for the money. "Sister-in-law, how about we just have some steamed buns instead?" "Sister-in-law, we still have a long way to go back. You rarely come to Jiangzhou, so let's enjoy this meal. With this business, our future will get better. Don't worry. Eat up," Lu Qingyao said as she began to serve her brother and sister-in-law. After a few bites, Lu Yunyang put down her chopsticks. "Sister-in-law, could you ask the waiter to pack up the leftovers? I want to let Xiaoer and mother-in-law taste them too." "Sister-in-law, eat your fill. I've already asked the waiter to pack food for the kids," Lu Qingyao replied. The children had also suffered for many days, and this meal was for them as well. For Lu Qingyao, these dishes were ordinary, but for her brother and sister-in-law, they were a rare treat. She felt a bit emotional. If only her elder brother had been a little more selfish and hadn't lent all their money to Jiang Yunza, his leg wouldn't have been injured. With her brother's skills, their family would probably be well off by now. They wouldn't be struggling like this. Lu Qingyao took Lu Yunyang's hand. Sister-in-law, we made a total of 11 taels of silver from selling bamboo shoots, plus 5 taels as a deposit. We can sell even more in the future, and our lives will get better. 11 taels. So much. Lu Yunyang was stunned, her eyes nearly popping out. That was the amount their family would save in a year. To earn it in just one day was incredible. Lu Qingyao couldn't help but worry that Lu Yunyang might tell others. Sister-in-law, please don't share this news. Lu Yunyang quickly composed herself and nodded repeatedly. Of course, my husband always says that wealth should not be flaunted. Even though the day went very smoothly, Lu Qingyao still felt anxious about the children at home. He left 5 taels of silver for Jiang Yunhu and hurried back with Jiang Zian. They should reach home before sunset. Jiang Miao Miao was asleep in the arms of a plump woman. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a round, chubby face. Jiang Miao Miao was a bit dazed. Looking at the unfamiliar woman, she suddenly remembered that she and her brother had been robbed. How could she be so carefree and fall asleep? But she was hungry, very hungry. If she couldn't cry, then she needed to be fed. A 3-month-old baby needs milk. So, the sleepy plump woman felt someone tugging at her clothes, tickling her. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Ah! I'm going to die. The plump woman was startled and woke up suddenly. In the moonlight, she saw the little baby lying on her chest. Slurp, slurp, the plump woman gasped and tried to push the baby away. She cursed, "You little rascal, I should have pinched you earlier. How could a toothless baby bite so hard?" The baby was surprisingly strong. No matter how she tried to push, it only hurt more. Jiang Miao Miao was using all her strength. The plump woman lifted the curtain and gritted her teeth, saying, "Dear, go find some cow's milk or goat's milk. Is it really that troublesome?" The scar-faced man turned around impatiently and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed in the air. "Have you laughed enough?" The plump woman was furious, her face turning red. Seeing his wife upset, the scar-faced man quickly stopped laughing. "Wife, does the little one think you're her mother? Why don't we keep her? When we have a son, she can be his little bride." Jiang Miao Miao. What a nice thought, but I doubt you can have children. The plump woman shot him a glare. What a ridiculous idea. She didn't dare to say that she could no longer have children. In the past few years, she had taken too many contraceptive pills and had several miscarriages. She would never be able to have a baby again. She disliked children, especially pretty little girls. Yet her husband was always dreaming of having a child. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept this little one. The scar-faced man parked the cart by a village and soon came back with a jar of milk. He handed it to the plump woman. "Here, this stuff is really expensive. It cost me quite a bit." The plump woman rolled her eyes at him. "You wasteful fool. Why did you even pay for it? Just one cut, and it will be over. Forget it. Let's do something good for our unborn son." The plump woman saw he couldn't stop talking about their son and fell silent. She brought the milk to Jiang Miao Miao's lips. "Little one, hurry up and drink, or you'll burst." Jiang Miao Miao smelled the sweet milk and couldn't stand the wait any longer. She started to drink the milk eagerly. After all, being full gives her the energy to think. Jiang Zifeng woke up from the woman's earlier scream, still pretending to be unconscious, with his eyes closed. He was strong, and the effects of the medicine wore off quickly. He wished he could give himself a few good slaps. If he hadn't been tempted by that candied fruit, he wouldn't have been caught. He opened his eyes a little and saw his sister safe and sound, drinking milk, which made him feel a bit better. He wondered if their mother had come back yet. Did she notice they were in trouble? Would she come looking for them? After finishing the milk, Jiang Miao Miao sucked on her fingers, her eyes darting around. She was deep in thought. She was sure she had special abilities, as she could communicate with her baby talk and chirps. But she hadn't tried talking to other small animals. She wondered if they could understand her. If she couldn't cry, she could at least call out. So the little one waved her tiny hands and giggled at the plump woman. Then she started to babble happily. The scar-faced man peeked through the curtain. "What's wrong with the little one?" "She's probably happy after eating." Such a carefree little thing. Even after being taken, she's still smiling. Seems like she has no conscience, the plump woman said impatiently. She tossed her into a corner of the carriage. Jiang Miao Miao rolled and rolled, until she rolled over to her big brother. He opened his eyes and blinked at her. Jiang Miao Miao reached out to touch her brother's face. Don't be scared, big brother. She began to babble again. She didn't even know what sound she was making. Ugh, rustle, rustle, coo, coo. The moonlight was bright, and many strange sounds echoed in the forest. The plump woman shrank back. What is that noise outside?
Darn it.
So many wolves. How can there be so many wolves? The scar-faced man said gloomily as he glanced back. Hold on tight. We need to leave quickly. The carriage became bumpier, and the plump woman couldn't pay attention to them anymore. Jiang Zifeng stopped pretending to be unconscious, broke free from the ropes, and tightly hugged his sister. Jiang Miao Miao held a small milk bottle, snuggling obediently in her brother's arms. The two little boys curled up in a corner, swaying back and forth. Hearing the howling of wolves outside, they couldn't hold back any longer and started crying loudly.
Wah.
I want to go home.
Wah.
I want to find my mom. A plump woman shouted at them. Crying again? If you keep it up, I'll throw you out to feed the wolves. The little boys looked terrified and stopped crying, whimpering softly. They trembled even more. Jiang Zifeng pulled them closer to him and gently comforted. It's okay, don't cry. Jiang Miao Miao finally got a good look at the two little boys. They looked about 4 or 5 years old. One was dressed in fancy satin, chubby and fair-skinned, with delicate features, like a child from a wealthy family. He pouted, tugging at his brother's clothes with curious, tear-filled eyes. The other boy wore a brand-new cotton coat and was chubby and dark. He was sniffling and crying softly. Jiang Miao Miao thought he looked a bit familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen him. Li Sanling slowly woke up, blinking in confusion, looking around with a dazed expression. Brother Feng, where are we? Where are we going? Jiang Zifeng bit his lip. We were captured by beggars. He had observed the two men. The plump woman was not too scary, but the scarred man had some skills and was armed. Fighting would not be a good idea, especially since he was worried about his sister. Li Sanling covered his mouth in shock. In disbelief, he realized he had been captured in broad daylight. After a while, he calmed down and looked at the two little boys beside him. His eyes widened in disbelief. How did you two get caught too? The chubby, white boy looked at him in confusion. Do we know each other? The dark chubby boy, upon seeing Li Sanling, seemed to find hope. He rushed into his arms, calling out brotherly.
I'm scared.
Like he had found a family member, he cried even harder. Are they all from Taoshi village? Jiang Zifeng had no impression of them. His name is He Hua. He is the grandson of Aunt Wang, Li Sanling said, pointing to the little dark boy in his arms. Jiang Miao Miao felt a sudden familiarity and wondered why he looked so familiar. Jiang Zifeng clicked his tongue. He couldn't remember this little boy at all. His eyes were only on his sister. As for him, his name is Su Baiyan, Li Sanling said, patting the little boy's head mysteriously. With him around, we won't have to worry about not being rescued. Su Baiyan sat quietly next to Jiang Zifeng, looking very well behaved. Haiwa was snuggled in Li Sanling's arms, staring intently at Jiang Miao Miao. Jiang Miao Miao looked back at him, holding a milk bottle and drinking from it. Haiwa's eyes brightened even more as he licked his lips, drooling. Suddenly, he reached out and knocked the milk bottle from Jiang Miao Miao's hands, trying to grab it for himself. Jiang Miao Miao was startled by this unexpected action. Pouting, she began to cry. What kind of person is this? A 5-year-old trying to take someone else's milk. Haiwa picked up the milk bottle and tilted his head back to drink. Jiang Zifeng snatched it away from him, frowning. Why is this kid so selfish? Learning to take things from others now. It's mine. I want to drink milk. Haiwa looked unhappy and reached out to grab it again. Smack. Li Sanling slapped his hand. What are you doing? You're too old for this. Taking milk from a baby, have you no shame? Shame, shame, shame. Taking my sister's milk. Su Baiyan stuck out his tongue at Haiwa. I want to eat. I want to eat. I just want milk. Seeing this, Haiwa rolled out of Lee Sanling's arms and started rolling around in the cart, crying.
Wah.
At home, whenever he cried and rolled around, his grandmother would give him whatever he wanted. Jiang Zifeng's eyebrows twitched. What foolish kids are these? Even in this situation, they dare to make a fuss. Isn't this just asking for trouble? At least his sister is smart and well-behaved. Eat what? Li Sanlang quickly covered his mouth to avoid upsetting the two people in front. If they got angry, they might just throw him out to the wolves. That Aunt Wang would probably cry her eyes out. Enough! What are you making noise for? A plump woman turned around and glared at Haiwa. You little rascal, if you keep this up, I'll make you regret it. Do you believe me? Outside the cart, wolves howled, while inside, the children cried. She was almost at her breaking point, wishing she could just get rid of the little brat. After thinking it over, she figured she could sell him for a bit of silver, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. He quickly fell silent. Li Sanling felt something cold on his backside and touched it.
Ugh.
How could this little brat be so scared? He made me wet my pants. What a situation. It was bad luck. Wearing wet pants in the middle of winter could freeze a person. And it smelled terrible. He quickly tossed the little one aside and moved closer to Jiang Zifeng. Jiang Miao Miao looked on in shock. Jiang Zifeng quickly covered his sister's nose, afraid she would be bothered by the smell.
It was dark and windy.
The cart stopped at the foot of the mountain. A beam of light flickered halfway up the slope. Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanling were pushed out of the cart. A few people were standing by the cart, leading the horses away. Jiang Zifeng held his sister tightly, worried someone might take her away. Li Sanling reached out for the little one, but halfway there, he picked up Su Baiyan instead. The little one reached out, looking very disappointed. A scarred man picked up the little one like a chick, ready to throw him over his shoulder. He paused midair, looking disgusted.
Ugh.
What a terrible smell. The little brat actually wet himself. The little one was shaken like water in a bowl. The scarred man looked at the plump woman. Wife, get a sack to put him in. I can't have him soaking me. The plump woman pulled out a smelly sack from the cart. They stuffed the little one inside and carried him up the mountain. Woo-woo. Occasionally, wolf howls echoed through the forest. Jiang Miao Miao noticed glowing green eyes along the sides of the road, following them closely. Boss, why are these wolves following us? The plump woman, holding a torch close to the scarred man, looked frightened. Don't mind them, just keep moving. We're almost there, the scarred man said, quickening his pace to a near jog. Today's wolves felt strange. He had noticed them halfway through their journey. These wolves had followed them all the way, led by a pure white wolf. At first, he was terrified, but when he saw they were keeping their distance without showing any signs of aggression, he relaxed a bit. But now he wondered if they might suddenly attack. Counting the glowing green eyes, there were at least a dozen. These wolves he thought they could probably handle. But these little ones, once they lose an arm or a leg, aren't worth much anymore. It was hard to find one that was strong and could read. If they get hurt or disabled, all the effort would be wasted. The scarred man glanced at Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanling behind him. If you don't want to feed the wolves, move faster. The two noticed the green light emerging from the forest. They shivered and quickened their pace. Although the future was uncertain, it was better than being eaten by wolves right now. Jiang Miao Miao curiously wiggled her fingers and looked around. She could see far away, and there were so many wolves. There must be hundreds. It felt like she was on a roller coaster. In a familiar embrace, with a familiar scent, she felt at ease. Jiang Miao Miao dozed off in her brother's arms, softly snoring. Babies need plenty of sleep. Not enough sleep can make them silly. In her dreams, she faintly smelled something sour and unpleasant. The scarred man lifted the sack with a disgusted look. What the heck is this kid doing? It stinks. The plump woman covered her nose, her face scrunched up. Did she poop or throw up? It's terrible. Keep it away from me. She kept complaining about the scarred man. They had all said not to take her, but he insisted. This little one looked useless, like a beggar's child, yet she was treated like a little princess. With her dark skin, no one would want her, even for money. Achu Jiang Miao Miao, sleeping soundly, sneezed. She had a long dream, hard to tell what was real and what was not. It was a strange dream. She dreamt of her mother holding a baby while coming out of a luxurious mansion. Her older brother and second brother followed behind. They left the bustling city in a carriage, crossed one mountain, then another. On a snowy morning, they were ambushed by a group of men in black. The baby in her mother's arms fell to the ground. A sharp blade pierced her second brother's heart, and he collapsed into the snow, twitching. A spiked club swung toward her older brother, knocking him to the ground. The spikes pierced his body, creating bloody holes, staining the white snow red. Her mother, wielding a red spear, charged at the men in black, slashing their throats. She was covered in blood. She fell beside her older and second brother. Buried little by little under the heavy snow, not a trace remains. Little sister. Jiang Miao Miao, wake up. Miao Miao is back. The big brother's calls pulled Jiang Miao Miao back from her dream. When the little baby opened her eyes, she saw her brother's concerned gaze fixed on her. He then buried his head in her face, saying, "You scared me to death." Just moments ago, she had been crying with her eyes closed, feeling very sad. No matter how much he shook her, she wouldn't wake up. It was terrifying. Jiang Miao Miao looked confused, feeling her face was wet. The dream had felt so real. They had died so tragically. So tragically. What a scary dream. Her little heart ached, and her whole body felt pain. She looked at her brother with teary eyes, her small hand touching his face, warm and comforting. Her brother was alive, right there in front of her. How wonderful! Such things would never happen again. She felt a bit dazed. After a moment, she turned her little head to look around. When her gaze fell on a dark corner of the room, she felt warmth beneath her. She had scared herself.
Was that
a bear? Two large bears were sitting on the ground, leaning against each other, chewing on a fluffy white object. Jiang Miao Miao's eyes nearly popped out. In the room, the two bears sat across from them, untied and not in cages.
And
they were eating steamed buns. They could eat vegetables, too. Your sister must have had a nightmare. Give her some milk to calm her down. One bear spoke. Jiang Miao Miao. She knew she could hear animals talking.
But
this bear was speaking to her brother. And her brother replied, "Yeah, she had a nightmare." Jiang Miao Miao's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she stared at them. Did her brother also experience what she did? What had happened while she was sleeping? Seeing his sister's worried face, Jiang Zifeng knew she was scared. While changing her diaper, he said, "Don't be afraid, little sister. They are not bears. They are two brothers. They are people." Jiang Miao Miao was shocked again. There were people who looked so much like bears, so lifelike. The creatures before her seemed beyond her understanding. A person who looked like a bear said, "You should find a way to escape quickly, or today for us will be tomorrow for you." What do you mean? How did they get the black fur on you?
Liarlang Bravelia Pruaka.
The bear-like man choked up. "It's better if you don't know. Trust us. You must escape even if it means risking your life." Escape? How do we escape? Jiang Zifeng mumbled. He didn't want to take risks with his sister without being sure of their safety. They were in a broken temple, and there were at least a dozen people involved in human trafficking. How could they escape? Su Baiyan tightly held onto Jiang Zifeng's clothing, his eyes fixed on the bear-like man eating bread. He looked pale and kept shivering at the sight. He stopped crying and making noise, just staring blankly. Li Sanling stuffed some bread into his mouth, but he didn't chew, which worried him. "Zifeng, do you think this kid is scared, silly?" Jiang Zifeng placed his hand on the boy's forehead, frowning. "He has a fever. If this continued, he might really become unwell. Darn it, this kid is so delicate. He might not survive this." Li Sanling said with a worried expression. "He won't. My dad will definitely come to save us," Su Baiyan said firmly in his childish voice. Just then, They heard rustling sounds outside the door. Jiang Zifeng held his sister and leaned toward the door to look out. He saw a pair of glowing green eyes outside. "Shh, don't make a sound." In the deep night, with a bright moon and few stars, the broken temple halfway up the mountain flickered with light. The bonfire in the courtyard burned fiercely, crackling loudly. At some point, 2 real black bears appeared in the cage, tied up tightly and roaring. Jiang Zifeng and Li Sanling crouched at the door, peeking through the crack to see the bears. Jiang Miaomiao's eyes were covered by her brother to keep her from looking. It was too bloody and not suitable for children. "What's so interesting? Soon it will be your turn." A mournful voice came from the corner.
What do you mean by that?
Jiang Zifeng asked, looking toward the corner. "Why don't you come over and see for yourself?"
We won't eat you.
Jiang Zifeng hesitated for a moment, then walked over with his sister. Miao Miao's eyes sparkled. Aside from a bit of surprise earlier, she didn't seem scared at all of what was in the corner. In the flickering light of the fire, Jiang Miao Miao clearly saw the person in front of her. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He could vaguely see the faces of the people, with pale skin beneath their fur, and the hands hidden inside the bare paws. It was as if these two had literally been skinned alive. The little baby's heart was struck hard. Having lived 2 lives, the cruelty of these people was beyond her understanding. Jiang Zifeng's eyes widened in shock. His trembling hand pulled back. He thought the group had simply made clothing from bear skin, but it was something much worse.
What?
How did this happen?
Li Sanlang len at gluse.
Even he, despite his slowness, understood in an instant after seeing the group skinning the bear and then looking at these two. He realized why they had captured him and Jiang Zifeng. He trembled all over and fell to the ground. The person in the corner said softly, "I am Song Siyuan, and he is Heling Jun. We are students from Donglin Academy. We went out to have fun this spring, but we were captured by this group. Didn't anyone notice you weren't real bears?" Jiang Zifeng asked in disbelief. From a distance, it would indeed be hard to tell the difference. Song Siyuan's eyes filled with tears, his voice hoarse. "They used needles to poke many holes in our bodies, then peeled off fresh bear skin and stuck it on us, mixing it with our flesh and blood. Once the blood dried, it became nearly impossible to remove. The pain was excruciating, a memory that would haunt them forever." Jiang Zifeng gasped, "With so many people in Qingshi town that day, why didn't you call for help?" Heling Jun forced a smile. "Do you think we didn't want to? Another classmate was captured with us, and when he tried to speak during the performance, he was killed on the spot. Later, they fed us poison, and we had to take an antidote every month, or we would die a horrible death." The air fell silent. After a long time, Li Sanling got up, excitedly grabbing Jiang Zifeng. "Brother Feng, what should we do? I don't want to end up like them." The group was already outside skinning the bear. Weren't they supposed to do it while the blood was fresh? Were they next in line?
It was terrifying.
"Brother Feng, let's escape." Song Siyuan sighed. "Escape? How can we escape? People are everywhere in front and behind the house. If those people hadn't caught the black bear today, they might have had a chance to escape. Now, they're like meat on the chopping block. It's too late." Li Sanling suddenly lost his mind and ran to the door, banging on it. "Let us out. I don't want to be a black bear spirit." A black bear spirit. Song Siyuan and Heling Jun turned pale. How did they become black bear spirits? They are not. They will never forget that they are human. Jiang Miao Miao's eyes twitched. Does Li Sanling want them to die faster? Sure enough, the door opened. Li Sanling was dragged out, crying for help. "Help! Help!" The door slammed shut again. Su Baiyan and Hiwa were so scared that they cried loudly. Jiang Miao Miao was whimpering. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Jiang Zifeng tightened his hold on Jiang Miao Miao and covered her ears. But his sister's cries sounded strange. Her little voice made him feel a bit calmer. Jiang Miao Miao heard many strange sounds. Ow ow, wolves were howling. Cuckoo cuckoo, a night owl made an eerie sound. Chirp chirp chirp, some unknown animal sounded a bit like a weasel. Around the broken temple, a greenish light slowly approached. "Boss, something bad has happened." A man stumbled into the temple. The bearded man grabbed his collar and shouted angrily, "Why are you panicking?" "Boss, there's a group of people coming up the mountain. They look like soldiers." "Soldiers?" The bearded man plunged a big knife into the ground. Who? Who attracted the soldiers? Step forward. The people present exchanged glances. One suddenly pointed at the scar-faced man and the fat woman. "De Hu Suyen, did you two kidnap someone you shouldn't have?" The fat woman waved her hands repeatedly. No, boss, we didn't. They were all caught from villages near Qingshi town, except for... She choked on her words halfway. Remembering the few people they had kidnapped during the day, almost all were from Taoshi village, except for that kid in the satin jacket. They were afraid of causing trouble and never kidnapped children from wealthy families. Of course, they would occasionally catch one or two. Children from wealthy families usually had tender skin and could be sold for a good price. The man with the beard's expression changed. "Hurry up and tell me, what else is there?" The plump woman trembled a bit. "Besides that chubby kid. We found him in the big tree behind the government office. When we saw him, the little brat was climbing a tree in the open space behind the office." "Behind the government office?" The bearded man frowned. "Are you crazy? You dared to kidnap someone near the government office." The bearded man slapped the scarred man across the face and shouted, "Look at what kind of woman you found. You're more trouble than help.
Hey.
You're finished. Do you know who you've kidnapped?" Li Sanling was tied to a tree without clothes. He looked at the others with a sigh. "Quick, tell us who it is." The bearded man stepped forward and grabbed his throat. Cough. Cough. Let go, and I'll tell you." Li Sanling's face turned red as he looked up at him. "Untie me first." The bearded man raised his knife and cut the rope, threatening, "Speak quickly. If you don't, I'll twist your neck." The chubby boy inside is the youngest son of the county magistrate. The magistrate treasures him dearly.
Heh.
"You can't escape now." Li Sanling pointed at the guard's room, looking smug. The bearded man's face turned dark. Everyone looked worried. The scarred man's couple took a few steps back, afraid their leader would turn on them. "Boss, why don't we use that kid to threaten the magistrate to let us go?" The bearded man gave him a hard shove. "Are you tired of living? You dare threaten the magistrate?" They were performers traveling the roads, with no fixed home. Offending the magistrate would cut off their livelihood. "What should we do then?" "Boss, how about we escape to the deep mountains and forests, hide for 10 days or half a month before coming out?" "Right, the magistrate hasn't seen us anyway. We can disguise ourselves and get out of the city." The group started suggesting ideas all at once. The bearded man thought for a moment and said, "Quick. Go gather things, take food, and anything valuable. We're heading to the forest. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't worry about firewood." The scarred man cautiously asked, "Boss, what about those kids?" He had worked hard to bring them back. They were worth a lot of money. "Have you lost your mind? They're just dead weight.
How can we escape with them?"
The man with the beard glared at the couple. "It's all because of these two fools." The scarred man said, "Should we just kill them and get rid of the bodies?" The bearded man gave him a hard slap and said, "What are you talking about? Do you want to be chased by the county magistrate to the ends of the earth?" He knew the current county magistrate, Su Hung. Their Black Wind gang had been defeated by him before. He was skilled and had dealt with many bandits, earning a lot of merit. Yet, he was sent to this remote place. This man. He was not someone to offend. "What are you still standing there for? Move faster." He kicked one of his subordinates. The plump woman shrank behind the scarred man, not daring to make a sound. Li Sanling was locked back in the room. As soon as he entered, he rushed over and hugged Su Baiyan, saying, "Young Master Su, you are our great savior." Su Baiyan looked at the bear Li Sanling and pushed him away, wrinkling his nose. "Let go, I don't know you. You may not know me, but I know you. My brother works for your family," Li Sanling said excitedly. If it weren't for Su Baiyan's father coming, he might have been forced to wear a bear skin by now. Not human, not bear. Just thinking about it made him shiver.
Su Baiyan tiplit ka su. Ohat.
Jiang Miao Miao stared wide-eyed at the nearly naked boy. It was quite a sight. She was so afraid of getting a needle eye. Suddenly, everything went dark as her brother's hand blocked her view. Sanling, hurry up and put on your clothes. My sister is here, Jiang Zifeng said, picking up a coat from the ground and tossing it to him. I can't bear to look. Thank goodness. If the officials hadn't come, would he have been stripped bare? Thinking this, he secretly resolved to practice martial arts diligently when he got back. If he couldn't protect himself, how could he protect his sister? Li Sanlang had been too excited and scared. Now he was trembling all over. He quickly got dressed. Song Siyuan and He Lingjun were overjoyed. They had finally been rescued. But at the same time, they were unwilling. For the past year, they had lived a life that was neither human nor bear-like. How could they let these people escape just like that? Song Siyuan looked at Jiang Zifeng. Are we just going to let them leave? They will surely return to their old ways and harm many more people. He just noticed the dagger on Jiang Zifeng's leg. This kid has some skills. Li Sanlang said irritably, what can we do? There are only a few of us, and some are sick. Are we really going to fight them head-on? It's good enough to stay alive. Who would dare provoke them? Are they tired of living? Song Siyuan was unwilling to accept this. But they were mistaken. While they didn't want to let that group go, the bearded gang leader didn't want to let them go either. What happened to them was too shocking. They couldn't let anyone find out. If this got out, it would be hard for them to make a living in the future. Creak, the door suddenly opened. A few human traffickers came in, trying to take Song Siyuan and He Lingjun away. Stop. You can't take them, Jiang Zifeng said, drawing his dagger to block their way. If they were taken away like this, their lives would be in danger. Every moment counted. Jiang Miao felt her heart in her throat. She had just seen wolves outside the house. Why were they suddenly so quiet? Wolves. So many wolves. A scream came from outside. Run. Darn it. Where did all these wolves come from? The bearded man shouted angrily outside. Hearing this, the traffickers inside forgot everything and fled. Li Sanlang quickly shut the door and found a wooden stick to brace it. Song Siyuan and He Lingjun looked at Jiang Zifeng with grateful eyes. Thank you so much. Jiang Zifeng felt it was just luck. He was also scared just now. Those people were all strong and taller than him. He couldn't fight them directly. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, with the sounds of swords clashing. There were wolf howls and cries for help. A foul smell wafted in. Peeking through the door, Jiang Miao saw several yellow weasels running out into the yard. Pft, pft. The yard was filled with a terrible stench. Quick, cover your noses, Jiang Zifeng shouted. His mother had said that the smell of these yellow weasels was toxic and could confuse people. Jiang Miao saw the traffickers staggering around as if they were drunk. Suddenly, a few wolves jumped in from outside and started attacking those people. They bit arms and legs, and the cries of pain were continuous. Humans and wolves fought in the stench of the yellow weasels for a while. Haiwa and Su Baiyan ran over and grabbed Jiang Zifeng's clothes tightly. They held on firmly, without letting go. Jiang Miao stuck out her little tongue, feeling speechless. It seemed her brother gave people a strong sense of security. After a long time, the courtyard became quiet. It was surprisingly still. Jiang Miao saw the figures of two black bears peeking at the door. Their large bodies blocked all the light. This was a bit scary. Jiang Zifeng bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother Siyuan, Brother Lingjun, maybe you should wait before going out. Let us explain the situation to the county magistrate first, and then you can go out.
Why?
I'm afraid. My mother might accidentally hurt you. TSK. Big brother is really thoughtful. Jiang Miao could imagine that when her mother and the county magistrate arrived and saw two living black bears beside them, her mother would definitely rush forward and try to stab the bears with her red spear. In the morning, Jiang Miao woke up. Before she even opened her eyes, she lifted her little bottom and let out a loud noise. She quickly held her breath. Why is that yellow weasel making a stink again? Li Sanlang mumbled half asleep, turned over, and went back to sleep. After working hard all night, nothing could disturb his sleep now. Hearing Li Sanlang's voice startled Jiang Miao awake. She opened her eyes to see the rundown room. Dusty beams were covered in thick spider webs, with a large spider hanging precariously. Below the spider web, her big brother was leaning against the wall, sound asleep, snoring loudly. Su Baiyan and Haiwa were resting on either side of him. The others were lying in the grass, and Li Sanlang was sprawled out in an ungraceful manner. Jiang Miao Miao then realized she was still in the thieves' den. What happened last night? She only remembered the chaos outside, her brother covering her ears, so she couldn't hear or see anything. He said it was too bloody for a little child to witness. Then she fell asleep in a daze. Jiang Miao Miao reached out to scratch her brother's chin, which was chubby and soft. It felt nice. If only she had more strength, or maybe her brother was just too tired. She scratched for a while, but her brother didn't even lift an eyelid. Turning her head, she saw a pair of small, dark eyes staring at her, grinning and giggling, sniffling loudly. Jiang Miao Miao.
Oh.
Is this kid acting silly? She couldn't tell if he was scared silly or just feeling unwell. Anyway, he is just being silly. Jiang Miao Miao stuck out her tongue at him. Then, Heiwa pouted and suddenly started crying loudly.
Wah.
I want to go home.
Wah.
I want my mom. Jiang Miao Miao was speechless. Even her little baby hadn't cried yet, but this boy was already crying pitifully. Just like that, everyone in the room was woken up by his cries. Little rascal, stop crying. Li Sanlang was disturbed by the noise and felt a bit annoyed. Heiwa seemed either really silly or just naturally like this. Suddenly, he lay on the ground, rolling around while crying and calling for his mom. Li Sanlang lost his patience and shouted, "If you cry again, I'll throw you to the wolves." Heiwa immediately stopped crying, sat on the ground, and reached out his hands. "Hold me."
Brother Sanlang, hold me.
Li Sanlang's mouth twitched, and he turned to look at Song Siyuan and He Lingjun with a pleading expression. "You guys handle this." Without looking back, he took Su Baiyan and left. It wasn't that he was being picky. It was just that this little brat had been spoiled by Aunt Wang and had developed many bad habits, which were quite annoying. He needed to learn some lessons to grow up properly. Song Siyuan and He Lingjun picked Heiwa up from the ground, smiling at him. "Unruly little boy will be eaten, you know." Heiwa stared blankly at them, closed his mouth, and didn't dare to make a sound, letting them handle him. Jiang Zifeng saw the snot on his sleeve and frowned. Oh, this little brat. So dirty. So smelly. He quickly moved away while holding his sister. Li Sanlang walked into the yard and looked at 2 large pieces of bear meat, nodding at Jiang Zifeng. "Brother Feng, are you hungry?" Jiang Zifeng nodded, carrying his sister on his back, and started gathering firewood. He worked quickly, and soon the campfire was lit. The bear meat on top sizzled and smelled delicious. Jiang Miao Miao leaned on her brother's shoulder, turning her little head to look around. Under the distant trees, there was a pile of meat. Oh no, it was a pile of people. Those human traffickers from yesterday were all tied up together. Some were missing arms, some were missing legs. Some stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Some were still unconscious. Others looked at them with resentful eyes, muttering angrily. Jiang Miao Miao's gaze landed on a plump woman among the group. She was covered in blood, and it seemed like her ear was gone, all messy with blood. When Jiang Miao Miao looked at her, she returned the gaze. For a moment, she surprisingly saw a hint of glee in the little one's eyes. She closed her eyes. It must have been a mistake. How could such a small child have that kind of expression? It had to be a mistake. She felt like she was in a terrible dream. Just last night, as she was about to leave, a foul smell hit her. Then a pack of wolves rushed in, attacking anyone they saw. They bit through necks, hands, and legs. Then she saw the head of the household charging at her like a madman. He bit her ear and wouldn't let go. The pain was sharp and overwhelming. It hurt so much that she fainted. When she woke up, she found herself tied up tightly. The whole situation felt too strange. That mysterious, confusing stench. And the wolves that had followed her. The lead white wolf was huge and bright, like a spirit of the forest, captivating and terrifying. Lost in thought, the smell of roasting meat wafted into her nose. But now she was really hungry. The aroma of meat coming from nearby made her even hungrier. Outside the dilapidated temple, many people were gathering at the foot of the mountain. At the front was a strong figure, carrying a red spear on his shoulder, moving quickly. In no time, they reached the temple door. When the door opened, she was stunned. A group of children and 2 black bears were gathered around a roaring fire, cooking meat. In the corner, tied to a tree, was a pile of people. Mother! It's Mother! Jiang Miao Miao was the first to see her mother, excitedly calling out. Mother Jiang Zifeng ran over with the little one on his back. He hugged his mother tightly, saying, "Mother, I thought I would never see you again." It's okay, it's okay." Lu Qingyao held both children tightly, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Miao Miao soon fell into her mother's embrace. Her mother showered her with kisses on her face and forehead. "Were you scared, Miao Miao?" Jiang Miao Miao giggled. Lu Qingyao looked at her smiling, showing her little pink gums. Her heart melted. She felt a deep sense of fear and guilt. After all, they were just children. How could she have left them behind? She wanted to give herself a couple of hard slaps. "Mom, my sister wasn't scared. She's very brave and has been good the whole way." Jiang Zifeng softly comforted his mother. He didn't dare to tell her that he almost turned into a beast man. He was nearly terrified when he saw the 2 skinned black bears last night. County Magistrate Su held his youngest son, Su Baiyan, and cried bitterly. He loved his youngest son the most, and he resembled him the most. "Son, are you okay?" Su Baiyan reached out his small, fair hand to wipe his father's tears and said softly, "Dad, I'm fine. Real men don't cry easily. Please stop crying. Your tears are getting on my clothes." Su, County Magistrate. He shot his son a glance. Anger burned in his heart. Human traffickers were too bold these days. How dare they target him? Did they think he was just a figurehead? So he immediately gave an order. For the next 6 months, the top priority would be to restore law and order in Qinghe County, capturing human traffickers and cracking down on illegal activities. He thought that from now on, any wrongdoers would have to avoid Qinghe County. Seeing someone at the door, Song Siyuan and He Lingjun quickly hid inside. After Jiang Zifeng explained the situation, they cautiously peeked out.
"Come out."
Su, County Magistrate, stared at the 2. As he approached and took a closer look, he was speechless in shock. After a moment, he slowly asked, "Are you students from Donglin Academy?" The 2 nodded. They didn't want to talk at all. Just looking at the soldiers' expressions showed how frightening they appeared. Su, County Magistrate, hid his sorrow and asked again, "One of you is surnamed He, and the other is surnamed Song?" They nodded again. After a moment of thought, Song Siyuan pleaded, "Sir, could you please take us to see a doctor first? After we get cleaned up, you can send us home?" They didn't want to face their parents and siblings looking like this. "Of course, I will find the best doctor for you," Su, County Magistrate, eagerly agreed. Those who could enter Donglin Academy were either talented scholars from prestigious families or prominent clans. Although Donglin Academy was under Jiangzhou's jurisdiction, these 2 were discovered in Qinghe County. Such an incident happening under his watch would only lead to accusations of negligence. If he were blamed, he didn't know where he would be demoted to. Lu Qingyao looked at the 2 with compassion and said, "Sir, I remember there is a physician in the army of Duke Shen who has a special ointment that can heal wounds. Perhaps it can help these 2 children." Su Heng scratched his head and thought for a moment. He had heard of this person before. Mr. Chui mentioned him. He was skilled in medicine but did not want to join the Imperial Hospital. He seemed to be someone who did not seek fame or fortune. If he remembered correctly, this person used to serve under General Liu. It seemed that after the Liu family faced trouble, he turned to the Duke of Shen. He respectfully bowed to Lu Qingyao, saying, "Thank you, Madam Jiang." Song Siyuan and He Lingjun also stepped forward to thank Lu Qingyao. Although they did not know who that esteemed physician was, they could tell from the county magistrate's expression that he was someone impressive. Moreover, Madame Jiang's status seemed quite significant as well. Her calm demeanor and wisdom shone through, even in her simple clothes. Looking at her two children, they remained composed throughout the ordeal. The little one was not afraid of them at all. If it were a child from an ordinary family, they would have been crying loudly by now. The little boy timidly hid behind the door, but Lee Sanling pulled him out. Although the boy was dirty and smelly, they couldn't just leave him on the mountain. County Magistrate Su looked at the boy with a frown and said to Lu Qingyao, "Madam Jiang, there is something you might not know." "What is it?" "Please tell me, sir. You have a conflict with Aunt Wang from Taoshi village, don't you?" Lu Qingyao nodded. "Yes, it's quite a serious matter." "Why do you ask, sir? Could this be related to her?" "But Aunt Wang's grandson, the little boy, was also captured." "That shouldn't be the case." County Magistrate Su glanced at the plump woman being taken away by the officials. "Last night, I had someone investigate. The one who kidnapped your child is that woman. She seems to know Aunt Wang, but I will find out more once I interrogate her." Lu Qingyao was taken aback. It really was her.
How could that be?
This little boy was her treasure, cherished like a precious gem. How could he also be taken? County Magistrate Su sneered. "This is karma. I heard that when Aunt Wang found out her child was missing, she fainted and had a stroke." Lu Qingyao looked at him, her expression unreadable. County Magistrate Su chuckled. "What kind of look is that? Her stroke has nothing to do with me."
"Oh."
Lu Qingyao smiled knowingly. "Of course, it has nothing to do with you. She brought this upon herself." She coldly glanced at the little boy. "Sir, please let me take care of this child."
"All right."
Su Hung, though unsure of her intentions, did not think she would harm a child. The trafficker was caught. The plump woman was missing an ear and a hand. The scarred man was missing an arm and a leg. The bearded man had his throat bitten by a wolf, leaving no trace of his body. The survivors were sentenced to be publicly executed in 7 days. They never understood who was responsible for their fate. The county magistrate secretly sent Song Siyuan and He Lingjun to Jiangzhou for treatment. Jiang Miaomiao returned home. Her second brother, uncle, and aunt were already waiting for them at the village entrance. When they saw them get off the carriage, they quickly rushed over.
"Oh my.
Those terrible kidnappers deserve the worst punishment. That little child must be so scared." Lu Yunyang pinched Jiang Miaomiao's small face, checked her hands and feet, and, confirming she was fine, finally relaxed. Jiang Miaomiao smiled at them, showing her white gums, indicating she was okay and not frightened. Her second brother, Jiang Zian, hugged her and kept kissing her, leaving her covered in drool. He wouldn't let go of her. Jiang Miaomiao was very happy. She realized how much her family loved her.
"Hey.
Is Highway still alive?" Lu Yunyang looked surprised at the baby in Li Sanlang's arms. Lu Qingyao and the others looked puzzled. Sister-in-law, who said he was gone. This morning, the whole village was talking about it. They said after Highway was taken by the kidnappers, someone claimed to have seen his clothes in the woods, saying he was taken by a wolf. Lu Yunyang lowered her voice and leaned closer to Lu Qingyao. When Aunt Wang heard, she fainted. Some even said that the kidnapper knew her. Sister-in-law, we need to keep a close eye on the children. The village isn't safe anymore. Lu Qingyao nodded thoughtfully. Yes, what you said makes sense. Lu Yunyang walked over to Highway, instinctively reaching to pinch his cheek. But she pulled her hand back, holding her nose with a look of disgust.
Ah.
Did this child roll in something? Why does he smell so bad? She pushed Li Sanling. Hurry and take him back. He stinks. Li Sanling quickly stuffed some cloth in his nose and hurriedly carried Highway away. Aunt, you all chat slowly. I'll take him back first. All the way, there was crying and fussing, and he was dirty and smelly. There were several times he felt like just throwing him away. Sanling, you go back first, Lu Qingyao called to Li Sanling. I'll take Highway home. Li Sanling was more than happy to hear that. Aunt Lu, then I'll head back now. He placed Highway in Lu Qingyao's arms and ran off quickly. Mom, we'll go home and wait for you. Jiang Zian carried his little sister home, with Jiang Zifeng following closely behind. Little sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Lu Yunyang curiously followed them. She had a faint suspicion in her heart. Yesterday, after some kids were taken by the officials, they came to the village. No one visited anyone's home, except for Aunt Wang's. As soon as the officials left, Aunt Wang fainted. But little sister-in-law is really impressive. Even with the dirty child, she didn't even frown. The dirty child was nestled in Lu Qingyao's arms, staring blankly ahead. He looked dazed and confused. When they reached Aunt Wang's house, Lu Yunyang knocked on the door. Aunt Wang's house was quite nice, built with blue bricks and big tiles. In the village, besides the Lu landlord's house, not many could afford such houses. Aunt Wang's house wasn't big, but it was quite new.
Who is it?
Aunt Wang's son, Taizhu, opened the door and peeked out. He was surprised to see Lu Yunyang, and then his gaze fell on Lu Qingyao. Dirty boy. Taizhu looked delighted and called out, "Mother, the dirty boy is back." Last night, the officials told him that the dirty boy had been taken by a woman named Rian. The Jiang and Li family's children were also missing. He feared for his child's safety. Lu Qingyao handed the child back to him, saying, "I think the dirty boy is scared and has a bit of a fever. You should find a doctor for him." "Okay." Taizhu took the child and replied calmly, "What's with your attitude?" Lu Yunyang said, feeling displeased. Lu Qingyao tugged at her sleeve, not too concerned. She returned the dirty boy not to hear their thanks. "Sister-in-law, don't be upset. My husband is just a bit tired. Don't take it personally." Tiezhu's wife, Wu Hua, quickly intervened. Her eyes were swollen, and she bowed to Lu Qingyao, saying, "Sister-in-law, thank you for bringing back the dirty boy." She thought she would never see her son again, and she wouldn't say flowery words of gratitude. But she would remember this kindness. Taizhu went inside to get some eggs for Lu Qingyao. No need to be polite. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly. Wu Hua asked, "Aunt, do you know if those terrible people were caught? What will the county magistrate do with them? If they were to be executed publicly, she would definitely want to see it. Those who took children deserve punishment." Just yesterday at noon, she had gone to the restroom, leaving the dirty boy playing in the yard. When she returned, the child was gone. For this, the master and mother-in-law blamed her for not taking care of the child and wanted to dismiss her. Lu Qingyao said, "They have all been caught. They will be executed in 3 days for everyone to see." "That's good. I must go see who took my child," Wu Hua said through gritted teeth. "The kidnappers are a man and a woman. The woman has a round and beautiful face, and the man has a scar on his left cheek." Wu Hua's expression changed. "Does the woman have a beauty mark at the corner of her eye?" "Yes," the county magistrate confirmed it. "She was in Taoshi village a few days ago, and might have come to your house. Have you seen her?" Seeing Wu Hua's face grow darker, Lu Qingyao stopped talking and left without taking the eggs. After Lu Qingyao left, Taizhu looked at his wife, who was standing there with a gloomy face. Annoyed, he covered his nose and said, "What are you standing there for? Can't you smell how bad Haiwa is? Go help him wash up." Wu Hua glared at him. "Haiwa is your son. If others don't mind him, why do you?" "I'm not complaining about him. Hurry up. Mother is calling you. She needs to use the bathroom, so go take care of her. Clean the child up and bring him to her. She misses him a lot." Taizhu pushed Wu Hua as he spoke. Wu Hua looked at him as if he were foolish. "Don't you have hands? Can't you take care of your own mother? Don't expect me to do it." Taizhu was shocked. His usually obedient wife was now standing up to him. "Wu Hua, have you lost your mind? How can you act like this as a daughter-in-law? Disrespecting your mother-in-law, not honoring your elders, arguing with your husband." Before Taizhu could finish, Wu Hua interrupted. "What? Do you want to dismiss me? Don't think I don't know. The people who took Haiwa are the same two who came to our house that day. How can you be a father and want to sell your son? Do you want to sell me too?" "Wang Taizhu, I'll make it clear today. Don't expect me to take care of your mother anymore." With that, she wiped her tears, hugged her son, and went into the house, slamming the door behind her. Taizhu felt like he had been struck by lightning, stunned for a moment before striding into the main room.
"Huaya,
Where have you gone? I need to use the bathroom. Hurry and come help me. Aunt Wang trembled, struggling to speak clearly. Mother, it's me, Taiju said as he walked in. Where are the flowers? Hurry and call the flowers over. The old lady's face turned red. Taiju seemed not to hear, holding her hand with excitement. Mother, please tell me, what were the man and woman who came to our house the other day really doing? Are they kidnappers? Were you planning to sell Heiwa? Aunt Wang's expression twisted even more, her eyes red as she struggled to explain no. I could never sell Heiwa. He has come back, hasn't he? I want to see him. Heiwa is her beloved child. Mother, why did you call them over? Why did they take Heiwa? Taiju gritted his teeth. Aunt Wang knew she couldn't deceive her son, and had to tell the truth. I originally called them to deal with Lu Qingyao, but I didn't expect. They were so despicable. And took Heiwa too. Aunt Wang felt a bit scared. After learning that those two had taken Heiwa, she felt like she wanted to die. Fortunately, her little grandson was back. Taiju took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, Mother, do you realize that your actions almost brought disaster upon Heiwa? He knew about the grudge between his mother and the Jiang family over matchmaking. He was also angry with Lu Qingyao because, due to her, the Lu family was severely weakened and had to dismiss many workers. This caused him to lose his job with the Lu family. But kidnapping a child is truly immoral and could bring bad luck. Mother, Hua Er holds a grudge against you. In the days to come, it would be best if you could endure it. He watched as his son walked away, without looking back. Where are you going? Aunt Wang shouted anxiously. Are you abandoning your mother? I am your mother. A wave of anguish choked her. On the way home, Lu Yunyang lingered for a while. She took out 2 taels of silver from her pocket and handed it to Lu Qingyao. Sister-in-law, this is what your brother had left after his treatment.
Please take it.
She was reluctant, but her husband said that sister-in-law had already helped them enough. They shouldn't take more. Sister-in-law, this is what you deserve. You don't need to return it to me. Finding and digging bamboo shoots is a skilled task, and it wouldn't work without her brother. While she could offer ideas and money, when it came to actually digging, she couldn't do as much as her sister-in-law in a whole day. Lu Qingyao didn't take it and smiled. From now on, for the bamboo shoot business after expenses, we'll split the profits 50-50. When Lu Yunyang heard this, she happily withdrew her hand, somewhat in disbelief. Sister-in-law, 50-50. Isn't that too much? She and her husband only knew how to dig bamboo shoots. They had no idea how to do business or manage accounts. Taking so much made her feel both excited and uneasy. Lu Qingyao held her hand. Sister-in-law, just accept it. Finding those shoots relies on my brother's keen eye. It's not too much at all. After the incident with the flower seller, she was also worried about leaving the children alone at home. Sending the bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou would surely be hard work for the couple. Lu Yunyang's eyes turned red. Sister-in-law, I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have money to treat his leg. Without Lu Qingyao, they would still be struggling. Hearing her mention it, Lu Qingyao remembered to ask about Jiang Yunhu's injury. How is my brother's leg? What did the doctor say? The doctor said it can be treated with both internal and external medicine, but it will require taking medicine for over half a year. This time, we only got a month's supply. Just a month's worth of medicine cost them 3 taels of silver. To fully recover, they might need to spend 40 to 50 taels, and they still hadn't repaid the 15 taels they owed her. Just thinking about it made her feel anxious. Seeing her expression, Lu Qingyao guessed it was about money and offered some comfort. Sister-in-law, no matter how much silver it takes, if it helps him recover, that's what matters. We will earn the money for his treatment soon. She calculated in her mind that the winter bamboo shoots could still be sold for at least 2 more months. If all went well, selling for over 100 taels should be possible. After winter bamboo shoots, there would be spring bamboo shoots. Although spring bamboo shoots were not as valuable as winter ones, once the market opened up, sales could still be significant. Hearing her sister-in-law say this, Lu Yunyang felt much more at ease. She didn't mind that Lu Qingyao had just held the smelly black baby and linked arms with her sister-in-law. We will do whatever you say. We trust you. In the past, she would have doubted that her sister-in-law could earn so much. But this time, she had seen her sister-in-law earn in one day what they could save in a year. It was hard not to believe. Lu Qingyao smiled, but then thought of the 800 pounds of bamboo shoots and felt a bit worried. There were less than 2 days left until the delivery date. Thinking of this, she pulled Lu Yunyang and said, "Sister-in-law, can you go around to each family later and spread the word about our bamboo shoot sales in Jiangzhou yesterday? Then let my brother find some reliable people who can help us dig for bamboo shoots but don't know how to look for winter shoots." Lu Yunyang was confused. Shouldn't they keep it a secret to make money quietly? Sister-in-law, why do we need to spread the word? If people find out, won't they steal our business? Lu Qingyao smiled and said, "The bamboo forests don't belong to us, and the things in the mountains aren't just ours either. We are constantly bringing these shoots in and out. We can't hide it. Instead of letting others be jealous, it's better to promote the bamboo shoots from Qingshi town so everyone can benefit together." Lu Yunyang nodded, somewhat understanding. "Okay, how much should we pay the diggers? Is 10 enough?" The urgent task now was to find people to dig for the shoots. 800 pounds of bamboo shoots needed to be dug out in one day. This was serious business. 100 coins per person, including one meal, and we pay daily. 100 coins. Lu Yunyang exclaimed. "Isn't that too much?" In Qingshi town, the most one could earn in a day was only 80 coins. 100 coins, plus a meal. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a job? Not too much, Lu Qingyao smiled, having her own plans in mind. "Sister-in-law, you stay home tomorrow to help me cook, and let my brother ride the horse to bring some wood ash. Mark the places where there are bamboo shoots for people to dig."
Okay.
"We'll go to the market early tomorrow to buy an ox cart."
All right.
Lu Yunyang nodded habitually. After a moment, she suddenly realized. "Sister-in-law, didn't we rent old Li's ox cart? Why do we need to buy one? That will cost a lot of silver. Buying a complete ox cart would cost at least 15 taels of silver." Lu Qingyao explained, "Sister-in-law, we can still use old Li's ox cart, but after the new year, it will be spring. At that time, even if we have money, we might not be able to rent an ox. It's better to buy one for convenience." Lu Yunyang thought for a moment. "That's true. We won't have to borrow an ox for plowing then." She looked at Lu Qingyao with admiration. At Jiang Miaomiao's house, a cart was parked in the yard. It was sent by the county magistrate, Su Heng. Jiang Zifeng lifted the cloth covering the cart, revealing it was filled with black bear meat. Bear heads, bear meat, bear fur. All neatly arranged, slightly intimidating. In the dormitory, the charcoal fire was blazing. Jiang Miaomiao had already been cleaned up by Sister Qiao and smelled wonderful. Waving her tiny, soft hands and feet, resembling lotus roots. Just as she was about to put her toes in her mouth, Sister Qiao gave her a big kiss. "You smell so good, little sister. Like milk." Jiang Qiao thought Miao Miao was fragrant. But Brother Xian always smelled like a mix of unpleasant things, no matter how much he washed. Maybe girls just smell better. Jiang Qiao thought this and took another sniff. She still found it delightful. In ancient times, little children rarely bathed in winter. It wasted fuel and water, and a small cold could easily take them away. Jiang Miaomiao was lucky to have a warm bath and was comfortably lying in the tub. The steam made her feel lazy, and she didn't want to get up at all. So nice. While she was enjoying her bath time, Sister Qiao lifted her out. Sister Qiao helped her change her diaper and put on a sweet-smelling little coat. Her touch was gentle, even more so than their mother's. Jiang Qiao peeked through the door and saw a lot of meat in the yard. She was so happy. She could eat meat again. She licked her lips and said, "Little Miao Miao, shall I take you to see the big black bear?" No, she didn't want to see the black bear. She had seen enough of it already. Jiang Miao Miao protested, rolling around on the bed. Sister Qiao was on one side, and she rolled to the other. When Sister Qiao came over, she rolled back again. Jiang Qiao was exhausted from chasing her, so she climbed onto the bed and picked her up. She playfully gave her a light smack on the bottom, grinning mischievously. Hee hee, little girl, let's see if you can run away now. Jiang meow meow. She didn't think the black bear was interesting anymore. After all, she couldn't eat it. Delicious food was in front of her, but it felt so far away. That feeling was so frustrating. Being held by Sister Qiao as they went outside, she saw her mother and aunt holding two big knives, working hard to cut the meat. They were butchering the big black bear and chopping the bones. Chop chop bang bang, the strong smell of raw meat filled the yard. Everyone was staring at the two big bears, as if they would be served hot on the table any moment. Only Jiang Meow Meow's little face was scrunched up, turning red. How pitiful! While others were eating meat, she could only have milk. The cooking smoke rose. The evening breeze was fragrant, carrying the scent of meat. A large pot was set up on the stove, bubbling with bear meat. After Aunt finished helping their mother with the bear meat, she went back home. Before leaving, their mother placed a big piece of meat in her basket. Aunt was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and her crow's feet showed up. Auntie is about the same age as my mother, but she looks worn out. My mother cut a piece of bear meat, salted it, and hid a jar in the cellar. Jiang Meow Meow was curious. Didn't her mother say there wasn't enough meat? Why only hide one jar? She saw her mother packing the remaining meat into a basket and putting it on the cart, covering it with leaves. Jiang Meow Meow leaned on her older brother's back, holding her little nose against his shoulder.
Oh.
The smell of the bear meat is too strong. It's a bit overwhelming. Maybe it has to do with bears eating meat for a long time. Hunting this in modern times is forbidden, otherwise, one could end up in trouble. In ancient times, it was a rare treasure. Bear bile, bear skin, bear paws. Especially bear paws, which are one of the 8 delicacies from ancient times and were said to be tribute. Jiang Meow Meow thought about how 2 bears' paws could sell for 5 or 600 taels. She was excited. Very excited. But where are the bear paws? Jiang Meow Meow looked around, searching every corner of the yard. But she didn't see any sign of the bear paws. County Magistrate Su Hung. Jiang Meow Meow felt certain he must have taken them. Who else could it be? She had thought he was a good official. The little girl was filled with disappointment. Her bear paws. Oh no! Lu Qingyao packed the bear meat, bear bile, and bear skin, then sat on the cart. She instructed her 2 sons, Feng or Yenner, take care of your sister, the house, and the stove. Got it, Mom. Jiang Zifeng watched his mother walk away, then returned to the kitchen to add some firewood to the stove. The meat soup in the pot was bubbling. After the first round of simmering, the foam was removed, and the aroma began to spread. He stared intently at the meat in the big pot, saliva filling his mouth, almost overflowing. Jiang Meow Meow felt the meat wasn't fully cooked yet. The aroma still had a hint of fishiness. What was worse, the broth only had a few slices of ginger and wild onions floating in it. She couldn't help but wonder if this meat was even edible. In her previous life as a food blogger, her sense of smell was very sharp, especially sensitive to fishy smells. Did ancient people really not use spices like dried tangerine peel, Sichuan pepper, or cinnamon when cooking meat? Thinking this, Jiang Meow Meow felt the meat was no longer appealing. Just then, she saw her brother lean closer to the big pot, sniffing it. Jiang Meow Meow had a bad feeling. Doesn't Big Brother's nose smell different from theirs? In the next moment, Big Brother picked up his chopsticks and grabbed the biggest, fattest piece of meat to eat. Jiang Meow Meow watched him chew with his cheeks puffed out. Then, his chubby face scrunched up, and he stuck out his tongue, spitting it out.
Yuck.
What is this meat? It tastes so fishy and is terrible. I'm so disgusted. Jiang Meow Meow. How did this pale meat even make Big Brother want to eat it? Jiang Zian grinned awkwardly. Big Brother, is bear meat tasty? He had just fed the sheep and caught Big Brother sneaking a bite. He wondered when Big Brother would stop being so greedy. This time, he got in trouble for eating candied fruit and still hadn't learned his lesson. Jiang Zifeng rolled his eyes at him. It's awful. Why is it so fishy? Is this really the same meat we grilled this morning? Jiang Zifeng didn't understand how the taste of grilled bear meat could be so different from stewed bear meat. brother, who told you to be so impatient. Didn't Mom say before she left that she went to town to buy spices? This bear meat needs to be stewed with a dozen spices to cover the fishy taste.
Who told you to sneak a bite now?
Seeing his brother's expression, Jiang Ziyan almost laughed out loud. You can't tell Mom. Jiang Zifeng bit his lip, knowing she would definitely tease him if she found out. And every year, she would bring it up as a joke, and everyone would know. But this really was bad meat. He wondered if Mom could even sell it. Lu Qingyao drove the cart around and arrived at the biggest tavern in Qingshi town. Boss, do you want bear meat? Manager Qian of Yu Lai Xian came out, looked at the bear head and skin, and showed a doubtful expression. Is this black bear meat? Did you catch it? Lu Qingyao revealed the bear head and skin to him. It doesn't matter who caught it. This is bear meat. Fortunately, Su Heng didn't take a liking to the bear skin. Otherwise, with the bear dead and no witnesses, it would be hard to prove their identity. Seeing this, Manager Qian opened other baskets, his face showing some delight. Are you selling all of it? Yes, just give me a price. Together with the bear skin. 50 taels of silver. What do you think? Manager Qian stroked his beard, looking confident. Despite Qingshi town being a poor place, there were still some wealthy locals who liked this kind of thing.
Deal.
Lu Qingyao nodded without hesitation. Anyway, it was all a good deal since it was free. Selling it was worth it, and 50 taels is not a small amount. It's enough to buy 2 war horses from the border. Although she wasn't sure if it was a good price or not. After selling the bear meat, she went to the herbal shop to sell the bear bile and earned 60 taels. In total, she had 110 taels of silver. Holding the silver, she still couldn't believe she had gained over 100 taels for free. She felt that Meow Meow was like a little lucky star for the family, always turning danger into safety. What happened that night was simply a mystery, as unbelievable as sending chickens home with a yellow weasel. And the white wolf her son mentioned might be related to the little wolf at home. Although she never believed in strange superstitions, some things were hard to dismiss. With the silver in hand, she went to the oil shop. Shopkeeper, I need dried tangerine peel, star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and ginger slices. The shopkeeper was thrilled to hear she wanted to buy so many spices. In these times, besides wealthy families, common folks didn't have much money to buy these expensive spices. He thought she was shopping for a big household and tried to get friendly. He casually asked, Are you planning to stew some big meat with all these spices? Lu Qingyao replied calmly, Yes, I'm going to stew bear paws. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched. You must be joking. With so many spices, how much bear would she be stewing? She must be from a wealthy family. Winter nights come early. Street vendors pack up early too. Lu Qingyao was surprised to find many good things at low prices during this time. She went to buy pork ribs and lard, which usually cost 30 coins per pound. The butcher said, I'm closing up, I have 3 or 4 pounds left. Just take it all for 50 coins. She went to buy grains. Normally, coarse grains were 20 coins per dough, fine grains 40 coins per dough, and refined flour 18 coins per pound. The grain shopkeeper said, I'm closing up, so I'll give you a discount. Coarse grains are 15 coins per dough, fine grains 38 coins per dough, and refined flour is 15 coins per pound. I'll take 2 stones of coarse and fine grains and 10 pounds of refined flour. Lu Qingyao had only been out for an hour and had already filled a cart with grains and oil. She knew the shopkeeper was trying to take advantage of her unfamiliarity with the prices. These were common sales tactics. You get what you pay for. What she got were mostly broken rice and some not-so-good pork, but it was indeed cheaper, and she could use it to make porridge and oil residue at home. She didn't think much of it. She looked at her hands, which were pale and smooth, showing no signs of hard work, and she certainly didn't look like a farmer's wife. On her way back, she didn't take a longer route but walked confidently through the village entrance. Anyone passing by at that moment, whether person or vehicle, would be thoroughly examined by the villagers. As they watched Lu Qingyao's cart disappear in the distance, they began to chat excitedly. Did you see that? She had a cart full of rice and meat. Everyone licked their lips, recalling the last time they had a feast at the Jiang family, which was unforgettable. Could it be that Mrs. Liu is hosting another banquet? She is hosting a banquet, but she isn't inviting us. She has hired many people to dig bamboo shoots, paying 100 coins per person per day, and even provides a meal. Really? Do they still need more people? Some were intrigued. 100 coins is nothing. I heard she sells the bamboo shoots in Jiangzhou for 30 or 40 coins a pound. Shouldn't we dig some to sell? Are you serious? Of course. That was what Xiao's mother told me. She went with Sister Liu. Then let's dig some to sell. We might earn a good amount of silver. If she can make money, why can't we? Besides, those bamboo shoots don't belong to just her. Exactly, the bamboo shoots grow there. Whoever has the skill can dig them, and whoever has the ability can get rich. The crowd suddenly buzzed with excitement. That's great. My son will go dig early tomorrow. Several people began to head back. Someone raised a question. Do you have a cart to transport them? The crowd fell silent. Maybe we should just sell them directly to Mrs. Liu, or work for her and get some meat to eat. Hearing this, some were tempted to find Liu Qingyao for work. Others were envious, thinking they should also go dig bamboo shoots and sell them in Jiangzhou. They couldn't let this chance for wealth slip through their fingers. Some felt bitter. Why should a divorced woman have a better life than them? That man was once hers. How could it be? Wasn't that the wife of Jiang Er? I heard her family fell on hard times and she was sent back by Jiang Er. Looking over, they saw a beautiful woman in the crowd. She wore a floral cotton jacket, had fair skin, and looked stunning. Wow, Tao Tao is back. The crowd looked at her with mixed expressions, half smiling. Tao Tao smiled brightly. Well, the new year is coming soon, so I came back to see my parents. She suddenly changed the topic, saying, Isn't Lady Liu punished and sent back to Taoshi village? From the looks of it, she doesn't seem to be suffering. She looks like she's here to enjoy life. Old Liu's wife, Zhang, couldn't hold back and replied, No matter how Lady Liu returned, she is still from a noble family. Even a fallen phoenix is better than a chicken. Tao Tao's expression changed suddenly. With her husband nearby, she held back her anger. Gritting her teeth, she shot a glare at Zhang and took her husband and daughter away. After taking a bath, Zhang Miao Miao comfortably lay on her older brother's back and fell asleep. But she wasn't fully asleep. Half awake, she heard her brothers chatting. Brother, look, Miao Miao is drooling on your clothes. Why not put her in the cradle to sleep? She'll be comfortable, and so will you. Jiang Zifeng felt his shoulder was wet. Remembering everything from last night made him a bit scared. Maybe not. The village isn't safe. What if someone tries to steal her while we're not paying attention? Brother, let me carry her for a while. Mom said not to let her take a nap at dusk. Let's wake her up. Jiang Miao Miao was then moved to her second brother's back, still sleepy. How annoying. She hadn't slept enough. It seemed that for a while, she would either be on her mother's back or her brother's. She then heard her second brother continue, Brother, are you being overly cautious? Not at all. That boy was playing alone in the yard when he was taken, and the person who took him was a familiar face of Aunt Wang. A familiar face. Jiang Zian looked incredulous. Are you saying this was done by someone from the village in collusion with outsiders?
Exactly.
Jiang Zifeng lowered his voice unconsciously and leaned closer to his brother. The county magistrate said he found out that the kidnapper had been seen in our village before, brought by Aunt Wang. But strangely, that boy was also taken. Annie has been saying behind the scenes that Aunt Wang sold her grandson for money. Yenna, don't tell anyone outside. Mom said not to speak of it. After Jiang Zifeng finished, he reminded him again. Jiang Miao Miao woke up from her drowsiness, her ears perked up. No wonder Mom smiled when she sent the boy back.
She started to understand.
The villagers said Aunt Wang looked down on her daughter-in-law and often bullied her. If the daughter-in-law found out her child was lost because of her mother-in-law, it would surely cause a huge uproar. An evil mother-in-law who had a stroke and couldn't get out of bed, and a daughter-in-law who had long been bullied. It would definitely be an exciting battle between them. I have to say, Mom really knows how to hit where it hurts. Fomer Yenner, take these 2 bowls of meat to your uncle and Sanling's house. Mom brought out 2 bowls of meat from the kitchen. The steam was rising, and a delicious aroma filled the air. Indeed, the bear meat with over 10 kinds of spices was something special. Jiang Miao Miao could no longer smell any fishy odor. It had a rich fragrance. Jiang Zifeng's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and instinctively reached out a hand. Mom smacked his hand away, saying, "No sneaking bites." Eldest brother smiled awkwardly. "Mom, I wasn't sneaking a bite. I was just worried it might be hot." He took the bowl from Mom's hands. "Eldest brother, you go to Uncle's house, and I'll go to Sanling's house." Second brother Jiang Zian took the bowl and headed to Li Sanling's house with his sister on his back. Wherever they went, dogs barked loudly. They stopped barking only after being scolded. When they knocked on the door, it was opened by Li Sanling's mother, Zhang Pozi, who had known since early morning that Jiang Miao Miao's family was stewing meat and had informed them. She told them to wait and not to eat too early. So she had been peeking out the door for a while. "Annie, my mom sent me to bring some meat for you to taste." Jiang Zian peeked inside. "Is Sanling home?" Yes, he's in the back feeding the cows." "Yenner, do you want to come in and play for a bit?" No, my mom is waiting for us to eat. I just wanted to tell him that the people who were selling them have been found. It's Aunt Wang, so he should be careful when going out in the future." "What? It's that old woman?" Zhang Pozi grabbed Jiang Zian's hand excitedly, her eyes filled with anger. "Her precious son." When he returned, he was dirty and smelly. It was said he had carried a black child all the way. He must have suffered a lot. He was almost turned into a beast. So close. She almost lost him. That cursed Aunt Wang. Jiang Miao Miao. Mom said not to talk about it. What is second brother doing? For a moment, she felt that her brother had a bit of a dark side.
Just like at this moment.
"Andy, I overheard my mom talking to Annie about it, so please don't tell anyone." Jiang Zian pushed Zhang Pozi's hand away and lowered his voice. "Of course. Thank you for helping Feng." Sanling said he was really grateful for his care along the way, and your mom. If it weren't for her bringing the county magistrate to rescue him, my son might have been lost. Zhang Pozi repeatedly thanked him and poured the meat into her own bowl. She brought back a big bowl of eggs for him. Jiang Miao Miao leaned on her brother's back and touched his face. There was no smile, and her cheeks were a bit wet. Her brother was crying. He often said that men shouldn't cry easily, yet he was secretly crying now. Jiang Miao Miao felt sad too. She couldn't stand seeing others cry, especially when it was for her. Last night, while she was sleeping soundly, her brother must have been very worried. Unknowingly, tears filled her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. They tasted salty. When they reached the door, Jiang Zian took out a handkerchief, dried his tears, and put on a smile before entering. "Mom, I'm back." His voice was loud, and you couldn't tell he had just been crying. Their mother and older brother had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks, with meat, vegetables, and egg custard. "You honor, come quickly, we've been waiting for you," their mother said as she took the baby off her back.
"Hey,
"Did Miao Miao just cry?" Lu Qingyao asked, noticing the tears still on her daughter's eyelashes.
No."
Jiang Zian squatted in front of his sister and used the other corner of the handkerchief to wipe her wet cheeks. On the way back, his sister hadn't made a sound, only pinching his face. How could she have cried? When did she cry? He hadn't noticed at all. He always thought his sister was clever, but he didn't realize just how clever she was. Jiang Miao Miao smiled widely. She had just cried without even realizing it herself. Tears hung on her smiling face, making her look very lovable to her mother and brother. Jiang Miao Miao was hugged and kissed by her mother, with both saliva and her tears on her face. Lu Qingyao turned away to lift her shirt, preparing to feed the baby before eating herself. She missed her daughter so much that she hadn't let go of her since mealtime began. Little Miao Miao finished her milk and drank a bowl of rice soup. She couldn't have any of the meat and soup. Her mother said babies couldn't eat that. The little baby snuggled in her mother's arms and fell asleep, the scent of meat from her mother's clothes filling her dreams. She dreamt of roasted chicken, duck, lamb, and goose. Her mouth watered. She really wanted to eat meat. When would she grow teeth? After Jiang Miao Miao fell asleep, Lu Qingyao went to Lu Yunyang's house to arrange for the bamboo shoot digging the next day before returning home to sleep. After searching for the baby all night, holding her tonight made her feel very safe and sweet. Back in her mother's embrace, Jiang Miao Miao smelled the familiar scent and slept very soundly. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten, the door of Jiang Miao Miao's home was knocked on. The knocking was quite urgent. The little baby was startled awake by the sudden noise and instinctively cried out. Who is so annoying, disturbing others' sweet dreams?
She was a bit grumpy.
Lu Qingyao gently picked up her daughter and rocked her, a flash of annoyance in her eyes. Miao Miao, don't cry, don't cry. Were you scared? Carrying the baby outside, Jiang Zifeng had already gotten up early to practice his martial arts. He was determined to become stronger to protect his family. He was already at the door. Jiang Zian also woke up early with his older brother and was now in the yard, holding a book in one hand and resting the other behind his back. The young boy paced in the yard, reciting poetry with a thoughtful expression, inspiring respect. Jiang Miao Miao stopped crying. With her older brothers working so hard, how could she still have the face to cry?
Creak.
The door opened. Auntie peeked in and was surprised to see everyone up. Little sister, why are you all up so early? Her children, Chow'er and Xianer, were still in bed. Sister-in-law, you're up early too, Lu Qingyao replied with a wry smile. Well, it's not too early. Your brother has already taken people up the mountain to dig for bamboo shoots. So early. Her brother was really working hard, making Lu Qingyao feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Yunyang suddenly leaned closer and whispered, Sister-in-law, something's up. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Sanlang's mother with a serious face carrying 2 buckets of waste to Aunt Wang's house. Do you think there will be a fight? Should we go take a look? Lu Qingyao was taken aback, then quickly glanced at her son. Jiang Zian was still focused on his book, as if he hadn't heard anything. In the past, she would have called her son over to scold him, but after experiencing these difficulties, her thinking had changed. One shouldn't always be blindly kind, especially with a younger brother as thin as him. If they couldn't win a fight, it wouldn't hurt to think a bit deeper. She stopped Lu Yunyang, sister-in-law, let's not get involved in this commotion. We don't want to make enemies. True, we'll know what's happening if we sit at the village entrance later. But how did Zhang Pozi find out? Lu Yunyang actually wanted to ask if it was her who said something, but seeing her surprised expression, it seemed it wasn't her. Jiang Miao Miao, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke up, her little eyes spinning around, looking intently at Lu Yunyang.
Who else could it be?
It's her second brother. She didn't expect her brother's casual words would have such an effect. This disaster is truly something else. Lu Qingyao smiled awkwardly. Does she really need someone to tell her? There's no secret that can be kept forever. That person must have seen her when she came to the village with Aunt Wang. That's true. Aunt Zhang watches her 2 sons like they're precious gems. She won't stand for this. Lu Yunyang had a look of schadenfreude. She deserves it. Wicked Aunt Wang deserves this kind of retribution. Getting splashed with waste early in the morning, she's bound to have bad luck for a while. The luck of the year depends on spring, and the luck of the day depends on the morning. Both ancient and modern people are very superstitious about this. Aunt Zhang knows how to choose her timing. Jiang Zian pretended not to hear, as the sound of reading grew louder. Jiang Zifeng stopped what he was doing and walked over to listen to his mother and aunt gossiping. Sister-in-law, let's not worry about others. Let's focus on our own lives. If you have nothing to do, come with me to the town to buy a cart. It will be good to send it to the older brother. While speaking, Lu Qingyao had already fed Jiang Miao Miao and tidied up. There was much to do today. At Aunt Wang's place, she lay in bed unable to move, listening to the curses outside, feeling a mix of anger and despair. She nearly fainted. Gritting her teeth, she said, Son, go get some paper and a pen. Help me send a message to Master Tao. The day was bright. A strange smell lingered in the small village. Curses echoed from Aunt Wang's doorstep, causing the neighborhood dogs to bark incessantly. As the year-end approached, there was little farming left to do. Most of the village's women and children were at home cleaning and making new clothes, preparing for the new year. The young men, whether skilled or not, rushed to the mountains after hearing that winter bamboo shoots were selling for a good price. With the men away, the young wives and daughters all gathered at Aunt Wang's door, braving the foul smell to find out what was happening. In the Wang family's yard, outside, the stench was overwhelming, and the shouting never stopped. Inside, in the bedroom, the sounds of Wu Huar and her son crying could be heard. The old mother kept calling his name. Taiju squatted in the yard, holding his head, afraid to enter either his wife's room or his mother's room, and afraid to go outside. Suddenly, the shouting stopped, followed by the sound of dishes breaking. Taiju helplessly pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately stepping on the shards of broken pottery. "Mom, do we not value our things?
Why do you have to break them like this?"
Aunt Wang felt a bit better after seeing the doctor. She had more strength in her hands and could speak more clearly. Lying in bed, she glared at her son and threw a pillow at him. "Unfilial son, if you didn't break things, how could you bear to come in here? Where's your wife? Where has she gone?" Taiju stood far away, afraid to approach his mother, fearing he might get hit. He was caught between his wife and his mother, feeling like he belonged to neither side. His wife still held a grudge against his mother and wouldn't even enter her room, let alone take care of her. He pressed his lips together and said, "Mother, Hua's taking care of the baby. You know that Highway is scared and has been running a fever since yesterday, crying all day.
Hua
Can't leave her side." Hearing that her grandson was being taken care of, Aunt Wang's expression softened a bit. She was also tired of seeing Wu's unpleasant face. She thought to herself that once she got better, she would definitely make her son divorce her and marry someone more obedient. She pouted, "Hua isn't too busy. She's just holding a grudge against me. I was more worried about Highway than she was. Can you blame me? The blame lies with that heartless person, Yazi and Lu Qingyao. It must be Lu Qingyao who told Zhang, otherwise, how would she come to cause trouble?" The shouting outside continued. Aunt Wang felt a headache coming on and rubbed her forehead. Taiju frowned. "Mother, what does this have to do with Sister Lu? If she hadn't brought Highway back, you probably wouldn't have seen your precious grandson. It's clearly you. Be quiet. Stop talking nonsense." Aunt Wang slapped the bed and angrily said, "Kneel down." Seeing that his mother was truly angry, Taiju quickly knelt beside her. Aunt Wang knew how to handle her son. She changed her angry demeanor and gently stroked his head, looking kind and loving.
"Get up.
Everything I do is for you. Why are you turning against me? This makes me feel heartbroken." As she spoke, tears began to flow. "Your father left early, and we are just the two of us. If I hadn't helped others and worked hard, where would we have gotten the money for you to marry? Where would we have gotten the money to build a big house? Where would we have gotten the money to buy meat for Highway? Why can't you understand my struggles?" Taiju felt a bit moved. "Mother, I do understand, but this time you really made a mistake. And it affected our Highway." Seeing that her son was not easily swayed this time, Aunt Wang's expression changed immediately. "Do you think I want this? It's just about money. Enough talk. Did you send the message to Master Tao for me?" Although Taiju lost his father when he was young, his mother earned money quickly and sent him to school for a few years. So he knows a few characters. "Mom, the debt collectors are at the door, and they even threw dung everywhere. How can I go out?" Darn Lu Qingyao, she must have stirred this up. Aunt Wang gritted her teeth in anger. She was a well-known matchmaker in the area, having arranged many marriages for wealthy families. Everyone in Taoshi village respected her. When had she ever faced such humiliation? Since Lu Qingyao arrived, she not only lost business, but also became the laughingstock of the village. She couldn't swallow this insult. Holding her son's hand tightly, she instructed, "You go find Master Tao and ask him to help you get a job at the county office. With my condition now, I might not be able to get out of bed for a while. We can't just sit here and do nothing." Taiju frowned, looking at his mother with confusion. "Mom, why would Uncle Tao help us? Is there something you're hiding from me?" Aunt Wang knew her son was thinking the wrong thing, and tapped his forehead. You silly boy, what are you thinking? Do you think I dislike that woman so much that I would have her child taken away? Isn't that the case? Tai Zhu clicked his tongue. Ever since she tried to match him with Jiang Qiaoer, his mother had been at odds with the Jiang family. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at him. I was asked by Master Tao to take that group to identify people. I didn't know they were kidnappers. Tai Zhu started to believe her. Really? Aunt Wang glanced at the door and lowered her voice. Master Tao received benefits from a noble in the capital, which is why he has been making things difficult for Lu Qingyao. I took the blame for him, and he promised to help you find a job at the office. A noble? Could it be Jiang Liar'er's concubine? Tai Zhu looked incredulous. Aunt Wang chuckled awkwardly. Who else could it be? Even a cruel father wouldn't harm his own child. Jiang Liar'er, no matter how unkind, wouldn't go that far. Tai Zhu suddenly understood. So, Jiang Liar'er is favoring his concubine and used this as an excuse to drive Lu Nyangzi away? Everyone in the village knew about Jiang Liar'er's high-status concubine in the capital. It was even spread by his mother, and it seemed the news must have come from Master Tao. It should be noted that the esteemed concubine should not be underestimated. Even from far away in the capital, her influence can reach far. Aunt Wang did not respond. She quietly said, Master Tao mentioned that the concubine's father is a high-ranking official in the capital, even more so than Jiang Liar'er, so we cannot afford to offend him. If we handle this matter well for her, there will surely be many benefits. That's why I am willing to endure so much hardship to find a way out for you. Can you understand my struggles? Tai Zhu was deeply moved and knelt down again, saying, Mother, I understand. I'm sorry for making you suffer. I will definitely take good care of you from now on. I will go find Uncle Tao, and also buy you a maid. Aunt Wang smiled brightly. Go ahead. Bring some cured meat and eggs for Uncle Tao. The sun was shining brightly. In the middle of the day, Jiang Miao Miao felt a cool breeze and shivered. They deliberately took a detour and did not pass by Aunt Wang's house to avoid bad luck early in the morning. She followed her mother and aunt to the town to buy an ox cart. Strangely, in such a large Qingshi town, there were only 2 or 3 people selling oxen. Each person had 1 or 2 oxen, leaving no room for selection. Sir, how much is this ox? Lu Yunyang asked. An old man sat on the ox cart with 1 foot up, glanced at the two, and replied, The ox and cart together are 25 taels of silver. He then lowered his head and continued smoking his pipe. In Qingshi town, the number of people who could afford an ox cart could be counted on one hand, and these 2 women did not seem to fit that description. What? 25 taels of silver. Lu Yunyang exclaimed, drawing the attention of passers-by. The old man was startled. Why are you making such a fuss? I've been selling oxen here for over 20 years. Everyone knows my oxen are good and cheap. Lu Yunyang clicked her tongue, thinking that was nonsense. She exchanged glances with Lu Qingyao, signaling her not to buy. Old Lu just told me his ox cart was 15 taels. How did it suddenly become 25? The old man looked at her as if she were foolish. 15 taels? He bought that 4 or 5 years ago, right? Lu Yunyang wanted to argue but realized that old Lu's ox cart had indeed been bought many years ago, and it was less than 15 taels. Jiang Miao Miao peeked out and took a look at the ox. It seemed to have a good frame, but was a bit thin. If they took it home and fed it well, it should become quite strong. It seemed that since these were not slaughtered meat oxen, they were reluctant to feed them fodder. It appeared that fodder was quite expensive at this time. I vaguely remember reading in a book that ancient people said 1 cow or horse costs as much as the food for 5 people. Cows are like money-eating beasts. They are not only expensive, but also consume a lot. No wonder the common people can't afford them. In all of Peach Creek Village, there are only 4 cows. In ancient times, farming was prioritized over commerce, making oxen the main source of labor. I also recall that the emperor issued a decree stating that lords could not kill cows without reason. If a common person killed a healthy cow for no reason, they might even lose their life. Indeed, cows are more valuable than people. I remember that Lu, the landlord's concubine, was bought for just 20 taels. She was even cheaper than a cow. Jiang Miao Miao's heart was once again shocked. The old man glanced at them and continued to smoke his pipe, looking impatient. Are you going to buy or not? Yes, of course, Lu Qingyao replied with a smile. In the past, when she spent money freely, she thought everything was cheap when she first arrived in Qingshi town. But now, when she checked her pockets, they were empty. Watching the villagers earn money bit by bit, she also went hunting and fishing to make some cash. She finally understood how hard life is for the common people. Now, she would no longer secretly mock Lu Yunyang for being stingy. With a warm smile, she said, Sir, could you lower the price a bit? I see you've been here for several days. She had observed from across the street that the old man's cow had been for sale for a long time and was often asked about. Some people even haggled with him for a long time without success, indicating that the cow was of good quality. Perhaps he had been firm on the price, which is why the cow hadn't sold and had lost weight. The old man's expression darkened. Lu Qingyao quickly explained, I saw you selling this cow a few days ago, but it seems to have lost weight. It's much thinner than when I last saw it. The old man was at a loss for words. If it weren't for her comment, he would have held firm on the price.
But now,
he lacked the confidence to ask for a high price. Every day he kept the cow, it consumed a lot of feed, and its value decreased. He couldn't keep it any longer. With a long sigh, he said, All right, 24 taels of silver for you.
Deal.
Lu Qingyao happily took out the silver from the bottom of her basket to give to him. This made Lu Yunyang feel heartbroken. Even though it wasn't her money, it was still a lot of silver. On the way back, they still walked past the village entrance. Lu Qingyao drove the cart, while Lu Yunyang followed with the ox cart. Though she felt pained, it was still a moment of glory. Jiang Miao Miao turned her little head in her mother's arms as they walked through the villagers' curious gazes. Not far along, she heard a lively discussion behind her.
See?
They must have made money selling bamboo shoots to buy an ox cart. Not necessarily. Maybe they were already wealthy, since they came from the capital. They must have some gold and silver. Maybe we should dig some bamboo shoots to sell in Jiangzhou too. We might be able to buy an ox. As they moved farther away, Jiang Miao Miao couldn't hear them clearly anymore. She sensed that the farmers had a strong passion for oxen, much like modern people's desire for luxury cars. In the evening, as the sun set, the workers returned home. Jiang Miao Miao's family was having meat again, and the delicious smell spread throughout the village, covering the lingering bad odor at Aunt Wang's door. This attracted the village children and made the dogs bark. Occasionally, someone would stroll by her house, pretending to pass. In the yard, 3 carts were filled with winter bamboo shoots, making the small yard feel crowded. Little sister-in-law, we only have about 700 pounds of bamboo shoots. What should we do? Jiang Yunhu said with a worried expression after weighing the shoots. There were too many people digging for bamboo shoots today, and the nearby areas were nearly cleared out. He really couldn't understand why his sister-in-law told the villagers that bamboo shoots were expensive in Jiangzhou. Now, the mountains were full of people digging. They could only go to farther places to dig. The ox cart couldn't go up the mountain, so they had to carry the chutes by hand. It was time-consuming and tiring, and it wore out their shoes. Seeing his worried face, Lu Qingyao comforted him. It's okay. Big brother, you should rest. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Yunhu hesitated, glancing at the newly bought ox cart with a frown. He knew buying the ox cart was a good idea, but thinking about spending all the money they just earned made him anxious. Lu Qingyao didn't know how to explain, so she tried to distract him with food. Big brother, sister-in-law has prepared a meal and even made some wine.
Come eat.
Okay. Jiang Yunhu rubbed his stomach. He was indeed hungry, so he headed to the dining area. They had just started eating when there was a knock at the door. His mother quickly went to open it, and Jiang Miao Miao felt like her mother had been waiting for that knock. When the door opened, a few villagers were there. They peeked inside and licked their lips. One of them spoke up, and we came because we wanted to discuss something with you.
Can we come in?
Lu Qingyao opened the door to welcome guests. The bonfire blazed brightly in the courtyard, and laughter filled the air. As the villagers entered, they looked around, searching for the source of the delicious smell of food. At Jiang Yunhu's table sat the hardworking young men who had spent the day digging bamboo shoots. They were all friends of Jiang Yunhu, known for being reliable and capable. They ate quickly, having nearly finished their meal, with empty plates and cups in sight. Glancing over at the table for women and children, they noticed a variety of dishes.
Wow.
There was stewed meat, winter bamboo shoots with ribs, steamed egg custard, and stir-fried wild vegetables. Many families in the village didn't even have an iron pot. Iron was very expensive at this time. When would they be able to enjoy meat like this? A few of them stared at the food on the table, unconsciously swallowing. "Please come in." Lu Qingyao invited them into the guest room. They quickly averted their eager gazes and followed her inside. Lu Yunyang noticed and went in as well, bringing tea for the guests. She introduced them to Lu Qingyao, saying, "This is Aunt Fong. This is Sister Zhou, Aunt Yang, son Tian and Shirtu." They had met at the door. Especially son Tian and Shirtu, who had lingered at the entrance for a while, waiting for the older women to knock before entering together. They hadn't interacted much with Lu Qingyao, especially given her special status, which made them feel a bit shy. Now they exchanged glances, waiting for someone to speak. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "May I ask why you're looking for me?" The eldest, Aunt Yang, sat up straight, trying to mimic the mannerisms of wealthy ladies, and took a sip of tea. Noticing the baby in Lu Qingyao's arms, she smiled and pulled out a small piece of candy from her pocket, offering it to her. "This little girl is so cute, chubby and fair. She will surely find a good family in the future," Jiang Miao thought. This was typical of the village's aunts and older women. Whenever they saw a little girl, they would compliment her looks and say she would make a good wife. Fortunately, she was still young. Otherwise, being praised like this would have bothered her for days. Lu Qingyao looked at her pouting baby and gently said, "Nuan, this is your Aunt Yang. She has candy for you, take it." As she said this, she brought her daughter closer. Jiang Miao pulled her hand back and turned her head away, refusing to take it. She didn't want it. They didn't even check if she could eat it. It felt insincere. Lu Yunyang reminded, "Aunt Yang, the little one hasn't grown any teeth yet, so she can't eat that." "Really? Look at my memory, haha." Aunt Yang chuckled awkwardly and pulled her hand back. This was leftover from her little grandson. How could she remember how old Jiang Miao was? Lu Qingyao smiled lightly. "Aunt Yang, is there something you want to discuss with me?" Aunt Yang pinched her clothing nervously and slowly began to speak. "Dear Aunt, we came today to ask if you could help us take our bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou to sell." "Help?" Jiang Miao opened her mouth wide, surprised at Aunt Yang's request. Before her mother could respond, her aunt was already unhappy. "Aunt Yang, how can you take advantage of my sister-in-law like this? Don't you know that the ox cart is expensive? It costs 30 taels. The implication was clear. How could you be so shameless? Aunt Yang's expression changed, glaring at Lu Yunyang. "What do you mean by taking advantage? The Lu family has so many carts, and since she is going to Jiangzhou anyway, it's just a small favor. Why make it sound so harsh?" "Exactly. We're neighbors after all. It's not a big deal. Why make it so difficult?" Sister Zhou chimed in. Aunt Fong and Shirtu remained silent, like gourd mouths that had been sawed shut. Son Tian timidly said, "Aunt, we can give you some travel money." "Yes, we can give travel money. How about 10 won each?"
Aunt Yang added.
After saying that, she quickly added, 10 won is not low. Wang Quan's ox cart costs only 2 coins to go from the village to Qingshu town, so 10 won to Jiangzhou is quite reasonable."
10 won.
I can't believe you would say that. Lu Yunyang's face darkened. She was worried that her sister-in-law would feel pressured and agree right away. She knew her sister-in-law's generous nature would lead to trouble. Being a pampered young lady, how could she understand human greed? She nudged Lu Qingyao with her eyebrows, signaling her not to agree. Burp. Jiang Miao was shocked and let out a small burp. Lu Qingyao gently patted the little one's chest and smiled up at her. Her smile was sweet, and her eyes sparkled. It was clear she had a good temperament. The others thought she had agreed, and they all sighed in relief. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyao asked, "May I ask how many bamboo shoots each of you has at home?" They exchanged glances. "I have 80 Jean," Aunt Yang said proudly. Her husband and son had spent a whole day digging and managed to gather so many. Roughly calculating, that should sell for at least 3 taels of silver. Thinking about it makes me excited. Others also started to share their numbers. 50 pounds. 70 pounds. 30 pounds. 60 pounds. That's a lot. Lu Yunyang couldn't help but exclaim. Is this really just a side job? Exactly, several people said with excitement, their minds filled with thoughts of money. Lu Qingyao picked up an abacus and casually calculated, that should be 290 pounds, right? How many people are you planning to send? Aunt Yang thought for a moment, 1 family per trip. Aunt Fong said, I won't go. You can help us sell it. We're not going either, Sun Tiantian and Shirtu quickly added. Lu Yunyang's expression grew darker. Lu Qingyao smiled slightly. A single ox cart can only carry 250 pounds of bamboo shoots, and with people, we might need 2 carts. Upon hearing this, their smiles froze. Things were sounding worse and worse. Lu Qingyao looked helpless. Aunt, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I don't have a cart. If you don't believe me, you can check in the yard. They're all full, and we can't fit any more. Plus, one of the carts is borrowed from old Lu. Aunt Yang's face fell at this, and she pouted. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted half a day talking. Lu Qingyao laughed. Well, there wasn't a chance to mention it. But there are ways. Quickly tell us. I think there are still a few carts in Taoshi village. Master Tao, old Lu, and the Wang family all have them. If not, we can check the neighboring village or town. We can surely borrow some.
Aunt Yang greeted her dad. Arig.
We won't disturb you any longer. We'll head out now. Go quickly. If you delay, someone else might borrow them, Lu Qingyao said as she sent them off. The little child wanted to give her mother a thumbs up, but their little chubby hand wouldn't cooperate. It couldn't straighten. Sun Tiantian and Shirtu walked a few steps out, then turned back. With their heads down, they tugged at their clothes, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Do you have something else? Lu Qingyao sat by the charcoal fire, smiling at the 2 boys. Shirtu hesitated for a moment and said, Aunt, we can't leave home, so we won't take the bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou to sell. How about we sell them directly to you? He glanced at Lu Qingyao as he finished speaking. He was a bit afraid of Aunt Lu. Although he had a smile on his face, his gaze was cold and deep, as if he could see right through people. What she said earlier confused Aunt Yang, but he understood. They wanted to rent the ox, but others might want it too, so it might not be available for them. That's great, Lu Yunyang said happily. They were also looking for someone to dig bamboo shoots, so having someone ready was even better. In reality, they didn't have enough bamboo shoots, not even 800 pounds. Although she still didn't fully understand her sister-in-law's actions, she quickly sent the person away, likely knowing what she was doing. Sister-in-law, should we buy it? Not yet. Lu Qingyao looked at them. Why do you want to sell the bamboo shoots to me? My offer isn't high. Are you really willing to part with them? Shirtu scratched his head. What's there to hold on to? People say Jiangzhou bamboo shoots are expensive, but who really knows how much they cost? Plus, if you dig for a day, you need another day to sell them. Not to mention how far you have to go and how much it costs. Just getting there takes 5 or 6 hours. With the round trip, when would you have time to sell the shoots? You really did your homework. He was just a kid, but he understood things better than some adults. And I think those people take at least 2 or 3 days to sell the bamboo shoots. They spend a lot on travel and lodging, so it's hard to say if they make a profit. Lu Qingyao looked at him with a smile, clearly impressed. Shirtu, if you sell me your bamboo shoots, I can offer 12 coins for large ones, 7 for small ones, and 2 for the damaged ones. Are you willing? 12 coins. Was it really just 12 coins? Shirtu hesitated. That was far from what he expected. Lu Qingyao turned to Sun Tiantian. What about you? I'll buy them if Shirtu sells. All right, you both think it over. If you decide to sell, bring the bamboo shoots tomorrow morning. The two left feeling downcast. Sister-in-law, I don't understand why you didn't offer a bit more. They might have agreed right away, Lu Yunyang said, looking puzzled. She was finding it harder to understand. Lu Qingyao. Jiang Miao tugged at her mother's finger, babbling. She wanted to hear more. Mom, tell me more. Does Miao want to know too? Lu Qingyao pinched her daughter's cheek. Many times, she felt her daughter seemed to understand their words. People say that rare things are precious, but when they become common, they lose their value. If you set expectations too high, disappointment will be even greater. The price of bamboo shoots follows the market. If you set it high the first time, it will drop later, and people will talk. Jiang Miao shook her little head, her short, soft hair bouncing. Lu Yunyang nodded, somewhat understanding. You mean we shouldn't set the price too high the first time, right? That's about the gist of it. After the banquet, everyone went home. Jiang Miao's family began to settle down for the night. Her mother said they should sleep early because they would need to wake up early the next day. But Jiang Miao was wide awake tonight, kicking her little legs and rolling around in bed. The more she rolled, the more energetic she became. Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on her.
Good Miao, time to sleep.
Then her mother started humming a lullaby she had heard somewhere, little sheep, jumping over the wall.
Donkey.
Grinding grain. At first, Jiang Miao wasn't sleepy, but being held by her mother and having her head patted, she inexplicably fell asleep. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, and as usual, she had slept in. She was woken up by the chirping of a bird. Feeling a bit grumpy, she heard Dan Ke standing by the cradle, persistently calling. Jiang Miao, the sun is shining on your bottom. Time to get up. Jiang Miao, lazybones. At that moment, Jiang Miao felt an urge. She wanted to catch the bird. She wanted to ruffle its feathers. When Jiang Zifeng came in, he saw his sister leaning over the cradle, reaching for the bird. He quickly scooped her up into his arms. After the last fall, he had developed a bit of a fear. Their mother was not home today. She had gone to Jiangzhou to sell bamboo shoots. Jiang Miao snuggled in her brother's arms, drinking goat's milk, but her eyes were fixed on the little wolf cub in the wooden basin. The little creature had grown a bit and opened its eyes. A small, fluffy ball, it rolled its eyes at her. It occasionally licked its tongue and made adorable sounds. How strange. She actually found a wolf cute. But this was a wolf that could eat people. Still, Jiang Miao left half of her food for it. She needed to be nice to it. If its father came looking for trouble, it was a lead wolf. She couldn't afford to offend it. Jiang Miao heard footsteps at the door and immediately became alert. She remembered who the person next to Aunt Wang was last time. If someone is wandering around her doorstep but doesn't come in, they either have bad intentions or are up to no good. I sent out a little bird to check. Tian and Shertu arrived, each carrying a basket of bamboo shoots. Mother really does have a knack for predicting things. The door opened. Yen Ge, how much do you think I can sell these shoots for? Jiang Ziyan separated the large and small shoots, weighed them, and said, the large shoots weigh 30 pounds and the small ones 20 pounds, totaling 650 coins. Is that a lot? You didn't make a mistake, did you? Although Shertu couldn't read, he understood basic math. His estimate was different. It was more. He wanted every bit that was his and none of what wasn't. It's not too much. That's the price. Jiang Ziyan took out the coins from the box to give him. The price of bamboo shoots changes with the market. Yesterday, my mother mentioned yesterday's price. Today's price is 15 coins per pound for large shoots and 10 coins for small ones. It varies every day, sometimes high, sometimes low. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. After selling the shoots, Shertu and Tian left happily. No matter how much others made, it didn't concern him. With these 650 coins, he was happier than anything. That was the amount his father earned from working for 7 or 8 days. Maybe he should tell his father to stop working and come back to dig bamboo shoots. Thinking this, he quickened his pace toward the town. After Shertu and Tian left, many people came to Jiang Miao's house carrying bamboo shoots. In the deep winter, it snowed. Snow in the south comes later, 2 or 3 months behind the north. This was the second time Jiang Miao Miao had seen snow since arriving in this era. The first time was 3 months ago on the day she was born in the snowy mountains, where she almost froze to death. Thinking back, she still felt a shiver. That's why she didn't really like snow. It rarely snows in the southern winter, but it does happen occasionally. The snow comes and goes, mostly light flurries. Children in the south have an inexplicable excitement about snow. They all want to sneak out and play in it, but their parents won't allow it. It's easy to catch a cold, and colds can be dangerous. So they can only lean against the window and look outside, occasionally reaching out to catch some snowflakes, curious about what they look like. If the heavens had eyes, they would see countless children peering out the window. At that moment, Jiang Miao Miao and Jiang Ziyan were both looking out, watching the snowflakes gently fall outside. Jiang Ziyan was dressed in a thick coat, looking like a bear, and had wrapped her little sister up like a ball. When her older brother reached out to catch the snow, Jiang Miao Miao also extended her hand. Before she could touch the snowflakes, her brother's delicate hand caught hers. The snow is very cold. Miao Miao can't play, or she might catch a cold.
Yeah.
Jiang Miao Miao protested. It seemed unfair that only the officials could have fun while the common people couldn't. Her brother must think she is easy to fool. Inside the house, the warmth from the charcoal fire made it impossible to feel the cold from the wind and snow. Outside, Zhang Zifeng and Lu Yunyang were braving the wind and snow to gather bamboo shoots. They had cleared a room to store the shoots. There were many people and many bamboo shoots in the yard. Jiang Miao Miao suddenly felt her mother was very impressive. Even though she wanted to gather bamboo shoots, she never mentioned it and instead spread the word about the high price of bamboo shoots in Jiangzhou, making everyone in the village eager to come. Once the villagers dug up the shoots, they had to sell them. However, selling shoots in Jiangzhou would be very difficult, so they returned with the shoots to sell to their mother. This became their second choice. It silenced the greedy, jealous, and envious gossip. No one would say their mother was secretly getting rich, because only when their mother's shoots sold could theirs sell too. Their mother had tied the interests of the whole village together. Just as she said, "We all prosper together." However, there were bound to be little disputes along the way. Jiang Miao Miao was drawn to the sounds of arguing in the yard, and she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Sister Zhou, who had come to her house last night. Now she was pulling Auntie Qiao for an explanation. "Aunt Qiao, how do you figure this? My family clearly has 60 pounds of bamboo shoots, and you said it was 15 won per pound, so why did we only get 671? Lu Yunyang took out the wooden sign that Jiang Ziyan had written. "Sister Zhou, look closely. Large shoots are 15 won per pound, small shoots are 10 won per pound, and defective ones are 2 won per pound. Your family has 30 pounds of large shoots, 20 pounds of small shoots, and 10 pounds of defective ones, which adds up to 671, right?" Lu Yunyang repeated the calculations Jiang Ziyan had just done. Although she wasn't sure if it was correct, she trusted that her brothers wouldn't make a mistake. Jiang Miao Miao was held by her brother to watch the commotion, bundled up tightly. Her brother repeated the calculations to Sister Zhou. Jiang Miao Miao also did some quick math in her head. That's right. The older brother reported the numbers, and the younger brother calculated. Almost as soon as the older brother announced the weight, the younger brother could figure it out. Her brother's math skills were impressive. Sister Zhou paused for a moment, and whether it was intentional or not, she began to argue nonsensically. "Qiao, everyone says that in Jiangzhou, bamboo shoots sell for 40 coins a pound, but you are only asking for 15 coins. Isn't that a bit greedy?" The crowd pondered, and many shared the same thought. They had only come to check the prices after seeing that stones were selling bamboo shoots. Everyone looked at Lu Yunyang. She was almost laughing in anger. She had held back her temper last night, worried about her sister-in-law's plans. But today, with no one to stop her, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Zhou, if I remember correctly, weren't you supposed to go to Jiangzhou to sell bamboo shoots today? It's 40 coins a pound there. Why aren't you going and instead trying to sell to us?" Zhou's expression froze, and she stammered, "Well, it started snowing." "Snowing? Lu Yunyang was speechless. What a poor excuse. What does snow matter? It's not heavy enough to freeze you. My sister-in-law, who is delicate, can go, so why can't you? Zhou's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, saying nothing. The crowd agreed. If there was a chance to make money, a little snow was nothing. They would go even in worse conditions. Lu Yunyang smiled. Zhou, you probably couldn't find a cart to rent, right? Her words struck a chord with everyone. There were few carts available, and with many people wanting to rent them, the prices had gone up. A trip to Jiangzhou used to cost 60 coins round trip, but now it had risen to 120 coins, and there were no carts left. What was the use of digging up so many bamboo shoots? Without a cart, they would just rot at home, so it was better to sell them cheaply. Zhou forced a smile, raising her eyebrows defiantly. So what? If there were carts who would want to sell to you for just 15 coins a pound, that would be heartless. The crowd murmured. Some agreed with Zhou, while others found her words unpleasant. Lu Yunyang was angry and pushed Zhou out the door. Leave. I didn't ask you to sell to me. She turned to Jiang Zifeng and said, Fenger, take Zhou's bamboo shoots outside. We won't buy them. Okay. Jiang Zifeng stepped forward, ignoring Zhou's attempts to stop him, and carried her baskets of bamboo shoots outside. Zhou was furious, jumping up and down, pointing at Lu Yunyang. You bring them back. I must sell them today. What a joke. Are you trying to force me to buy? Lu Yunyang crossed her arms, looking at her. She felt that spending time with her sister-in-law was making her more articulate. Aunt Zhou, please go home. We can't afford your bamboo shoots. Jiang Zifeng picked up a broom from somewhere, pretending to shoo her away. People waiting outside to sell bamboo shoots were getting impatient. Some even took their bamboo shoots inside when they saw space in the yard. Zhou, auntie, if you're not selling, just go back. It's really cold outside. Don't delay us from selling bamboo shoots. Yeah. 15 coins a pound is not too low for us. Stop hesitating. I'm waiting to sell my bamboo shoots to buy meat. For them, Jiangzhou felt too far away, and making big money seemed very distant. After all, many people had never left Qingshi town in their entire lives, let alone go to Jiangzhou. 15 coins was a good price for them. They could dig up dozens of pounds a day, which could sell for several hundred coins. It was much better than working for someone else. They could finally buy meat for the new year. Uncle Fu, the village head, was drawn over by the noise and saw the scene. Zhou, auntie. Business is about mutual agreement. If you think the price is too low, then don't sell. We're all neighbors. There's no need to make it so awkward. Exactly. The crowd echoed. Zhou's body trembled slightly. Are you all fools for not wanting to make money? Fools. They're all a bunch of fools. The weather was still cold. Snow continued to fall. There were still many people in Jiang Miao's yard, and more kept arriving. Aunt Zhou, if you think my family's price for bamboo shoots is too low, let me give you a suggestion. A small boy squeezed out from the crowd. He was handsome with bright eyes and a big smile. He was holding a bundle. No, it was a baby doll, with only its eyes showing. The little guy turned his big, curious eyes to look at everyone. It wasn't that Jiang Miao didn't want to turn her head. She just had too many layers of clothing on. Jiang Zian was too striking, so everyone recognized him at once. He was the youngest son of Mrs. Liu, a scholar. Regardless of age, scholars were highly respected in this era. Zian, what good idea do you have? Someone in the crowd asked curiously. Jiang Zian looked calm and serious, like a little adult. Uncles, aunts, since you all want to go to Jiangzhou to make money, why not learn from my mother? Dig bamboo shoots, buy an ox cart, and get up before dawn to sell bamboo shoots and negotiate business. Everyone fell silent. It sounded simple, but it was hard for many. They realized how difficult it was only after trying it themselves. I've told you the ways to make money, but the chances of actually earning money are very few. Let's not talk about anything else. Many people struggle to dig bamboo shoots. Some can't find winter bamboo shoots at all. Others find them but don't know how to dig properly, breaking them in half with one strike. Not to mention buying an ox cart. Bamboo shoots can only be sold for 2 seasons, and even if you have some extra money, it's not worth buying one. Even if you get bamboo shoots and buy a cart, how many people can do the math and read? If you're not careful, you could lose everything. Uncle Lee Changfu stepped forward and laughed. Yen, you're joking with them. You all can't read, and you won't keep track of the accounts. You might get cheated later. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou showed a shy expression, leading her son away with the bamboo shoots, sneaking off. What Uncle Lee said is right. Let's stop chatting and sell the bamboo shoots quickly. My son is waiting for me to buy meat, Wang Quan said as he came in with 2 baskets of bamboo shoots. Today, he didn't take the ox cart. He let the old man use it.
He went up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots.
When everyone saw Wang Quan, their eyes widened in surprise. You have an ox cart. Why didn't you go to Jiangzhou to sell the bamboo shoots? Wang Quan carried the shoots to Jiang Miao's yard, set them down, and took a deep breath. He then said, Why didn't I go? Aunt Lu told me the other day that my dad dug 50 pounds of bamboo shoots for me to take. And guess what happened? What happened? Everyone was very curious. With an ox cart, not going to Jiangzhou to sell them seemed foolish. I got up early, took the bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou, but by the time I arrived, it was already noon. I set up a stall at the vegetable market and sold for 2 hours, but only sold 10 pounds because I missed the morning market. In the end, I only got 25 won per pound. Why only 25 won? Isn't it 40 won? Wang Quan took a few puffs from his pipe. That's wishful thinking. 40 won is when the bamboo shoots first come out, and that's only in the morning market, plus you need to have the bigger shoots. What about the rest of the bamboo shoots? Someone asked again. I waited another hour, but I was in a hurry to get back, so I sold the rest for 15 won a pound. By the time I was halfway back, it was dark, and I almost got eaten by wolves. It scared me to death. Jiang Zian asked Uncle Quan, Why didn't you rest for a night and come back the next day to sell at the morning market? Wang Quan sighed. Rest for a night? You don't know how expensive the inns are in Jiangzhou. I can't afford it. It's easier to sell the bamboo shoots to your mother. The earnings are about the same. After hearing Wang Quan, everyone lost their last bit of motivation and just wanted to sell the bamboo shoots quickly for money. They could dig more tomorrow.
All right.
Since Wang Quan is selling the bamboo shoots to Aunt Lu, what else do we have to say? Many onlookers also went home carrying bamboo shoots. Xiao Miao, it's time to go back. It's cold outside. Jiang Zian waved his hand in front of the little child's eyes. The little one stared, not blinking at all.
Yeah.
Jiang Miao waved her small fist, which was wrapped up like a bun. She wasn't done playing yet, and didn't want to go back. The child was full of energy and didn't feel cold. She thought her mother had purposely let Uncle Wang experience selling bamboo shoots in Jiangzhou. Today, she had arranged for Aunt to stay here instead of Uncle, which was planned in advance. If Uncle had stayed, it would have been like a scholar meeting a soldier, and it would have been hard to explain. Her mother was strategizing behind the scenes. After this incident, no one should come and cause trouble anymore. However, Jiang Miao couldn't understand one thing. If her mother was so capable, why couldn't she deal with her irresponsible father? At Aunt Wang's house, Haiwa had been scared and had a high fever since he was sent back. They had seen the doctor several times, but he still wasn't getting better. While Iron Pillar's wife, Wu War, was out calling the doctor, he secretly brought the child to Aunt Wang, looking very worried. Mom, what should we do? This child is really scared, and I think something is wrong with him. Haiwa sometimes cried nonstop, sometimes spoke unclearly, and sometimes was in a deep sleep. Right now, he was mumbling, his gaze a bit vacant. Father.
Wolves.
So many wolves. Mom, I want milk. I want to eat. Haiwa sat next to Aunt Wang, leaning towards her chest. Aunt Wang quickly hugged him tightly, choking back tears. Haiwa, I'm so sorry. What happened to you? Could he be possessed? Aunt Wang thought this and said, Child, go get someone to perform a ritual for Haiwa. Iron Pillar didn't really believe in such things.
Mom.
Haiwa might have a fever affecting his mind, or he could be in shock. The doctor had said last time that he was overly frightened and a bit confused. Aunt Wang stood there in shock. In shock. How could this be? He was their family's only child. She touched Haiwa's head, examining him closely for a moment, then asked, Haiwa, do you know who I am? Haiwa looked at her.
Grandma. Grandma.
Aunt Wang sighed in relief, showing a hint of a relieved smile. Thank goodness, there's still hope. Before she could feel happy for a moment, she heard a shout from Haiwa. Mom, I want milk. Aunt Wang's smile froze on her face, unable to recover. She lowered her gaze and thought for a while. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, My child, it seems Haiwa is not going to make it. We need to hurry and have another one, or the Wang family's lineage will end. If Hua is unwilling to have more children, then we should part ways. And marry someone who can help you have more. On the 26th day of the 12th month. It is a day for burial, preparation, and setting up a gravestone. Today is the day the human traffickers are to be executed. Due to their heinous actions against humanity, the county magistrate has sentenced them to the harshest punishment according to the Great Celebration Kingdom's laws. The human traffickers will face dismemberment. The townspeople, having heard rumors, learned that this group had kidnapped someone important. They even had the audacity to kidnap the county magistrate's youngest son. The leaders of the group were sentenced to have their entire families punished as a warning to others. Of course, many among them were desperate individuals with no families to punish. After their deaths, no one would bury them, prepare them for burial, or allow gravestones. They would be wrapped in straw mats and thrown into a mass grave, becoming food for wild beasts. Their remains would be completely gone. In the county jail, there were many people. The last meal for the condemned prisoners was not lavish. They did not deserve it. Everyone looked resentfully at the couple with the scar. It was all their fault. They had foolishly kidnapped the county magistrate's son. They were not afraid of death. At worst, they would have a scar the size of a bowl on their heads. But dismemberment. Just thinking about it made them break out in cold sweat, fear spreading through their bodies. The second-in-command was chained up, unable to seek death. Dismemberment would mean his entire family would be punished. He happened to have an elderly mother and a son. At this moment, he had no idea where they were, unable to see them. If he could break free from the chains, he would definitely want to take revenge on the scarred couple. He was glaring at them fiercely, wishing he could swallow them whole. As smoke shrank back behind the scarred man, he timidly said, Second-in-command, it is true that we caused this trouble, but are you truly innocent? You should think carefully about what powerful figure you have offended to bring about this disaster. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. You don't think about it. Those who can be punished by exterminating their entire family must have committed serious crimes, either rebellion or conspiracy, or something else. What else? He needed to understand this clearly. Speak quickly. Ruyen had spent time in the capital's entertainment district. She had heard many stories from the young nobles about families being punished for greed and losing their military funds, leading to confiscation and exile. Some families were executed for conspiracy, but she had never heard of anyone being punished so severely for trafficking children, unless they had kidnapped someone important. Did you offend a powerful person or a royal relative? The second-in-command frowned. A powerful person? A royal relative? He and his brother had dealt with many children before, and nothing had gone wrong. Only the two boys they had kidnapped earlier were known to be scholars. They didn't know anything else.
Could it be?
Deserved it. A bunch of useless fools, not worth mourning. A deep voice came from the neighboring cell. Ruyen gripped the bars and spat in response. You old fool, I almost forgot, this is all your fault. If we hadn't listened to you and kidnapped those siblings, we wouldn't have been caught. Master Tao sat calmly on the ground and scoffed. Ridiculous. You paid me, and when the job failed, you dare blame me? You wanted to kidnap those two from the Jiang family, but you went left and right and ended up in trouble with the county magistrate. You can only blame your own greed. It was his own fault for choosing this group. They were tall but lacked brains, not even realizing whom they had offended. Extermination of their entire family. It was clear this was an order from above. Not only was he in trouble, but he had dragged others down with him. How infuriating. Ru Yan's face turned red with anger. She blamed her leader. Whenever they saw a lone child, they wanted to kidnap them. The second-in-command felt hopeless now. If he had to die, at least his family would still be together. If he left, he would worry about his mother and son. He just wanted to understand what was going on. To be a clear ghost. His tone softened. Master Tao, it was wrong to involve you. But you gave us so much silver. You must have someone backing you, right? It shouldn't be too serious. We can just spend a few days in jail and get out. I just want to know, what is the background of those 2 children you had us kidnap? He had observed that the older one had some skills. After being unexpectedly attacked by a wolf, he was lucky to escape with only an injured arm. He had intended to flee, but that boy silently pressed a dagger against his neck. Suddenly, he found himself tied up. In this remote area, children from ordinary families barely have enough to eat, let alone practice martial arts. Yet those siblings were as plump as balls. The younger one looked like a snow doll, very beautiful. He even thought about bringing her home as a bride for his son. He couldn't believe they were country kids. Master Tao frowned slightly. I don't mind telling you. You came from the north. Have you heard of a general named Liu, who was exiled for being greedy and misusing military funds? The others looked confused. The second-in-command said, I haven't heard of him. Are they perhaps the general's family? Forget it if you haven't heard, Master Tao said, feeling it was a waste of words. He closed his eyes, unwilling to say more. They were just common folks. Talking to them was like playing music for cows. Xian trembled slightly. Misusing military funds. Exile. The Liu family. The Liu family had been punished and exiled, except for one daughter who had married out.
Could it be
that those 2 kids are the children of Miss Liu and Minister Jiang? Xian thought aloud. Seeing Master Tao look at her, she knew she was right. She didn't know much about Madame Jiang, but Minister Jiang was a prominent figure in the capital. He had achieved success at a young age, was talented and handsome, yet he never indulged in frivolous pleasures. He was also a devoted son, saying he cared little for wealth and only wished to honor his widowed mother. For many years, he had only one wife and one concubine, both from noble families. He earned a good reputation before the emperor and became a rising star in the court. He was admired by scholars and dreamed of by young women. Yet, to send his wife and children to such a place seemed inconsistent with his reputation. What a talented son and devoted son he was. All just a facade. Xian chuckled softly. Everyone looked at her as if she were foolish. Master Tao glanced at them with disdain, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, waiting quietly. He had already sent a message. He believed that Madame Jiang in the capital would come to rescue him. He just needs to wait patiently. But he wouldn't have thought that his letter had already reached Liu Qingyao's hands. That letter. At this moment, it is burning fiercely in the fire. It will never be sent out again. As for Master Tao, he won't be able to leave either. Outside the county office, Tai Zhu anxiously paced back and forth. After being driven away by the officials a few times, he had to wait at the back door of the county magistrate's house. He knocked on the door and slipped a few coins into the doorman's hand. Young man, I'm from Peach Creek Village. Can you help me find Li Dalong? After a while, Li Dalong came running out, a bit surprised. Tai Zhu, what brings you here?
Dalong, I need to talk to you about something.
Tai Zhu lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Dalong's younger brother was recently in trouble, and his mother was involved. But he had no other choice but to find Li Dalong. With 2 sick family members, money was running out fast. If he didn't find a job soon, his son and mother would run out of medicine. He had gone to Master Tao's house several times but heard that Master Tao hadn't returned home in 5 days. His family also didn't know where he was. So he came here to ask Dalong, do you know where Master Tao has gone? I haven't seen him for several days. Li Dalong took care of the horses for the county magistrate and could still return home during his breaks. Since they were from the same village and had grown up together, the matters concerning Master Tao were not secrets. Seeing Tai Zhu so anxious, he decided to share everything. He leaned in and whispered, Master Tao has been imprisoned by the county magistrate for several days. It said he got involved with some troublemakers, and it seems he won't be getting out. A thunderbolt struck. Tai Zhu stood frozen in place. It's over. His job is gone. Li Dalong patted his shoulder. Tai Zhu, why were you looking for Master Tao? Tai Zhu opened his mouth. After a long pause, he thanked Li Dalong and stumbled away. He didn't dare to stay even a moment longer. When he returned home, he heard his mother calling for him in distress. Tai Zhu, my son, where have you gone? Don't you care about your mother? She called for him and then for Wu War. But he saw his wife seemingly unaware, sitting in the yard embroidering. Tai Zhu felt anger rising in him and shouted at his wife, Wu War, are you deaf? Can't you hear your mother calling for you?
Oh.
Was she calling for me? Wu War looked up at him, looking innocent. Tai Zhu was so angry he trembled, trying to suppress his frustration and rage. Flower, can you be reasonable for a moment? If you don't take care of Mom, how can I feel safe going out to work? Even if we had mountains of gold and silver at home, it would all be gone. And how could we continue living like this? Wu Flower's eyes were filled with tears, and she let out a small laugh. Living together. You still think we can live together? Tai Zhu had never seen his wife like this, and it sent a chill down his spine. Flower, what's wrong? Wang Tai Zhu, don't think I don't know about your plans with your mother. You just want to abandon Haiwa because he is foolish and think about divorcing me to marry someone else, right? Wu Flower's voice was loud. She was speaking to Tai Zhu, but aimed her words at Aunt Wang.
Well,
if that's the case, then let's not continue this life together. You don't need to divorce me. Let's just separate. Hurry up and find someone new. I won't serve you anymore. Tai Zhu felt as if he had been struck in the chest. His legs felt weak, and he nearly lost his balance leaning against a post. His voice trembled. You heard everything? Wu Flower lowered her gaze and said nothing. She and Tai Zhu had grown up together, which is why she had endured her mother-in-law's mistreatment. It was all because Tai Zhu had been sincere with her.
Now,
he actually wanted to divorce her. Flower, if we separate, where will you go? How will you survive? Tai Zhu saw determination in his wife's eyes and tried to reason with her. His in-laws would never allow a daughter who had been divorced or separated to return home. Even if her parents were willing, her brother and sister-in-law would not agree. Wu Flower smiled through her tears. That's right, I can't go back to my family, but I have hands and feet. Lun Yangzi raised 3 children on her own. I only have 1. How could I not survive? Tai Zhu wanted to say they were different, but the words stuck in his throat, and he raised his hand to swear to the heavens. Flower, I swear to the heavens, to my mother, and to the ancestors of the Wang family, I never thought of divorcing you. In this life, there is only you for me. I will never divorce you or separate from you. If I break this vow, may I never find peace. He had only wanted to ease his mother's heart when he agreed earlier. He wasn't foolish. He knew that if he didn't make a firm decision, Flower might leave him. Tai Zhu didn't have a fortune or charm. He had no means to marry one, and then another. Besides, he probably wouldn't find anyone as devoted and kind-hearted as Flower again. Flower was just upset with her mother. Once that anger faded, everything would be fine. Wu Flower paused for a moment. Who would swear by their mother and ancestors, knowing the consequences of breaking that vow? The ancestors would surely be furious.
well,
It was just a desperate moment that led to such harsh words. If a separation really happens, she wouldn't know where to go. Lu Qingyao can manage business and handle accounts, and she can hunt wild boars and deal with those with bad intentions. But what about her, Wu Huar? She can't do anything. At least she knows that much about herself. She secretly asked Lu Qingyao for advice. The answer was that there are many ways to survive, and unless necessary, there's no need to reach that point. It would only benefit others and make things harder for herself. Her mother-in-law is unwell. No matter how fierce her words are, she is like a plucked chicken now. The Wang family is finally under her control. As for her mother-in-law, a dull knife cuts the flesh the most painfully. Take it slow. She got up to bring a chair for Taiju and helped him sit down.
All right.
Husband, if that's the case, let's live well together. But you have to listen to me from now on. We can discuss everything. You handle the outside, and I'll manage the inside. If you trust me, you can leave the home and your mother to me while you go out to work. Seeing his wife soften, Taiju was so happy that he pulled her into his arms, eagerly agreeing, "Sure. As long as you don't leave, I'll do whatever you say." Suddenly, loud shouting and crashing sounds came from inside the house.
Affiliales sont.
You've forgotten your mother after getting a wife. Ungrateful. All of you are ungrateful. Taiju was about to go inside when Wu Huar stopped him. Husband, let me handle this. Aren't you looking for a job? Taiju nodded. Wu Huar continued. I heard that Sister Lu is buying bamboo shoots. The big ones are 15 won per pound, and the small ones are 10 won. You can dig them up and earn several hundred won in a day. Really? Taiju was skeptical. He had been busy taking care of his mother and hadn't paid much attention to outside matters. Does she really want my bamboo shoots? Do you think everyone is as petty as you? In that situation, being able to return our black baby was already very generous. If it were me, I would have been furious. Seeing her husband's expression change, Wu Huar realized she was getting off track and continued. I asked her myself. Sister Lu said that in business, there's no reason to refuse customers. Stop hesitating. It's still early. Go quickly. After Taiju left, Wu Huar finally headed to her mother-in-law's room. The snow stopped, and the sky cleared after the snowfall. In the yard, a thin layer of snow had piled up. It's cold when it snows, but it's even colder when the snow melts. Today is really cold. There's charcoal burning in the corner and hot water, with steam rising. The charcoal is almost gone, flickering with a weak light. Aunt Wong is half lying on the bed, shivering under a stiff, cold blanket. She keeps cursing Wu Huar, you little brat, do you want to freeze me to death? Hurry up and add more charcoal. I'm coming. Wu Huar isn't angry. She's used to such curses and feels nothing inside. Let her curse. Go ahead. You won't starve to death. She slowly goes back to the room to pick up the baby, then heads to her mother-in-law's room. As soon as she enters, a foul smell hits her. She frowns, Mom. I suggest you stop cursing and save your energy. From now on, I'll be the only one at home taking care of the baby, and I won't have time to serve you several meals a day. If you use all your strength to curse, you'll just have to endure it when you get hungry. Aunt Wong, hearing this, has the words caught in her throat. She has always obeyed and never dared to go against her daughter-in-law. Now, she's actually rebelling. What an ungrateful thing.
Go.
You go find Taiju back, I don't need your service. Aunt Wong suppresses her anger. She's scared. Scared that when her son is not home, this little brat will take revenge on her. Wu Huar raises an eyebrow, her eyes cold. Fine. I'll call Taiju back for you, then we can bring in some coffins, and our whole family can lie inside and wait for the wind.
You.
How dare you wish for my death? Aunt Wong trembles, pointing at her, nearly spitting blood, but still trying to stay calm. You little brat, what are you so proud of? Once Taiju finds a job at the county office, he'll buy me a maid, and then you won't be a nuisance here. Wu Huar brushes her hair back, sneering, Mom, you probably don't know, but that Master Tao has been imprisoned by the county magistrate. Whether he can get out or even survive is still uncertain. Maid service. Maybe in the next life. Aunt Wong's face turns ashen, biting her lip, gripping the blanket tightly, glaring at Wu Huar with bloodshot eyes. If she could move, she would definitely tear her mouth apart. But then she gets a bit scared. Will the county magistrate come to arrest her? Even if she's paralyzed, will she still go to jail? Seeing her like this brings Wu Huar great satisfaction. She makes a decision right then. From now on, I will come to chat with my mother-in-law every day. Her pain is her joy. Looking at the nearly extinguished charcoal fire, she took 2 small pieces from a big bag to add to it. Mom, now I am in charge, but all the money my husband has goes to you and Haiwa for the doctor and medicine, so we can't even buy charcoal. You'll just have to bear with it. Aunt Wong threw a pillow at her and angrily shouted, Wicked woman. You want to freeze me? Not a chance. Mom, if you really can't stand it, just tell me where you keep your secret money, and I'll buy you some nice charcoal. When Wooer said this, her tone was cheerful, filled with mischief. Not a chance. You won't get a single penny from me. So frustrating. Aunt Wang's chest heaved violently, and she spat out a mouthful of old blood. At the Jiang family, Jiang Miao Miao was nestled in her mother's arms, trying to put her little toes in her mouth. Her mother quickly caught her. She put fluffy socks on her little feet and gloves on her hands, made from rabbit for her mother had hunted. They were warm and cozy. No more nibbling on toes or fingers. This behavior was completely out of her control, something a little baby would naturally do. Her tiny hands instinctively went to her mouth.
Yuck.
A mouthful of fluff.
Each taça de strange, sobe.
Little Meow Meow pouted, her round eyes staring at her mother. Yaya, her mother, acted as if she didn't see her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Then she tied her onto her back, wrapping her up snugly, leaving only her rosy little face exposed.
Oh.
Mom is going to work again. As the only one not contributing to the household, she tried her best not to be a burden. She obediently lay on her mother's back. Since that day they went to Jiangzhou, her mother had been taking care of her at home, keeping accounts, and collecting bamboo shoots. All the work of transporting goods was left to her uncle and aunt. The signature dish of yipinju in Jiangzhou, and even in the capital and other states, had turned into a bamboo shoot feast. The bamboo shoot feast at Yipinju was famous throughout the Daqing kingdom. Anyone wanting to eat bamboo shoots would first think of Yipinju. This winter, Yipinju was bustling with customers, making a fortune every day. Bamboo shoots were in high demand. Every day, villagers brought bamboo shoots to their door, making it a busy place. And every day, several large carts of bamboo shoots were sent to Jiangzhou. Uncle Wang's ox cart also joined Jiang Miao Miao's convoy. Mother collected bamboo shoots until her hands were sore. The villagers earned money until their hands were tired. They came with high hopes and left with big smiles. Sister Zhou and Aunt Yang never visited her home again. Jiang Miao Miao thought that their bamboo shoots were either truly taken to Jiangzhou or brought back by someone else, as they were too embarrassed to show their faces. Mother also hired several skilled aunts and sisters-in-law who were good at pickling bamboo shoots. They sorted the shoots, sending the large, high-quality ones to Jiangzhou, while the smaller or damaged ones were gathered together. After peeling, boiling, and sun-drying the shoots, it was said that it would take 6 months to make fragrant, rich, and bright yellow dried bamboo shoots. Some of the shoots were pickled to ensure a steady supply of bamboo shoots and bamboo products at Yipinju. The reputation of the bamboo shoot feast remained strong year after year. As a result, the villagers no longer disputed Mother's practice of collecting bamboo shoots and reselling them. Instead, they held her in greater respect. She went from being called Madame Jiang, Aunt, or Lady Lu to being referred to as the Lu family head. This was not because she was the wife of an official or held a noble title, but because she genuinely helped the villagers become prosperous. Jiang Miao Miao felt sleepy on her mother's back. Occasionally, she heard villagers selling bamboo shoots, chatting with her mother. Lu family head, did you hear? The kidnapper who took your daughter was executed, and the leader was punished along with his entire family. Punished along with his entire family? Lu Qingyao paused, surprised. These kidnappers had committed many terrible acts, and their deaths were no loss, but the law didn't usually punish entire families. There was no precedent for such a thing unless it was a higher authority's decree. If it could reach the higher-ups. It seemed those two boys who were punished had significant connections. For some reason, a sense of unease stirred in Lu Qingyao's heart. With blue tiles and flying eaves, the intricately carved beams were beautiful. On the brown branches lay a thick layer of white snow, reflecting the budding winter-sweet flowers. In a large courtyard in Jiangzhou City, a mummy. Oh,
No.
it was a boy tightly wrapped in white cloth, sitting upright on a couch, revealing 2 bright, clear eyes. An old man with a thin goat-like beard was carefully using scissors to remove the strips of cloth from his body. The old servant, Shishu, stood nearby holding a wooden tray filled with the recently removed cloth strips, which were stained with blood. "Dr. N, how is my master recovering?" the old servant asked, his eyes filled with worry. Dr. N took off the last piece of cloth from the young man's body and sighed in relief. "Your master is not seriously hurt. The wounds have begun to scab. Next, we will apply the ointment to help heal the skin. I just hope the ointment works." The young man, around 15 or 16, had a handsome face and skin as white as snow. However, his pale skin was covered in numerous scars, which were quite striking. When the bare skin was removed, it felt like he was losing his own skin, and the pain was unbearable. He had suffered greatly. "Apply the ointment." Fu Lingjun gritted his teeth and turned his head away. The old servant, Shirshu, stood by wiping away tears, feeling heartbroken. Dr. An was the best physician in the Imperial Hospital, and if he couldn't help, they were left with no choice but to try anything. Su Heng stood outside holding the ointment, shivering. Thanks to Lu Qingyao's help and her token, he had rushed to the capital and obtained the ointment from the Duke's residence. Whether it would be effective or not, he had to take a chance. Shirshu took the ointment from Su Heng's hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Su. You should return now. Remember, this matter must not be spoken of." His tone carried a hint of warning. "Yes, I understand," Su Heng replied respectfully, still unsure of the young man's true identity. He suspected that He Lingjun was not his real name. However, he had investigated the other young man named Song Siyuan. He was the grandson of an official and the only son of the Song family, who treasured him dearly. After this incident, the Song family had sent many people to search for him. They never expected to find him in such a state. If they hadn't encountered the Jiang family's children, they might never have had the chance to see their family again, and they might not even recognize them. As Su Heng was about to leave, he was called back by a voice from inside. "Lord Su, please wait. Come to the main hall and rest for a moment. I have something to discuss." Then a maid came out to lead him to the back of the house. The residence was not large, but it was beautifully and elegantly arranged. There were pavilions, bridges, and flowing water, and on one side of the corridor, lush green bamboo stood tall among the rocks. The shadows cast on the wall were mottled, creating a unique charm. In the garden, there were only maids and servants, suggesting it was merely a temporary residence. Incredibly, there were many hidden guards around the courtyard. If he had bad intentions, he would surely be pierced with arrows by now. Dr. An applied ointment to the young man and wrapped him with a new cloth. He silently thanked the winter season, as the wound would not easily rot. Otherwise, he would have lost his head several times over. "Your Highness, please rest well. I will take my leave." The old man with the goat beard bowed and prepared to exit. Fu Lingjun said, "Dr. N, the young master of the Song family is next door. Please check on him." "Yes," the old man replied and left. "Master, you have suffered. It is all the servant's fault." The old servant's tears flowed as he picked up a cloak to wrap around his master. Though the master was too ashamed to speak, it was hard to imagine the inhumane torture he had endured, especially after seeing his battered appearance. That cursed cane. What does punishing 9 generations mean? If possible, he would want to dig up their ancestors' graves and drag their forefathers out to be punished. "Master, who knows about this?"
"Should we?"
Shirshu gestured towards his neck. Should they silence them? They could not let anyone know that the master had been humiliated and turned into a laughingstock. That would bring shame to the royal family. Absolutely not. Fu Lingjun said sternly. "They are all benefactors of mine. Besides, in that situation, they couldn't recognize my face. Even if they saw me now, they might not recognize me. But, Your Highness, even if we do nothing, the princess will not spare them. Anyone who has seen you like that might." Shirshu's voice grew quieter. "Shirshu, send a message. What I have endured must not be leaked, or you will all face dire consequences, understand?" Fu Lingjun feared that if he returned and lost face for the royal family, the queen mother might execute everyone in the garden. Not just the few children from Qingshi town, but also Magistrate Su and everyone else in this garden. That was why he had found an excuse to stay and recover. Shu nodded. The Queen Mother's ruthless methods sent chills down his spine. Fu Lingjun thought for a moment. Please invite Magistrate Su over. Shu acknowledged and left. In a short while, Su Heng entered behind him. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the young man sitting in the main seat and didn't know how to greet him. Hearing the sharp voices of the male servants, he started to guess. Those who had palace attendants were either from the palace or from the royal or princess's residence. This person. Forget it. The more I know, the faster I might regret it. I don't want to know. Lord Su, please take a seat. No need for too many formalities. Fu Lingjun pointed to the seat across from him. Su Heng sat down, feeling a bit anxious because the other person's face was covered with cloth, making it hard to read their emotions. Not being able to see the other person's expression made it difficult to sense their feelings. It felt like crossing a river by feeling for stones. This feeling was quite unpleasant. Fu Lingjun spoke first. You must be very curious about my identity, right? Su Heng. Not curious at all. Please don't say anything. If it were a normal situation, that would be fine. After seeing his appearance, wanting to know his identity would be asking for trouble. Fu Lingjun lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth. The reason I asked Lord Su to stay is that I want to inquire about the identity of the person who saved my family. You must know, right? Su Heng pressed his lips together, thinking for a moment. Does the young master know Deputy Minister Jiang from the Ministry of Rights? They are Deputy Minister Jiang's wife and children. Although he didn't know what this young man intended, mentioning Deputy Minister Jiang was definitely a safe bet. He was someone who could handle a crisis. Why make things difficult for a few women and children? This matter depends on how this young man chooses to handle it. If he remembers their kindness, that would be good. But if he is ungrateful and wants to silence them, then hiding the truth would be useless. Fu Lingjun heard the name Jiang Deputy Minister and was somewhat surprised. Jiang Yunjia, Jiang Deputy Minister. This Deputy Minister has a very good reputation in the capital. How could his wife and children end up in such a remote place? Thinking of that little chubby boy named Jiang Zifeng, who looked honest and simple, yet could play the fool. If he hadn't taken advantage of that group of kidnappers when they were confused and tied them up, they probably wouldn't have escaped so quickly. Remembering that tiny baby, so small, made one feel a pang of sympathy. It also brought an inexplicable heartache. Fu Lingjun could have sent someone to inquire. But if he did that, the events he encountered in Jiangzhou would likely come to light. His mother would never allow any unfavorable remarks about him or the crown prince to spread. The people around him, even those who shared hardships with him, it seems they might disappear without anyone noticing. And that Song Siyuan is going to have a tough time. It was when the two of them secretly left the academy that they got caught. The Empress might hold him responsible for this. Lord Su, do you know why Minister Jiang's wife and children are here? Did something happen to the Jiang family? There hasn't been any incident. If we talk about trouble, it's the Liu family. Jiang Yunjia is doing just fine, not affected at all by his father-in-law's troubles. After Su Heng spoke, his gaze wandered, unsure where to focus. He could look at the young man, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, but that felt a bit rude. Fu Lingjun looked intently at the distracted Su Heng. The Liu family? Sir, you may not know, but this Lady Liu is the youngest daughter of General Liu Huayan, who married Minister Jiang. Because General Liu was punished, the entire Liu family was confiscated and exiled. The only one left from the main family is this daughter-in-law, the mother of those two children. Hearing this, even Su Heng, a minor official, found it strange. The Liu family has always been loyal and honorable, with a deep family background. General Liu had achieved countless military successes and was well respected. Corruption in military funds? That sounds quite off. Fu Lingjun paused for a moment. Could it be that Jiang Yunjia is treating them poorly because of the Liu family's downfall? Such a thing happened just a year after leaving the capital. Su Heng shook his head. I don't know either. As an outsider, it's hard for him to judge whether they are being treated well or not. I heard that Lady Lu was unfilial to her mother-in-law and intended to harm her stepson, which is why she was sent back to Jiangzhou. The true story? Only they know. Previously, Jiang Yun's concubine, a daughter from the Qi family, had sent someone to find him, but he brushed them off. Little did he know. That person learned that Master Tao came from Teoxacan and turned their attention to him. That's how this long-planned scheme unfolded. The methods of these highborn ladies can be quite ruthless, almost leading to ruin, if they succeeded. When Lady Lu realizes her child is gone, the first person she would think of is Miss Qi. Given Lady Lu's temperament, as a mother, under the shock of losing her child, she might lose her reason and rush back to the capital for revenge. However, what awaits her might be an even bigger trap, an endless abyss. Of course, all of this was analyzed for him by his wife. Otherwise, as a man, how could he think of such complicated matters? Fu Lingjun listened to Su Heng's words with some doubt. Unfilial mother-in-law? Poisoning her stepchildren? Such matters are often related to the inner household. When it comes to the inner household, one must consider things more carefully. He asked, what you hear may not be true, but what you see is real. They must have been in Qingshi town for some time. Su Darren, you seem quite familiar with Madame Jiang. You must know her character, right? Su Heng looked a bit anxious. I know her, but we are not close. Besides, Madame Jiang is a fourth-rank official. When I see her, I must be respectful. How could he be familiar with a woman of such a special status? However, I find the rumors vague and hard to discern. They might be exaggerated. After all, the villagers of Taoshi village hold her in high regard, so saying she is an unfilial mother seems unreasonable. Moreover, her two sons are giving up the wealth and honor in the capital to suffer alongside her, which is quite strange. Though he spoke casually, the listener was very attentive. Every word did not favor Lu Qingyao but still highlighted her good qualities. Fu Lingjun became even more curious. Could it be that the villagers do not know the reason Madame Jiang was sent here? Su Heng laughed. How could they not know? The matter of Madame Jiang has spread throughout the village. These villagers only think about food, clothing, and farming. They forget easily. They treat well those who treat them well, and matters unrelated to them are quickly forgotten after a meal. Those who treat them well, they will treat well. This statement made Fu Lingjun somewhat doubt the character of the Jiang official. The corners of his mouth slightly twitched. Could it be that this Lady Lu has done something to earn the villagers' respect? A woman rejected by her family, returning to her husband's hometown with a young child, seems to be coming to suffer. Yet it sounds like this Madame Jiang is thriving. Perhaps this Lady Lu is very skilled at managing relationships, while the Jiang official is not well liked by his relatives. This is indeed a curious case. Fu Lingjun couldn't help but feel more intrigued by this family. Su Heng replied, I heard that Madame Jiang is helping the villagers of Taoshi village with business, selling bamboo shoots at Yipinju, and the business is doing quite well. Thanks to those bamboo shoots, the status of Yipinju has been elevated a level. Suddenly, it became one of the top restaurants in the capital and even in the entire Daqing kingdom. Fu Lingjun was a bit surprised. Oh, so you are doing business? In society, merchants are often seen as the lowest class, yet this young lady from a prestigious family is willing to lower herself. But it could also be a good way to turn a desperate situation into an opportunity. She originally wanted to repay their family, but she shouldn't interfere in their matters. Perhaps what she needs most now is the capital to start a business. After all, those who were driven out probably wouldn't have much gold or silver with them. After Su Heng left, Fu Lingjun saw the old servant walk in. Shu, how much of what Su County Magistrate said do you think is true? 50%? Shu thought that Su County Magistrate was quite slippery, speaking in circles and avoiding the main point. Compared to the officials in the capital, he was not much different. I actually think it's 90% true. Although Fu Lingjun was young, she was very perceptive. Moreover, she genuinely hoped that the little family would be okay. Shu, send a few people to secretly protect them, just in case someone in the capital hears the news and acts against them without my permission. Shu frowned. Your Highness, that rural area is different from the city. The population is fixed. If a stranger appears, the villagers will notice. If we send people to spy, they might be seen as troublemakers. He had grown up in the countryside. Later, when his hometown faced famine, he went through many hardships to become who he was today. So he understood better than anyone else. Fu Lingjun smiled awkwardly. Then I won't interfere. You figure it out yourself. Sure Shu. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, wearing new clothes and celebrating the new year, Lu Qingyao woke up to the sound of roosters and set off firecrackers in the yard. Soon, the sound of firecrackers echoed from every household. The sounds of roosters and dogs filled the air. The birds in the peach trees were startled and flew back to the forest, probably too scared to return to the village all day. The little sparrow hid inside, tucking its head into its feathers. The little wolf cub was shivering in the arms of his second brother. Some were frightened, while others were joyful. The small village was immersed in a festive atmosphere. This year, every family in Taoshi village could celebrate the new year well. They had new clothes to wear, fine grains to eat, meat to enjoy, and the sound of firecrackers. The village children went out to show off their new clothes to their friends. Jiang Miao Miao was carried into the house by her older brother, hiding under the blankets with her hands covering her ears, afraid of being scared. Although she is not afraid of the firecracker sounds, the little baby should be scared. Otherwise, it would seem very unusual. She pretended to cry a little. Miao Miao is not afraid. Mommy is here. The little one quickly fell into her mother's arms. Mom dressed them in new clothes. Jiang Miao Miao got a red floral jacket and a tiger hat. While dressing them, Mom murmured, "Our little girl is the family's lucky charm. She must wear festive colors today. The hat should be red, the clothes and pants should be red, and the socks should also be red. Everything from head to toe must be bright red." Jiang Miao Miao thought, "Wow, I must look just like a New Year doll." Once inside, it was time for good fortune. On New Year's Day, everyone, young and old, wore their best clothes to greet each other, offered special drinks, and ate a boiled egg. Her brothers each received an egg. Jiang Miao Miao got a big bowl of goat's milk. She thought the ancient New Year customs were a bit complicated, but her brother said this was only half of it. Compared to the past, it had already been simplified a lot. In the past, New Year celebrations were even more complex. After the greetings, Grandma would pray for blessings. Dad would visit friends and relatives, acting like a social butterfly. Even if he couldn't visit everyone, he would send a greeting card to show he cared. He was a natural at managing relationships. At home, it was just the three of them, and they didn't see Dad all day long. He was probably busy with his wife or concubine. Fortunately, their grandfather's door was open early, and the elders stood at the entrance, waiting to welcome them. But this year, it was just the four of them. Although Uncle's family and villagers came to visit early in the morning, it still couldn't make up for missing time with their grandparents. During festive times, they missed their family even more. Mom led them to bow and pray for their distant relatives. After the ceremony, Jiang Miao Miao saw her mom pull out 3 red paper packets. Her older brothers immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Miao Miao thought, "This must be the New Year's money. I wonder if it's silver or gold." 3 red envelopes. She would get one too. She remembered seeing on TV that New Year's money was usually gold or silver coins. Given her family's situation, it was probably silver coins. This would be her first New Year's money since coming to this world. The little baby was a bit excited and reached out to grab the red paper. Lu Qingyao saw her daughter's reaction and thought she must believe there was food inside the red paper. She couldn't help but laugh. Then she opened the red paper for her to see. Little Miao Miao instantly stopped smiling. Her eyes widened and saliva started to flow uncontrollably. Inside the red paper was a red string with 8 coins. Only 8. Why were there only 8? How could her brothers be so happy? Then her mother cleared up her confusion. Her mother must have thought that since she was new to this world, she was full of curiosity about everything around her. So she began to explain. A beautiful woman smiled as she chatted endlessly with the baby in her arms. While wiping her drool, she murmured, not caring whether she could understand. Meow meow, this is called New Year's money, also known as Yasui money. In our country, no matter if a family is rich or poor, they give their child 8 coins as New Year's money, not more, not less. It is said that the 8 coins represent the 8 immortals. I will place them under your pillow to protect you so you grow up safe, healthy, and smoothly. Just like that, before Meow Meow could even hold the New Year's money, it was placed under her pillow. Jiang Meow Meow learned something new. So this is what New Year's money was like in ancient times. It wasn't about having more. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Zifeng thought it was Li Sanling coming to find him, so he happily went to open the door. After going through tough times together, their friendship had grown even stronger.
Oncle Fu.
Jiang Zifeng was momentarily surprised. Then he bowed and said, Uncle Fu, Happy New Year. Lu Qingyao hurriedly came out with a baby. She was supposed to visit him first to wish him a Happy New Year, but he came first. Meow Meow's mother, you have a letter from home. Uncle Fu entered and handed the letter to her mother. As he left, her mother gave him a plate of New Year treats. It included cured meat, tissu wine, fruits, and a lucky character written by her second brother, Jiang Zian. Uncle Fu was smiling widely. The gifts were generous, and so was the friendship. Jiang Meow Meow saw her 2 brothers gather around as her mother trembled while opening the letter. Tears of joy filled her eyes. It was a letter from her grandfather. This was the first letter they received from their grandfather's family since moving to Taoshi village. In ancient times, travel was slow, and letters took time. After her mother sent it, waiting for a reply could take over a month. The letter said that although the place of exile is remote and desolate, it is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the climate is pleasant. Even in winter, it is quite warm, and the coat sent by mother is not needed. It also mentioned that it is fortunate that grandfather's family consists of military officers who have been stationed at the border for a long time. The hardships of exile are nothing compared to their experiences. Mother and the brothers should not worry and should take care of themselves. Finally, it wished them a Happy New Year. I must say, grandfather is thoughtful. He timed the letter perfectly. However, the pleasant climate of the exile place. This might be to comfort mother. In ancient times, places of exile were often harsh environments. Warm winters and not needing a coat. Jiang Meow Meow has begun to guess where it is. It is either Lingnan or Yazhou. Those places were said to be quite wild in ancient times, bearable in winter but unbearably hot in summer, with many diseases. The medical conditions were extremely poor, and once someone fell ill, one could imagine the consequences. Now she somewhat understands why her mother chose to be exiled to Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou is located in the southern region. Compared to the capital, it is much closer to the place of exile. It makes it easier to correspond with grandfather's family and send them supplies. Mother is very filial, and Jiang Meow Meow's respect and affection for her mother have grown even more. However, mother also only reported good news in her reply to grandfather. They live in a large house, with servants to attend to them. Qingshi town has beautiful scenery all year round. After receiving the letter, the whole family felt very happy. Even little Jiang Meow Meow was delighted. Perhaps it was because mother and the brothers were happy, so she couldn't help but feel the same. Mother gave her a kiss on the cheek and said, Nuan Nuan, how about I take you to the temple fair? Yay, we're going to the temple fair. So exciting. After staying at home for several days, Jiang Meow Meow is finally going out. She waved her little fists, which looked like lotus stems. She was dressed too warmly, making her a bit clumsy, like a robot cat. Sister Qiao said the temple fair is lively, with people singing, dancing, and enjoying lanterns and acrobatics. There are also many delicious foods. Of course, Jiang Meow Meow is not very interested in food, not that she doesn't like it. It's just that she can't eat much. Right now, she can only drink milk. Nothing in the world tastes better than milk. But she is still looking forward to it. She is naturally curious and loves to join in the fun, excited about everything in this era. As soon as she stepped outside, a carriage approached her. Jiang Miao Miao looked around. The nearest neighbor lived 2 miles away. This carriage was definitely headed for her home. 2 young women with delicate features got out of the carriage. They wore simple clothes made of ordinary fabric, and their outfits seemed a bit ill-fitting. They smiled warmly and evenly, as if they had been professionally trained, not looking away. They both bowed to Lu Qingyao and said, "Greetings, Lady Lu. We are the servants of young masters Song Siyuan and Healing Jun, and we have come to wish you and the young master a happy new year on behalf of our masters." Lu Qingyao paused for a moment, then remembered those names. Weren't they the 2 boys who had been turned into black bears? She didn't expect they still remembered her. Most people would probably avoid her. Holding her child, Lu Qingyao nodded slightly. "Thank you. Your masters are very thoughtful." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the 2 women leading a servant into the house to carry things. Lu Qingyao quickly stopped them. "Ladies, what is the meaning of this?" "Lady Lu, this is a New Year gift and also a token of gratitude from our masters. They wanted to come in person to thank you, but their injuries haven't healed yet, so it's not convenient for them to travel." The girl in purple stepped forward and bowed. "Please, Lady Lu, you must accept it." She seemed determined not to leave without her acceptance. Lu Qingyao had no choice but to let them take it inside. Accepting a New Year gift meant she would also need to give a return gift. Looking around the house, it seemed there was nothing particularly valuable. The most valuable items were the bamboo shoots inside and the sheep in the backyard. After thinking for a moment, she decided that sending a New Year platter would be the most suitable gift. Then Jiang Miao Miao saw her mother come down from upstairs with cured meat, dried bamboo shoots, rice wine, and fruits. Before they left, she also brought out a sheep from the backyard, saying, "Ladies, I'm just a simple farmer, and I don't have anything valuable. Please take this sheep back to make soup for the 2 young masters. I hope you don't mind." "Of course we wouldn't mind, Lady Lu. We appreciate your kindness, but this sheep..." How would they take the sheep back? It would take several hours to travel from Qingshi town to Jiangzhou. Of course, the 2 young women didn't say this out loud. They exchanged glances, looking a bit troubled. Lu Qingyao also seemed determined not to let them leave without accepting it. "Don't underestimate this sheep. It could really help your husband's health. Sheep meat is warm in nature, and astragalus can help with water retention, reduce swelling, detoxify, and promote healing. When cooked with angelica and astragalus, it can boost energy, nourish blood, and improve overall health." Before Lu Qingyao finished speaking, the girl in purple took the rope from her hand and bowed in thanks. "Thank you, Mrs. Lu. My husband really needs this nourishment." Jiang Miao Miao blinked, impressed by her mother's cleverness. Detoxifying and promoting healing. The sheep that was so easily available now seemed like a rare treasure because of her mother's words. Then Jiang Miao Miao saw several people slowly leaving her house in a cart, with a sheep tied to the back. "Ba ba," the sheep called out as it walked, looking reluctant to leave. Suddenly, many small black fruits rolled out from behind the sheep. A trail of black fruits. Jiang Miao Miao.
Wow.
Her mother's gift was a bit humorous this time. Jiang Zian.
This
Was a bit rude. Lu Qingyao's lips twitched. If it weren't for those 2 young men still being ill and needing nourishment, she wouldn't have been able to part with that sheep. It was the largest among the group, aside from the mother sheep. She had planned to make roasted lamb for the children. As soon as Jiang Zifeng saw the cart leave, he hurried back to unwrap the gifts. Yay, little Miao Miao wanted to join, tilting her head to look at her mother. Unwrapping gifts was much more exciting than unboxing deliveries. A sharp sword embedded with gems was for her older brother. A set of writing supplies, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone was for her second brother. A set of chubby clay dolls was likely for Jiang Miao Miao, but she felt like all the dolls resembled her. Were they made with her as a reference? For her mother, there was a box filled with shiny silver coins, over 300 taels. Additionally, there were several pieces of plain cotton fabric, not the best quality, but much better than what they were wearing. The most important thing was that it was practical and suitable for their current status. It must be said that these two young gentlemen put a lot of thought into their gifts. Everything was very thoughtful and practical, without being extravagant. For a moment, Lu Qingyao couldn't figure out their true identities. In Jiangzhou, the two maids attracted a lot of attention along the way, turning heads as they walked. By the time they reached the house, it was already getting dark. Leading the sheep, carrying cured meat and wine, I went to report back to Prince Jing, Fu Lingjun. In a moment of distraction, the sheep started to nibble on the flowers and grass in the courtyard. Those flowers were probably worth more than the sheep. Old servant Shu watched with a frown. Fu Lingjun stared intently at the sheep. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Why did you bring back a sheep?" Before the maid could answer, he pointed at the basket on the ground, looking puzzled. "What are these?" "Your Highness, Madame Lu said these meats and fruits are for the new year, and the sheep is a gift from her to help you regain your strength." She suggested making lamb stew. Then she repeated Madame Lu's words exactly to the young prince. Fu Lingjun was somewhat moved. In his life, only Shu and his royal sister had cared for him like this. His father and mother only cared about his studies and archery, never considering what he truly wanted or liked to eat. Since his clothing and food were all arranged by Shu. "Qiao, let's keep this sheep in a garden. For lamb stew, we can buy another one." He couldn't bear to kill the sheep, but he also wanted to eat lamb. The maid Qiao was surprised. Since returning, the prince, who disliked animals and was averse to birds and beasts, had suddenly taken an interest in raising sheep. "And what about the cured meat?" "Your Highness, what should we do with the cured meat, wine, and fruits?" Fu Lingjun walked over to look at the basket. "Send it to the kitchen. I will be eating this meat with young Master Song tomorrow. This wine must have been brewed by the chubby boy's mother. The meat must have been cured by her as well." Fu Lingjun felt a bit envious of the chubby boy, Jiang Zifeng. I wonder if he likes the sword that was sent to him? His mother can manage the household and also be a skilled farmer. She is quite versatile. Fu Lingjun's fondness for this family increased instantly as he looked at the old servant. "Shu, can we send out the hidden guards?" The old servant nodded in agreement. On the third day of the new year. It is a good day for traveling, praying, and burying. Morning light brings good fortune, while evening light travels far. The sky was bright and red early in the morning. This might mean rain. Jiang Miao's travel plans were ruined, leaving her a bit gloomy. After having milk and a diaper change, she lazily snuggled in her mother's arms. Uncharacteristically, she didn't roll over or play with her toes. She looked completely listless, worrying her mother and brother. "Wan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Mom touched her forehead and then her own, saying, "No fever, right?" Then she checked her all over. "Is there anywhere that hurts? Does your tummy hurt?" It shouldn't be that, because if it hurt, she would cry. Right now, she just seemed uninterested in everything. Even the clay doll couldn't attract her attention. "Mom, maybe my sister wants to go out and play,"
Jiang Ziyan said thoughtfully.
These past few days, many people had come to visit, and they hadn't been able to go to the temple fair. "Now, my sister was like this." "Okay, then we'll go to the temple fair today. Let's bring a few extra umbrellas," Lu Qingyao said with a smile, patting her son's head. After all, he was still a child, full of innocence, using his sister as an excuse. They didn't even consider the weather. Sure enough, when she heard her mom agree, Jiang Miao perked up. Jiang Ziyan saw his sister's eyes sparkle.
He really guessed right.
But for such a small child to have such a strong desire to play, it would be something else when she grows up. Fortunately, he was much older than her, and by the time she grew up, he would be able to protect her. Jiang Miao's family went to the temple fair outside Pajisi again. She had a deep impression of this place. Last time, Qiao almost lost her reputation here. But those who plotted against her, Lu Fugue and Aunt Wang, were now in a bad state. For those who have done many bad things, being at the mercy of others now must feel worse than death. "Mom, is there anything Miao can eat?" Jiang Zifeng looked at his sister, who was in a daze, and wanted to find something to catch her attention. He often heard the village elders say that babies who daydream often don't develop well and can become slow-witted, so they should be entertained regularly. When Jiang Miao Miao heard someone call her name, she snapped back to reality, looking at her older brother who was eating candied hawthorn. Her brother was so nice. He enjoyed his treats but didn't forget about her. Lu Qingyao looked around. Miao Miao is still small. She can only drink milk. There really wasn't anything for her to eat. But Jiang Miao Miao's mind wasn't on food. Perhaps because she was still a baby, she naturally only craved milk. Her big eyes rolled around, looking everywhere. Even if the weather was bad, it didn't dampen the people's enthusiasm for the temple fair. There were many activities at the fair, like fireworks, lion dances, and even women's sumo and iron flower performances. Among them, what interested Jiang Miao Miao the most was women's sumo. Wasn't it said that women in ancient times were very conservative, and even when going out, they had to wear veils? But these female wrestlers wore simple clothes, exposing their chests and bellies, wrestling with each other. This fascinating scene attracted many spectators, including Jiang Miao Miao's family. Lu Qingyao felt it was not suitable for children to watch, so she took her sons away. Jiang Miao Miao felt a bit disappointed. Suddenly, she noticed a crowd gathering ahead and heard a woman's cries. It was probably best to avoid such commotion. Lu Qingyao instinctively wanted to leave, but her daughter was staring intently, pointing in that direction, making sounds of excitement. Does Miao Miao want to go see? This little girl really loved to join in on the excitement. Leading her children into the crowd, they saw a girl in mourning kneeling and sobbing. Next to her was a straw mat. Jiang Miao Miao instantly felt a bit regretful. Was this about someone selling themselves to bury their father? A small child like her probably shouldn't see such things, especially since the mat was wrapped around a deceased person. However, the sign hanging from the woman's neck caught their family's attention. It wasn't about selling herself to bury her father, but rather selling herself to bury her husband. Burying a husband? In ancient times, there were strict rules about loyalty to one's husband, even to the point of following him in death. Was this really a thing? The wooden sign also stated that she only wished to be sold as a servant for 15 taels of silver. A wealthy merchant passing by took an interest and said, "Young lady, lift your head so I can see you." Though she claimed to be sold as a servant, once sold, she would have no control over her fate. The woman raised her head. Instantly, there were gasps from the crowd, followed by murmurs. Is she crazy? With looks like that and not even a young maiden, she can still be sold for 15 taels? That's enough to buy several maidservants. The merchant scoffed and walked away, uninterested. Some in the crowd couldn't stand it and replied, "She said she wants to be a servant, not a concubine. Besides, burying someone does cost a lot of money." Someone laughed, "If you're so kind, why don't you buy her?" "I have no money." That person fell silent and left the crowd. Gradually, many people dispersed. Jiang Miao Miao looked at the woman, who appeared to be in her 20s and had a sturdy build. Her skin was fair, with a round face that looked honest, not exactly beautiful, but not unattractive either. She wasn't a traditional beauty. As the crowd thinned, the woman didn't seem flustered. Her cries only grew louder. Suddenly, she knelt down and hugged her mother's feet, pleading, "Madam, please buy me. I am strong and can do any work, and I can read a few characters." Jiang Miao Miao was scared and tightly held onto her mother's clothes. Lu Qingyao, seeing that she didn't seem like a liar, asked a brave passerby to help check the body in the straw mat. "It is indeed dead. What is your name? Where are you from? What happened to your husband, and why did he die so young?" The woman quickly let go of her grip and respectfully replied, "Madam, my name is Xiao. My husband and I are both orphans, raised in Anjifang, Jiangzhou. I don't know where I am originally from. Perhaps I am from Jiangzhou. A few days ago, my husband and I came to Pajizi to pray. I heard that the incense here is strong, and that it is effective for praying for children. Who knew we encountered bandits? My husband died, trying to save me. We spent money to hire a doctor, but he couldn't be saved, and now we don't even have money for a coffin. I can't just leave him to be exposed in the wilderness." Lu Qingyao hesitated. Are you really willing to sell yourself as a servant for the rest of your life? The woman wiped her tears and looked up into Lu Qingyao's eyes. If I meet a good family, I would have no objections. I am now all alone, with no one to rely on. Wherever I go, I will be bullied. It would be better to find a place to stay, with a roof over my head and food to eat. That would make me content. Lu Qingyao felt moved, sharing a sense of sympathy with her. But she wanted to ask more questions. After all, her daughter was still young, and if she bought someone, she needed to be trustworthy. She would also ask the county magistrate to help investigate to prevent any troublemakers from mixing in. She asked again, you grew up in Anjifang, so how did you learn to read? Madam, you may not know, but although Anjifang takes in many orphans and elderly, there are also some fallen nobles among them. Most of them can read, and I learned a few characters from them. Mother left Xiuxiu behind, the square-faced woman who sold herself to bury her husband. She even gave her an extra 2 taels of silver. With the money, Xiuxiu bought a coffin for her husband and arranged a ceremony with the monks from Pajizi. After that, she signed a contract with Lu Qingyao at the government office. Within half a day, County Magistrate Su Heng sent someone to inform Lu Qingyao that Xiuxiu's background was fine. Thus, Zhang Miaomiao's family gained another member. Mother said to let Xiuxiu call her elder sister and for the brothers to call her auntie. To outsiders, they would say she was Mother's foster sister. They were worried she might be bullied. Selling oneself as a servant would lead to being looked down upon. Aunt Xiuxiu seemed indifferent, following whatever Mother said without question. The next day, she woke up very early. By the time Zhang Miaomiao's family got up, she had already prepared a large table of breakfast. Lu Qingyao was stunned, her eyes wide open. There was chicken porridge, wontons, meat buns, sesame cakes, steamed buns, and noodles. A full table. The family was now comfortable, but not extravagant enough to eat like this. Even if they had a mountain of silver, it wouldn't be enough. Is this Xiuxiu really a poor orphan? Lu Qingyao had doubts, but the county magistrate said there was no problem. So there must be no problem. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Ziyan were on break these 2 days and hadn't practiced martial arts or read in the morning. They came out, still sleepy. They were momentarily stunned by the sight of the abundant breakfast, their eyes wide with excitement. Since arriving in Taoshi village, they hadn't had such a lavish breakfast. In the past, if they couldn't finish, they would give the leftovers to the servants. They never realized anything was wrong with having so much food on the table. But now, they understood where the rice, vegetables, and meat came from. They had seen and experienced it firsthand. They knew that every meal was hard-earned. Jiang Miaomiao was dozing on her mother's back. For her, it was a bit too early. She hadn't slept enough. Looking at the large table of breakfast, she was also surprised. Did this aunt treat them like wealthy guests? But her family was still not well off. They didn't even have a decent house. This was too extravagant. Xiuxiu stood to the side, watching the changing expressions of the family, feeling anxious. Was the breakfast not to their taste? Or did people in the countryside not eat these things? She asked cautiously, Madam. Sister, I didn't know what you liked, so I made a little of everything. Please let me know if it suits your taste. Lu Qingyao pulled her down to sit, smiling warmly. It's all good. But there are only a few of us at home, and we can't eat so much. Please save the buns, sesame cakes, and steamed buns for lunch. We can heat them up then. Xiuxiu was taken aback. She knew the person in front of her was the official's wife, and even in the countryside, they must have money. She expected their meals to be just as plentiful.
She didn't expect.
They were so poor. Why hadn't her master mentioned this? This official was truly neglectful of his wife and children. If she ever met him, she would definitely give him a piece of her mind. She covered Lu Qingyao's hand and said, Sister, I didn't think this through. I will do less in the future. As long as we can eat well, we can save some money for the family. At lunchtime, Xiuxiu became clever. Whatever she did, however much she did, she would ask her mother first. As she said, she was strong, hardworking, and quick. Chopping wood, feeding sheep, cows, horses, and chickens, cooking. She took on all the tasks herself. leaving her mother aside so she wouldn't interfere. "Sister, you go rest. I can handle these things." Lu Qingyao didn't argue with her. She had no choice but to place her daughter in the cradle, keeping an eye on her while managing the accounts. Just in case she tried to climb out of the cradle. Jiang Miao Miao was basking in the sun in the cradle, looking at the blue sky and the drifting white clouds. It was warm and cozy. She would flip over, prop herself up, then flip back again, and sometimes nibble on her little toes.
Yuck. Salty.
After nibbling, she felt a bit ashamed. She wasn't really a baby. How could she nibble on her toes? Moreover, this scene was seen by Aunt Xiaoxiao, who happened to pass by. The little baby felt embarrassed. However, Aunt Xiaoxiao just took a curious glance and smiled as she walked away. Oh no! How embarrassing! After lunch, Lu Qingyao planned to take Xiaoxiao to stroll around the village and get familiar with the area. Living in the village, she would inevitably interact with the neighbors. Holding her daughter, she led Xiaoxiao out the door. Not long after they left, they saw many people on the road, including many unfamiliar faces. In one hand, she held a chicken. In the other, a duck, and on her back, she carried a chubby baby. This scene indicated that a married daughter had returned home. According to ancient customs, on New Year's Eve and the first 2 days of the new year, married daughters were not allowed to return to their parents' home. They could only return after welcoming the god of happiness. The little baby felt a pang of sadness. Her mother couldn't go back to either her own family or her in-laws. But her mother seemed very strong, not caring at all. Cheerfully, she led Aunt Xiaoxiao toward the village entrance, where there were many people. Upon seeing them approach, the chatter grew lively. It seemed they weren't gossiping about her mother this time. From a distance, they heard people talking about Aunt Wang. Wu War. Could they be discussing Aunt Wang's family? Lu Dongjia, have you heard? Aunt Wang passed away on the 3rd day of the new year. Zhang Pozi, seeing Lu Qingyao approach, excitedly grabbed her and said, looking as if they shared a common enemy. How did she die? Lu Qingyao asked, slightly surprised. Tai Zhu saw his wife working hard to take care of his mother and children, so he spent 5 taels of silver to buy a young maid to help her mother. As a result, what happened next? The young maid fell asleep, and when the charcoal fire burned out, she didn't notice the water had dried up. The doors and windows were still closed. By the time Tai Zhu and his wife found out, Aunt Wang had already passed away, but the young maid was still alive. Zhang Pozi leaned closer to Lu Qingyao and whispered, "Do you think this is karma?" "Of course, it is karma." Lu Qingyao smiled lightly, watching her daughter with her mouth wide open, drooling. She wiped her daughter's mouth while walking back. Aunt Xiaoxiao remained silent, looking down at her toes as she walked. After a while, she suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Qingyao. "Sister, I promise I won't be like that young maid. I will take good care of you." After all, she had spent 17 taels of silver to bring her back. She had to make her sister feel it was worth it to keep her. Lu Qingyao and Jiang Miao Miao were both surprised. They didn't expect Aunt Xiaoxiao to be so thoughtful and relate it to herself. Okay, Xiaoxiao, you're not like that young maid." Lu Qingyao smiled gently. Someone as capable as Xiaoxiao, who could read and write, would be valued in the capital, placed beside a mistress or a young lady. 15 taels. She had really gotten a great deal. The maidservant profession also had its ranks. In wealthy families, the maidservants beside the masters were often treated better than the young ladies of lesser families. With someone having died in the village, Lu Qingyao couldn't just wander around with the baby. As she reached the door, she saw 2 women lingering outside her home. They looked somewhat familiar. At the entrance stood 2 women, one old and one young, dressed elegantly. They resembled each other, looking like mother and daughter. The young woman was holding a chicken, while the older woman carried some cured meat. They smiled warmly at her. Jiang Miao Miao didn't remember seeing these 2 before. They looked unfamiliar. Were they here to celebrate the new year and bring gifts? But today was already the 4th day of the new year. They looked too eager to be here for that. The older woman quickly approached. "Is Mrs. Lu back?" Lu Qingyao nodded slightly, having no memory of them. The old woman's surname is Tian, and her husband's surname is Tao. He is a clerk at the county office. Mrs. Tao noticed Lu Qingyao's lack of response and introduced the young woman beside her. This is my daughter, Tao Tao. Her husband is a scholar. Every time she mentioned her son-in-law, it made others regard her with more respect.
Oh.
It's Mrs. Tao and Miss Tao. Lu Qingyao replied lightly. She had heard a bit about the name Tao Tao. It was mentioned by her sister-in-law, who had heard it from her brother. Tao Tao was Jiang Yun's childhood friend and the girl he admired since he was young. They were at the age for marriage discussions, but suddenly, Tao Tao was promised to scholar Chen from the neighboring village. It was said that Tao's parents preferred the wealthy Chen family and thought Jiang Yun's family was too poor. Now, the Tao family must be regretting their decision. Jiang Miao Miao listened to the chatter in her ear and realized that this beautiful girl was her father's childhood friend. A thought popped into her little head. If the clam and the snipe fight, will the fisherman benefit? But she wondered what place this childhood friend held in her father's heart. She knew nothing about her father. Besides, she was already married. What a pity! Lu Qingyao was unaware of her daughter's strange thoughts. When she looked up, she met Tao Tao's intense gaze, who was sizing her up. Their eyes met, creating a bit of awkwardness. Tao Tao felt that Lu Qingyao was not as good as her. In the past, she couldn't compare to this noble lady in terms of family background. But now, in terms of family and looks, this noble lady was no match for her. Being the daughter of a trader, what family background did she have left? Thinking this, she smiled proudly. Women are like this. Even if they don't marry, they want to be the shining star in someone's heart. Lu Qingyao guessed why they were there, but looking at Tao Tao's expression, it seemed they were not there to ask for something, but to compare beauty. She didn't expect someone to be so unaware. Since she was Jiang Yun's childhood friend, Lu Qingyao had paid attention to her earlier, but now she felt completely disregarded. Tao Tao didn't even give her a glance. Mrs. Tao noticed Lu Qingyao's indifferent expression and felt a bit dissatisfied. Aren't you going to invite us in, Mrs.
Lu?
Of course. Guests are always welcome. Lu Qingyao smiled slightly and pushed the door open. Jiang Miao Miao saw her older brother and second brother working hard. Her older brother was practicing with his new sword, his round body surprisingly light and agile, as if dancing with a sword. Her second brother was writing with his new brush and ink, his movements smooth and flowing, making one curious to see more. Tao Tao was filled with astonishment. These two children, Jiang Yun's children, were very handsome and outstanding. She had to admit it. Her mother signaled her brothers to continue. Then she led everyone into the hall. Xiao closely followed, not giving the Tao mother and daughter a chance to get near Lu Qingyao. Based on her years of experience, she judged that these two were not good people. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. Madame Tao wanted to get closer, but there was a round-faced woman in the way. She felt a bit angry, but didn't want to show it. Tao Tao glanced around, and a look of disdain flashed to her eyes. The place was a rundown hut with a wooden table, a wooden stool, and a few bamboo chairs. There wasn't even a decent piece of furniture. It looked very shabby. Madame Tao was anxious, her mind focused entirely on Lu Qingyao, leaving her no time to think about anything else. As soon as she sat down, she hurriedly said, "To be honest, Madame Lu, I came here today to ask you to plead with the county magistrate to release my husband." She had heard that Lu Qingyao had some connections with the magistrate, which was why she sought her help. Moreover, there were rumors that her husband was imprisoned mostly due to child abduction. If Lu Qingyao didn't pursue the matter, perhaps the magistrate would release her husband out of consideration for her. Lu Qingyao scoffed. "May I ask, Madame Tao, why do you think I have the power to influence the government's decisions?" Madame Tao questioned. "Aren't you a fourth-rank official? How could you not have a say?" Goodness, Jiang Miao Miao clenched her small fists and waved them at the two. She had seen shamelessness before, but never this level of it. Xiao perked up her ears, listening intently to their conversation, eager to understand the whole situation. Madam Tao, let's not even discuss the fact that a fourth-rank official has no authority over government matters. Even if I did, tell me, why should I help someone who colluded with kidnappers to sell my child? Lu Qingyao's smile faded, and she looked coldly at them. Do you think I'm crazy or foolish enough to do such a thing? Madam Tao turned pale, knowing she was there to ask for help, so she prepared to swallow her pride. She awkwardly said, "Those are just rumors, Madam Lu. You shouldn't listen to them. My husband was framed. You probably know better than anyone whether it was a frame-up. If someone set him up, go find that person. Why come to me?" Madam Tao was speechless, her words stuck in her throat. Xiao finally understood. That Master Tao had teamed up with kidnappers to abduct her sister's child and even sent his wife and daughter to plead for him. What a despicable act. The more she listened, the angrier she became. Madam Tao stood up, walked over, and was about to kneel in front of Lu Qingyao. An elder kneels before a younger person, pleading so earnestly that if she still refuses, she will be seen as disrespectful and ungrateful. Xiao quickly steps forward to support her. Madam Tao, are your legs hurting? Let me help you sit down. Madam Tao bends her knees but cannot kneel or stand up. Her legs are trembling. It's quite a sight. What's going on? It seems like this round-faced woman is stuck here. Lu Qingyao looks down at her daughter, hiding a smile at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Miao also smiles, showing her white gums. She smiles at her mother and then at Madam Tao. Madam Tao clearly feels that the baby is mocking her. What a strange family. A baby just a few months old is actually laughing at her. And this round-faced woman too. Tao sees that things are not going well and pushes Xiao aside to help her mother stand up. She glares at Lu Qingyao. We are all neighbors. My mother has pleaded this much. How can you be so heartless? If you won't help, then I will go find Jiang Yunze. Those 3 words get stuck in her throat, feeling quite hot. Actually, locking up Master Tao is saving him, Lu Qingyao said with wide eyes. Everyone present was taken aback by this statement.
What do you mean by that?
Tao and her mother frowned, confused. Cough. Jiang Miao, who was swallowing her saliva, almost choked. She couldn't keep up with her mother's thought process. What is going on? Lu Qingyao calmly pats her daughter's back and continues. You two should sit down and let me explain. Their expressions softened a bit, and they sat back down. Hearing Lu Qingyao say this, Madam Tao felt there might be a chance for negotiation. Please go on, Madam Lu. There are things you may not know. That group of kidnappers not only took my child and the county magistrate's son, but also others. Who? Madam Tao asked urgently. Nobles from the capital. Lu Qingyao didn't elaborate further, just hinting at it. This matter should have been kept quiet. Perhaps those 2 young boys didn't want anyone to know they had been kidnapped and forced into a life of hardship. After all, such events would draw sympathy if they happened to ordinary families. But in the noble circles of the capital, it would be a source of ridicule. Those privileged young men don't care about the suffering the 2 have endured. This matter will only be treated as a joke during casual conversations. Xiao slightly opened her lips, wanting to stop Lu Qingyao. Her tightly clenched hands were slightly sweaty. She was afraid that her sister might say too much. But after thinking for a moment, she closed her mouth again. Given her current status, speaking up would raise suspicion. Tao and her mother exchanged glances, half believing, and asked, Why haven't we heard any rumors? You wouldn't hear anything because those who did have already met their end. Lu Qingyao gestured at her neck. The Tao mother and daughter looked serious and immediately became tense. Then why are you telling us? What do you want? Lu Qingyao smiled. You 2 don't need to be nervous. As long as this stays between us, it's fine. I'm just guessing, but I'm worried about Tao Shirya getting involved. Lu Qingyao had guessed this because of the severe punishment involving the family. After all, only someone of great power could issue such a decree. When she first heard the news, she was anxious for several days. It wasn't until those 2 young men sent her money that she finally felt relieved. After all, It doesn't make sense to silence someone and then give them money. Of course, she said this to reassure Xiao. Regarding the matter with the bear, she kept quiet. Upon hearing this, Xiao relaxed a bit, feeling she had been overly worried. Her sister could not possibly know her master's identity, as she had never seen her true face. However, Tao and her mother were anxious and restless. They hadn't seen Tao Shirya for several days and didn't know if he was alive or dead. Madame Tao spoke with a hint of pleading. Lu Nyangzi, my husband's actions are unforgivable, but if you can spare his life, I am willing to do anything. Spare his life. That's not too difficult. Lu Qingyao seemed to have been waiting for this statement. Just tell us what you want us to do. Madame Tao understood that if she wanted something, she would have to give something in return. She was mentally prepared for this. Lu Qingyao changed the subject, looking at Tao with a meaningful expression. Miss Tao, I see that Jiang Yunze seems to be quite fond of you. One day, while sorting through old items, she found a sachet at the bottom of a box with a wild goose embroidered on one corner. Jiang Yunze had falsely claimed that his mother had stitched it. Seeing the pouch at Tao's waist, she instantly understood. The two pouches matched perfectly, indicating that these two had openly expressed their feelings for each other. While others embroidered mandarin ducks, they had chosen a wild goose. To hide the truth, they actually embroidered a wild goose. The wild goose is the true symbol of loyalty. It has only one partner in its lifetime, and when one bird dies, the other mourns deeply. Perhaps Lu Qingyao's heart has already died for Jiang Yunze, as she feels no emotion at this moment. Instead, she secretly feels a moment of happiness. Jiang Miao is nervously fidgeting with her fingers. She is glad she doesn't have teeth. Otherwise, she would be scared enough to bite her own fingers. What kind of strange behavior is her mother showing? What wife tells a rival that her husband still thinks about you? Xiao looks at her newly recognized sister in shock. Could her sister be so upset that she's lost her mind? Then they see Tao's face turning slightly red, clutching her handkerchief, pretending to be shy and annoyed. Lady Lu, please don't say that. I am already married. But in her heart, she also cannot forget Jiang Yunze. That man is talented and charming, far beyond what Qin Xiaocai could compare to. That useless scholar. Ever since he learned about her past with Jiang Yunze, he has been finding fault with her and belittling Jiang Yunze. Now, hearing that her father is in prison, he still wants to distance himself from her family. Madame Tao paused for a moment, as if she understood something. Lady Lu, rest assured, my Tao and Lord Jiang are innocent and will never have any connection in this lifetime. She doesn't want Lu Qingyao to hate her husband even more because of these past events. And if these words reach her son-in-law's ears, it would be terrible. Lu Qingyao smiled. Madame Tao, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What did she mean then? Madame Tao and her daughter looked at her curiously. Lu Qingyao's gaze fell on the pouch at Tao's waist. Miss Tao, Jiang Yunze has a pouch just like yours. They must be a pair, right? Tao picked up the pouch and looked at it, filled with sorrow. She didn't expect Jiang Yunze still kept it. Madame Tao glared at her daughter and snatched the pouch from her hand. You silly girl. Why are you still carrying this? She would definitely cut it up when they got home. Tao's eyes dimmed instantly, and she lowered her gaze in silence. Madame Tao was increasingly confused by Lu Qingyao. As someone who has been through this, she knows that a legitimate wife would not let such matters go easily. Yet, she sees no jealousy in Lu Qingyao's eyes. But every word she speaks is about Tao and Jiang Yunze's past. Lady Lu, what exactly do you want to say? Lu Qingyao felt that the time was almost right and said seriously, Mrs. Tao, do you know that Master Tao has actually been used by someone else this time? And the one behind this is Jiang Yunze's wife, Qi Kaiwei. She is jealous of Jiang Yunze's deep feelings for Miss Tao and is angry that he still thinks of her. So, she wants to eliminate us while pretending to ally with your father. Tao was shocked. Is her father out of his mind? He was actually bribed by Jiang Yunze's concubine. If Jiang Yunze knew that his child almost suffered at her father's hands, he would surely hold a grudge against her for life.
Mrs. Tao was also surprised.
She had never heard her husband mention this. She only remembered that in recent months, her husband brought home more money and said it was payment for helping others. She didn't expect he was helping Jiang Yunza's concubine to deal with his legitimate wife. What a situation. Her heart ached. But even so, they still hadn't gotten to the main point. Tao Tao resented her father. He almost made her enemies with her childhood friend. Mrs. Tao resented her husband. He was greedy and had no limits, willing to earn any money. She only learned of this after her husband was imprisoned. Unable to get answers from the county office or her husband, she came to find Lu Qingyao. She never expected such a disaster. However, with what Lu Qingyao had said earlier and the sachet her daughter embroidered, she no longer doubted that Jiang Yunza's concubine would act out of jealousy. Mrs. Tao looked at Lu Qingyao, but I wonder what you mean by killing two birds with one stone? Qi Kaiwei approached Master Tao out of jealousy, using him to eliminate us mother and child, and then shift the blame onto Master Tao and the Tao family. Lu Qingyao felt that she didn't need to say more. The Tao mother and daughter would understand. She didn't know how Qi Kaiwei approached Master Tao, but it was certain that she wanted him to take the blame. After being locked away for so long, there wasn't even a shadow of anyone from that side. Jiang Miao Miao widened her eyes at her mother. This reason is quite convincing. There are many who act out of jealousy. She gradually began to understand her mother's actions. Her mother wanted to stir up trouble among them. Evil people would deal with each other. Tao Tao's face turned pale as she rubbed the handkerchief in her hands, as if it represented the person she despised. Unknowingly, she transferred her resentment for not marrying Jiang Yunza and her anger at her father onto Qi Kaiwei.
Perhaps there was even more jealousy involved.
However, Mrs. Tao was not much better off, her expression dark and troubled. She blamed everything on Jiang Yunza. After all these years, even though he was no longer here, he still caused trouble for the Tao couple, making their home chaotic. He was the real troublemaker. Madame Tao finally managed a faint smile after a while, looking at Lu Qingyao with some guilt. Lady Lu, we are grateful for your generosity in sharing this with us. Not at all. We are all victims and should unite against the common enemy, Lu Qingyao replied with a slight smile. Tao Tao lowered her gaze, lost in thought. After a moment, she looked up and asked Lu Qingyao, Lady Lu, that concubine of Jiang Yunza, her name is Qi Kaiwei, right? Lu Qingyao nodded. Tao Tao remembered the name. With Qi Kaiwei in mind, her feelings toward Lu Qingyao softened. After all, who would envy a discarded woman? In fact, she felt a bit sorry for her. Jiang Miao Miao also remembered that the father they despised had a wife named Qi Kaiwei. She was the one who harmed their mother. Madame Tao suddenly thought of something and asked, Lady Lu, do you have any way to rescue my husband? We would certainly repay you.
Well,
I truly don't have a solution. Perhaps keeping him locked up isn't entirely bad. At least it has saved his life. If he were to be released, not only Qi Kaiwei, but also those two young masters from the capital would not spare him. It wasn't easy to come out unscathed. Is he really just going to stay locked up? Madame Tao said, looking disappointed. She didn't expect Lu Qingyao to be in such a dire situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. It seemed asking her was of little use. Seeing Tao Tao's distracted expression, Lu Qingyao bit her lip. It's not that there's no way. Miss Tao, you are an old acquaintance of Jiang Yunza. Perhaps he might spare your father out of old feelings. Tao Tao looked at her in surprise. What did this mean? Did she want her to plead with Jiang Yunza? Did this woman really not care at all? However, she felt a spark of hope. Ever since she learned that Jiang Yunza still had feelings for her and kept the fragrant sachet, her heart had been stirred. Now, no one could stop her. Madame Tao's expression stiffened, feeling that Lu Qingyao's words were quite absurd, but she couldn't say anything against it. She decided to leave, worried that the conversation would get even more outrageous. She knew her daughter too well. Her daughter's heart had never been at peace over the years. Several times she had almost divorced her husband, but Madame Tao had talked her out of it. After hearing Lu Qingyao's words, she feared her daughter could no longer hold back. What a disaster. As she was leaving, she hesitated for a moment but decided to leave the chicken and cured meat behind. After the person left, Lu Qingyao remembered Tao Tao's sympathetic look and couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, Jiang Miaomiao felt that although her mother was smiling, she must be feeling sad inside. She reached out her small hand to touch her mother's cheek. Then she heard her mother point to the things on the ground. "Xiao xiao, we will have chicken for dinner. And that cured meat, we will cook it all." "Okay, big sister." Xiao xiao carried the chicken in her left hand and the cured meat in her right as she went outside. She didn't know how to comfort someone, but cooking a nice meal was definitely a good idea. Delicious food can make people happy. And cooking was her only joy besides fighting bad people. They say family troubles should not be shared with outsiders. But when her sister spoke about things without hesitation, Xiao xiao felt that her sister accepted her and considered her family. The master said that her only task here was to protect her sister's family. If others don't bully her, she won't bully them, but if someone does bully her, she will put an end to it. And she also had to take care of their daily needs, making sure the little chubby one gets even chubbier. But the little chubby one the master mentioned must be Feng Gur. Xiao xiao looked at the child in the yard, frowning slightly. With Feng Gur's size, does he really need to be fed? Shouldn't the one who needs feeding the most be Yen Gur? That little body looks like it would fall over with just a gust of wind. Her gaze shifted to the baby preparing to nibble on its toes.
Ah.
This one doesn't need feeding either, just right. Jiang Miaomiao felt a burning gaze on her and turned to look, but saw nothing. Her mother placed her back in the cradle and handed her over to her brothers. Then she went to chop wood. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A strong figure lifted a big axe, swinging it down. Thick logs were split into countless pieces. In no time, the firewood in the yard was all chopped. Her mother wiped her sweat and smiled at them. Accompanied by a call, "Dinner is ready." A delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, the scent of rice, chicken, and stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat. The eldest brother brought water for their mother to wash her hands and noticed that her once smooth hands had developed many calluses. The second brother took a cloth to wipe the sweat from their mother's forehead. Jiang Miaomiao secretly grabbed a piece of candy from her eldest brother's pocket and, when her mother held her, she popped it into her mother's mouth. They say eating sweets can lift your spirits. Lu Qingyao felt her daughter stuffing something into her mouth. She tasted it. It was sweet. The flavor of the candy. Sweet and delightful. It warmed her heart. Looking at her smiling daughter in her arms. Two well-behaved and understanding sons, a busy sister-in-law in the kitchen, and the delicious smell of meat filling the yard. The cellar is stocked with meat, grains, and flour, and there are plenty of silver notes in the wooden box. Her heart feels very satisfied. Today, Jiang Miaomiao's family had dinner unusually early, and even after finishing, the sun was still high in the sky. Lu Qingyao thought about taking Xiao xiao to visit her brother and sister-in-law since they hadn't seen each other since the New Year greetings on the second day of the Lunar New Year. They hadn't even seen Zhang Qiaoer. Xiao xiao carried a basket on her back, which held a chicken, a plate of fruits, and a jar of wine. The chicken was sent by Lu Yunyang a couple of days ago, and then Lu Qingyao exchanged it for another one to return. It was a gesture of reciprocity. Soon, the family arrived at Lu Yunyang's doorstep. The door was slightly ajar, and strange sounds came from inside.
Quack, quack.
Quack, 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 knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door with no response, Lu Qingyao pushed the door open. She saw a bamboo cage in the yard containing a pair of live geese. Jiang Zifeng and his brother, upon seeing the geese that couldn't fly, approached excitedly to play with them. The little one wanted to join, but was stopped by the chirping sounds in her ears. There's a bad woman inside. Zhang Qiaoer is crying, and Andy is crying too. Jiang Miaomiao pointed inside and babbled.
Mommy, mommy.
Let's go inside. Lu Qingyao and Xiao xiao paused by the geese, hesitating about whether to go in. As those who had experienced this before, they understood the significance. According to the rituals of the marriage ceremony, bringing live geese as a gift signifies a marriage proposal. In ancient wedding customs, there were 3 letters and 6 rituals: the engagement letter, the gift letter, and the welcoming letter. The proposal involved various steps, including asking for names and setting dates. Bringing live geese to propose is a traditional custom, indicating the intention to marry. Wealthier families use live geese, while ordinary families use live chickens or geese. To which family was Chower promised? Could it be that her brother and sister-in-law had already agreed to her marriage? But it had only been 2 days, and she hadn't heard her sister-in-law mention it before. This seemed suspicious.
Chower.
Sister-in-law. Lu Qingyao called out loudly. Zhang Miao Miao also shouted. 2 tearful figures rushed out from the inner room.
Aunt.
Jiang Qiao ran out and hugged Lu Qingyao tightly, looking very adorable with her tear-streaked face. Jiang Zifeng and his brother came over and stood quietly beside them. It seems that the Jiang family has always had good looks. All the children are quite handsome. Jiang Yunze stands out the most. The daughters of the Jiang family are also beautiful, which is why Jiang Qiao often catches people's attention. It looks like another suitor has arrived, unaware of the situation. But what is going on with my sister-in-law? Usually a bit fierce, she now stands to the side, looking wronged and wiping her tears. Has she been pressured into marriage again? Sister-in-law, what happened? Lu Qingyao gently touched Jiang Qiao's head. The little girl also patted her sister's hair. So smooth. It seems that Aunt has treated Qiao like a treasure. She noticed that many girls in the village had dry and split ends, with messy hair. Their parents wouldn't let them use even a little bit of hair oil. Many families believed that daughters were a burden and didn't take good care of them. Just like Qiao's friend, Chen Zhaodi, who was seen as a way to earn money by her parents. Even if she became a concubine, her hair was still not as smooth as Qiao's. If you don't take care of a child when they are young, you can't fix it when they grow up. Lu Yunyang wiped her tears and wanted to pull Lu Qingyao into the inner room to talk privately, but was interrupted by a voice from the hall. Sister-in-law, is someone from your family here? Before Lu Yunyang could respond, the woman continued. Perfect timing. Let's discuss the marriage of Qiao and Mingyuan together. Lu Qingyao looked up to see a woman in a brightly colored floral coat leaning against the doorframe, eating sunflower seeds, with a thick layer of makeup on her face. Is this the future family of Jiang Qiao? Lu Qingyao didn't have a good impression of this woman. Lu Yunyang looked at the woman with red eyes and said, Elder sister, Qingyao is not from my family. She is Jiang Yunze's wife. Then she turned to Lu Qingyao, sister-in-law. I believe you haven't met yet. This is my elder sister. Elder sister? Lu Qingyao almost forgot that there was such a person in the Jiang family. Jiang Yunhu's older sister, Jiang Yunya, is 6 years older than him and married early. Lu Qingyao bowed respectfully. Hello, elder sister. Hello, aunt. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian also bowed in greeting. Good. Good, everyone is good. Jiang Yunya said with a big smile. Jiang Miao Miao, however, was just playing with her fingers, looking disinterested. Babies have one advantage. They don't have to greet elders or call out to people, especially those they don't like. They can simply ignore them. How nice. I'm experiencing the perks of being a baby for the first time. Jiang Yunyan walked down slowly, looking at a few people. They really do look like Jiang Lair's children. All of them good-looking. Especially that little one, who looks like a doll from a painting. However, Jiang Lair's wife is not as impressive. Lu Qingyao was also observing her. She was surprised when she first heard Jiang Yunhu's sister mentioned. The siblings don't resemble each other at all. Now it seems Jiang Yunyan looks more like Grandma Jiang. Not very striking, I suppose. Dear sister-in-law, please come in. I have many personal things to discuss with you, Jiang Yunyan said. She tried to take Lu Qingyao's arm, but Xiao blocked her, which made her a bit angry.
Who is she?
Your maid? Why doesn't she have any sense? Jiang Yunyan pointed at Xiao. Just now, even Lu Qingyao greeted her, but this girl just stood there unmoving. Lu Qingyao frowned slightly. Sister, she is Xiao, not my maid. She is my sister-in-law. Xiao felt very touched. She had family now, who treated her like a sister. Jiang Yunyan clicked her tongue, thinking that even with all this, they still had a useless person around. She had heard about Jiang Lair's family and initially looked down on this divorced woman. But then she heard that she had made a lot of money with the villagers, and even her family had profited greatly. When she returned, she saw the family enjoying a feast and had renovated their house. They even raised cows, sheep, and many chickens. It excited her. She immediately invested money to prepare a pair of live geese and sent a matchmaker to visit. Lu Qingyao led the children into the hall. Jiang Yunhu was already waiting at the door. "Sister-in-law, you're here. Please sit inside." Lu Qingyao nodded slightly and walked in, only to see a few people sitting in the room, showing no intention of getting up. An old man and a young man, a father and son, were sitting inside, eating sunflower seeds. The older man had a sly look, with eyes almost at the top of his head, sitting very proudly. The younger one looked about 15 or 16, quite chubby, even fatter than Jiang Zifeng. Jiang Miaomiao used to think her older brother was fat, but seeing this boy made her realize her brother was just sturdy, not fat at all. The boy in front of her reminded her of Peppa Pig. He kept yawning as if he hadn't slept for days. There was also an older woman with a big flower in her hair, heavily made up, who had no intention of getting up. Upon seeing Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian, they immediately approached. They are skilled matchmakers and can judge people accurately. From those they have assessed, they can easily rank the young men and women, regardless of wealth. Just by observing these two's words and actions, they clearly stand out as exceptional. However, they are still young and need more time to mature. In the future, finding a wealthy family for them to marry into will surely succeed. In the evening, it was still cold winter. The wind outside was biting, while inside, the charcoal fire blazed. Yet, it couldn't dispel the chill in Jiang Qiaoer's family. Lu Qingyao, holding her daughter and sitting next to Lu Yunyang and her daughter, settled down. Jiang Yunyao realized she couldn't get close to Lu Qingyao, so she wisely returned to sit beside Grandma Jiang. Grandma Jiang seemed to be in good health lately, her face glowing with color and her spirit much improved. She was leaning back in her chair, a blanket over her legs, smiling as she watched her grandchildren. Having the family gathered was her favorite sight. Jiang Qiaoer and her mother both shed tears. Jiang Yunhu kept his head down in silence. Jiang Yunyao took Grandma Jiang's arm and gently said, "Mother, look, everyone is here, even Ziger's wife. Why don't we settle the marriage between Mingyuan and Qiaoer? It would strengthen our family ties." The matchmaker agreed, yes. Strengthening family ties, having a niece marry into the family, is like holding them close to your heart. Grandma Jiang nodded. That's good. Mingyuan and Qiaoer have grown up together. With your protection, no one will bully her. She fully supported this match. Both children had been raised by her, and strengthening family ties was the best option. Moreover, it was better to keep her granddaughter, whom she had raised with care, within the family than to let her marry someone else. Jiang Yunyao was filled with joy. Mother loves these children. I know Qiaoer's birth date and have already consulted a fortune teller. It's a good match. Let's exchange the marriage proposal today. I disagree. Lu Yunyang interrupted her. Eldest sister, my Qiaoer is still young. There's no rush to marry. She was determined to oppose this marriage. With her sister-in-law and brother-in-law's harsh nature, Qiaoer would likely end up as a servant in their home. Moreover, her husband's nephew spent his days drinking and gambling, claiming to be a scholar. At 15 or 16, he had only managed to pass the lowest level of exams. Now, it seemed he was not even half as capable as Feng Guer and Yan Guer. I won't marry. Jiang Qiaoer tightly held on to her mother, whispering in agreement. She has been afraid of her aunt since she was little. Whenever her aunt had treats, she would hide them for her cousin, and when they both did something wrong, she was the one who got punished. Her aunt even mocked her mother for not having a son, but she stopped when a little brother was born. Her aunt was like a nemesis to her and her mother. Yet, her father always acted as a peacemaker in front of her aunt. Every time, it was her and her mother who suffered. She hoped this time her father would support her. She looked at her father with pleading eyes. Jiang Yunhu felt a jolt. He rarely saw such an expression from his daughter. Other matters could be discussed, but he was completely against letting his nephew Chu Mingyuan marry his daughter. Elder sister, brother-in-law, let's not discuss anything else. How could you come to propose with a live goose without our consent and even calculate Qiao's birth chart without permission? Even if you are her aunt, you should show some respect. Lu Qingyao and Xiao exchanged glances. Just as they suspected, the aunt, taking advantage of being Qiao's relative, came to propose without the bride's consent, forcing a marriage. The whole village must know about the engagement by now.
Yay!
Jiang Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, clenching her little fists. They couldn't agree to this. That big guy Chu Mingyuan looked lazy and gluttonous. Just earlier, when the elders entered the house, he didn't even know to greet them, and he was supposed to be educated. Now, he was digging into the fruits their mother brought, eating them greedily without a care. The little girl looked at the fat on his face, which jiggled as he chewed, and suddenly shivered. Seeing Chu Mingyuan standing next to Qiao was like a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Jiang Yunyan's words pulled Jiang Miao back to reality. Brother, we are family. Why be so distant? Have you forgotten who raised you? Their father worked hard outside to earn money, and their mother was weak after giving birth. Since their brother was born, she had taken care of him almost entirely. When their brother was 1, she was 7. When he was 10, she was 16. She had taken care of him for over 10 years. It was disappointing that he forgot his sister and mother after getting a wife. He was such a coward. Seeing Jiang Yunhu silent, she felt anger rise in her heart. Brother, I just want to strengthen our family ties. Besides, Mingyuan likes Qiao, and as her aunt, I would treat her well once she marries into our family.
Also, my son is still a child.
Next year, he will take the scholar exam, and who knows, he might become an official in the future. Does he not deserve your daughter? Jiang Yunhu was at a loss for words. Indeed, he spent most of his childhood with his sister. His sister would rather go hungry than not save the good food for him. Seeing this, Jiang Qiao cried even harder. Elder sister, Qiao doesn't like Mingyuan from your family, so she won't marry him. Lu Yunyang looked at her husband, who had become a mute. She felt a deep sadness and anger inside. Her husband was great, but every time he met his sister-in-law, he acted this way. If we talk about young scholars, Fenger and Yenner are also young scholars. There's nothing special about a 15 or 16-year-old scholar. After saying this, everyone's gaze fell on the two brothers, Jiang Ziyan. Uncle, it turns out that aunt has raised you. So, it is indeed right to marry your daughter to repay her kindness. Jiang Ziyan raised his innocent little face, looking as if he suddenly understood. Lu Qingyao smiled. Children speak without thinking. Don't take it to heart, big brother. Jiang Miao Miao also grinned, showing her white gums. Others didn't understand, but Jiang Yunhu, who had studied for a few years, did and felt a bit ashamed. He must have been confused. A child understood this simple truth while he had been stuck in it. He firmly said, Elder sister, since Qiao and her mother are unwilling, let's end this marriage. You can take those 2 geese back. Jiang Yunyan's expression darkened as she pointed at Jiang Yunhu and scolded, You ungrateful wolf, how could I care for you so much? When Jiang Yunyan's husband, Chu Yu, heard the marriage was off, he wouldn't let it go. Tiger, are you still a man? How can you be swayed by a woman? A wife follows her husband, and parents' orders and matchmakers' words should be followed. Why do you care if they are willing or not? He had seen Jiang Yunhu transport bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou, and each cart had at least a dozen tails. Not to mention he did it every day. With Jiang Yunyan's connection and Jiang Qiao, Jiang Wenshuan was just a young boy. The Jiang family's money would eventually be his. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Gritting his teeth, he said, Tiger, are you worried about the betrothal gifts? My family will give 30 taels of silver, plus 12 won for welcoming and door gifts, 1 tael for the wedding gift, and 8 won for the invitation. Your Qiao just needs to bring that cow from the yard as her dowry. Lu Qingyao laughed out loud. Chuyi looked at her with a dark face. What? Is what I said very funny? She was already a divorced woman. yet she was still so arrogant. Just now, when she saw her brother-in-law, she acted as if he didn't exist. Lu Qingyao stopped laughing, holding her daughter's chubby hand with one hand while covering her mouth with a handkerchief with the other, afraid she would burst out laughing. Brother-in-law, what you said is really funny. The betrothal gift is 30 taels of silver, a cow as part of the dowry. Now, the price of cows has risen to 30 taels. Old Lady Jiang half closed her eyes, pretending to doze off. Jiang Yunhu and his wife glared at Chu Yu and Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Qiaoer cried even harder. Not to mention that she didn't want to marry, but her aunt actually wanted to take her away without spending a single penny. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken after hearing that? Lu Qingyao stopped smiling. Elder sister, brother-in-law, have you checked the current price of cows? Isn't it around 20 taels? Jiang Yuyan replied immediately. 20 taels. That was years ago. Now it has risen to 30 taels. Jiang Yuyan's expression darkened, showing no remorse. So, what if it's 30 taels? It's common for the bride's dowry to be more than the groom's betrothal gift. If you give less, wouldn't that mean selling your daughter? Chu Yu agreed. What we are offering is already generous, and we even added a few more taels. Xiao clenched her fists, glaring at Jiang Yuyan and her husband, wishing she could confront them. Even though it was her first time in the Jiang family's main courtyard, she couldn't stand seeing such bullying. And it was family bullying family. Suddenly, she felt someone hold her hand and give it a gentle pat. It was her sister. Lu Qingyao smiled. Elder sister, regardless of your desire to get a daughter-in-law for free, let's talk about that cow. It shouldn't belong to you. I spent 30 taels of silver to buy it, and I asked my brother and sister-in-law to help take care of it. How did it end up in your sights? And also, your brother's and mother's medical expenses, and the money for renovating the house. You still owe me several dozen taels. How about you help them pay that off first before discussing marriage? Lu Qingyao was sure that this elder sister was completely unaware of the family's matters. Since arriving in Taoshi village, she had never seen her around. If it weren't for Lu Yunyang mentioning her, she would have thought Jiang Yunhu was the head of the family. Jiang Yuyan suddenly couldn't sit still, jumping up. How could that be? Didn't you give my brother 100 taels? How could you still be owed money? And isn't that shipment of bamboo shoots to Jiangzhou worth money? Lu Yunyang glanced at Lu Qingyao, understanding the situation. She wasn't afraid of her sister-in-law anymore. After years of frustration, she was ready to set things straight today. 100 taels is nothing. How many times have you come back to your mother's house over the years? Don't you know that after your brother's leg injury, he couldn't work outside anymore, and at times he was bedridden? And your mother? Don't you know how expensive the medicine is? And how high the interest from the landlord Lu is? Is that ox cart and the bamboo shoot business ours? That's for my brother's wife. Jiang Yunhu, who had seemed better before, now limped even more. He stood up and walked awkwardly to his wife, trying to comfort her. The three of them hugged and cried together. Jiang Yunyan was stunned, her face pale. Wasn't every family in Taoshi village making money? It shouldn't be like this. They had worked hard and even spent money to hunt geese. They must be lying to her. And what about Lu Qingyao? Wasn't she supposed to be a divorced woman? How could she have so much money? We're all family, sister-in-law. My brother is in this state because of you. You should help him. Besides, his leg got hurt because of your husband. You should compensate him a little. Lu Qingyao immediately changed her expression and scoffed. What a joke. I've been kicked out by Jiang Yunze. What do his family members have to do with me? When I call them brother and sister-in-law, it's just out of neighborly kindness. We are now in a creditor-debtor relationship, and they are working for me to pay off their debt. Indeed, being the bad guy felt quite satisfying. Jiang Miao Miao stared blankly at her mother. Perhaps because her mother was a strong woman from a military family, she looked really fierce when she frowned. If she hadn't seen her mother still gently rubbing her little hand, she might have thought her mother was angry. She kept staring at her aunt's face. When her aunt scolded someone, the crow's feet and smile lines around her eyes deepened, and her makeup got stuck in those lines. When she smiled, it all seemed to fall away. Jiang Miao Miao wondered if it would fall into her bowl during meals. She remembered that in ancient times, makeup was often made from lead powder, which is toxic. She wondered if her aunt would get poisoned. Turning her head, she saw her older brothers casually eating sunflower seeds, looking like bystanders. Xiaoer stopped crying and sat obediently beside her mother, with something sweet in her mouth that a little baby had given her. Jiang Yunhu stood there in a daze, completely not understanding what was happening. But Lu Yunyang reacted quickly. She held Lu Qingyao's hand and said, "Sister-in-law, my husband can't pay back that much money right away. How about letting Xiaoer work for you for a few years as payment?" Jiang Yunyan turned pale.
What?
As payment? As soon as those words were spoken, Jiang Yunyan and her husband became anxious. Their daughter-in-law was about to leave. Jiang Yunyan turned and walked to Grandma Jiang, wiping her tears. "Mother, can't you say something? Didn't you just agree to let Xiaoer marry Mingyuan?" Old Madame Zhang's mouth opened and closed for a long time before she finally said, "I can't go against my parents' wishes or the matchmaker's words. I'm feeling dizzy." Then, she leaned against her forehead, groaning, completely ignoring her pleas. Lu Qingyao smiled, realizing that someone who had relied on her husband and son all her life, living a comfortable life, was very good at reading the room. Jiang Yunyan saw her mother acting like a fence-sitter and felt furious. She pointed at Lu Qingyao and shouted, "You wicked woman! Aren't we supposed to keep family matters private? You are just like Jiang Lair. Both of you are ungrateful." Her gaze landed on Jiang Yunhu's face. "And you spineless coward, I no longer consider you my brother." Jiang Yunhu ignored her and carried their mother back inside. "Big sister, please go home. Take your engagement gifts back. We can't accept them." Now that the mask was off, Lu Yuliang was no longer afraid of her. She snatched the fruit from Chu Mingyuan's hand. "Nephew, go home with your parents. You are not welcome here." Chu Yu also ignored his wife and child, leaving with a serious face while carrying the cage. His goal had changed, and staying here was just a waste of breath. Jiang Lair's wife was wealthy, but a group of women and children couldn't hold their ground. Let's see how long she can be so arrogant. Seeing her husband leave, Jiang Yunyan didn't dare to stay longer, especially with that square-faced woman glaring at her as if she wanted to swallow her whole. "You little rascal, still eating. Can't you say a few words for your mother?" Watching her son walk away with his mouth full made her even angrier. With his looks, not many girls would be interested in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have set her sights on the skinny Jiang Qiaoer. Just as Chu Mingyuan was about to leave the hall, he tripped over something and fell hard, nearly crushing Jiang Yunyan beside him. The matchmaker didn't dare to say a word and sneaked away. As the sun gradually set, only the light from behind the mountains remained. When Jiang Yunyan's family returned halfway, the sky darkened. They could only hear the sound of the cart wheels and the cowbell, along with the distant howls of wolves growing closer. As the sun set, the evening chill set in. Jiang Yunyan's family of 3 sat on the ox cart. On the way, they noticed unusual noises coming from the forest. "Dad, Mom, why do I feel like something is chasing us in the woods?" Chu Mingyuan tightly grasped his parents' arms. He pulled so hard that Jiang Yunyan's arm hurt. "Yuaner, don't be so alarmed. What could possibly be out there?" She rubbed her waist, having just fallen and hurt it, and then her son had jumped on her. Now she could barely straighten up. Her son was too heavy. It seemed he needed to eat less, or how would he ever find a wife? She had planned to stay at her mother's house for a night, but with all this commotion, it didn't seem worth it. Besides, the house at her mother's place had a smell, and the bed was too narrow. Her son would struggle to turn over, which would be uncomfortable for him. "Mom, it's true. Look at the forest over there." Chu Mingyuan nervously pointed to the distant woods. Several eerie green lights were moving in the trees. "Wolves. It's wolves!" Jiang Yunya exclaimed. "Husband, there are wolves. Wasn't this road supposed to be busy with people, with few wild animals around? How could there be wolves?" She felt a wave of despair. The wolf's howl grew closer. "Darn it, let's go. Chuyi whipped the old cow hard. But the cow couldn't run as fast as the wolves, especially with several people in tow. Seeing the wolves getting closer, Chu Mingyuan kicked over a cage holding 2 live geese. Chu Yu quickly slapped his son. Brat, what are you doing? I went through a lot of trouble to get those. They could sell them for some money. Chu Mingyuan pouted, looking wronged, and clung to his mother. Jiang Yunya quickly defended her son. Why did you hit him? If we don't let the geese go, are we just going to wait for the wolves to eat us? Though she didn't want to let them go, it would at least buy them some time. Otherwise, the whole family would be in danger. This trip was turning out to be a disaster. How unlucky. Her hands were wet. She touched something.
Oh.
That little rascal, such a big boy. Had he really scared himself? The wind was especially strong tonight, like a fierce beast roaring. It battered the red lantern at the door, and the windows creaked. Inside, it was quiet. No one mentioned the elder sister anymore. Little Meow Meow snuggled in her mother's arms, happily drinking goat milk brought by her aunt. The little baby got hungry quickly and couldn't eat anything else, so she had to have more milk. When the bowl was empty, Jiang Meow Meow looked up to see everyone staring at her. It seemed they were looking at her, but their eyes were vacant and unfocused. They were all just staring blankly at her. The room was eerily quiet. The only sound was the crackling of the charcoal fire. The little baby interrupted their thoughts. Uncle suddenly got up and went into the inner room, followed closely by Aunt. After a while, they came out. Uncle was holding a wooden box, and Aunt followed behind him. Jiang Meow Meow thought the box looked familiar. Jiang Yunhu placed the box in front of Lu Qingyao and opened it. Inside was a box full of shiny silver coins. Elder brother, this is. Lu Qingyao looked at him in surprise. Wasn't this the profit she had given to her brother and sister-in-law? Selling the winter bamboo shoots had been quite profitable. 4 carts, and each cart could carry 300 pounds of bamboo shoots, making daily trips to Jiangzhou. In half a month, they sold over 400 taels of silver. After deducting the costs of collecting the bamboo shoots, buying the carts, hiring people to dig, and paying the workers, Lu Laohan and Wang Quan, they still had some capital left. She and her brother and sister-in-law each received 75 taels. And now, all 75 taels were right in front of them. Jiang Yunhu looked embarrassed and slowly said, Sister-in-law, this is what we took from you earlier, but it's still not enough. Lu Qingyao was taken aback. Did this couple misunderstand her earlier words to Jiang Yunyan? Elder brother, what I said before was just to make my sister give up the idea of marrying Qiaoer. I meant no harm. You don't need to think too much about it. She was not being overly generous. The silver she had given before was also for her own benefit. When she came to Taoshi village alone with her children, without anyone to rely on, she needed to find a reliable family to support each other. Money was the best way to test relationships, and Jiang Yunhu's family was the most suitable one. He was willing to lend out his own savings to help his perceived family member, Jiang Yunza, in a time of need. This showed his sincerity and honesty. Even when things went wrong later and he had a falling out with Jiang Yunza, he did not let resentment change who he was. His strong character was evident. He didn't take out his anger on his family due to Jiang Yunza's mistreatment, nor did he give up on himself and resort to desperate measures. His family was harmonious, and he and his wife were loving. He was willing to share the silver he had saved. How could she not feel compassion for such a family? Elder brother, this. She hesitated, still not taking the box. Jiang Yunhu placed the box in Xiaoxiao's hands, saying, This is originally your sister's. Please keep it for her. Seeing that Xiaoxiao did not respond, he continued, Sister-in-law, we shouldn't accept this money. We were forced into a corner by a pile of debts, and I don't understand why Jiang Yunza treats you this way. In any case, just accept it. We will repay what we owe without taking more than our share. You have already helped us enough. It's not easy for you, a woman, to take care of several children. This sister-in-law had never mentioned anything negative about Jiang Yunza in front of them. They thought she still had feelings for her husband. After all, their story was once a beautiful one, a noble girl and a poor scholar, and it seemed Jiang Yunze had gained much from it. Now, it appeared that there was no hope for them as a couple anymore. Lu Qingyao's constant mention of Jiang Yunze showed she no longer regarded him as her husband. Jiang Yunze had never sent anyone to check on them or offered any help. It seemed this couple had long been separated, and it was only a matter of time before they officially parted ways. Given this situation, they should not accept this kindness. Their cousin and sister had abandoned them, yet Lu Qingyao, an outsider, treated them like family. It was both sad and amusing. They were not ungrateful people. Sister-in-law, as the saying goes, even brothers keep accounts clear. Thanks to your support, we have managed to pay off our debts and cover medical expenses. If you take this money back, you can use it for business. Keeping it with us would be of no use. All right, brother, if you need anything, just ask me again. Lu Qingyao nodded for Xiao to accept it. Lu Yunyang, though reluctant, took out a red cloth bundle from her pocket. She handed it to Lu Qingyao, saying, "Sister-in-law, I've redeemed the hairpin. Please take it back." Zhang Miao immediately recognized the silver hairpin. It was the one that had disappeared from her mother's head and was later said to have been taken by her aunt to pay off debts. Now it had been redeemed. She watched as her mother took the hairpin and placed it in her aunt's hair, laughing, "Sister-in-law, once something is given away, it shouldn't be taken back. This hairpin was a gift to you, and I have more to give. Not just for you, but also for Qiao." As she spoke, Xiao pulled out 2 silk flowers from her sleeve, one for each woman in the family, even for Grandma Jiang, while little Miao was left out because she only had a few soft, yellow hairs. The year has passed. All things are reviving. The ice and snow are gradually melting. The trees are sprouting green buds. A group of wild ducks swam across the lake, quacking quack, quack, quack. The warm spring water lets the ducks know it's time to come out. Migratory birds returned home, flying in a line over the rooftops, chirping, chirp, chirp, chirp. Jiang Miao was curious about what kind of bird the chirping one was. If it was a sparrow, it was unlike any she had seen before, with its bright red color. It didn't fly with its companions, but it seemed like the other birds listened to it. A little baby opened its mouth wide, watching the red bird hop up and down on the peach tree branch. Now and then, it glanced at the older brother practicing with his sword. He seemed to be different from before. His swordplay had improved from clumsy to graceful, the sword's energy flowing like a rainbow. Maybe it was because the sword was heavy, or perhaps he was reflecting on his own skills after seeing Chu Mingyuan. The baby fat was slowly fading away, and he had become a handsome young man. The second brother seemed to be one of those people who never gained weight. He took off his heavy winter coat and put on a spring robe. As the spring breeze blew, it felt like he was floating in his clothes, a charming young man. Little Miao took off her jacket, revealing her chubby little arms. With all her strength, she rolled around on the grass mat, puffing and panting. She rolled back and forth like a little ball. She felt completely free. Her mother moved her from the cradle to the grass mat because she had rolled out many times, causing quite a scare. Sometimes her mother caught her, sometimes Aunt Xiao did, but most of the time, it was her older brother. Occasionally, her second brother would catch her. In any case, she had never fallen. Every time she saw her older brother rushing over to catch her, Miao sometimes thought that his weight loss was all thanks to her. She felt more skilled at rolling, and as she rolled, she sat up. "Mom, Aunt Xiao, I can sit now." Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian acted as if they had discovered something amazing. Then the whole family gathered to watch Jiang Miao. They saw her sitting on the grass mat, sucking her fingers and nibbling on a doll. Her mother said, "So impressive. My little girl can sit up at just 5 months, smarter than both her brothers." Her brothers and Anne agreed, "Yes, Miao is amazing." The little one smiled widely at the praise. Then she picked up her doll to nibble on it. Her gums were itchy lately, and she loved sucking her fingers, biting things, and still drooling. Her mother cut a piece of prickly ash wood to make her a teething toy, and her little hands grabbed it and shoved it into her mouth.
Ah!
Finally, it felt good. While grinding its teeth, It drooled. Beside it lay a little wolf cub that was dozing. Because of its snowy white fur, the family named it Ginger White. Ginger White was very close to the Jiang family, as they were the first thing it saw when it opened its eyes. Ginger White already considered them family. When the family went out, it would obediently stay home to guard the house. Jiang Meow Meow thought a guard wolf was definitely more impressive than a guard dog. With one howl, it could scare away any intruder. Aunt Xiao Xiao was busy in the kitchen, occasionally glancing at her. Seeing her sitting quietly while petting Ginger White, she returned to her work. After a while, Jiang Meow Meow saw her coming over with a bowl. The little girl became excited, waving her hands and calling out happily. She could eat food other than milk now. Rice porridge, egg custard, rice soup, and vegetable puree. After finishing her chores, Aunt Xiao Xiao would often prepare food for her. Sometimes she would give her a little to eat, and sometimes something else. The little girl welcomed everything, lying there with her round little belly. Jiang Meow Meow felt like her aunt was raising her like a little pig. Seeing her mother about to leave, she reached out for a hug. Her mother had become busier since spring began. She bought a piece of land next door and built a house and yard, so the uncles and aunts selling bamboo shoots all moved over there. The aunts making dried bamboo shoots and pickled bamboo shoots also went next door. The place was bustling with activity. Winter bamboo shoots were gone. Now it was the season for spring bamboo shoots. As the weather warmed, spring bamboo shoots became more plentiful and easier to pick. Although the price of spring bamboo shoots was not as high as winter bamboo shoots, large ones sold for 25 coins per pound, while smaller ones sold for 8 coins per pound. The quantity made up for it. So, except for 1 or 2 people staying behind for spring plowing, the whole family went up the mountain. Those who couldn't go up the mountain found work with Lu Qingyao. They could gather firewood, peel bamboo shoots, cook bamboo shoots, cut bamboo shoots, or dry bamboo shoots. There was always something they could do. Now, not only the boys in the family could earn money, but the girls could too. They stood tall and proud. Because of the large quantity of bamboo shoots, Lu Qingyao had to buy an ox cart and hire someone to pull it. She still entrusted Jiang Yunhu with the responsibility of running the cart and transporting goods. Though he was away from home all day, he was happier than anyone else. Lu Yunyang was even smiling so much she couldn't close her mouth. She directly bought a little maid to take care of her mother, while she and Jiang Qiaoer were responsible for supervising the making of dried bamboo shoots and pickled bamboo shoots. One person followed Lu Qingyao to gather bamboo shoots and keep accounts. Since that day, when her aunt's family pressured her into marriage, Jiang Qiaoer no longer wanted to rely on her parents or a man. She wanted to learn business from her aunt. Both families hired people to farm their land, as it is said that food is the most important thing for people. This truth never changes, no matter the time. The villagers of Taoshi village were pleasantly surprised since Lu Dongjiao arrived. They could buy back their farmland for very little money. Every household's income increased, and the practice of selling children became less common. After all, who would want to sell their children if they had money? Unless they were greedy. More importantly, the village school opened. Although it only provided basic education, it allowed future generations to learn a few characters, and they were very satisfied. It was heard that Zhang's family donated many books to the school, including 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, and disciples' regulations, all hand-copied by him. As the youngest in the family, Jiang Miao Miao was currently crying loudly at her 4-year-old brother Jiang Wenxuan because he took her precious teething toy. This item was meant to go in her mouth. How could she give it to someone else? It was too dirty. She couldn't outfight him, so she just cried with all her might. Little Jiang Wenxuan was scared and stood there frozen. He didn't understand why his sister was crying. He was just curious about what she was eating and had taken a lick. As a result, she cried even louder. When she cried, he cried too. Xiao Xiao heard the crying and rushed out. She saw the scene, a 5-month-old baby and a 4-year-old boy fighting over a teething toy, both crying loudly. Miao Miao's face was red as she cried, tears streaming down her face, making everyone feel for her. Jiang Xiaobai was tugging at Jiang Wenxuan's pants. Xiao stood there scratching her head, unsure how to comfort them. The master only told her to protect the family, not to take care of the kids, let alone two at once. In March, the apricot blossoms were lively on the branches. The little swallows chirped happily. The sounds of oxen for spring plowing could be heard from afar. In the yard, the cries of little children echoed. Hearing the cries, Lu Qingyao rushed over. She saw Miao Miao crying on Xiao's shoulder, her eyes fixed on Jiang Wenshuan and the teething toy in his hand, tears brimming. Jiang Wenshuan looked at her with a sad expression, waiting for someone to come for her. Lu Qingyao quickly realized that the two little ones were fighting over a teething toy. She picked up her daughter and gently patted her, saying, "Miao Miao, be good, don't cry. Mommy will make you another one. Can you give this one to your brother?" The little one immediately stopped crying, though she still sniffled. Xiao's eyes widened. A mother knows her child best. This was enough to calm her down. Lu Qingyao thought her daughter was quite different from other kids. She loved cleanliness, had a strong temper, and rarely had accidents in her pants. She wouldn't accept anything from others unless they had washed their hands first. No one was allowed to sit on her bed, not even her brothers. Otherwise, she would cry. She never let go of that teething toy. No one could take it from her. This might be something she inherited from her biological parents. Jiang Chaoer came in right after, took the teething toy from Jiang Wenshuan, and tried to comfort little Miao Miao. The little one turned her head away and cried on her mother's shoulder. It was all dirty. Who would want it now? She refused to take the teething toy, even if it was cleaned. Jiang Chaoer was amazed that her little sister was already so stubborn. Feeling helpless, she returned to her brother's side, wiped his tears, and playfully slapped his bottom.
How old are you?
Why are you taking things from your sister? Aren't you ashamed? After saying that, she went back to comfort Jiang Miao Miao. Everyone was busy trying to cheer up the little one. Jiang Wenshuan looked at Miao Miao with a sad expression, then glanced at his sister. What was going on? He was crying too, so why was everyone comforting his sister? He felt so sad. Suddenly, the door creaked open. It turned out that Lu Qingyao and Jiang Chaoer had rushed back and forgotten to lock the door. A head peeked in. It belonged to a handsome young man with delicate features. Since their mother was tall, the little one was held high. From Jiang Miao Miao's perspective, she couldn't see the man's face clearly, but his eyes were still striking.
And
he looked a bit familiar. Seeing everyone staring at him, the young man blushed, quickly opened the door wider, and bowed politely. "I am Sun Yenshu. I knocked but received no answer, so I entered. I apologize for the intrusion." Everyone exchanged glances. They didn't recognize him. Jiang Chaoer leaned close to Lu Qingyao's ear and whispered, "Aunt, he is the one who helped me send a message to you and Mother at Puji Temple. He has helped us." She had a strong impression of this kind young man. After Chaoer mentioned it, everyone remembered. They recalled there was someone, but they couldn't remember his appearance. Even Jiang Zian, who never forgets faces, didn't remember him because the young man left right after delivering the message. "Young master son, please come in." Lu Qingyao led him into the hall, as it was not polite to keep someone standing at the door. She remembered that this young man was a student from Donglin Academy and a classmate of the two young masters from the capital. She wondered if they had sent him. The boy looked about 16 or 17, dressed in a dark blue robe, and had the appearance of a scholar. His manners and speech were elegant and graceful. After Sun Yenshu sat down, he thanked Xiao for the tea and took a small sip. He was polite and didn't look around too much, just glanced briefly. The house, though seemingly repaired, still looked old, but was very clean and tidy. There was a set of ordinary bamboo furniture, and the potted plants on the table were lush and beautiful. It was quite charming. The bookshelf in the corner was filled with books. When he first arrived, he noticed it contained Jiang Zian's handwritten manuscripts, which he had seen in his family's bookstore. Seeing that he had no intention of asking the others to leave and that he didn't seem to know Xiao, Lu Qingyao dismissed her earlier guess. She said, "Regarding the matter at Puji Temple, we must thank young Master Sun for your kindness. I didn't get to express my gratitude that day, so I would like to thank you in person today. After Lu Qingyao finished speaking, she sent a few children to bow and thank him. Sun Yenshu quickly reached out to support them, saying, "It's just a small effort. No need to be so formal." He didn't expect such courtesy from this family. He had actually recognized a few of them as soon as he entered the courtyard, especially the youngest child, who looked like a porcelain doll but had a loud cry that could be heard from far away. This made a lasting impression on him. At that moment, the child was looking at him with big, round eyes, showing a hint of curiosity, with a few tears still on their long, curled eyelashes. So adorable. He was momentarily stunned and cupped his hands to Lu Qingyao, saying, "You can call me Yenshu, Madam Jiang. My father is Sun Qian, the owner of Qinglan Bookstore." Lu Qingyao was surprised to learn he was the son of the bookstore owner. What a coincidence. "Yes, Yenshu. My surname is Liu, and I don't take my husband's surname, so you can just call me Aunt." Sun Yenshu was also taken aback. He heard that the lady of the minister had not divorced and had not been dismissed. But if she said she wouldn't take her husband's surname, then so be it. "Aunt Liu." Lu Qingyao smiled, recognizing him as a sensible child, unlike those stubborn old scholars. However, she was curious about why he came to their home. "Yenshu, did Master Sun send you here? Is there something you need?" It was probably related to old Master Cui. "Aunt Liu, it's not my father, it's Mr. Cui. I am now a student of Mr. Cui," Sun Yenshu said proudly. But he felt a bit envious of the Jiang brothers. He had only been accepted because he passed the scholar exam and Mr. Cui agreed to teach him. From Mr. Cui's tone, it seemed he had decided to take one of them as a student. Given their talents, it should be Jiang Ziyan. This young man not only copied books but also made notes on the ones he copied. At such a young age, he had unique insights, earning much praise from his father. When Mr. Cui was mentioned, the eyes of the entire Jiang family lit up. Although the little one didn't know who Mr. Cui was, she knew her mother had always wanted her brothers to study under him. Someone so esteemed must be a great scholar. As long as her mother and brothers were happy, she was happy too. "Mr. Cui has returned?" Lu Qingyao exclaimed joyfully. He returned earlier than she expected. No wonder there were magpies on the branches this morning. Speaking of Jiangzhou, it wasn't truly Mr. Cui's hometown. The Cui family was a prominent northern clan, and many branches had moved south for various reasons. Mr. Cui belonged to the branch that migrated south. Now he had returned to Jiangzhou after retiring. However, instead of staying in Jiangzhou, he came to Qingshe town probably to avoid people. Today, a distinguished guest arrived, bringing good news. Mother and the brothers had smiles on their faces that were hard to describe. The esteemed Mr. Cui, who had turned away countless visitors, invited Mother and the brothers to his home. Jiang Miaomiao was very happy for her brothers. It seemed their path to learning was promising. To maintain decorum, the little baby was left at home. Babies can easily become uncontrollable and cry. Although Miao Miao was quite well behaved, it was safer to keep her at home just in case. Mother and the brothers bathed and dressed formally before going with Sun Yenshu. The young man saw that although this family still wore simple gray cotton clothes, they were spirited and looked bright. There is the elegance of scholars and the boldness of warriors, making one eager to befriend them. Jiang Miaomiao looked up from Aunt Xiuxiu's arms, gazing at the departing carriage. Aunt Xiuxiu thoughtfully watched the carriage leave, while Jiang Qiaoa also followed it with her eyes. It was Sun Yenshu's carriage. Suddenly, the little baby noticed something important. She realized that her sister Qiaoa had been secretly watching Sun Yenshu, wanting to see him but afraid of being caught. Now that everyone was gone, she could look openly.
Oh, could it be?
Could her sister, who was just starting to have feelings, like Sun Yenshu? He is a good young man, but perhaps too good. This has made all the girls in Qingshe town feel fluttery and watchful. She remembered the gossip from a previous gathering about Miss Zhang-san, who was skilled in needlework but not in literature, and who had her eyes on the young son of Manager Sun. Could it be this Sun Yenshu? She heard he was a scholar too. If we talk about skills, Xiao knows some literature and is learning to manage accounts from their mother. As for family background, their unreliable father holds a high position. As the cousin of this unreliable father, their uncle's family is not too shabby. Although they can't rely on the unreliable father, they benefit from tax exemptions.
There is some advantage from this.
But currently, the wealth gap between the two families is still quite large. Plus, Sun Yenshu clearly grew up in comfort, so their knowledge and experiences differ greatly. It's hard for their values to align, at least for now. Little Miao Miao was worried about her sister Qiao when she saw her beautiful sister's face come close. She gave her a kiss and said, "Be good. Sister's going to work. You stay with Auntie." Then, seeing Jiang Wenshuan's hopeful eyes, she patted his head and said, "You're a big boy now. You can't take things from your sister. You need to protect her, understand?" Jiang Wenshuan. Sister used to kiss him, but now she only kisses the little sister? Oh no, he feels neglected. After calming the little boy to sleep, Aunt Xiao carried the baby on her back. Miao Miao thought Auntie was going to take her to work. She was about to doze off on her back when she saw Aunt Xiao take out her brother's writing supplies and start writing something. Little Miao Miao leaned her head to see. Madame Liu, Lilan Yenji, is virtuous and prudent, a model wife and loving mother, teaching her children well, and her son is about to enter Mr. Chui's school. Zhang Miao Miao's eyes widened. Aunt Xiao was praising her mother in every way. What a good aunt. Then she paused for a moment and continued writing. Minister Jiang treats his wife and children poorly, favors his concubine over his wife, and even allows his concubine to harm his wife and children. He neglects his elder brother and relatives, leading to his brother's suffering, without caring at all. Respectfully reported. Zhang Miao Miao. Is my aunt speaking up for my mother and uncle? What a fair assessment. I really want to give my aunt a kiss.
Oh.
I can't reach. Xiao felt her shoulder was wet and turned her head. She saw a little child staring eagerly at the letter in her hand, mouth open, drooling. The little one is drooling a lot. She took out a handkerchief to wipe it. But there was still more. Zhang Miao Miao felt a bit embarrassed and looked away, closing her mouth. She pretended to blink. Then she saw her aunt walk to the window, whistle, and a pigeon flew in from outside. She placed the letter in a small bamboo tube, tied it to the pigeon's leg, and released it. Little Miao Miao looked at her in disbelief. Aunt Xiao is really something. But she must be a good person. But who is she sending a message to? The pigeon can't speak, so she can't hear any useful news. Zhang Miao Miao remembered her special ability, her chirping, and thought to send her chirping friend. They are good at delivering messages. The little child looked curious to Xiao. The little one must like pigeons, but not this one. Miao Miao, how about Annie buys you another pigeon another day? A chubby one, and we can make pigeon soup. Zhang Miao Miao.
All right.
Pigeon soup is tasty too. She licked her lips. Her chirping friend followed the pigeon to a big house in Jiangzhou. The little bird sensed that this house was very dangerous, probably with no way out. After hovering and resting for a while, it flew away. Inside the big house, Fu Lingjun and Song Siyuan had removed the white cloth, revealing their fair and handsome faces. Although there were still some faint scars on their faces and skin, they had scabbed over and were gradually healing. Song Siyuan was making tea, drinking it, and admiring the apricot blossoms blooming under the eaves. Having seen his grandfather writing passionately and eloquently, he felt quite calm. After experiencing such hardships, it felt like being reborn. He cherished the joy of being human even more, not wanting to waste the beautiful spring. He seemed less concerned about fame, power, and appearance than before. Fu Lingjun picked up a bronze mirror and looked at his cheeks. With a relaxed expression and a smile at the corners of his mouth, he said, "Shu, reward that doctor with a little more. This ointment is truly amazing. It serves as both a thank you and a way to keep things quiet. The prince, you have already given a reward." Dukshin said that the doctor does not care for gold and silver, but loves rare herbs. The old servant looked at his master, who was gradually recovering, feeling happier than anyone else. He was glad for his master and for himself, because their lives were saved. Fu Lingjun said, "Then send a message back to have the steward find some rare herbs from the storeroom to send to the duke's residence." "Yes, your highness." There is also a letter from Xiuxiu. Shu presented the letter to Fu Lingjun. Fu Lingjun gladly took it and opened it. After reading, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a stern expression. He handed the letter to Song Siyuan, saying, "Aren't you going to tell your grandfather about your troubles and share your experiences with him?" Song Siyuan stood up in anger after reading the letter. He exclaimed, "Zhang Yunza, that hypocritical scoundrel, acts one way in front of people and another behind their backs. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be a Song. Bring me paper and pen." The young man, filled with righteous anger, began to write furiously. Of course, he described the events from an observer's perspective. While traveling, he reached Qingshe town in Jiangzhou and met a young man named Jiang. He discovered that the young man and his little sister had been kidnapped and learned that he was the son of the Minister of Rights, Jiang. The instigator was the minister's concubine who had caused the tragedy. Song Siyuan's writing was quite similar to what was in Xiuxiu's letter. After finishing, he sent it back to the capital with express delivery. In ancient times, letters took time to travel. But express delivery over 800 miles was quite fast. In less than 4 days, Song Siyuan's letter reached his grandfather, Inspector Song. Inspector Song held the letter, his hands trembling. What was so urgent? What required express delivery? He knew that his grandson and Prince Jing had encountered serious trouble, but he did not know the details. In the previous letter, his grandson had not mentioned the missing days, only stating that he had traveled incognito. He had rescued a group of children who had been kidnapped and had sustained some injuries. Prince Jing had submitted a memorial to the emperor, accusing the kidnappers of their heinous acts and calling for severe punishment to deter others. The kidnappers would never know that they had harmed a prince and were being accused by him. That was a grave charge. However, Inspector Song knew it could not be as it seemed. His grandson was honest and straightforward, never skilled at lying. So the queen chose her grandson to be the companion of Prince Jing. From the letters, he sensed something unusual, but could only remain silent. He opened the letter. The expression of Inspector Song gradually improved. As long as it wasn't about his grandson, that was good. However, this was still a family matter for Deputy Minister Jiang. Moreover, the Liu family had already been punished and exiled. Who would dare to speak up for them in front of the emperor? That would be asking for trouble. He didn't want to die. As for Madame Jiang, it was said that she was an unfilial mother who harmed her stepson, which was why she was sent back to her estate. If it were any other family, she would surely be cast aside. But in the Jiang family, it was different. They had too many ties to the Liu family that couldn't be severed. Divorcing her would lead to accusations of being ungrateful and would bring about impeachment from the inspector. Of course, that inspector was him, as the chief inspector. However, matters of the inner court were hard to discern. Even if Madame Jiang had truly saved his grandson, giving her some money and gifts would suffice. Impeachment seemed excessive. Even though inspectors had the power to impeach officials, they couldn't abuse that power. Yet, as Inspector Song prepared to put the letter back in the envelope, another note fell out. A few striking words and handwriting stung Inspector Song's eyes. What Song Shaoling writes is the will of this king. This was Prince Jing's handwriting, personally written by him. What should he do now? Inspector Song's brows furrowed. He called for an old servant, find someone to keep an eye on the Jiang residence and see what Deputy Minister Jiang has been up to lately, or if there are any suspicious activities. The old servant complied and left. He couldn't help the Liu family, but he could certainly impeach those who bullied Liu family women. Within half a day, the old servant returned with news. "Sir, I had someone watch, and they found a woman lingering near the Jiang residence. She tried to get close to Deputy Minister Jiang several times, but was unsuccessful. She was thrown into a dilapidated temple in the wilderness and nearly faced harm, but our people rescued her." A woman? What kind of woman? Inspector Song's eyes widened as if he had heard something shocking. That young man Jiang Yunjia was surrounded by two noble ladies, enjoying his good fortune. And now there was a romantic entanglement. The old servant continued, "She is a very beautiful woman. She claims to be from Taoxi village and is Deputy Minister Zhang's childhood friend." Childhood friend, and she's a woman. Inspector Song's eyes grew even wider. His first reaction was that this woman might be Jiang Yunjia's mistress. This was quite the scandal. That young man Jiang Yunjia, who usually appeared so upright, was actually a hypocrite. Inspector Song asked, "Have you found out more? Is that woman Jiang Yunjia's concubine?" "My lord, that woman's name is Tao Tao. She lives in Peach Creek Village and is the daughter of the county clerk. She is not Jiang Shilong's concubine." Again from Peach Creek Village. Why did she come to the capital to find Jiang Yunjia? The old servant replied, according to her, her father was pressured by Jiang Shilong's wife, Qi, to plot against Zhang's legitimate son. She came to ask Jiang Shilong for justice. Song Yushu frowned, recalling his grandson's letter, which mentioned something similar. What she said was indeed true. The young man was not deceived, nor was he acting impulsively. It seems that his grandson and Prince Jing were kidnapped and then rescued by that girl from the Lu family, prompting Prince Jing to step in and help. After thinking for a moment, Song Yushu instructed the old servant, "Take care of that girl and verify if what she said and did is true." "Yes, I will do that right away." A few days later, a letter of impeachment from Song Yushu was presented to the emperor. He was accused of neglecting his wife and children, allowing his concubine to harm his wife and son, and treating his relatives poorly, leading to family strife. Jiang Yunjia knelt in the golden hall, completely bewildered. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Scholars valued their reputation highly. However, these accusations destroyed the good name he had built over many years. The high officials shook their heads at him, and the emperor sighed. No matter how much the emperor valued him, he could not withstand the pressure from the censors. It was immediately announced, Deputy Minister of Rights Jiang Yunjia, due to improper conduct, is demoted to a regular official in the Ministry of Rights and fined a year's salary as a warning. Jiang Yunjia's face turned pale as he knelt on the ground. Once all the officials left the hall, he trembled as he got up and staggered out. His handsome face was pale, devoid of color, and his hair was disheveled in the wind. Just like his current mood. He could not understand how he had offended these censors. It was truly an unexpected disaster. He had been on a successful path, and even when he risked his life to plead for the Lu family, the emperor had not truly blamed him. Instead, he praised him for his loyalty. He had even received much acclaim from the court. Now, out of nowhere, he was demoted, and he could not comprehend it. Only heaven knows how hard he worked to climb to this position. He had hoped that when his father-in-law retired, he would recommend him for the position of Minister of Rights. Now, it was all ruined. All the reputation he had built over the years was gone. Allowing his concubine to harm his wife and son? Without a doubt, it was Qi Kaiwei who caused this trouble. Even after being recognized as the main wife, she was still not satisfied, making things difficult for him. Tiger poison does not eat its young. If this spreads, how will people view him? Is he treating his elder brother's family poorly? His mother has already returned the money to Jiang Yunhu and gives him 30 taels of silver each year. 30 taels a year is a lot for Jiang Yunhu. Without paying land tax, 30 taels is enough for them to eat meat every day. Truly, greed knows no bounds. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunjia's expression darkened, and he quickened his pace. Upon returning home, he headed straight for Qi Kaiwei's courtyard. Qi Kaiwei now lived in the main courtyard, Shilan Courtyard, which used to belong to Lu Qingyao. "Dear husband, you're back." Qi Kaiwei noticed his angry demeanor and quickly had someone bring tea and snacks. Her father had already sent a message that her husband was being criticized by the censors and was demoted. She was told to persuade him to endure it. So, she felt guilty at this moment. Seeing Jiang Yunjia silent and sulking, She offered him a cup of tea and gently said, "Dear husband, calm down. It's just those old men making up stories."
Bang!
The teacup in Chi Saiwei's hand fell to the ground. In the capital, at Zhang's family courtyard, Shilon Courtyard, sounds of things being thrown could be heard. There were cries from women and children. 2 children, a boy and a girl, clung to Jiang Yunza's legs, both crying. "Daddy, it's all our fault. Please don't be mad at Mommy. We're scared." Jiang Yunza was stuck by the 2 children and was furious. He shouted at the maids, "Are you all dead? Hurry and take the young lady and young master away." He turned to Chi Kaiwei, "And you, always using the children as a shield. Do you even deserve to be a mother?" Chi Kaiwei sat aside, wiping her tears. "Why are you angry with me? It must be those censors spreading rumors. How can you only listen to their side of the story?" She didn't expect that news would travel so quickly from such a distant place. It must be that little troublemaker who hangs around the entrance. She had checked. That troublemaker was indeed Jiang Yunza's childhood friend, but she had been separated from him by the Tao family and married into a wealthy family. Now, that woman was married, but she was just an older woman from a simple background. Jiang Yunza would never look at her. He should actually despise her family even more. How about, let her take the blame for this? Chi Kaiwei thought to herself and pleaded with Jiang Yunza, "Husband, I really didn't mean to harm my sister and the children. It must be that Master Tao is seeking revenge, and Madame Tao must have reported me to the inspector. You have to believe me." Jiang Yunza's heart sank as he looked at Chi Kaiwei, which Madame Tao. "That's Madame Tao from Taoshi village," Chi Kaiwei said while observing the changes in his expression. Her father, along with some kidnappers, took Feng Guo and Wu Yatu and was detained by the county magistrate.
They want to blame this on me.
Now that the truth is out, they want to drag you down with them. A few days ago, they threatened me at the mansion. I refused to help, so they probably went to the inspector afterward. Seeing Jiang Yunza grit his teeth and his face grow darker, she knew her words were having an effect. He must be furious with the Tao family and Madame Tao. Even if that woman stood in front of Jiang Yunza now and spoke the truth, he probably wouldn't believe her. But she underestimated him. Jiang Yunza, a poor scholar from a remote village, had risen to his current position and married a woman from a prominent family. He was not someone easily deceived by a few words. He calmed himself, hid his anger, and changed to a gentler demeanor, pulling Chi Kaiwei to sit beside him and placing his hands on her shoulders. "Where? I was too anxious just now. You must have heard about my demotion. I was just feeling frustrated and took it out on you. Are you upset with me?" Seeing her husband return to his usual gentle self, Chi Saiwei's anger faded significantly. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Jiang Yunza and pouted. "Where isn't upset with you? But how can we calm this storm? Do you have a plan?" She didn't want to be pointed at when she went out. "I do have a plan, but it will require some sacrifice from you," Jiang Yunza said softly. "Husband, just tell me. As long as it helps you regain your position, I will do anything," she replied. At this point, as long as they remained united as a couple, she was willing to do whatever it took. Jiang Yunza held her hand. "Where? You should go back to our hometown in Jiangzhou for a while. Come back when the storm has passed."
What?
Chi Kaiwei jumped up in surprise. "Husband, say that again. You want me to go where?" "Jiangzhou, Qingshi town. You should stay there for a while. If you can get Qingyao and your cousin to write letters proving that the officials' accusations are unfounded, that would be best. Outwardly, we'll say that we are sending my wife, Chi Kaiwei, back to Jiangzhou for some quiet reflection. This way, it seems fair. It will silence the rumors and won't offend the Qi family. His reputation as an official can still be somewhat preserved." "I won't go," Chi Kaiwei exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief at Jiang Yunza. "Jiang Yunza, have you lost your mind? You want me to go to that remote, desolate place? That's Qingshi town. That wretched Lu Qingyao and her children are there. How can she possibly go? Isn't that just asking for revenge? Jiang Yunza actually wants her to get letters? He must be crazy." Jiang Yunza looked sorrowful. "Where? You need to understand my position and consider my reputation. You wouldn't want to be known as a cruel woman or ruin the marriage prospects of our children, would you? After a moment of silence, she replied, I won't go. Chi Kaiwei crossed her arms and pouted as she sat back down. She would rather not go at all. What kind of place was the old Jiang family? She had heard enough reports about it. It was a poor place with nothing to offer. How could a lady from a prestigious family in the capital go to such a place? As for the children, they had their maternal grandfather to look after their futures, so there was no worry about good marriages. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yunzi decided to change his approach. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said softly, Our family is not like those noble families with titles and inheritances. This struck a nerve with Chi Kaiwei. Not having a title was one thing, but her children were still considered illegitimate. She couldn't accept that. She didn't want her children to be looked down upon like she was.
Being a secondary wife.
In the end, she was still a concubine. Unless she became the main wife. Seeing her wavering, Zhang Yunzi added fuel to the fire. Yenner and Pei'er are the same age, and Yenno has already passed the entrance exam. As for Pei'er, it's time to find a great teacher for him to help him succeed in the future. At the mention of Yenner, Chi Kaiwei's expression darkened. That boy, Jiang Zian, had passed the exam at just 7 years old, leaving her Pei'er far behind. How could she not be upset? Zhang Yunzi smiled slightly. Even he, as a father, admired Yenner's talent, yet Chi Kaiwei insisted on comparing Pei'er to him. He naturally hopes that all his children can study under famous teachers and achieve great success. However, among his 3 sons, Pei's talent is surprisingly poor, even worse than Feng's. Unable to enter the gates of the esteemed Master Cui, he can only go to the Donglin Academy. Of course, he would not say this to Chi Kaiwei. He simply said, I heard that the former Master Cui has retired and returned to his hometown, which is Qingshi town in Jiangzhou. You should take Pei to visit him. There was no need for Zhang Yunzi to say more. Chi Kaiwei understood. She never imagined that she would be so easily persuaded by her husband. After thinking for a moment, she replied, All right, I'll go. Morning. Qingshi town. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shine over the small village. The mist swirls around, creating a dreamlike scene. Jiang Miao Miao sits on a grass mat under a peach tree. Wearing a light pink jacket, she looks like a pink peach that has fallen from the tree. The little one holds a teething stick in one hand, occasionally putting it in her mouth and nibbling on it. With the other hand, she pets Jiang Xiaobai. Sometimes she strokes its back, other times its belly. The little wolf cub sprawls out, allowing her to ruffle its fur. Jiang Miao Miao enjoys the soft, smooth feel of the fur. The little wolf cub seems to enjoy it too, half closing its eyes and looking very content. While she is happily petting, the little one looks at her hand. Oh no! It's covered in fur. What a disaster. Jiang Xiaobai is going to be bald. She has only seen hairless cats, never a hairless wolf. A hairless cat looks strange, and a bald wolf would surely look even stranger. The little one panics and prepares to show her mother and brothers, hoping to save the situation. But everyone at home is busy. Some are bathing and changing clothes, while others are orderly packing things. The busiest is her mother, who has tidied herself up and is also helping her 2 older brothers get ready. She occasionally glances at Jiang Miao Miao. Aunt Xiao is bustling around, preparing the 6 gifts for her older brother's apprenticeship. They need to bring dried meat and meat strips as a grand gift to show gratitude to their teacher. Celery represents diligence and eagerness to learn. Lotus seeds symbolize the teacher's hard work and dedication. Red beans signify good fortune. Red dates represent hopes for early success and recognition. Longan symbolizes the completion of efforts. It is no surprise that the older brothers successfully became apprentices. It was not surprising that the second brother was taken in by Mr. Cui, but it was unexpected that the eldest brother was also accepted as a disciple. Mr. Cui said that teaching one person is the same as teaching 2. Fairness is important, so he decided to take them both in. Next was the apprenticeship ceremony, an important day for the family. Everyone was excited and dressed up. Even Jiang Miao Miao was dressed in cute pink attire. She wore a pink lace hat, a light pink jacket, and little pink embroidered shoes, looking adorable from head to toe. Although she didn't like pink, her mother insisted that the outfit was a gift from Grandma Chui, and they should honor her wishes. Reluctantly, she put it on and decided to be a little pink dumpling for the day.
The
little one raised her chubby hands, showing off 2 tufts of wolf fur, calling for attention. Be good, dear. You can't eat wolf fur, her mother said, giving her a gentle look and patting her head. Jiang Miao Miao thought, I wasn't planning to eat it. I'm not that desperate. Aunt Xiao came over and said, Meow Meow, you're brave to pull wolf fur. Jiang Miao Miao thought, is pulling wolf fur really that impressive? Her eldest brother ran over, kissed her cheek, and noticed the fur in her hands.
Wow.
Wolf fur? Meow Meow, pull some more, and I'll make you a brush with it later.
What?
A brush? Jiang Miao Miao thought, oh dear. This wolf is not the same as that wolf. My brother is clueless. Jiang Zian clicked his tongue. Brother, wolf hair is it made from wolf fur? Jiang Zifeng scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, isn't it?
What is it made from then?
The wolf in wolf hair refers to the weasel, and it's made from the tail fur of a yellow weasel.
Oh.
I see now. Jiang Zifeng looked enlightened, which made Jiang Miao Miao giggle. Little Miao Miao blinked her big, curious eyes, staring at her second brother. He leaned closer and said, Don't worry, Meow Meow. Jiang Xiaobai is like you. It needs to change clothes when the weather gets warm. It's fine and won't go bald or get sick. Jiang Miao Miao found this explanation reasonable. Her second brother was indeed very smart. Then he gently blew on the fur, and it flew away. Jiang Miao Miao fell into her mother's arms, who looked especially lovely today. She wore light makeup and had a subtle fragrance. The whole family left, leaving Jiang Xiaobai the wolf to guard the house. Jiang Miao Miao thought about the Chui family's big house. It doesn't seem very big, just a 3-entry courtyard, next to the county magistrate's residence. There are bamboo and vegetable gardens in front and behind the house. The saying better to eat without meat than to live without bamboo describes Mr. Chui well. In the Chui family's hall, the dignified old man with a white beard sits in the main seat, with his wife beside him. She is a kind-looking elderly lady. Although her face shows the marks of time, it cannot hide her graceful beauty. She must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. At this moment, the elderly lady is smiling warmly, looking gently at Jiang Miao Miao. Since the little girl entered the room, Grandma Chui's gaze has not left her. Come here, my dear, let Grandma give you a hug. The elderly lady reaches out her hands. Jiang Miao Miao also smiles and stretches out her hands to be held. After all, this lady is a noblewoman granted the title by the emperor and is also the teacher of her brothers. She must get close. Then everyone saw the little girl give Grandma a kiss on the cheek, leaving a bit of drool. The old servant behind Grandma Chui looked shocked and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. The serious-looking old man, with the white beard, then smiled slightly. Lu Qingyao chuckled awkwardly and reached to take the little girl back, saying, My little girl is a bit mischievous. Sorry for the trouble. Grandma Chui had no intention of giving the girl back. She also kissed Jiang Miao Miao's face a couple of times, laughing, it's all in good fun. Then she took out a piece of white jade and placed it in the little girl's hand, saying, Little Meow Meow, this is a gift from Grandma to you. Take good care of it and don't drop it. The jade pendant is engraved with the character for Chui. Jiang Miao Miao thought it might be some special pass and decided to keep it safe. These antique jade items are quite valuable. She quickly tightened her little fist. Unfortunately, her fist was too small and the jade pendant was too big, making it hard for her to hold. Lu Qingyao quickly took it, worried that the pendant might fall and get damaged. Madam, this could confuse the generations. The little one should call you teacher, like her brothers, Mr. Chui reminded. Grandma Chui rubbed her forehead. Look at me, getting older and forgetting things. Little Meow Meow should call me teacher. Yaya. The little girl seemed to respond with a few sounds. Everyone laughed, and Grandma Chui laughed even more. See, Little Meow Meow called me. But after a while, she seemed to become sad again. If only my little grandson were here, He would be the same age as Meow Meow, and they would surely play together. Jiang Meow Meow.
Oh.
Does the old lady want to find a little companion for her? Seeing his partner's sadness, Mr. Chui gently took her hand in front of everyone and said, "It's fine. When they grow up, we can have them come back." Jiang Meow Meow fell back into Mr.
Cuiese in brace.
Although this kind old man smiled warmly at her, she still felt a bit shy. The authority he held made her a little scared. She nestled in the old lady's arms like a soft little kitten. Her mother said that this old gentleman is a respected elder, a teacher to both the late emperor and the current one. He also taught the current crown prince for several years. Since he is now older, he has stepped back to let his students take over. That means her brothers are from the same school as the current emperor, crown prince, and respected teachers. They might even be a generation above the crown prince. As their sister, Jiang Meow Meow feels proud. Thinking of this made her a bit excited. The little girl couldn't help but dance around. She even touched the tiger's whiskers. A teacher. To pass on knowledge and resolve doubts. Confucius said, "I have never refused to teach anyone who is willing to learn." Mr. Chui follows this principle. He and Mrs. Chui sat in their rightful places, accepting the 3 bows of respect from brothers Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian. After the ceremony, they presented gifts of 6 items: celery, lotus seeds, red beans, red dates, longan, and dried meat strips. After accepting the gifts, Mr. Chui gave each of them a return gift: a copy of the Analects, a green onion, and a stalk of celery. They skipped the rest of the formalities. Therefore, Jiang Meow Meow felt that Mr. Chui, while appearing serious, was not a stubborn old scholar at heart. Although Mr. Chui did not accept gold or silver gifts, it did not stop her mother from expressing her gratitude in her own way. Her mother had tasted countless delicacies and had a unique appreciation for food. Though she wasn't skilled in cooking, she had a talent for tasting. This must be one of the essential abilities of ladies from prominent families. Even those who do not cook, like her mother, have their own refined tastes. Her mother could eat well, but didn't cook much, while Aunt Xiaoxiao made up for her shortcomings. With her mother's guidance and Aunt Xiaoxiao's cooking skills, along with their own cured meats, wild chicken, goat milk, dried bamboo shoots, and fresh bamboo shoots, they prepared a large feast. To thank Mr. Chui for teaching her 2 brothers. Mr. Chui was very pleased. "I admire the character and talents of my old friend's daughter." In the days that followed, the brothers Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian would come to the Chui residence every other day to study for 3 days, while spending the remaining 2 days reviewing the assignments given by their teacher. Jiang Meow Meow and her mother also became regular visitors at the Chui residence. Whether it was Lu Qingao bringing some wild game snacks or pastries for the elders, or Grandma Chui wanting to see Jiang Meow Meow, the little girl held a special place in their hearts, almost surpassing their little grandson, who lived far away. When the little girl saw her grandparents, she would first give each of them a kiss and then giggle, making them burst into laughter. It was a joyful scene of family happiness. At the beginning of class, the second brother often received praise from Mr. Chui for his studies, while the eldest brother could only hear Mr. Chui sigh, "Fenger, take care of yourself." This was because the eldest brother often dozed off in class. After being scolded and made to stand by his mother, he felt deeply ashamed. He wondered how he could be so lucky to have Mr. Chui as his teacher and yet fall asleep in class.
It was so embarrassing.
He felt he had let down his teacher, his mother, his sister, his brother, and his grandparents. So, he made a decision to study hard like the wise scholars of old. Thus, a scene unfolded in class. The 3 boys sat side by side, with one of them tying his hair to a beam with a rope. Mr. Chui was fully focused on teaching, while Jiang Zian and Sun Yenshu listened attentively. However, Jiang Zifeng continued to listen while dozing off. "Ouch, that hurts." As soon as he dozed off, his hair was pulled, causing him to cry out in pain. With this, Jiang Zian and Sun Yenshu lost focus, and even Mr. Chui couldn't concentrate anymore as all attention turned to Jiang Zifeng. Jiang Meow Meow began to worry about her brother, fearing that if this continued, he might end up bald. Would he become a bald scholar or a bald general in the future?
Oh.
Jiang Miao shivered at the thought, finding it hard to look at. Jiang Zian felt nervous for his brother. He had never experienced the struggle of staying awake in class. He was always eager to learn from the teacher, with no time to doze off. Sun Yenshu could hardly believe his eyes and laughed out loud, amazed that someone could even fall asleep while hanging like that. Mr. Cui was caught in self-doubt. He stroked his beard, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at Jiang Zifeng. He had many students and was respected everywhere, even by the unruly princes and nobles, none of whom he couldn't handle. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Jiang Zifeng, who was so dedicated that he was practically hanging on the beams in class. How could he still be sleeping at a time like this? The surprising part was that the child didn't mean to be this way. Even while struggling, he could still sleep. He truly was a remarkable talent. Mr. Cui was both amused and frustrated, feeling that his reputation might be ruined by this boy. So, Mr. Cui decided to adjust Jiang Zifeng's studies and teach him according to his abilities. There is always something to learn from others. The old teacher focused on teaching him military strategies such as the art of war, the Ghost Valley Master, and the 6 strategies. He assigned his most capable guard, Chen Qian, to be his martial arts teacher. As a result, Jiang Zifeng made rapid progress. Jiang Miao could see her brother going from climbing over walls to running across rooftops. She also saw him in the yard, shaking his head and reciting. Sun Tzu said, "Treating a large group is like treating a small one. It's about division." Meanwhile, Jiang Zian mastered many subjects, including poetry, history, governance, military strategy, and more. He truly benefited from Mr. Cui's teachings. As for Jiang Miao, she was still just playing around. However, she was making progress. Time flew by, and she learned to crawl. In less than 8 months, little Miao was crawling around. After all, the infant stage felt long and challenging, so she needed to improve quickly. Besides eating, sleeping, and diaper changes, she practiced crawling. She aimed to master the basic skills of humans as soon as possible. From crawling to standing, then to walking upright, she wanted to become wise. This is the pattern of human evolution. Lu Qingyao noticed that her daughter was unusually clean, as she only crawled on a mat and not on the floor. She had to enlarge the mat again. Little Miao crawled back and forth, sometimes rolling over, playing with her toes, and gazing up at the blue sky in wonder. Could a little child feel worried? Naturally, infants do not, but Jiang Miao did, because her brother said an unexpected guest had arrived in Qingshi town. Chirp, 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 cicadas emerged from the ground and climbed up the trees. With the first sound of cicadas, Jiang Miao welcomed her first summer. Under the lush peach tree, a large mat was spread out. On the grass mat sat a little baby, looking like a porcelain doll, with sparse hair tied up with a red string. Dressed in a bright green floral outfit, the baby showed off her soft, pale hands and feet as she crawled around on the mat. She crawled to the edge, then turned around and crawled back, continuing to move back and forth, as if she had drawn a boundary for herself. Her mother and Aunt Xiao were picking melons under the melon shed, occasionally glancing over at Jiang Miao. When they saw the baby, they smiled. There was no need to worry about her crawling around or getting her clothes dirty. Xiao chuckled. What a worry-free child. Yes, this little one is much easier to care for than those 2 boys, Lu Qingyao said with a smile. Then she turned back to picking fruits. Around the Qingming festival, they planted melons and beans. In the hot summer, the melons ripened. They had cleared a patch in the yard in spring to grow some fruits and vegetables. With the nourishment of sunshine and rain, the fruits were growing well. Now, the first batch of ripe winter melons, gourds, and sweet melons was ready to be picked. Lu Qingyao planned to take these fresh fruits and vegetables to the Cui family as a token of appreciation, while also sending the Jiang brothers off to school. She picked up the little baby, who was happily crawling on the grass mat, and tossed a meat bone into the bowl for Jiang Xiaobai. Just as she was about to head out, the little white wolf, who had been half asleep, suddenly opened its eyes, sparkling with excitement, and came forward to gnaw on the bone. Jiang Miao Miao grinned, showing her 2 white front teeth. With meat to eat, Jiang Xiaobai wouldn't compete with her for food anymore. She felt that the little wolf was growing faster than her. It was already weaned and becoming a young wolf. The little wolf wanted to eat meat, but without the big wolf to teach it how to hunt, it could only eat what was available. Jiang Miao Miao tried to raise it as a vegetarian wolf, but that didn't work out. However, the whole family was surprised that Jiang Xiaobai was actually bringing in food on its own. Early in the morning, when her mother opened the yard door, she saw 2 rabbits at the entrance. The rabbits were still alive. Every few days, some prey would appear at Jiang Miao Miao's doorstep. Sometimes it was rabbits, sometimes wild chickens, and sometimes foxes. This meant little Miao Miao had more beautiful fur blankets. Lu Qingyao strapped her daughter to her back and, along with Xiu Xiu, loaded a basket of fruits and fresh bamboo shoots onto the ox cart. The best growing season for spring bamboo shoots is from February to May, after which they are no longer tender. So they decided to take some to the Chui family. Mr. Chui is a typical scholar who loves bamboo and even more enjoys eating bamboo shoots. This might be the reason he left the bustling Jiangzhou and chose to live in the quiet Qingshi town. Even in his secluded life, people still travel great distances to see him. While Jiang Miao Miao's family drove their cart to the Chui residence, others had already arrived before them. Qi Kaiwei got off the cart with her son and daughter. Her daughter, Jiang Zijin, and her son, Jiang Zipei, are twins, and little Jiang Zian is just a few months old. Originally, she didn't want to bring her daughter to this remote place, but leaving her with her mother-in-law made her even more uneasy. That old woman is sharp-tongued and mean. Even after many years of being a noblewoman in the capital, she still carries herself like someone from a poor background. She is stingy and unkind. Who knows what kind of influence she would have on her daughter? The 3 of them stood by the cart, hesitant to move forward, surrounded by their servants. Meigu, are you sure you have the right place? Is this really the residence of Master Chui? Qi Kaiwei asked, frowning in disbelief as she looked at the Chui residence's entrance. The small courtyard, with its gray tiles and green bamboo, looked less impressive than the neighboring Su residence. How could a respected teacher of the empire live in such a shabby place? The old servant Meigu stepped forward and said, "Madam, according to what the family had found out, Master Chui really does live here. It can't be wrong." She was worried that the trip would be in vain, so she had asked a few more people to confirm. They all said that Master Chui's residence was the most unremarkable in the area, located next to the county magistrate Su Heng's house. Moreover, they had delivered visiting cards several times in the past few days, and the doorman had not said it was not the Chui residence. Qi Kaiwei looked displeased. Then why have we not been able to deliver our visiting cards after several attempts? She was worried that the old master would look down on her as a commoner, so she had specially asked her father's legitimate wife for 2 visiting cards. She thought that no matter how proud he was, he would at least give her father some respect. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't give them any face and even returned her father's visiting card. So, she had no choice but to come personally with her mother-in-law's card. "Madam, let me try again. If we can't see Master Chui, we should at least be able to meet Lady Chui," Meigu said confidently as she stepped forward. She knocked on the door of the Chui residence, and a strong middle-aged man answered. "Who are you looking for?" Meigu felt he was unfamiliar, not the doorman she had seen when delivering the visiting cards a few days ago. But thinking that a different person might be easier to deal with, she took out a silver ingot and slipped it into his hand. "Young man, I am the family member of Lord Qi, the Minister of Rights in the capital. I wish to see Lady Chui." Before Meigu could present the visiting card, the man coldly replied, "I don't know you. You've got the wrong person." With that, he slammed the door shut. Meigu stood there, holding a silver ingot, stunned. How could this man be so rude and disrespectful? Behind her, Qi Saiwei's impatient voice came. "Meigu, what's going on?" Meigu lowered her head and returned, whispering, "Madam, that man said we have the wrong person and wouldn't let us in. Useless." Qi Kaiwei cursed, Did you hand over the visiting card?
No.
Did you give him any money? I did, but he refused it. Chi Tsaiwei's anger flared. Let's go. I'll go with you. Give the doorman 5 more taels of silver. I refuse to believe we can't get through this door. Then, Chi Kaiwei stepped forward and knocked on the Chui residence's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, revealing the same middle-aged man. With a stern face, he shouted, "What are you knocking for? Are you in a hurry to go somewhere?" Chi Kaiwei, disregarding any etiquette, had Meigu hold the door and said to him, "How dare you? Do you know who I am? How can you be so disrespectful?" After that, she signaled her maid to give him some silver. The man glanced at them, looking displeased at the sight of the money. "I don't care who you are. I told you. Master Chui does not see visitors. Didn't you hear me?
How dare you?"
Chi Tsaiwei's face turned red with anger. At her age, she had never faced such humiliation. How could a servant insult her? Several maids, following her command, held onto the door and refused to let go. Chi Kaiwei raised her brow. "You insolent servant, I must go in today." With her experience in managing the household, she knew that no matter how high the status, there would always be some troublesome servants. This doorman must be deliberately making things difficult for them. Oh no! With cries of distress, one maid after another was thrown out of the Chui residence. Passers-by had grown accustomed to this scene. Countless people had been thrown out of this courtyard before. However, it was the first time someone had come to cause a scene and not been taken to the authorities. Being thrown out was considered mild. Chi Kaiwei was terrified, her face pale, as she fell to the ground, looking defeated.
For a moment, she felt lost.
What was the purpose of coming all this way? Was it just to endure this humiliation? She was unwilling to accept it. Jiang Zipei wiped her tears and said, "Mother, let's go back. I don't want to be an apprentice anymore." "Mother, brother is right. Let's not be apprentices. Let's go to Donglin Academy instead. It's a good place too." Jiang Zijing also urged her mother. At that moment, a bullock cart drove around the corner near the Chui residence. Everything happening at the Chui residence was visible to them. "Mother, isn't that Qi Xiaonyang and our 3rd sister and 4th brother? Should we go over?" Jiang Zian asked, pointing at the people by the Chui residence. Actually, he had seen Aunt Mei a few days ago. Aunt Mei was Chi Tsaiwei's maid and was always by her side. Chi Kaiwei was the only concubine of their father. Since he was born, this woman had been in the household and had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, the same age as him. The son was named Jiang Zipei, and the daughter was named Jiang Zijing. They were quite favored by their father and grandmother. Originally, this woman and their mother kept to their own courtyards, not interfering with each other, but after their maternal grandfather's family fell from grace, she tried every means to get rid of their mother. She even poisoned her own son and framed their mother for it. Together with their grandmother, she accused their mother of being an unfilial mother-in-law, disrespecting elders, and harming the legitimate children. With evidence against her, their mother had no way to defend herself. Their mother had to endure humiliation and agreed to be exiled to Qingshe Town on the condition that she could take all her children with her. This outcome pleased Aunt Qi more than anyone else. Their father agreed after much persuasion from her. Misfortune can lead to fortune, and fortune can hide misfortune, their mother said. Qingshe Town is not far from Yenzhou, making it easy to communicate with their grandparents. Qingshe Town has renowned scholars that many seek but cannot meet. So, they came to Qingshe Town and settled in Taoshi village. But why did this wicked woman follow them? Jiang Zian felt a chill in his heart. Lu Qingyao was not surprised by Chi Tsaiwei's arrival. Jiang Yunjia was the type who would prioritize his own safety in difficult situations. And Chi Kaiwei loved to compete with her, whether it was family background, looks, or the success of their children, always trying to overshadow the legitimate wife. She probably came this time because Jiang Yunjia tricked her into it. What a narrow path for enemies. Her appearance at the entrance was likely to have come for Jiang Zipei's apprenticeship. "Xiao Xiao, let's go our own way and ignore her. Lu Qingyao said with a serious expression. Qi Kaiwei was being helped back by her children, glancing back at the Chui residence, giving up on the idea of seeking an apprenticeship. Chui Taifu would not give her husband and father any face, and she had no way out. After all, even princes and grandsons had to show him some respect. Though she felt unwilling, she never thought of clinging on stubbornly. She lifted the curtain of the carriage, ready to get in. Aunt May, let's leave here immediately and go to Jiangzhou. I don't want to stay here for another moment. What happened earlier was so embarrassing. Fortunately, it was far from the capital, and no one knew who she was. The shame wouldn't reach the capital. But the next moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. A bullock cart was approaching from behind. On it sat Lu Qingyao, Zhang Zifeng, and Zhang Zian. Qi Caiwei's face turned bright red. Aunt May, how could Lu Qingyao be here? How long have they been here? Did they see everything that just happened? Madam, Aunt May didn't know how to respond. Who could have imagined such a coincidence? Xiao didn't know Qi Kaiwei and her daughter and drove the bullock cart straight towards the Chui residence. They brushed past Qi Kaiwei and finally stopped under the locust tree at the entrance, tying the reins to the tree. Lu Qingyao and Zhang Zifeng ignored them completely, which made Qi Kaiwei very angry. She led a group of servants to stand in front of Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao, without makeup and wearing a simple blue cloth dress, looked just like a rural woman. The two little boys, dressed in plain clothes, looked no different from village children. Seeing them in such a shabby state, Qi Caiwei's mood instantly improved. She looked at Lu Qingyao with mockery. Sister, it's been a while. How have you and the children been? My husband and I have missed you so much. Lu Qingyao jumped down from the bullock cart with Zhang Miao and then turned her gaze to Qi Kaiwei. She replied calmly, thanks to you. We are doing well. Xiao immediately became alert, standing protectively in front of Lu Qingyao and Miao. Although Zhang Miao couldn't read her mother's expression, she could clearly feel her mother's rapid breathing. The person who could cause such a reaction in her mother must be that other wife. Zhang Miao rolled her eyes, examining the woman in front of her. She looked about the same age as her mother, with fair skin and a delicate face, exuding a certain softness typical of women from Jiangnan. She appeared fragile and graceful. Her looks were comparable to her mother's, but her demeanor was completely different. Then she glanced at the siblings beside her, who bore some resemblance to each other. The sister was beautiful, dressed in a light yellow embroidered dress that made her look elegant and refined, even at a young age, with an extraordinary presence, like a pure lotus flower. The little boy standing next to her paled in comparison. She looked quite good, but seemed a bit foolish, tugging at her mother's sleeve and shrinking back timidly. Qi Kaiwei disliked Lu Qingyao the most for pretending to be calm while secretly hating her. She took a few steps back, startled by Xiao's appearance. Glancing at the baskets of fruits on the ox cart, she showed clear disdain. She mocked, "Are you really planning to bring these fruits as a gift to your teacher? That's rather shabby and disrespectful to Master Cui. If you can't come up with a proper gift, you can ask me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll give you a few fruits." After saying this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Qingyao also laughed. A small gift carries great sentiment. I wonder what precious treasures Aunt Qi has brought. Has Master Cui accepted your gift or taken your son as a student? Qi Caiwei's expression changed, as if someone had stepped on her tail. Lu Qingyao, you're just a discarded woman now. What are you so arrogant about? Just look at the worthless things you brought. If Master Cui were to even look at them, I would wash my hands of everything and serve you.
Yay!
Zhang Miao clapped her little hands. I'm waiting for you to make soup for my mother. All right, Aunt Qi, you must keep your word. I'm waiting for you to make soup for me. Lu Qingyao was not angry and calmly said this before turning to her son. Yenner, go knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Zian walked confidently to the gate of the Cui residence. He picked up the door knocker and knocked 3 times, waiting for a response. When no one answered, he paused for a moment and knocked 3 more times. This continued in a cycle. Jiang Miao Miao watched her older brother curiously, feeling that his knocking was both solemn and graceful. As expected, their mother began to explain. Dear, when we visit a teacher, we should have an appointment first, and we must be polite as guests. Knock 3 times, not too fast or too slow, and don't use the back of your hand or slap with your palm. Do you understand?
Yay.
Jiang Miao Miao nodded her little head in response. Lu Qingyao kissed her daughter on the forehead. Miao Miao is so good. She couldn't help but praise her. Their mother's teachings were practical and started from a young age. She truly embodied teaching by example. But while she spoke without intention, Qi Kaiwei listened with a sharp mind. Lu Qingyao was clearly implying that she didn't understand etiquette, even less than a child. Let's see how Lu Qingyao would knock on Master Chui's door.
Sister, you should take the child back.
Your status is different now. You are both a sinner and a wronged woman. How could old Master Chui possibly see you? Qi Kaiwei finished speaking with a smug smile, then disdainfully glanced at the fruits on the cart. But since your husband hasn't divorced you yet, you are still a Jiang family woman. Dressed like this and bringing such a meager gift. Aren't you just embarrassing our husband? Suddenly, before Qi Kaiwei could finish her sentence, she stumbled and nearly fell. A red handprint appeared on her pale cheek. She felt a figure flash past her like the wind, and then she was slapped twice, her face burning with pain. But she couldn't see who it was. Aunt May, shocked, covered her mouth and after a moment pointed at Xiaoxiao. How dare you, you lowly servant, hit the lady? She hadn't seen clearly, but judging by the clothing, it was that square-faced woman.
Lady?
She's just a concubine, and she dares to call herself a lady and speak so boldly in front of the rightful wife. Slapping her twice is too lenient. Xiaoxiao completely disregarded them. If it weren't for some concerns, the old servant shouting at her would have faced dire consequences. But now she realized she might have been too reckless. She had never told her sister that she could fight. Would her sister suspect her? However, when she glanced at her sister, she found her just smiling, with no hint of surprise in her eyes. A shock ran through her. Did her sister know? Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian looked at Aunt Xiaoxiao with admiration. She was usually so unassuming, yet she was quite skilled. Jiang Zifeng felt secretly pleased, excited to have another master. Jiang Miao Miao stared wide-eyed at Aunt Xiaoxiao. What an amazing aunt! Such speed, such skill. The baby couldn't react as quickly as the adults. Aunt Xiaoxiao's movements were so fast that she didn't see anything clearly. But with her clever little mind, she guessed that the handprint on Qi Kaiwei's face was Aunt Xiaoxiao's doing. Lu Qingyao smiled and gently touched her little daughter's cute face. When she looked at Qi Kaiwei, her smile vanished, and her tone carried a warning. Qi Kaiwei, don't think that because you took advantage of me once, you can do it again. There won't be another chance. If you speak recklessly again, it won't just be a handprint on your face. Qi Kaiwei was stunned, covering her swollen cheek, her body trembling with anger, unable to say a word for a long time. Jiang Zipei was already scared and hiding behind Aunt May. Jiang Zijing, with red eyes, tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, let's go back.
I'm scared.
Everything was in chaos. Why was it different from the last life? In the last life, Jiang Zifeng's family had all perished in the snowy mountains. They all died. Even the little baby in her arms had died. Both sides suffered, and the assassins were buried in the snow, leaving no trace behind. Later, when her father sent someone to investigate, the snow was too deep to find even bones. So there was no way to pursue it. In this life, Jiang Zifeng's family was still alive. What was worse, she and her brother, along with their mother, had inexplicably been sent to this strange place. And, to make matters worse, they had come to pay their respects together. This feeling was very unpleasant. She just wanted to leave this place quickly. However, her mother remained stubborn, looking unwilling. Why leave? I want to see how Lu Qingyao enters the store today. As soon as she finished speaking, the gate of the Chui residence creaked open. A middle-aged man stepped out. He scanned the crowd. Chi Kaiwei and her son, along with the servants she brought, shrank back, fearing the man would bring them trouble. They looked at Lu Qingyao with a gloating expression. Then Jiang Zian and Jiang Zifeng bowed to him and called out, "Uncle Qian." Go ahead. The teacher is waiting for you in the study," the middle-aged man said, stepping aside to let them in. Chi Tsaiwei's face turned red as she clenched her teeth. She watched helplessly as the two brothers entered the Chui residence effortlessly. The same fierce man allowed them in. How could this be?
Why?
Before she could react, the man led two young servants, smiling warmly as he approached Lu Qingyao. The young servant took the reins from the square-faced woman's hand and led the cart filled with fruits to the back door of the Chui residence. The little baby in Lu Qingyao's arms reached out to the man. Then the man took the baby from her hands and lifted him above his head, placing him on his shoulders. The baby immediately burst into laughter. For some reason, in that moment, Chi Kaiwei felt as if the baby was laughing at her. And it felt like mockery. She steadied herself and saw Lu Qingyao and the square-faced woman following the man toward the Chui family's main gate. The baby's laughter echoed in her ears. Originally frowning, Chi Kaiwei revealed a sly smile. She seemed to have discovered something serious. Without thinking, she ran over and grabbed Lu Qingyao. "Sister, how can you betray your husband? How can you flirt with other men when your husband is not around?" The man holding a small child stood there in shock. Lu Qingyao was taken aback for a moment and then pushed her away, saying, "What are you talking about?" Chi Kaiwei stepped back a few paces, lost her balance, and fell to the ground, looking at Lu Qingyao with an awkward smile. She pointed at the servants behind her. "Am I lying? Everyone can see clearly." Lu Qingyao recognized these servants well. Most were brought by Chi Kaiwei from her family, and a few were from the Jiang family. Since she entered as a secondary wife, she had many attendants and belongings. Almost all of them were her trusted aides. At the gate of the Chui residence, a crowd had gathered. People were pointing and whispering. Even the county magistrate's wife next door was alarmed because a beautifully dressed woman was making loud accusations. "Everyone, come and see. This woman has harmed her husband's illegitimate son, disrespected her mother-in-law, and even flirts with other men behind her husband's back." The crowd was stunned. Qingstone Town had a small population, and outsiders could easily be recognized. Of course, everyone knew the prominent figures in town. Even if they had never seen Lu Qingyao, they were familiar with her servants. In this town, even those who didn't recognize Lu Qingyao knew Lord Chen Qian, who had a fierce wife. This bold woman was the first to cause a scene at the Chui residence. Lord Chen Qian, with a child on his neck, looked furious as he glared at Chi Kaiwei. If he had his hands free, he would have thrown her far away. Xiao Xiao was about to step forward when Lu Qingyao pulled her back, saying, "Sister, please calm down." Jiang Miao Miao stared in shock at the woman being helped up by a servant. She almost drooled on her uncle's head and quickly closed her mouth. This woman frightened her. Was she out of her mind? Suddenly, a striking woman burst out of the Chui residence, carrying a bucket of something, and poured it over Chi Kaiwei and her companions. A bucket of foul-smelling golden liquid. How disgusting.
Run.
The crowd quickly covered their noses and stepped back, fearing they would get splashed. Jiang Miao Miao hurriedly covered her little nose with her chubby hands. Chi Kaiwei was caught off guard by the golden liquid. Some of it splashed into her mouth, and she couldn't stop gagging. She felt like she was going to throw up everything inside her. There was disgust, anger, shame, embarrassment, and a sense of injustice. All these emotions overwhelmed her, and she sat on the ground crying uncontrollably. She felt like she didn't want to live anymore. Throughout her life, even when she faced difficulties from her stepmother and stepsister, she had never felt as humiliated as she did today. Many servants also got splashed with the golden liquid. Though they felt ashamed and angry, they could only stand by and cry with their mistress. "Why are you crying? Stop wailing. Go home and cry," Mrs. Chen shouted, holding back her disgust as she stepped forward. "You bully! How dare you insult my mother? I will report you. Jiang Zijing broke free from the servant's arms and ran over. Mrs. Chen raised her eyebrows in surprise. Who is this little girl, daring to shout in front of me? Who allowed you to make a scene here? Jiang Zijing glared at Mrs. Chen with red eyes, speechless. Her mother had acted foolishly and caused a scene at the Chui family's door. She regretted not stopping her in time. Mrs. Chen scanned the crowd and called out to Qi Kaiwei, I'm not afraid of you reporting me. The officials are right next door. Go ahead. You are Qi Xiaonyang, the concubine of Jiang Yunze, the deputy minister, and the illegitimate daughter of the minister Qi, right? Qi Kaiwei didn't expect this fierce woman to expose her identity in front of so many people. It was over. Her reputation was ruined. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. The onlookers murmured in surprise. She was from an official family, and her father was a minister. How could Mrs. Chen act so boldly? She must have someone backing her up.
Who are you?
What does this have to do with you? Worried about her daughter, Qi Kaiwei quickly got up from the ground and had a servant bring her a cloak to cover herself. Standing protectively in front of her daughter, she questioned Mrs. Chen. Who are you? I have no grievances with you, so why treat me this way? She wanted to remember these people's names. She would repay today's humiliation and make sure they faced consequences. My husband is that man, and that lady is a guest invited by my master. So, who do you think I am? Mrs. Chen initially didn't want to argue with her. But with so many people watching, she feared they might think her family was bullying others and tarnishing their reputation. That's why she felt the need to clarify the situation. I should tell you that my surname is Qin, and my husband's surname is Chen. You speak carelessly and spread rumors, trying to tarnish my husband and Lady Lu's reputation. Do you think I will let you off the hook? As a daughter of a high-ranking official, didn't your mother teach you that ruining someone's reputation is as serious as taking a life?
Oh.
By the way, your father favored his concubine over your mother, so your dignified and virtuous mother probably didn't have the chance to teach you. Upon hearing this, not only did Qi Kaiwei and her mother turn pale and unsteady, but they were also left defenseless. Even Lu Qingyao was surprised that this Lady Qin knew so much about the Qi family. She realized how powerful Lady Qin was, truly someone close to old Lady Chui. Qi Kaiwei collapsed into Aunt May's arms. She had originally planned to report them to the county office, but now her reasoning had vanished. Moreover, this woman had exposed all her secrets. What a formidable woman! Jiang Zijing felt frustrated with her mother for being so reckless and impulsive. This was a huge embarrassment. Not only did she lose face, but she also brought shame to her father and maternal grandfather. If they found out, who knows how angry they would be. It was unbearable to face anyone now, sob. Mother, please, let's go back and stop embarrassing ourselves here. The siblings urged their mother, but they couldn't bring themselves to touch her. It was too disgusting. Seeing her mother trembling and nearly speechless, Jiang Zijing didn't care whether her mother wanted to leave or not. She directly ordered the old servant, Aunt May, why are you still standing there? Help my mother onto the carriage. Aunt May, feeling uncertain, quickly listened to her young mistress and had Qi Kaiwei carried onto the carriage. They fled in a hurry. The crowd dispersed. Lu Qingyao then approached Lady Chen to express her gratitude. Sister Qin, I'm so sorry for the trouble this has caused you and Brother Chen today. I don't know how to thank you. Lady Lu, there's no need to thank me. You are a distinguished guest of the Chui family. How could I let you suffer? Let's hurry inside. Old Lady Chui is waiting for you and Miss Wu. As Lady Qin spoke, she reached out to pick up Jiang Miao Miao, saying, Miss Wu, let me carry you to eat some delicious food, okay?
Yay!
Jiang Miao Miao stretched out her little hands to be held. The once intimidating Aunt Qin now seemed radiant. How impressive!
How satisfying!
Why hadn't her mother met someone like this in the capital? They passed through the flower gate and the covered walkway, finally arriving at old Lady Chui's room. They could faintly hear the sound of students reading aloud from the front. Mrs. Chui was dozing in a chaise lounge under a tree when she saw Jiang Miao Miao arrive, and she immediately perked up. She hugged her and gave her a kiss before chatting with her mother. She then called Aunt Jean over and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Although her voice was soft, Jiang Miao Miao heard everything clearly. Send someone to report everything that happened at the gate today to the Qi family and Jiang Yunza. Qingstone Town. Behind the county office, a new Jiang residence appeared. It had been bought a month ago, and only now had people moved in. It was said that the new resident was a concubine of a high-ranking official from the capital. There was no housewarming celebration, and no one came to congratulate them. They moved in quietly. The moving day was quite a spectacle. From the master to the servants, everyone looked damp and disheveled, as if they had just crawled out of a muddy pit. Chi Kaiwei curled up in bed, shivering with anger and frustration. She had bathed countless times, and her fair skin was red from scrubbing, yet she could still smell a faint odor. "Madam, I will go fetch the doctor to check on you," Aunt May said, seeing her tremble. It was clear that her mistress was not cold, but rather frightened. "Don't go." Chi Tsaiwei's voice trembled. Even though it was the height of summer, she felt cold and shivery. After drinking a large bowl of ginger soup, she began to feel better, but still clutched the blanket tightly, her fingers turning pale from the grip. She was unwilling to accept it and couldn't understand. How could Lu Qingyao, now a discarded woman and a criminal, still act so arrogantly? How could she enter the Cui family's door? She was frustrated. "Aunt May, have you found out who those two people were today, and why they were so bold? Could it be that those two servants were bribed by Lu Qingyao? Or perhaps the servants were acting on their own, and the old master and madam had no idea she had been to the Cui residence, and the servants hadn't reported it?" But when she heard Aunt May's answer, her heart sank. "Madam, I asked the neighbors. That man is the personal bodyguard of Master Cui, and the woman is someone from Old Lady Cui's household. Whenever the elderly couple goes out, they are always accompanied by that couple." Chi Kaiwei felt a heavy weight in her heart. Without even putting on her shoes, she got out of bed to prepare her things. "Aunt May, hurry and pack our bags. We need to leave Qingstone Town early tomorrow, before dawn." She had lost face in Qingstone Town, and it was impossible to see Master Cui again. She had to leave here quickly. "Madam, what should we do with this house? Are we selling it?" Mei Gu hurriedly picked up her shoes and chased after her. She rarely saw her young ladies so flustered. This humiliation had a big impact on her. Although the young lady was born out of wedlock, she was raised in the palm of the family head's hand. She had never encountered such a situation. Chi Kaiwei stood her ground. "Why sell the house? This is my husband's house, the Jiang family's house. I want everyone in Qingshi Town to know that anyone can live in the Jiang family's house, except for Lu Qingyao, the legitimate wife. This house was originally bought for her son. The idea was for Cui Taifu to take Pear and stay in Qingshi Town, so they needed a place to live and servants to help. After this commotion, there was no need to stay anymore. As for the house, it was worth about 100 taels, but if it could embarrass Lu Qingyao, she felt it was worth the money. 100 taels was just enough for her to buy a nice set of clothing. For Lu Qingyao now, it might take her several years to earn that. Thinking of how poor and pitiful she looked today, her mood instantly brightened. So she changed her mind. "Let's not leave tomorrow. Let's go to Taoshi village." Mei Gu shivered. It would be enough to send someone with the silver. Why did they have to make the trip themselves? Jiang Zijing was unhappy. Her bundle hadn't even been opened. She had no intention of staying here longer. "Mother, if we're not going to Taoshi village, let's go back to the capital. If not the capital, we can go to Jiangzhou. Why must we endure this humiliation here?" Jiang Zipei agreed. "Yes, mother. I don't want to apprentice or study here. Let's go back. It's dirty and smelly here." Chi Kaiwei glared at the siblings. "What do you two know? Do you know why your father was impeached and reprimanded by the emperor? Because he allowed his concubine to harm his sons. That is, he let you harm your older brother and second brother." Jiang Zipei blurted out. Then she quickly received a light smack on her forehead from her mother. Jiang Zijing sighed. Wasn't it obvious? The memorial to the emperor clearly stated it. Her mother was trying to trick the children again. But she could only fool her younger brother. Pear, what nonsense are you talking about?
Who told you that?
Chi Kaiwei looked at her silly son in disbelief. Jiang Zipei awkwardly replied, "Grandmother said so." Chi Kaiwei felt a surge of anger. That old woman had led her child astray. Your grandmother is wrong. She took your father's money meant for your uncle and even had him beaten, which caused your father to be impeached. It was all her fault. She had learned this by eavesdropping on Jiang Yunze and his mother's conversation. Her mother-in-law was just a simple village woman with little knowledge. Harming her own son, being impeached, and gaining a reputation for being ungrateful, all while being completely unaware. Foolish village woman. Jiang Zipei was shocked. Wasn't her father her grandmother's biological son? How could he harm him? He scratched his head, unable to understand. Jiang Zijing's lips twitched. She was also tired of her grandmother's attitude. But in her past life, her father was never impeached. After Lu Qingyao and her older brothers died, her mother became the legitimate wife and the true matriarch of the Jiang family. Her father, after her grandfather retired, was recommended by him and became the Minister of Rights. And she herself quickly became the eldest daughter of the minister's household. Then she became a companion to the princess. Later, she entered the Eastern Palace, met the crown prince, and became his wife. Naturally, she became the empress. Everything went smoothly. But this time, everything had changed. Nothing was following the original path. This cannot be. She must return to the capital. She has to go back. Mother, don't get involved in what grandmother has done. You can barely take care of yourself, so why worry about those trivial matters? This statement upset Chi Kaiwei. What trivial matters? Your father asked me to get a letter from your uncle to prove that the censor's claims are false, so your father can regain his position. Jiang Zijing thought her mother was being too naive. Those censors were clearly acting with intent, manipulated to turn white into black. It wouldn't be easy for her father to regain his position. But her mother was stubborn and wouldn't change her mind easily. She wouldn't turn back until she hit a wall. Mother, what do you plan to do? Seeing her daughter support her, Chi Kaiwei instantly gained confidence. I plan to give this house to your uncle in your father's name. Maybe he'll be pleased and write the letter. The key was that this would also distance that cousin's family from Lu Qingyao. After all, not many would choose to live in a small, shabby house when they had a big one available.
All right.
Mother, if you really want to do this, then make it worthwhile. Not only should you give the house, but you also need to repay the 100 taels owed to your uncle's family to make it complete. Jiang Zijing raised her little face, looking strategic. It needed to be both a show and substantial. And also send some cloth and rice. Though Chi Kaiwei had money, she was reluctant to waste it like this. What? Giving a house isn't enough. You also want to repay 100 taels. And send cloth and rice. She thought it was just her daughter's naive talk. Zijing, you don't think money comes easily, do you? Jiang Zijing had a serious look on her face. Mother, I'm not joking. Since we want to restore father's reputation, we need to show our sincerity, and everyone must know that the past was all grandma's doing, without your and father's knowledge. And you will represent father to personally visit uncle and apologize to them. Chi Kaiwei nodded slightly. You make a good point. Jiang Zijing continued. This way, everyone will know that you are the true head of the Jiang family, and that woman is nothing. If things go on like this, that woman's family will likely have a hard time in the village. After all, people tend to avoid harm and seek benefits. She was very sure of this. Chi Kaiwei looked at her daughter in surprise. She couldn't believe these words were coming from her 8-year-old daughter. It felt like her daughter had changed after the new year, appearing much more mature for her age. The innocence of a little girl seemed to have vanished. This made her feel a bit strange and uneasy. Yet, she found her daughter's words quite reasonable, even containing many thoughts she hadn't considered. She nodded. All right, Zijing, let's do it your way. In the evening, the sun was setting, and a cool breeze brushed against their faces, easing the summer heat. On a country road, an ox cart moved slowly along. Clatter, clatter. Jingle, jingle. Only the sounds of the cartwheels and the cowbell could be heard. The people on the cart were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Zifeng and Jiang Zian only learned about the manure incident from the servants of the Cui family after school. It felt quite satisfying to hear. However, they couldn't feel happy when they looked at their mother's expression. When they left the capital, it was the saddest time for their family. Their maternal grandfather's family was exiled from the capital, and father was cold and distant towards mother. Grandma looked down on mother because she was the daughter of a condemned man. Concubine Chi took the opportunity to frame mother. At that time, mother was already exhausted from her sister's illness and death, while father neglected her completely. He didn't even know that his daughter had passed away. Xiao was worried about her identity being exposed. It must have been revealed. Her clever sister would surely have guessed it. Ever since she entered this family, she had completely let her guard down and unknowingly blended into her role. Perhaps while she was lost in it, she had already exposed herself countless times. She occasionally stole glances at her sister, who looked tense. At that moment, Lu Qingyao was completely unaware. Two sons are feeling sad for her. Xiao is nervously stealing glances at her, but she is worried about something else. She wonders if the herbs and food she had someone send out will reach her parents safely. Is anything missing? It is currently midsummer, the month of many pests. All kinds of insects and snakes come out at this time. The place of exile has a hot and humid climate, often filled with mists, and is remote and desolate, almost cut off from the world. What is most lacking is herbs and food. Jiang Miao wakes up from her sleep, drowsily looking at her mother, and then at Aunt Xiao sitting beside her. The atmosphere seems a bit strange. What is wrong with everyone? They all look worried. Babies do not feel sorrow because they forget easily. They need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves several times a day, and they also need to sleep multiple times. Each time feels like a computer rebooting, taking a while to respond. After stretching, she stares at her mother in a daze and unconsciously sucks on her fingers. Her mother is the kind of beauty with striking features, bright and clear eyes, and a bit of a heroic look with a high nose. Her once fair skin has now turned a weak color, which adds to her charm. Jiang Miao thinks her mother would look even more impressive in men's clothing. Hearing the noise, Lu Qingyao lowers her gaze. The little baby in her arms stretches widely and makes some cooing sounds. Seeing her little girl sucking her fingers again, she feels both helpless and affectionate, reaching out to touch her little bun of hair. Miao is awake. She was worried that today's commotion would scare her little girl, but seeing her sleep so sweetly, she seems to have not been disturbed. Jiang Miao is lifted up by her mother and looks around curiously before snuggling back into her mother's arms. She feels that Aunt Xiao seems to have something to say to her mother. After all, Aunt Xiao does not seem like someone who keeps secrets. Otherwise, how would her secret be known by a little baby? Then she hears Aunt Xiao hesitantly begin, "Sister. Actually, I am not the lonely girl selling herself to bury her husband." "I know." Lu Qingyao smiles slightly. She realized it from the first breakfast. Xiao looks at her in surprise. "You really knew?" After saying this, she turns her head, driving the ox cart and talking to herself, unable to look Lu Qingyao in the eye. "You must have guessed who my original master was, but he has given me to you. I belong to you now, and I will always prioritize your safety." She paused. "Sister, please don't send me away. Even though selling myself to bury my husband is not true, I really don't have many family members left." Lu Qingyao smiled and gently patted her hand. "All right, I never said I would chase you away. But is Xiao your real name?" Xiao nodded. "It is my real name, given to me by my parents. I was sold into that household when I was 7, and later became a guard there. The young master saw that I could cook, so he sent me here. Does your young master treat you well?"
"Yes."
"Are you willing to stay with us?" "Of course." Xiao looked at Lu Qingyao seriously and said, "Sister, there are many guards by the young master, so one more doesn't matter. But here, I only have you as my sister." Lu Qingyao didn't want to ask more. After all, knowing too much can be dangerous. If Xiao hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have brought it up. Seeing Xiaoxiao's serious expression, she smiled. As long as you want to stay, I won't send you away. There will always be a place for you in our home, unless you decide to leave. Just tell me, and I will return the contract to you. I won't leave, Xiaoxiao said firmly. She didn't want to go back to the Wangfu. Going back would mean always being on edge. Plus, sister treats her so well, and there are these children. She couldn't bear to leave. Jiang Miao Miao noticed Aunt Xiaoxiao looking at her, so she imitated her mother and patted Aunt Xiaoxiao's hand. Seeing this, everyone smiled. When Xiaoxiao saw sister happy, she took the chance to ask, Sister, I've always wanted to know, why didn't you bring more money and servants when you came to Jiangzhou? You're not abandoned, so why are you alone? Jiang Miao Miao was curious too, especially after seeing the flashy concubine surrounded by servants. She couldn't understand it even more. Because letters occasionally came from the capital to inform her mother about the happenings there, she knew a bit about why Qi Kaiwei had come. Both the wife and the concubine were sent to the estate. But their father was being too unfair in how he treated them. Lu Qingyao bit her lip and slowly said, The few maids I brought as my dowry are all children of my parents' old servants. The servants followed them into exile, and the maids were worried, so I let them come along too.
The rest.
We encountered bandits on the way. They are all gone. Xiaoxiao saw tears in her sister's eyes and didn't ask more questions. She had asked the Jiang brothers, and they had encountered several groups of bandits on their journey. And those people didn't seem to be after money. That was quite unusual. But she couldn't help but want to find out more. Sister, what about your dowry? It wasn't taken by Jiang Yunze and his mother, was it? Lu Qingyao smiled bitterly. The money. The dowry, I spent it all. Xiaoxiao was surprised. Spent it all.
How could that happen?
Jiang Miao Miao nestled obediently in her mother's arms. A piece of goat milk candy was placed in her mouth. It had a light sweetness, a hint of milk fragrance, and a touch of rice aroma. She smacked her little lips, using her newly grown teeth to chew on the candy. As she ate, she drooled, which landed on her mother's hand, where a cloth was ready to catch it. While enjoying the candy, she listened to her mother share stories from her past. Previously, her mother had never mentioned these things to anyone. There was no one to confide in. Jiang Miao Miao thought her mother must have a close friend, perhaps the one in the capital with whom she exchanged letters. But being so far apart, it was hard to share her feelings. Her mother was not the type to complain about her situation, especially not in front of her children. However, she was now having a great conversation with Aunt Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do you know that according to the laws of Daqing, my father, as the commander, could be executed for losing military funds and being accused of embezzlement? Jiang Miao Miao gasped. Executed? So, her grandfather, whom she had never met, almost died. How did it change to exile? Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Either the emperor showed mercy, or the lost military funds were recovered. Throughout history, there has always been a system for redeeming punishments, and Daqing is no exception. The lost military funds have been missing for a long time, and I couldn't just watch my parents and brothers die. Xiaoxiao looked incredulous. So you used your dowry to redeem your parents? Although a dowry is a woman's personal property, donating it all was unprecedented. Her sister was the first to do such a thing. As far as she knows, many women who marry outside their families cut ties with their birth families after facing trouble, so as not to bring shame to their husbands or children. But her sister gives everything for her parents. She truly comes from a military family and is bold in her actions. However, her sister's approach is a point of no return. Jiang Miao Miao was shocked, her mouth wide open. The milk candy in her mouth melted and dripped onto her handkerchief. She had imagined countless scenarios, thinking it might be about a bad father, a cruel stepmother, or a wicked mother-in-law stealing the dowry. But it turned out that her mother had sacrificed everything to save her maternal grandfather's family. What a revelation! Her mother is truly remarkable. But was there really a concept of redeeming punishment in ancient times? Why had she never heard of it? It makes sense, though. Although the ruling class claims that princes are punished like commoners, there was no real equality in feudal society. People were essentially divided into classes. To ensure loyalty from the powerful, rulers would grant them various privileges. This redeeming punishment must be one of those privileges. However, redeeming punishment could only lessen some guilt with money. Her grandfather probably escaped the death penalty because of her mother's dowry. The little girl felt a pang in her heart. She reached out to hug her mother and leaned against her chest. Lu Qingyao noticed her daughter's unusual behavior and gently touched her little face. She continued, "My parents gave me life and love. I cannot just watch them die. The dowry was given by them, and if it can save their lives, it is worth it." When her sister got married, her parents provided a substantial dowry, including the best lands and shops, which continued to earn money. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient. With the help of a friend, she convinced the emperor to spare her father's life. But while the death penalty could be avoided, other punishments like confiscation and exile were unavoidable. "Sister, why don't you divorce Miao Miao's father? You can't go back anyway." Although Xiao was once in a royal household, the situation there was different. The prince was still young and not obsessed with women, unlike other households filled with gossip. His household was quite simple. Moreover, her late husband was close to the prince, and she was the only one until his death, with no rivals to contend with. "Without a dowry and without support, my sister cannot stay in the Jiang family and could easily choose to divorce." Lu Qingyao smiled gently. "Silly sister, not everything can be solved by divorce. My husband doesn't want a divorce. He wants to dismiss me. But he cares a lot about his reputation and doesn't want to be seen as ungrateful or deceitful. Isn't that funny? Years ago, he was just a poor scholar. If it weren't for my father and brothers helping him, he wouldn't be where he is today. When my father was in trouble, he pretended to plead for mercy before the emperor. The emperor wasn't angry. Instead, he praised him for being grateful and loyal. If I hadn't accidentally overheard my husband and mother-in-law's plans, I might have lived my whole life deceived by them."
Sister.
Xiao's eyes were red. Lu Qingyao turned to look at her two sons sleeping together. She then met Xiao's sympathetic gaze and smiled calmly. "It's not easy for a woman to stand in this world, especially for someone like me who has lost her family and support. If I really divorced, Jiang Yunze wouldn't let me take the children, even if I could take them. People say widows face many troubles, and divorced women face even more. How could I find peace then? At least for now, my children are safe with me. Even considering Jiang Yunze, no one dares to have any bad ideas. The most important thing is the future of my children. I could disregard everything and cut ties with their father, taking them away with me. But I am not a Jiang family woman. I am the daughter of a sinner. If they follow me, their future and their chances in the imperial examinations would be ruined. Parents love their children and plan for their future. I cannot be so selfish." Xiao thought her sister was carefree, but she didn't expect her to have so many ties. She felt a lump in her throat and turned her head away. After a long while, she suddenly remembered something. "Sister, is the reason that Aunt Chi wants to get rid of you because as long as you are here, she cannot replace you as the rightful wife?" Lu Qingyao nodded. If she hadn't committed some unforgivable act or brought shame, Jiang Yunze wouldn't dismiss her. Xiao felt her responsibility to protect her sister had grown heavier. She needed to write to her master and ask him to send someone to watch over Qi Kaiwei. As for Jiang Yunze, he was still somewhat out of reach. "Sister, when Jiang Yunze and his mother find out that you used your dowry to save your father, won't they be furious?" Thinking of this, Lu Qingyao felt much better. "I'm so frustrated. My mother-in-law is so angry she nearly fainted. After all, they used a lot of my dowry in the past." Xiao felt less upset after hearing this. "Sister, is the money that Jiang Yunze and his mother are spending now from Aunt Chi's dowry?" "Of course. My husband's small salary can't support so many people in the household. Jiang Yunze came from a poor background, and even after all these years, he hasn't saved much. In the past, they relied on her, but since Qi Kaiwei entered the household, she willingly used her dowry to help out. She had to step aside. After all, she was also from a noble family. Although she was a concubine, her father favored her, making her comparable to a legitimate daughter. To suppress her as the main wife, she received a considerable dowry. Right now, that woman might be giving away her own possessions. Morning. The sounds of roosters and dogs began to rise, waking those still in dreamland. In the Jiang residence of Qingshi town, the servants were busy preparing. The lady ordered that she should look like a capable mistress. The young master and miss should have the grace that surpasses legitimate children. They needed to overshadow Lu Qingyao completely. Qi Kaiwei looked at herself in the bronze mirror, dressed in dark satin robes with gold and jade accessories, making her appear several years older. It reminded her of her strict mother. Although her mother was a concubine, she came from a good background and was younger and more beautiful than her legitimate mother, receiving much affection from her father. But the matriarchs of wealthy families looked down on her mother and often gossiped behind her back. Perhaps the main wife should look like her legitimate mother. Though it wasn't her preferred style, she tolerated it. Jiang Zijing looked at her reflection, pleased with her delicate and charming face. She never considered herself a concubine. She was the future crown princess, the future empress, and needed to carry herself like a noble lady. Turning to her mother, she noticed that her mother had finally stopped wearing those flashy and gaudy dresses. Today, she looked like a true mistress of the household. Jiang Zipei was lazy and yawning, allowing the maids to dress him, style his hair, and put on his shoes. He seemed like a puppet, letting others decide what he wore and ate. He had no opinions or preferences. Just as he was about to leave, Aunt May came in to report, "Madam, the county magistrate's wife is ill and says she cannot go with you to Taoshi village." Qi Saiwei's expression changed immediately. What does she mean by that? She knows I'm here, but she didn't come to greet me. Instead, she pretended to be sick. Just yesterday, she was hiding in the crowd watching a show. She shouldn't think I didn't see her.
Calm down, madam.
Why bother with a mere county magistrate's wife? Mei Gu supported her back and helped her relax. She finally understood. The people in Qingstone town are all difficult. Even a small county magistrate's wife dares to act arrogantly in front of her lady. It must be because of the presence of Master Cui that they feel so bold. They are all just taking advantage of their power. Taoshi village. Jiang Miaomiao's home. Her older brothers are still at school, taking Uncle Wang's ox cart since their own cart was sent to Jiangzhou to transport bamboo seedlings. Jiang Miaomiao is still sitting on the straw mat, playing with her shells, rattle, small wooden horse, bamboo dragonfly, bells, and various cloth dolls and animal toys. All of these were given to her by the villagers. They filled her mat, making her look like a little girl selling toys. Her mother doesn't accept gifts, so the villagers find ways to stuff toys into her hands, making her mother feel embarrassed to refuse. Little Meow Meow has become the girl with the most toys in the village, attracting the attention of all the village kids. Xiao Xiao, are you home watching the kids? Can you also keep an eye on Chow Chow for me? Before Aunt Xiao Xiao could respond, a little girl about 2 years old was placed in front of Jiang Miao Miao. Xiao Xiao. After a while, Xiao Xiao, can you watch the kids for me? I need to go next door to find your sister. Then, another little boy around 5 stood in front of Jiang Miao Miao, drawn to Jiang Xiaobai. He immediately rushed over to hug it. In less than half a day, Jiang Miao Miao had many playmates. But these little ones were either dirty or had runny noses. Otherwise, they were trampling her spotless mat and messing with her Jiang Xiaobai. The green mat turned black, and the little white wolf cub became a scruffy little gray wolf, looking neither like a wolf nor a dog. The little wolf, who never went outside and had never seen so many kids, was scared and whimpered, "Awo, awo." Jiang Miao Miao felt that she had raised the little wolf cub so well that it had turned into a gentle little dog. The yard, which had been quiet in the morning, suddenly became lively. Jiang Miao Miao's spot was taken over by the little rascals. Now, the little wolf cub was nestled in Aunt Xiao Xiao's arms, refusing to get down, pouting and watching the kids on the mat. Xiao Xiao bit her lip. She never imagined that one day she would be taking care of so many children. So scary. Jiang Miao Miao's yard was lively, and the neighbor's yard was also bustling. The neighbor's yard was filled with people. Everyone was there to make a living. Because once May is over, the spring bamboo shoots will be gone. They would have to wait for winter bamboo shoots, which would take several more months. This worried Jiang Yunhu and Lu Yunyang. It also troubled the villagers of Taoshi village. Their incomes suddenly dropped, and they were in a panic. Everyone wanted to see if Lu Qingao had any solutions. On one side of the wall, there was a lot of noise. On the other side, there were children's cries. Lu Qingao immediately recognized her child's cry. She rushed over and saw a group of kids in her yard. Her little girl was in Xiaoxiao's arms, crying loudly, tears in her eyes, and her face was red from crying. The group of kids was fighting over a wooden horse, a cloth doll, and a rattle. A few boys were even fighting over a little wolf cub. The wolf cub was starting to get angry, its eyes gleaming. Before Lu Qingao could reach them, she saw the wolf cub trying to bite the hand that was holding it. In a hurry, Xiaoxiao held Jiang Miao Miao with one arm and shoved a cloth doll into the wolf cub's mouth with the other. Little Miao Miao was so scared that she stopped crying and patted her chest with her small hand. After all, a wolf is still a wolf. Even a dog will bite when cornered, let alone a wolf. At that moment, the road at the village entrance was also crowded with people. A fancy carriage was slowly approaching Taoshi village. Behind the carriage was a long line of servants and a cart full of cloth, rice, and food. Chi Kaiwei lifted the curtain to look at the people by the road and occasionally waved at them. Just as she was happily smiling, her daughter pulled her inside, saying, "Mother, you are a lady of the officials. You must be reserved and have the demeanor of a proper matriarch." They had never interacted with country folks and didn't know how to approach them. They had heard that the women here could show their faces freely, even roll up their sleeves and pant legs to work. They could even eat at the same table with men, which seemed quite crude. So, Jiang Zijing thought they should maintain their dignity and not lower themselves to that level. Chi Kaiwei was fine not lifting the curtain, but as soon as she did, someone recognized her. Concubine, she is Jiang Yunza's concubine, the one who was splashed with dung. A woman by the roadside shouted. She had witnessed the scene of dung being thrown at the gate of the Chui residence. That scene was simply so spectacular